The Age of God's arrival marked the near destruction of human civilization. 15-year-old Zhao Yuan stood in the conscription square, listening to the alliance government's speech declaring, "We live under its very gaze, yet we do not worship." His heart remained unmoved, for the nearly 300 years of history had already faded into apathy for the generations that followed. It was the 272nd year of the abyssal era, and everything began with the arrival of an entity known as Lan. The moment it appeared, the entirety of Blue Planet froze in time. Every soul was pulled into the void, forced to witness the colossal figure standing amidst an endless sea of stars. Surrounding galaxies drifted like specks of dust. This incomprehensible scene drove countless scientists to madness, while ordinary people proclaimed the advent of God. But the deity showed no mercy. Instead, it brought forth the abyssal game to the world. In just 1 year, the human population plummeted from 10 billion to a mere 20 million, teetering on the brink of extinction. Now, humanity has conquered 17 levels of the abyss, with only the final level remaining and 28 years left on the clock. This game offers no second chances. Every person has but one life. Zhao Yuan, should we team up for this descent into hell? Lin Peng whispered. Zhao Yuan knew this was merely his companion's way of seeking solace amidst the fear. Ever since humanity acquired the rule stones, children had been spared, but the conscription age had dropped from 18 to 15, year by year. Did you guys get invited to the Human Hope genetic engineering program? Feng Ji suddenly asked. When he revealed that Yang Lei might be the son of Zhao Tianlei, the legendary Thunder Mage, it caused quite a stir. The three of them were students at Hope Academy, part of the new generation engineered through the genetic program. After the failure of the cloning project, test tube babies became humanity's only hope for survival. Zhao Yuan knew nothing of his father. He only knew that his mother, Zhao Xian, had borne 17 children for humanity. As a distinguished contributor, she was held in high regard, always accompanied by intelligent robots wherever she went. During their annual reunions, she would always prepare many gifts for Zhao Yuan, including the mysterious gemstone she had given him before his descent into the abyss. As the spatial tunnel opened, the crowd moved forward in silence. Zhao Yuan took one last glance into the depths of the crowd, hoping to catch a glimpse of that familiar figure. "Goodbye, mother," he murmured. Turning toward the abyss gate, he tightened his grip on the gemstone that might prove useful in the depths of the abyss. The moment Zhao Yuan stepped into the spatial passage, a blinding flash of light streaked past, compelling him to instinctively close his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself amidst a vast expanse of starry skies. Countless stars shimmered around him, their flickering glows seeming to silently whisper the mysteries of the cosmos. "Deep Abyss game has been logged in. Please confirm your identity." Before Zhao Yuan could process what was happening, a deep and authoritative voice resonated in his ears. At the same time, a faint gust of air swept over his entire body, as though conducting some sort of scan. He looked up and saw a screen materialize in the air before him, with words rapidly appearing on it. "Would you like to change your name?" A virtual hologram emerged shortly after, displaying a three-dimensional image of Zhao Yuan alongside his basic information: name, age, weight, and other details. Next to his name, a large exclamation mark appeared, accompanied by a pop-up option. "Would you like to change your name?" Zhao Yuan paused briefly, but was ready to firmly select no. He had always taken his mother's surname, and his name had been randomly generated, a common practice in this era. Most children bore their mother's surname, while the identity of their fathers often remained a mystery. In many cases, the mothers themselves were unaware of the father's identities, especially in the deep abyss world, where life and death could change in an instant. Zhao Yuan had occasionally overheard discussions suggesting this practice was linked to women's rights, but he never paid much attention since it didn't concern him. As for who his father was, it no longer mattered. In this era, people generally showed little curiosity about their paternal lineage. However, just as Zhao Yuan was about to confidently select no, a new prompt appeared on the screen. Upon detection, there are 894 users named Zhao Yuan in the Deep Abyss game, 893 of whom are currently logged in. Please confirm again whether to change your name. Huh, that's quite a crowd, Zhao Yuan chuckled lightly. So what? I'm not changing it. Without hesitation, he clicked no, and silently offered 3 seconds of respect for the fallen Zhao Yuans who shared his name. Dear Zhao Yuan, your Deep Abyss game identity has been generated. Your unique code has been synced with the Human Alliance database. Game permissions are now activated. Please wait. The screen began to shift rapidly, with various icons flashing before Zhao Yuan's eyes. Though he had never used the system before, he had some general understanding of how it worked. Just as he prepared to look for the talent drawing option, a male icon on the screen suddenly began to blink. Already got a friend request? Is it Lin Peng? Zhao Yuan's heart stirred with curiosity as he clicked on the male icon. Dear Zhao Yuan, congratulations. You have received the Human Growth Fund. The words that appeared on the screen left Zhao Yuan momentarily stunned. Then, another message popped up. Dear Zhao Yuan, congratulations. You have received a growth fund from your father. Growth fund. Zhao Yuan frowned in confusion. He had never heard of such a term before. And his father? He had actually received a growth fund from his father? Furrowing his brows, Zhao Yuan clicked on the growth fund from father. The screen trembled briefly before disappearing, replaced by an envelope slowly unfolding, with words gradually appearing. At the same time, a male voice began to speak. A voice-activated letter? How old-fashioned, Zhao Yuan muttered, his expression a mix of amusement and disbelief. As he pondered this peculiar format, the voice continued. Ahem, greetings to my unknown 388th son or daughter. By the time you're hearing this, you might feel a bit puzzled. Honestly, I, Lao Wang, felt quite conflicted. When I returned from leveling up and fighting monsters in the wilderness, I was stunned by a notification from the Abyss game. 72 children had logged into the game. My mind went blank. I've never even held a woman's hand. So how could I possibly have so many children? At that moment, a wave of disorientation swept over me, and suddenly, I remembered my lost youth from 30 years ago. Back then, in response to humanity's call, I had contributed something. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine it would yield such rapid results. It's the apocalypse, yet the advancements in science are jaw-dropping. Why didn't they figure this out years ago? At the same time, I received a letter from my 27th sister. She had joined the Human Hope Genetic Project due to her exceptional learning abilities and had become a top-tier biogeneticist. She didn't even have to set foot in the abyss and was granted immunity, successfully avoiding danger. Honestly, she's the kind of talent my Lao Wang family hasn't seen in generations. In her letter, she mentioned optimizing, nurturing, and backing up part of my offspring, even creating countless copies of me, achieving what they call prosperity through many descendants. My family finally turned things around in my generation. I was furious beyond belief. The voice in the letter grew more urgent and explosive, to the point where I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Then it turned into an ear-piercing beep. Zhao Yuan, who was listening, was left speechless. This old man could really ramble on. 2 full minutes of ranting, and he was still going. Finally, after a grueling 5 minutes of beep censoring, the signal normalized. If you ever meet your 27th sister, thank her for me, for our Lao Wang family. She's a once-in-800 years genius. As for how many more children I'll end up with, I honestly have no idea. Anyway, my letters will keep being sent out, but I hope they don't multiply this much. The old man seemed utterly exhausted as he rushed to finish his words. Then, he added, my dear sons or daughters, being born in this apocalypse, your suffering is an unfortunate price we had to pay. At least I experienced 20 years of peace. Though I wasted those years idling away, I still witnessed a time of prosperity. But now, every day is a fight for survival. As your bloodline predecessor, I sincerely hope you live better lives and one day witness that elusive freedom. The things useful or not that I've acquired from the abyss, along with some gold coins, have been placed into a growth fund for you, to offer some security. I hope it helps. If fate allows us to meet in the future, remember, I'd prefer you call me big brother rather than father. After all, I'm still single and hoping to find a partner. Lastly, remember this. Humanity's struggles are immense, and the future is uncertain, but the hope and flame of our people continue to be passed down. We humans are fearless, brave, and undaunted in the face of death. Abyss Calendar, Year 43, Night. As the voice faded away, the letter burned with a spark, turning into ashes that scattered and disappeared without a trace. Zhao Yuan stared blankly at the empty space where the letter had been, his emotions surging. A letter from 229 years ago? Lao Wang. He didn't even leave his real name. Just how much did he not want anyone to know who he was? He reached out, his fingers brushing against the emptiness, as if trying to touch a fragment of that long-lost time. Dear Zhao Yuan, you've received your father's growth fund. A gold coin icon blinked on the screen, notifying him of the inheritance. Zhao Yuan snorted coldly and tapped it. Your abyss level is not yet unlocked. Please try again later. Humph. Zhao Yuan glared at the notification, so frustrated he felt like crushing his own fingers. Let me see what this growth fund is all about. He clicked on another message, annoyed. Light and shadow shifted, and in the void, a figure appeared. The person wore a gray mage's robe, tall and imposing, his gaze steady as he looked directly at Zhao Yuan. Young warrior, greetings. I am the Minister of Education and Propaganda for the Human Alliance. Before you step into the abyss, allow me to brief you on the current plight of humanity. Since the year 272, humanity has been advancing into the abyss and has successfully conquered up to the 17th layer. We now stand at the threshold of challenging the boss of the 17th layer. This will be an exceptionally arduous battle, and we estimate it will take 12 years to clear this layer. However, with only 300 years left before the abyss undergoes its next evolution, time has become a critical factor for us. At present, the number of elite warriors who have reached the 17th layer has reached 3.2 billion. Yet, in the face of the vast and boundless abyss and the overwhelming threat posed by the ultimate boss, this strength still feels insignificant. To tackle the increasingly dire situation, We urgently need more warriors to join us and alleviate the current pressure. The only solution is to accelerate your growth. With the approval of the Human Council, we have established a growth fund to help you develop as quickly as possible. We hope that in 12 years, you will join us in breaking through the 18th layer of the abyss. The next 16 years will be pivotal in our efforts to conquer the entire abyss. We understand that this journey will be fraught with hardships and challenges, but the hope of humanity rests on your shoulders. Humanity has already lost too many warriors, and many more will be lost in the future. Yet, the flame of our legacy must not be extinguished. Future generations must tread upon our bones so that the divine being above may descend, and humanity may stride toward a brighter future. Young warrior, are you ready? The man's voice suddenly ceased, his deep gaze fixed intently on Zhao Yuan, as if holding the weight of the stars, awaiting Zhao Yuan's response. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to speak, the light and shadow around him began to distort, and the man's figure gradually faded away. His expression turned distant, and a faint, wry smile appeared on his lips. A letter that feels this real, he muttered to himself. 12 years. Is it really that urgent? Seems like I'll have to give it my all. 15 years of values instilled by the Human Hope Fund had, at this moment, taken root and sprouted within him. Zhao Yuan reflected silently. In the end, we all die. We cannot choose to avoid disaster, but we can choose how we face death. The road to the end is paved with bones. Our lives are destined to become the foundation for others to move forward. Every generation is the same. Never turn back, even in death. Suddenly, the image of his first teacher emerged in his mind, the elderly man with clouded eyes. One generation after another, never turning back, even in death, the old man's words echoed. Zhao Yuan's resolve grew even firmer. Young warrior of humanity, Honorable Zhao Yuan, you have received the growth fund from humanity. Zhao Yuan instinctively clicked confirm and muttered, "Can I get a reward first?" As expected, the system's voice followed. "Congratulations, you have earned a chance to draw from the human treasury." Zhao Yuan froze for a moment. Then his face lit up with surprise. "Wow, that's generous. This support isn't just empty talk. The human treasury is the source of wealth accumulated by the strongest of past generations. It holds countless rare items, relics, and even the legacies of powerful warriors reclaimed by the system after their deaths. The value of these treasures is immeasurable and can only be exchanged for honor points." Zhao Yuan knew that many items in the treasury were beyond the reach of newcomers like him, but if he could draw one, it would be a life-changing windfall. "Let's go." Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan pressed the draw button. A flash of golden light appeared, and a sky-blue gemstone materialized before him. "Golden blue? What is this?" "You have obtained the sage's blessing," the system announced. Zhao Yuan paused, staring at the gem in his hand. He then activated its details. A line of text appeared on the screen. Sage's blessing. Type, artifact. Grade, legendary. Usage, single use. Magic attribute, blessing. For blessing details, click evaluate. Through thorns, there is a path. A single-use item? And it's an artifact. Zhao Yuan muttered, clicking the evaluate button. The screen shifted, revealing the following description. The blessing originates from the sage of the Normanos Empire. His name was once renowned throughout the divine realms. Wherever he traversed thorny paths, he bestowed his blessing. If you face a choice, it will guide you. When you encounter a career selection, it will resonate with your talents, significantly increasing the likelihood of obtaining a profession that aligns with your abilities. Usable only once. A grin spread across Zhao Yuan's face as he set the gem down with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. This will definitely save me from worrying about career selection. He understood deeply that career selection wasn't something to be taken lightly. To put it accurately, it wasn't about you choosing a career, it was about the career choosing you. The moment of excitement had finally arrived. Zhao Yuan's hands trembled slightly as he located the talent extraction option. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he gently clicked. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with starlight. Countless streaks of radiance shot across the heavens like meteors, converging toward him. Among them, one particularly swift beam of light streaked directly toward his forehead in the blink of an eye. Talent unlocked. Congratulations, Zhao Yuan. You are now an abyss player. A familiar voice echoed in his ears. Zhao Yuan slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in the sensation of his newfound talent. From this moment on, he had officially stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. A system notification appeared. Talent. Ironhead Kid non-modifiable. Active ability. When charging forward to attack, rationality gradually decreases, while all negative effects are removed. Gains a super armor effect, ignoring all crowd control, slow, and blindness effects. Defense stats are fixed at 50, and combat increases them by 1 per second, stacking up to a maximum of 200 layers. Passive 1 Courage. Immune to all knockback and knockup effects in hostile situations. Passive 2 Fearless. When facing enemies twice his size, attack speed 10 and lifesteal 5. If the enemy is 3 times his size, these bonuses are doubled. Max attack speed 1000. Lifesteal cap 250. Passive 3 mercy. Reduces all final damage by 30, including divine and true damage. The system thoughtfully provided 3 evaluations. Glorious in life, ridiculous in death. Charge ahead like a brave bull. A rabbit slides right into the tiger's mouth. Your delivery has arrived. Zhao Yuan was momentarily speechless. He knew that talents in the Abyss game were unique and almost impossible to change once set. While modifying a talent was theoretically possible, the cost was said to be unimaginable. Originally, he had hoped to become a support player. In the Abyss game, support roles were undoubtedly the most sought after. They were essential to teams, had strong survivability, and in a game where life was a one-time resource, supports often held a position just below the team leader, even took on the role of team leader themselves. But now, this talent was clearly designed for a frontline tank. Damage reduction, immunity to crowd control, and health recovery perfectly suited the role of a main tank. If nothing else, he could settle for being a warrior or an off-tank. It wasn't ideal, but at least he'd have some offensive capabilities. Looks like I'm destined to be the punching bag, Zhao Yuan thought wryly to himself. At least my survivability is decent. But this Ironhead Kid title. Introducing myself is basically announcing to everyone that I'm a reckless brute. Hurry up and choose a class. With his impressive talent, Zhao Yuan's enthusiasm for his class selection had waned. He was well aware that his choice would inevitably fall between a tank or a damage dealer, with a slight possibility of a control-type class, given that his innate talent included a control immunity attribute. It was all determined by his talent. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yuan fixed his gaze on the class selection button on the interface. Let's see what class I end up with. Even within tanks or damage dealers, there are plenty of options to choose from. He muttered to himself, gently tapping the button. In an instant, 4 comprehensive class categories appeared before him. Tank class specializes in taunting, boasting extremely high health and resistance caps. Damage dealer class specializes in damage output, with the ability to deal far more damage than other classes. Control class specializes in bypassing resistance to crowd control effects, offering strong control abilities and immunity to control. Support class specializes in sharing benefits, with high movement speed caps and buff-enhancing attributes. Support seems like the best option. Being naturally faster than others is a huge advantage. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. In a survival game, speed was key to staying alive at least longer than others. Alright, here we go. Zhao Yuan took a deep breath and decisively pressed the confirmation button. The interface shifted instantly, and the support class vanished from the options, leaving only tank, damage dealer, and control. Zhao Yuan sighed in relief. At least his talent included some immunity and damage effects. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to pick a tank. The system's notification chimed in. New player benefit. When 3 or more options are available, the player may eliminate one choice. Finally, some say in this. Even if it's not much, at least I get to participate a little, Zhao Yuan said with a smirk. Without hesitation, he declared, Control class no way. As soon as he made his decision, the control class option disappeared. Zhao Yuan thought to himself, control classes are more suited for PvP or duels, but in the current state of the human race, who's dueling? Who's doing PvP? Control classes are practically bottom tier in this version. Not useless, but awkwardly positioned. In gaming terms, they're for whales and pros to dominate noobs demanding on equipment and skill. The interface spun again, and under Zhao Yuan's watchful eyes, the tank class faded and eventually disappeared. Looks like I'll be a fighter, Zhao Yuan said, raising an eyebrow with a mix of resignation and curiosity. As the interface shifted once more, 2 new options appeared, physical damage dealer and magical damage dealer. Before Zhao Yuan could take a closer look, the physical damage dealer option disappeared, leaving only magical damage dealer. Wait, could this be some kind of magic tank hybrid? Zhao Yuan's expression stiffened for a moment before he consoled himself. Well, if it's a magic tank, maybe I can still make it big as a magic caster. The interface changed again, presenting 2 new options, ranged damage dealer and melee damage dealer. Of course ranged. Melee mages have it rough, Zhao Yuan quickly said, and the melee damage dealer option disappeared. Phew, that's a relief. Zhao Yuan let out a breath. Randomizing your class selection, please wait. The screen suddenly filled with a dense list of class names, so numerous that Zhao Yuan's eyes struggled to keep up. Detected. You possess the Sage's Blessing. Would you like to use it? The system inquired. Yes. Zhao Yuan answered without hesitation. In the Abyss game, there was no such thing as class balance. A good class was always better than a bad one. The Sage's Blessing gemstone appeared, and the interface erupted in blinding light. Amid the blur, Zhao Yuan thought he caught a glimpse of the words, Wandering Mage, before his vision was completely obscured. The light persisted for several seconds. Congratulations. You have become a Starcaller, the system finally announced. Starcaller. Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up. Does that mean I can summon stars? Not bad. Wait, a summoner. A wandering mage? Zhao Yuan repeated the unexpected class name with a frown. He had anticipated something related to the stars, yet what he got was a summoner. How could this ranged magic damage dealer align with his talents? Could the sage's blessing have made a mistake? Zhao Yuan's fingers unconsciously tightened. He could accept being a warrior or even a magic tank hybrid, but the idea of being a summoner filled him with resistance. It wasn't that summoners weren't powerful, on the contrary. Once they reached the late game, a summoner could become an unstoppable force, commanding an army on their own and reaching heights other classes could only dream of. The problem was, without sufficient resources, surviving the early stages as a summoner was almost impossible. He closed his eyes, and the mainstream team compositions of the Abyss game filled his mind. A main tank to absorb damage, a secondary tank either a warrior or magic tank hybrid, a physical damage dealer, a magical damage dealer, and slots for a control specialist and a support. Some teams swapped the control role for a high-burst assassin, but the support role was always the backbone of every team. In such setups, summoners often seemed out of place. Their summoned creatures, while considered semi-allied units, frequently disrupted teammate positioning, made it harder for the front line to hold their ground, and sometimes even absorbed support skills unintentionally. The increased coordination required to accommodate a summoner often wasn't worth the trade-off, especially when their damage output wasn't particularly impressive. In nearly 3 centuries of Abyss game history, not a single summoner has truly risen to prominence. Zhao Yuan muttered with a bitter smile. But as he glanced at the class description, his eyes suddenly lit up. The passive ability of the starller class, Blessing of the Stars, allowed all summoned creatures to share the summoner's innate talents. Even more intriguing was the fixed skill Starlight Strike. It allowed the user to freely switch their attack range. In ranged mode, it could deal single target damage 10 times the length of their weapon. In melee mode, it unleashed area effect damage in a fan-shaped zone 1.5 times the weapon's length. Additionally, all attack ranges were enhanced by divine-level attributes. This seems interesting, Zhao Yuan murmured, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Perhaps the old saying is true: misfortune may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. This basic attack skill with adjustable range, it's not as simple as it looks. Taking a deep breath to calm his excitement, he said, "Time to go see how everyone else is doing." As his words fell, the entire login space began to dim, eventually plunging into complete darkness. Is this the Abyss? Zhao Yuan stood on this unfamiliar land, scanning his surroundings. In the distance, mountains stretched endlessly under drifting white clouds. Nearby, lush green grass carpeted the ground, vibrant flowers bloomed in competition, and birds chirped joyfully on the branches. This scenery was nothing like the dark and terrifying Abyss he had imagined. It felt more like a stunning, otherworldly paradise. Panel data generated. Wishing you a pleasant journey, human. A cold mechanical voice interrupted his thoughts. Zhao Yuan immediately pulled up his personal panel. Basic information. Name, Zhao Yuan. Class, Celestial Summoner. Age, 15. Talent, Ironhead Kid. Core attributes. Damage, 10. Health, 100. Stamina, 1. Mana, 1. Agility, 1. Defensive attributes. Armor, 0. Magic resistance, 0. Other attributes. Critical bonus, 0. Armor penetration, 0. Status resistance, 0. Skill, Starlight. In the Abyss, these attributes determined survival. Mana governed magical output, stamina influenced health limits and resistances, and agility was tied to movement and attack speed. These were foundational concepts they had already studied in the real world. Though the Abyss was referred to as a game, it was fundamentally different from the games in reality. Here, life was singular. There were no second chances. For this reason, apart from damage-dealing classes, most people prioritized survival attributes stacking health, defense, and agility. While this approach might not yield the highest damage, it was the safest choice, as only the living could deal damage. As a summoner, Zhao Yuan's situation was unique. A summoner's damage output primarily relied on summoned creatures, while their own offensive capabilities were secondary. This allowed summoners to focus on enhancing their summoned creature's strength while ensuring their own survival. Growth Fund unlocked. Please claim it promptly. The system notification sounded again. Zhao Yuan switched to a different interface and saw 2 flashing options: Human Growth Fund and Father's Growth Fund. He claimed both rewards in turn. Human Growth Fund. Long sword. Pants. Hat. Tunic. Rings 2. Father's Growth Fund. Health potions 100 bottles. Gold coins 5,000. He quickly equipped the items. In an instant, a simple set of gear materialized on him. An ordinary long sword, a plain cloth armor set consisting of a tunic, pants, and a matching hat, as well as 2 unadorned rings. These were basic, non-restricted items that anyone could use. While their attribute bonuses were minimal, they were certainly better than going into battle barehanded. In the Abyss, equipment was classified into 2 main categories: standard gear and sets. Standard gear consisted of 7 pieces: main hand, offhand, hat, tunic, pants, and 2 rings. There are 6 quality levels for items: common, fine, superior, legendary, mythical, and divine, represented by the colors white, blue, yellow, purple, gold, and red, respectively. Sets, however, only come in one quality level, known as green. A full set includes 6 pieces: a top, pants, belt, shoes, and 2 rings. The attributes of 2 sets can be active simultaneously, but only one can be visually manifested at a time. This is why Abyss players jokingly refer to them as underwear and outerwear. Regular equipment can be obtained from a variety of sources, such as open-world dungeons and random wild monsters, which drop items of varying quality. However, sets are exclusively found in dungeons, and there is a wide variety of them. Hey, if you're not moving, don't block the way. Step aside. A voice filled with impatience suddenly called out from behind. Zhao Yuan finally noticed the dense figures materializing constantly in the void. Players were pouring into the login space in an endless stream. He quickly stepped aside and moved to a less crowded area. Despite the growing crowd around him, the air was thick with a strange sense of oppression. Even those who wanted to speak loudly seemed to subconsciously lower their voices, unable to withstand the atmosphere. After all, this wasn't just a gamite was stepping onto an actual battlefield. Ding ding. A notification sound suddenly rang in Zhao Yuan's mind. He glanced at it and saw a string of friend requests. A quick scan revealed they were all from familiar faces. He accepted them all, and then swiftly adjusted his settings to change all alerts to email notifications. Having constant reminders pop up directly in his head was unbearable. What class are you? What's your role? Are you support? I'm a paladin. Want to team up? I'm support looking for strong DPS, preferably a girl. I can heal. Messages flew in like a snowstorm. Zhao Yuan, speechless, responded to these mass-sent messages with a universally understood hand gesture. To his surprise, he immediately received a few equally friendly replies. Silently, he clicked the to close the chat. After some searching, Zhao Yuan tried to locate messages from Lin Peng and Fang Ji, but they were nowhere to be found. A quick check of his friends list revealed they weren't on it. Those 2 idiots, Zhao Yuan muttered, quickly searching for their names and sending friend requests. The requests were accepted almost instantly, followed by a video call request. Finding a quiet corner with fewer people, Zhao Yuan accepted the call. 2 familiar faces immediately appeared on the screen. Zhao Yuan, where are you right now? Fang Ji was the first to speak. Triggered by the question, a dynamic map unfolded in front of Zhao Yuan. He glanced at his location and replied, I'm in Siuan town. What about you two? We're both in Changfeng town. Let me check how far apart we are. If it's close, we can meet up, Lin Peng said, opening his map to check. What the heck? That far? For teleports? I'm broken to afford that. Lin Peng exclaimed dramatically. Zhao Yuan and Fang Ji burst into laughter. Did you guys get the human growth fund? Zhao Yuan asked. Yep, everyone gets it, Lin Peng nodded, then asked curiously. What's this father growth fund? What's that supposed to mean? Nothing, nothing. Just curious, Zhao Yuan said casually, brushing it off. All right, let's talk about your classes, Fang Ji interrupted, his expression turning serious. Couldn't hold it in, huh? How long did you think you could pretend not to care? Lin Peng teased. Since you're asking, they'll tell you I'm a paladin. Now Spill, what about you two? Jialan's wind. Fang Ji replied smugly with a grin. Support. Lin Peng asked eagerly. Pure support. Fang Ji nodded in confirmation. A pure support class meant all talents were focused on support bonuses, with no other skills. Damn, big shot. Take me under your wing. Lin Peng said enviously. As expected, being a pure support player, he quickly attracted a group of exceptionally skilled teammates. Among support-type professions, the status of a pure support is second only to that of an aura support. This is a well-known fact. Zhao Yuan remained silent for a long time, prompting Fang Ji and Lin Peng to instinctively turn their gazes toward him. Summoner. Zhao Yuan finally spoke, his tone tinged with resignation. Damn, bottom tier, Lin Peng blurted out, his disappointment plain as day. Ahem. Fang Ji's expression changed instantly, and he let out an awkward cough. Want to team up? Zhao Yuan asked, looking directly at the two, his eyes filled with anticipation. Ahem, Mom? Are you calling me? Fang Ji suddenly acted as if he'd seen something alarming. What? Zhao Yuan, let's talk another day. I think I just saw my mom. With that, he hastily closed the communication window. Zhao Yuan turned his questioning gaze toward Lin Peng. You know, his mom passed away years ago. Seeing her in the underworld is perfectly normal, Lin Peng explained sheepishly, his eyes darting uncomfortably. Zhao Yuan said nothing, simply staring at him quietly. Zhao Yuan, you know, we've grown up, we're adults now, Lin Peng finally admitted in defeat after a long silence. And you know I'm a paladin, an off-tank. My voice in the team won't carry much weight in the future. He spread his hands in helplessness. Zhao Yuan smiled faintly and nodded, signaling his understanding. Shortly thereafter, both of them ended the call. After the screen dimmed, Zhao Yuan let out a sigh. The summoners summoned creatures took up valuable team slots, which was a significant drawback for any team. If handled poorly, it could even lead to a complete team wipe. Closing the communication interface, Zhao Yuan glanced at the timite should be soon. Through the window, he could see a dense crowd gradually gathering near the outskirts of the town. The world boss was about to appear. This was a beginner's perk and a crucial opportunity for rookies like them to establish themselves in the Abyss. In the Abyss game, every player possessed two levels, peak level and divinity level. The peak level increased with experience and had no fixed cap. Each level added 2 points to the player's main attributes. However, the divinity level was the truly terrifying aspect of the game, as it came with an overwhelming suppression effect. Simply put, in terms of peak levels, if you're level 1 and your opponent is level 10, you might still stand a chance if you have superior gear and skills. But if there's a significant gap in divinity levels, you can forget about it no matter how hard you try. You won't even scratch your opponent while they can annihilate you with a single move. That's how ruthless the suppression effect was. Even defeating a minor monster could become an insurmountable challenge. For Zhao Yuan's generation, however, these difficulties were no longer as daunting. Those were the trials of the pioneers, whose sacrifices paved the way for future players. Whenever new players entered the Abyss, the Human Alliance would send high-level players to help them secure their first divinity point. Following the crowd, Zhao Yuan arrived outside the town and joined the silently waiting masses. Before long, a notification popped up on his interface. Mulan Feng has invited you to join the team. Accept? Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan clicked yes. Upon entering the team channel, his screen was instantly flooded with a rapid stream of uniform messages, so fast he could barely read them. Greetings, boss. May you loot legendaries every day and bask in the glow of red drops. Zhao Yuan quickly copied and pasted the message, sending it out immediately. His message was instantly drowned in the ensuing flood of texts. Zhao Yuan glanced at the team member count displayed at the top of the channel. 120,000, 130,000. It took several minutes for the number to stabilize at over 300,000. System notifications flashed continuously. The team leader has promoted Zhao Ling to vice leader. The team leader has promoted Wang Sheng to vice leader. The team leader has promoted Lu Duantian to vice leader. Zhao Yuan opened the team interface and saw Mu Lanfeng listed at the top, boasting an impressive level 532. The other 3 vice leaders were all level 499. Beneath them were Zhao Yuan and the rest of the rookies. All at level 0. None of them had defeated even a single monster yet to reach level 1. About half an hour later, the system's voice echoed loudly in everyone's ears. The cataclysmic roar is about to descend. All players, prepare yourselves. Countdown begins. 4:59. The team leader has enabled team voice chat. Would you like to join? Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan clicked yes. I am Mulan Feng. When the boss descends, do not move. Absolutely do not run. I will only say this 3 times. I am Mulan Feng. When the boss descends, do not move. Absolutely do not run. I will only say this 3 times. I am Mulan Feng. When the boss descends, do not move. Absolutely do not run. I will only say this 3 times. Zhao Yuan watched the team channel flash once again. The next second, the whole world seemed to freeze in place. The command from the leader had been issued, as unyielding as iron. Total silence from the team. The system's voice finally arrived, albeit a little late. This guy seems a bit cold, Zhao Yuan murmured under his breath, confusion flickering in his mind. He glanced at the top of the channel, where the team member count had already exceeded 720,000. In beginner villages like Ziyuan Town, there were 12 in the first layer of the Abyss, and this season's participants totaled at least 8.64 million. With 10 seasons per year, that number would reach nearly 100 million. How many people does it take to have this many kids? Zhao Yuan suddenly had this absurd thought. In the next decade, the human race might grow even stronger. Clearly, the upper echelons of humanity had resolved to risk everything and prepare for the future. Time ticked down to 0. A storm erupted suddenly, and the surrounding leaves swirled and danced in the fierce wind. A powerful gust swept over them as a colossal figure loomed, nearly blotting out half the sky. The world-ending roar has descended. The system's voice boomed, overwhelming everything. Zhao Yuan froze in place. 1.7 billion HP. He blurted out a curse in shock. A system notification appeared on the screen. Detected. Player's divinity level is lower than world-ending roar's level 9. You will suffer divine damage. Zhao Yuan opened the detailed notifications, and 2 lines of blood-red text emerged. Due to your low divinity level, you will take an additional 9,999 damage. Due to your low divinity level, your damage output will be reduced by 99.99. This is bad. His heart sank, and he cursed internally, his thoughts drifting to the past. How did those people manage to kill this boss back then? As the boss's shadow descended closer, Zhao Yuan felt an intense tremor within him. A primal fear coiled around him like a venomous Snakean instinctive reaction of a lower being to a higher existence. The disparity in life levels caused by divinity left him cold, fully aware of the overwhelming pressure emanating from the entity. The crowd around him began to stir. Some faces were twisted in terror, as if they were ready to flee at any moment. Do not move. If you run, you will die. Stand firm. Overcome your instincts. As long as we are here, you'll be safe. The words had barely left Zhao Yuan's mouth when Zhao Ling's voice echoed in everyone's ears. The vice leader had activated the team voice chat. Sure enough, the commanding tone helped many people calm down. Even those who were already consumed by panic were pulled back by their nearby comrades. Gradually, the team regained their composure. A deafening, earth-shaking crash erupted as the boss's full form came into view. A massive, pitch-black dragon, its body as vast as a mountain. Its wings spread wide, blotting out the sun. Its horns, sharp as blades, gleamed coldly. Its scales were as dark as ink, and its blood-red eyes stared down at the group of rookies with a gaze as deep as the abyss. Pitiful ants, your end has come. With this low, threatening declaration, the boss let out a thunderous roar that seemed to shake the entire sky. Zhao Yuan suddenly felt as though his entire body had been weighed down, rendering him immobile. You have been subjected to Dragon's Might. A cold notification appeared on the screen. Due to your low divinity level, you have been intimidated and cannot move. Apocalypse Dragon's Breath is about to strike. Please evade. As Zhao Yuan read the notification, he felt an immense pressure closing in. He struggled to break free of his restraints, but it was as if an invisible force held him firmly in place. Just as the weight became unbearable, he suddenly felt a lightness wash over him. Move quickly. The moment Taiatua's innate ability was triggered, Zhao Yuan felt a surge of adrenaline rush through his veins, an uncontrollable energy spreading through his mind. All negative effects vanished without a trace, replaced by an invincible state and a significant boost to his defensive attributes. The once mountainous dragon-shaped boss no longer seemed so intimidating in his eyes. A voice echoed relentlessly in his head. Charge forward and take it down. As his rationality slipped away, the urge grew stronger. His passive talent, Fearless, activated, granting him a substantial increase in attack speed. A faint trace of reason tried to warn him not to act recklessly. But at that moment, four figures appeared in the sky. It was the four commanders. Let's begin. With this command, three of the commanders took action simultaneously, unleashing skills that instantly enveloped all the rookie players. System notifications followed in quick succession. Wang Sheng's purification removed all negative effects. Lu Duantian's shield talent provided a 78 damage reduction and restored 5 of maximum health every 3 seconds. Zhao Ling's divine aura granted a 20 boost to all attributes, a shield that could block 5 attacks, and a 50 increase in movement speed. The triple buffs brought a wave of relief to the rookie players. The powerful support effects prompted one excited player to shout, "Support Daddy! Support Daddy! I'm here!" Another bold player responded loudly, only to be immediately muted by Deputy Commander Zhao Ling. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Doomsday Dragon Breath was imminent. The red skill range indicator had already enveloped everyone. Faced with this terrifying godlike suppression, all eyes turned to the 4 commanders in the sky. As the countdown for Doomsday Dragon Breath neared its end, the silent commander Mu Lanfeng finally made his move. 10,000 Infernal Instant Kill Formation. The next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. A torrent of golden damage numbers flooded the screen, so dense that it was impossible to count the digits. The boss, with its 1.7 billion HP, was completely annihilated in less than 3 seconds, as if its health bar had simply vanished. At this moment, the explosive damage output of the assassin class planted a seed of awe in the hearts of all the rookies. Zhao Yuan watched in amazement, wishing he could immediately switch to the assassin class. It was just too cool to handle. In that instant, the screen was filled with an overwhelming cascade of damage numbers, an awe-inspiring sight. Zhao Yuan knew deep down that the massive damage must have been amplified by divine power, but still 1.7 billion in less than 3 seconds? The vivid red numbers flickered in the air, resembling a dazzling performance by an assassin, precise and lethal. You have gained 1 divine point. Divine level unlocked. Current level, 1 star, level 1. The system notification rang clearly in Zhao Yuan's ears. In the game Abyss, there were many ways to gain divine levels, but most were probability-based and extremely rare. Only 2 methods guaranteed divine points. The first was killing 10,000 elite monsters of the same divine level, which would yield 1 divine point per 10,000 kills. Each point corresponded to 1 level, and 1 star matched 1 layer of the Abyss. Each layer granted 9 fixed points, scaling upward. Thus, the current version had a maximum divine level of 18 stars, level 9. The second method was the one Zhao Yuan and his group had just used. New players who participated in a world boss battle for the first time and successfully defeated it were guaranteed 1 divine level. Afterward, killing world bosses would only grant divine points randomly, with a low probability, and points could not be earned repeatedly for the same achievement. As the massive boss collapsed to the ground with a thunderous crash, Zhao Yuan and his team received experience points, leveling up to level 5. However, since they hadn't contributed to the final blow, their experience gain was minimal. Zhao Yuan's current status displayed: peak level 5, divine level 1 star, level 1. Ahem, leader, it's your turn to speak, Zhao Ling softly reminded Mulan Feng, who was still frozen midair in a victorious pose, back turned to the audience. Leader Zhao Ling called out again when Mulan Feng remained unresponsive. Zhao Ling, just tell me, is that cool or not? Mulan Feng still hadn't dropped his triumphant stance, his voice brimming with undisguised pride. Cool, Zhao Ling replied quietly, a hint of shyness in her tone. Ahem, you two, the team voice chat is still on, Wang Sheng said with a sigh, looking at the pair. You've already shown off enough, must you flaunt your romance in front of us too? Wait, I forgot to turn it off? Zhao Ling's face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Did everyone hear what I just said? Ahem, no big deal. Mulan Feng stumbled slightly, but quickly regained his composure. He sheathed his gleaming dagger, turned around to face Zhao Yuan and the others, and scanned the densely packed crowd below. Young warriors, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mulan Feng's voice boomed, resonating throughout the space. The future of humanity, listen closely to what I, as your senior, have to say, and remember it well. Never fight monsters above your divine level unless, of course, you possess mythical equipment. Ahem, leader, remember your position, Wang Sheng interjected helplessly again. As instructors assigned by the Human Alliance, they needed to be mindful of their words. At this moment, they represented the Alliance and were tasked with guiding these rookies through their first steps in the abyss. Making overambitious statements could lead the newcomers to unrealistic pursuits, hindering their steady growth and contradicting the Alliance's long-held principle of steady and cautious development. Fine. Mulan Feng reluctantly shrugged. It was his first time playing this kind of role, after all. After a moment's thought, he took a deep breath and said, ultimately, all words can be distilled into one phrase. The light of humanity must be passed on. We, as humans, fear no death. The light of humanity must be passed on. We, as humans, fear no death. The 70,000 young men and women below shouted in unison, their voices booming like thunder and shaking the surroundings. The synchronized roar of over 70,000 people drowned out all other sounds, leaving the world momentarily silent. The sheer momentum was magnificent, as if it could move mountains and rivers. Ha ha ha, excellent. Mulan Feng laughed heartily, his face full of satisfaction. Farewell for now. I hope that one day, we can fight side by side. He turned to the other three. It's time for us to go. With a wave of his hand, Mulan Feng collected the items dropped by the boss. It wasn't that he particularly valued the loot from this beginner-level boss, it was simply a regulation of the Human Alliance. Dividing such meager loot among 70,000 people would be meaningless. Compared to the Alliance's considerable resource allocation for rookies, this amount of loot was insignificant. Times had changed, and humanity had accumulated a substantial foundation. The other three nodded in agreement. Their gazes swept across the energetic crowd below, their eyes filled with a sense of pride. The four then ascended into the air simultaneously, their figures streaking like lightning before vanishing from sight, leaving behind a sea of awestruck faces. Meanwhile, welcome ceremonies in the other 11 novice villages were also drawing to a close. Unlike Mulan Feng's straightforward and simple approach, the other captains had prepared passionate and rousing speeches that sent the newcomers into cheers and applause. When Mulan Feng learned about this, he couldn't help but slap his forehead in regret. If he'd known, he would have taken the time to prepare as well. This grandiose welcoming event, in the vast timeline of human history, should have been no more than a minor ripple. Every generation of newcomers had been welcomed and nurtured in this way, standing on the shoulders of their predecessors to continue forging ahead. However, this seemingly ordinary ceremony stirred up a storm across the layers of the abyss. Sharp-eyed observers noticed a subtle shift in the training focus of the human leadership. In previous years, welcome events had always emphasized teamwork, lineup synergy, and cooperative strategies. This time, however, all 12 novice villages coincidentally showcased breathtaking displays of ruthless efficiency. Elite players from the 12 offensive classes, assassins, mages, warlocks, and others demonstrated staggering bursts of power, ending battles in mere seconds and showcasing the peak of output potential in its purest form. While such dazzling performances might not seem unusual given their levels and equipment, such feats were considered standard. The true intrigue lay in the intent of the human leadership. Traditionally, most offensive classes adhered to the principle of survive first, then deal damage. Only a rare few geniuses or daredevils pursued extreme damage output, channeling all their resources into maximizing offensive power and flirting with the brink of death. Though these individuals were capable of staggering damage equivalent to the strength of 10 ordinary fighters, their mortality rate was alarmingly high. While humanity's numbers were vast, steering newcomers toward extreme offensive builds would inevitably result in heavy casualties, potentially hampering dungeon progress. This was why the leadership had long discouraged such extreme strategies. Yet this unprecedentedly spectacular display was bound to inspire many newcomers to tread this perilous path. Even seasoned veterans, upon witnessing such explosive damage, couldn't help but mutter in awe, "Damn." So how could these spirited 15-year-olds resist the allure? The appropriateness of this guidance remained a matter of debate, but it was evident to many that this marked a shift in resource allocation toward offensive classes, much like the earlier focus on support roles. This shift also hinted at a harsh reality. Humanity was facing a crisis of insufficient damage output. Of course, such high-level strategic considerations had little to do with Zhao Yuan. As soon as the captain departed, the crowd surged like a tide towards Sui Yuan town. Zhao Yuan casually picked a nearby inn, spending 2 gold coins to rent a room. With the combination of technology and extraordinary powers, housing had become a cheap commodity in both the real world and the abyss, with entire neighborhoods springing up in no time. However, human technological products couldn't be brought into the abyss even if rebuilt there. All intelligent devices would instantly develop hostile consciousness. As for ordinary, non-intelligent weapons, their damage output paled in comparison to the capabilities of high-level offensive classes. The fireballs conjured by master wizards are no less destructive than nuclear explosions. If it weren't for Lan's stabilizing blue star, these powerful human warriors might have long since fled to distant realms, carrying the entire planet on their backs. Zhao Yuan sat quietly on the edge of his bed, deep in thought about the path ahead. Since he had chosen the path of a summoner, walking it alone was inevitable. However, there was no need to rush. The most pressing matter now was figuring out how to survive the early stages. Open the auction house. At Zhao Yuan's command, a dazzling interface unfolded instantly. Various items, gems, equipment, and skills were displayed in abundance. Yet, as he saw the astronomical prices, he silently closed the interface. Nearly all the items required 3-digit levels to use, and their prices were no less than billions, clearly out of reach for someone of his current level. Open the marketplace. Zhao Yuan tried another option. Compared to the auction house for elite players, the marketplace was much more accessible for the average player. For top-tier players, the marketplace was merely a place to discard unwanted items, but for newcomers, it was a veritable treasure trove. As a new player in an older server, many items could be acquired at incredibly low prices, removing the risks of adventuring. However, earning money became much more difficult as a result, with many items priced so low that farming them manually would result in a loss. Just then, a system notification popped up. First-time access to the marketplace detected. The human race interest-free loan system has been activated. Would you like to open it? Zhao Yuan examined the interface carefully and realized this was another support policy from the Human Alliance. Every new player could apply for 20,000 credits per level, up to level 500, totaling 10 million gold coins, all as an interest-free loan. Interestingly, the interface did not specify repayment methods or address what would happen in the event of a player's demise. This is basically free money, Zhao Yuan marveled. Coupled with the Human Growth Fund, which provided 5,000 gold coins per level, reaching level 500 would yield an additional 2.5 million gold coins. The level of support was truly astonishing. These policies had not existed 20 years ago, but now nearly 1 billion new players benefited from them annually, with an expenditure scale that was staggering. At level 5, Zhao Yuan could easily access 15,000 gold coins, thanks to the growth fund of 5,000 per level. After deducting the 2 coins he had just spent, he still had over 14,000 left. To put it into perspective, this was equivalent to 15,000 in real-world cash. Let's see what I can buy right now. Zhao Yuan eagerly began browsing through the equipment. However, the level requirements left him speechless. Most items required a minimum level of 30 or 40, with many needing level 100 or higher. After searching the entire marketplace, he couldn't even find a decent summoner's staff at the excellent grade that didn't require level 75. One particular staff, with decent stats, was listed at a ridiculous price of 6,666,666 gold coins, a clear prank by some mischievous player. It had been sitting there unsold for a decade. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but leave a negative review. When he turned to the skills section, he finally felt some relief. The sheer number of summoner skill books was staggering, with tens of thousands of pages and over 10,000 different types. These options gave Zhao Yuan a glimmer of hope. Zhao Yuan browsed through the skill book categories, specifically looking for summoner-related ones. Finally, he found a section with summoner skill books. Like equipment, skill books were categorized by quality: common, fine, excellent, legendary, mythical, and divine. He instinctively picked the first one he saw, priced at only 20 gold coins. The quantity could stack up to 99, and the book had 10 full pages. However, upon flipping it open, the content made him frown slightly. Rainbow butterfly type, summoning quality, common skill description. Summons a rainbow butterfly from the butterfly realm, increasing the summoner's movement speed by 2. Zhao Yuan stared at the rainbow butterfly mentioned in the description and thought to himself, 2? Even a low-tier potion is more useful than this. Totally unnecessary. He shook his head, confirming that cheap things often lack quality. Next to the book, he noticed a review button. Clicking it revealed an image of a large, clumsy moth. That's supposed to be a rainbow butterfly? He chuckled, thinking, they've clearly underestimated my reading comprehension. The user reviews weren't enthusiastic either. The book had just over 10,000 likes, and the comments section was filled with ridicule. Completely useless, only good as filler material when synthesizing skill books. People only buy it because it's cheap. If it costs more than 5 gold coins, anyone buying it is a fool. Zhao Yuan nodded in agreement, realizing the worthlessness of such skill books. He continued exploring and jumped straight to the mythical quality category, expecting to find something extraordinary. Yet, to his disappointment, there was nothing there. Even in the legendary category, he couldn't find any somewhat irrelevant skill books. Only in the excellent category did he discover a few options. Switching from the skill book page, he opened the world channel. Noticing that he could only post in Abyss level 1, he sent out a message. Why aren't there any mythical skill books in the marketplace? Is this some kind of joke? Almost immediately, replies poured in. Mythical skill books in the marketplace? Haha, did you hit your head on a door? Zhao Yuan chuckled softly and continued browsing. Soon, he found the answer. Mythical quality equipment and skill books were extremely rare throughout the Abyss. In 272 years of Abyss history, only 32 mythical pieces of equipment had ever appeared, and among them, only 6 were weapons. As for mythical skill books, there were just 192 in total. Whenever a mythical item appeared, the system would broadcast it immediately, and all players in the Abyss would see it, with the game briefly freezing an event jokingly referred to as going on TV. In other words, mythical items were so rare that they couldn't possibly be traded in the marketplace. With this knowledge, Zhao Yuan turned his attention back to the legendary quality skill books. One of them was priced at an astronomical 99.99 million gold coins. Its title read, Blazing Bone Dragon Type, Summoning Quality, Legendary Skill Description, summons an ancient dragon from the fiery abyss, engulfed in flames that deal continuous damage to surrounding enemies. It applies dragon's might to enemy targets, immobilizing groups of enemies below the summoner's level for 3 seconds. The dragon can also unleash a fiery breath, dealing massive magic damage to targets. The description caught Zhao Yuan's attention. It seemed incredibly powerful, offering sustained damage, control, and burst. However, the price was absurdly high. He clicked on the reviews, which were filled with praise for the skill itself. Amazing. This thing is absolutely incredible and looks badass. The post had over 220,000 likes. Still, Zhao Yuan knew that while the skill was impressive, the price was far beyond reasonable. He then looked at a few other legendary skill books with more reasonable prices, but even those were way over his budget. He could only wait until he had more money. Just then, he noticed another book priced at 1.2 million gold coins. The title read, Giant Horn Ant Type, Summoning Quality, Legendary Skill Description, summons 4 giant horned ants from the ant kingdom to attack a target. The ants have a chance to inflict paralysis on the target. At max level, 6 ants can be summoned. Zhao Yuan clicked on this book's reviews. While many comments were superficial, one review caught his attention. I've used this. Hey, race the Delphi are about the size of a cat in the real world. They're tanky and hit hard, but their attack speed is so slow it's frustrating. You'll feel like jumping in to help them attack. Honestly, summoners are better off using Abyssal Burst Bear. It's tanky, deals solid damage, and is a beast against mobs. Most importantly, it can hold its own against bosses, making it a great companion for solo players. This review had an impressive 5.88 million likes. Intrigued, Zhao Yuan quickly searched for information on the Abyssal Burst Bear. However, the marketplace had none for sale. Determined, he reached out to a potential seller, sending a message. Hey, is this one affordable? The reply came back almost instantly. Get lost. Nothing more, just those 2 words. What a grumpy guy, Zhao Yuan chuckled, shaking his head as he continued browsing the marketplace. Zhao Yuan shrugged, not feeling too disappointed. After all, it wasn't something he could afford to begin with. However, it wasn't long before he received a new message. Newbie. It seemed the expert had looked at his profile and decided to give him a chance instead of directly blocking him. Zhao Yuan wasn't sure if he qualified as a newbie, but he was indeed a beginner. Feeling a bit warmed by the gesture, he replied politely. Hello, big brother. The response came quickly, carrying a mix of teasing and kindness. Poor little newbie, stepping into the deep pit of being a summoner, haha. Hang in there if you stick with it. The future's limitless. Zhao Yuan felt the expert's concern, but couldn't help reflecting on his own situation. You're only level 5 right now. Legendary skills aren't suitable for you yet. Just buy a few survival skills and go grind in the wild. If you're lucky, you might even get some good drops. Leveling up is fast these days, so focus on that for now. Zhao Yuan replied softly. Got it, thank you. He'll save up some money and come back later. He honestly shared his plan. A few minutes later, another message popped up. Tell you what, I'm out in the wild right now. I can lower the price by 50 for you. Grind levels for now, and I'll mail it to you when I return to the main city in half a month for free. Zhao Yuan was momentarily stunned by the generosity. Thank you, brother, but that's really not necessary, it's too valuable. The expert quickly explained. 200 years ago, legendary skills were indeed valuable. But nowadays, in the summoner profession, legendary skills are nothing special. If you can reach level 100 and unlock the full channel feature, you could shout out for help and probably get a few legendary skill books. Summoners are rare as a profession, and many people can't handle the loneliness of solo grinding in the mid to late game, so they switch to crafting or other life professions. Just the other day, I saw some legendary skill books at the market priced in the millions. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but ask, are those skill books really worth that much? The expert sneered. They're scams, don't believe it. Every time a newbie logs in, the market gets flooded with these overpriced books to trick rich second or third generation players. The real valuable ones are the mythic skills. Plus, if you happen to get a legendary skill book for another profession, selling it could be very profitable since the demand is high. But if you get a book for one of the trash professions, it could sit on the market for decades without anyone caring. Zhao Yuan felt another wave of discouragement. The path of a summoner was indeed a tough one. He thanked the expert, saying, "Thank you for your help. He'll save up and come back to buy it later. Even a discount would mean a lot." The expert didn't seem to mind and replied, "No problem, it's been sitting there for ages without much interest. The skill isn't that strong anyway, so there's no rush. By the way, I suggest you check out the Human Alliance's profession guide and look for practical skills that suit you." "All right, thank you." Zhao Yuan expressed his gratitude again, feeling deeply appreciative. The expert replied nonchalantly, "No need to thank me. Keep grinding and leveling up." As the chat ended, Zhao Yuan noticed that the price of the legendary skill book had indeed been reduced to 600,000. He let out a small sigh of relief. He had always known that the summoner path was a difficult one, but deep down, had hoped for a stroke of luck or a turning point. The market prices had now crushed that hope, making it clear being a summoner was undeniably challenging. Determined to follow the expert's advice, Zhao Yuan stood up and headed to the counter. His eyes were drawn to a large pile of books in the corner, thick tomes, numbering in the thousands. After searching for a long time, he finally found the Summoner's General Guide. Compared to the guides for other professions, the Summoner's Guide looked pitifully thin. It was so sparse that it wasn't even 1/20th the size of the thickest books. Zhao Yuan returned to his room, holding a book titled The Ultimate Guide to Monster Farming for All Professions. This guide, like other free materials provided by the Human Alliance, could be found everywhere in gathering spots like inns in the beginner's village. He opened the guide and began studying the 4 major profession systems in the Abyss game. The tank and support classes were practically everyone's favorites. Picking a few skill books and combining them with talents made it relatively easy to secure a decent position. In the damage class, while summoners had fallen into disfavor, other roles, despite varying levels of damage output, could at least secure spots in low-tier teams. The control class, though currently at its lowest point in popularity, still had its merits. Even those who switched to life professions as controllers could manage to get by. Top-tier control players, however, were unparalleled in duels. A single combo could render their opponent helpless, no matter how high their damage output was. If they couldn't land a hit, it was all for nothing. The standard 6-person team typically consisted of a main tank, an off-tank, 2 damage dealers, 1 support, and 1 controller. This configuration, refined over more than 2 centuries by predecessors, was considered the optimal setup. In the Abyss game, dungeon experience was fixed regardless of the number of participants, so a 6-person team ensured both efficiency and safety. Some teams, however, adjusted their lineup, replacing the controller slot with an additional support or assassin, but this put them at a disadvantage in outdoor PvP scenarios. As a result, 7-person teams were becoming increasingly popular, even though their leveling efficiency slightly decreased. In addition to fixed teams, there were also temporary freelance groups. These teams were less secure, as members of fixed teams often became lifelong companions over time. Lastly, there were the lone wolves, represented by summoners. As one of the few professions capable of operating independently, summoners were not particularly welcomed in teams, but had the advantage of solo play. Comparatively, other pet-based professions like beastmasters, card pet masters, and dragon riders were more fortunate. Their companions were smarter, knew how to cooperate, and didn't cause positioning issues, naturally earning them higher standing in teams. Zhao Yuan's unique talent, however, made the shortcomings of the summoner profession even more pronounced. As his sanity decreased, his already limited intelligence would take an even greater hit. Opening the General Guide for Summoners, Zhao Yuan discovered that the known summoner professions among humans totaled 123, including types like necromancers, spirit summoners, hero summoners, and elementalists. These professions could be divided into 2 main schools: pure summoning and supportive summoning. The former relied entirely on summoned creatures for damage, while the latter required the summoner to participate in combat as well. Considering the limitations of his talent, Zhao Yuan seemed better suited for the pure summoning path. However, after a moment's thought, he realized that if his attributes improved later on, the supportive summoning route might not be entirely out of reach. After some contemplation, Zhao Yuan finally understood what he needed to do. The mechanics of the Abyss game were clear. Every 5 levels, a skill slot would unlock. By level 25, all the initial skill slots could be unlocked. However, while the game didn't impose a strict limit on the number of skills, it only provided 5 free skill slots. Unlocking the 6th slot required a skill expansion stone, 1 stone for the 6th slot, 2 for the 7th, 4 for the 8th, 8 for the 9th, and 16 for the 10th, continuing exponentially. Replacing a skill in an already unlocked slot also came at a cost. Once the 6th slot was unlocked, swapping a skill would consume 3 skill expansion stones. Zhao Yuan opened the marketplace and searched for skill expansion stone. To his surprise, the price was an astronomical 80 million gold coins per stone. He checked their source and found out that these stones were randomly dropped in dungeons. This discovery gave Zhao Yuan a surge of motivation. Obtaining just 1 skill expansion stone was equivalent to earning 80 million gold coins. It was like money falling from the sky. After careful consideration, Zhao Yuan decided to follow the recommendations in the guidebook to make his purchases. He reopened the marketplace and browsed the general skills section. First, he bought a swift step skill book for easier mobility, followed by a teleport skill book for evasion. Then he purchased a shield skill book for protection and finally a heal skill book for survival. In total, he spent 400 gold coins, with each book costing 100 gold coins, a price he found reasonable. Next, he opened the summoner class skills section and found a skill called 3 Loyal Dogs, priced at 500 gold coins. It seemed like a decent deal, so he purchased it without much hesitation, spending a total of 900 gold coins. These recommended skills from the Human Alliance were cost-effective and perfect for beginners. Setting aside the Summoner's General Guide, Zhao Yuan then opened All-Class Monster Grinding Guide 1. It was time to plan his leveling route. The guide was divided into 3 main chapters: wild areas, dungeons, and world bosses. The first layer of the Abyss had 10 levels of wild maps. The normal zones were level 1, while the divine zones ranged from level 1 to level 9, corresponding to 1 star through 9-star difficulty. The dungeon section detailed 9 fixed divine dungeons on the first layer of the Abyss, including their storylines, monster counts, map routes, and loot. It covered the number of mobs in each dungeon, their skills, the boss's abilities and phases, and even the optimal routes and monster stalling techniques. These dungeons had been farmed repeatedly for 272 years, leaving little room for surprises. After carefully reviewing the guide, Zhao Yuan stored it in his inventory space for future reference. If he ever encountered something unfamiliar in the wild, he could consult the guide at any time. The Abyss game provided each player with 50 inventory slots for storage. Additional slots could be purchased later with gold coins, and with enough money, a player could unlock up to 1 billion slots. However, Zhao Yuan knew he didn't need to worry about that for now. The priority was to earn gold coins, as money was the key to solving everything in this game. The next morning, Zhao Yuan woke up early, ready to embark on his journey. Zhao Yuan, you've got this, he encouraged himself silently. From today onward, he would either defeat every enemy on his way to the top or perish in the Abyss with no regrets. He checked out of his inn, collecting the 1 gold coin deposit refund, and headed toward the wilds. On his way, he passed a small player-run shop and bought some essentials: 2 large barrels of water and 40 stuffed buns with a mix of meat and vegetarian fillings. After leaving the novice village, he found a teleportation array and prepared to begin his travels. Just then, he received a message. Opening it, he saw it was from Lin Peng. What are you up to? Are you getting ready to level up? Found a party yet? Not yet. What about you? Zhao Yuan replied. I'm still looking for a party, Lin Peng responded, sounding a bit anxious. Zhao Yuan felt a tinge of envy. Lin Peng seemed to be progressing quickly. However, he reassured himself that as a summoner, his class might be more suited to solo play. In the long run, he could become a powerful force on his own, without needing a party. They'll help you keep an eye out. Summoners aren't completely unwanted, Lin Peng added. Thanks, Lin Peng. Zhao Yuan replied gratefully, though he didn't hold out much hope. After all, in the world of the Abyss, party dynamics were often complicated, with relationships ranging from familial to romantic. It's fine. Once summoners grow stronger later on, even without a party, they can hold their own. Zhao Yuan reassured himself. Ending the conversation, Zhao Yuan stepped onto the teleportation array. Each player was granted 1 free teleportation per day, and today, he was finally ready to use it to kick off his adventure. A flash of light, and Zhao Yuan's figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already in the wilderness. This area was part of the standard zone, with a relatively low level of danger. Zhao Yuan had thought he arrived early enough, but the scene before him took him by surprise. Many people had already gathered here. Most were moving in groups, while only a few wandered alone. Zhao Yuan remained calm and unhurried as he opened the settings menu to switch to peace mode. In the game Abyss, there were only two modes: peace mode and kill mode. Activating peace mode meant he couldn't attack other players, whereas switching to kill mode allowed him to attack anyone freely. However, entering kill mode would display a blood-red exclamation mark above his head, alerting nearby players. If someone reported him and he returned to a safe zone, he might be summoned by the officials of the Human Alliance for a chat. Whether or not he'd come back unscathed was uncertain. The mines were always short of workers, but for those daring enough to activate kill mode, a miner's life of at least 10 years was almost guaranteed. Zhao Yuan also adjusted the pain sensitivity to 0. After all, in this game, injuries hurt just as much as in real life, despite it being a virtual world. With everything ready, Zhao Yuan swiftly headed toward a relatively less crowded area. As his divine level continued to rise, his body was evolving, stepping closer to the extraordinary. Gradually, basic physiological needs like eating and drinking had become less necessary. The stronger the divinity, the more enhanced the physical capabilities. For instance, Zhao Yuan's running speed now amazed even himself. It was faster than any human in the real world. Even more astonishing was the fact that once his divinity reached 2-star level 1, he would be able to fly and traverse the earth like the gods from ancient legends. The boundaries of his strength would continue to expand. By 3-star level 1, even regenerating severed limbs would be possible. In this way, while Abyss had brought disaster, it had also given humanity the chance to realize their dreams of mythology and immortality. After some time, Zhao Yuan found a relatively quiet spot, about 400 to 500 meters away from a group of 7 players. He came to a stop and surveyed the surroundings. The environment was ideal, with just the right number of wild monsters. Other players weren't too far away, so in case of emergencies, he could call for help. Zhao Yuan glanced at the group, a team of 3 men and 4 women. They seemed like a standard squad. When they noticed him, they gave him a slight nod, and Zhao Yuan politely nodded back. In Abyss, cooperation among players was commonplace. As long as requests weren't excessive, most people were willing to lend a hand. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yuan felt a mix of excitement and nervousness. He waved his hand to bring out a skill book and clicked to learn it. A dazzling light flashed, and the first slot in his skill bar lit up. All the information about the skill flooded into Zhao Yuan's mind had now become instinct. With a single thought, 3 dogs materialized from the void. With 3 crisp barks of woof, woof, they darted toward the nearby monsters. Zhao Yuan instinctively shouted, "Come back." However, the dogs ignored him completely and continued to attack their targets. In that moment, Zhao Yuan realized that summoned creatures would automatically attack hostile targets within a 30-meter radius. Beyond that range, he would need to manually assign targets. Adjusting his strategy, he stepped back slightly and summoned the 3 dogs again. This time, with no enemies nearby, the dogs began circling around him. After all, this was his very first skill, and he wanted to properly commemorate it. Finding the perfect angle, the void seemed to freeze like a snapshot, and a photograph fell from midair into Zhao Yuan's hand. He quickly opened his personal space, posted the photo with the caption, "First time, let's go," and set the visibility to friends only. With everything ready, Zhao Yuan put away his summoned hounds and approached the wild creature, holding a long sword with a white blade. He swiftly landed a basic attack and immediately retreated. A streak of starlight, leaving a dazzling trail, struck the creature's head with precision, displaying over 1,000 damage points. Enraged, the wild creature charged at him furiously, but 3 hounds suddenly emerged mid-path to intercept it. Their swift and coordinated attacks took down the pig-like, sheep-like creature in no time. The experience points were automatically absorbed into Zhao Yuan's body, and a system notification sounded. "You have gained 30 experience points. A human race experience pool bonus has been detected. Would you like to activate it?" On the interface, a circular icon labeled Experience glowed brightly. Opening the details, Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up. The human race experience pool was a welfare system initiated by the Human Alliance, approved by its leaders, and supported by powerful individuals. Since acquiring the Rule Stone, the human race had been able to implement such modifications. Every advanced player contributed one of their daily earned experience points to the pool. Even after deductions from the Abyss game, the pool still provided an incredible 800 experience bonus. Gazing at the desolate wilderness before him, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but reflect. The flame of humanity will one day become an inferno, burning through this abyss. Beneath this land lay countless remains of predecessors, bearing witness to humanity's most arduous pioneering days. When the abyss first descended, billions of humans had no choice but to plunge into this hell with bare hands. There were no guides, no bonuses. They unlocked divine-level capabilities by sacrificing the lives of 10,000 elite monsters. They earned every dungeon strategy at the cost of countless comrades' lives. Despite the overwhelming disparity in divine levels, they charged at world bosses relentlessly, piling up mountains of corpses for every sliver of damage. The reason Zhao Yuan and his peers didn't face main quest time constraints today was because those before them had already pushed the main storyline to the 17th layer of the abyss. Every inch of land was soaked with the blood and sacrifice of their predecessors. In that fateful year, humanity's numbers plummeted from 10 billion to a mere 20 million. The casualties inflicted by the first-floor abyss boss alone likely exceeded 7 or 8 billion. The lesson of the insurmountable divinity level left behind from that time became an eternal warning. It was no exaggeration to say that clearing the first floor back then was achieved through a mountain of nearly 10 billion human corpses. As the greatest warrior of the human race at the time, Shao, the first to wield mythical equipment, once said to his teammates when facing the world boss, "If I fall, leave me. Take my equipment, step over my corpse, and finish it off." With those words, he fearlessly charged toward the massive figure exuding divine suppression. In that moment, Shao's defiant roar against the dragon-like behemoth resembled an ant's futile wrath, powerless yet unwavering. Today, his image can only be found in history books, but his spirit has inspired countless others over the 271 years that followed. What of gods? Challenge them. Overcome that oppressive force. The boss ultimately fell, the ant slew the dragon, and Shao fell alongside it. From that moment on, humanity rose again. Among the survivors, the 20 million elites of the human race learned from history, gained experience, and united their strength to establish the human alliance. Though time passed, and some disappeared along the way, the catastrophic losses of the past never reoccurred. Now, 271 years later, humanity has recovered from 20 million to 5 or 6 billion, persisting tenaciously within the abyss. The once dreaded bosses are now defeated time and again, as if the cycle has turned to yesterday's cause, today's effect. Zhao Yuan's mind returned to the present, focusing on the horde of monsters in front of him. He had no time to dwell on distant history. He could only continue grinding. Using the same methods, the same path to success, he repeated the process over and over. Zhao Yuan lacked overwhelming damage and his skills were ordinary, but the divine level difference between him and the monsters gave him a significant advantage. His damage output increased by 99, while the damage he received was reduced by 99. With the help of 3 powerful hounds, his damage output accumulated steadily, maintaining an efficient pace. In less than 3 hours, Zhao Yuan reached level 30 and learned all the skills available in the shop. Equipped with level 30 gear from the Growth Fund, his grinding efficiency improved further. As Zhao Yuan leveled up, his hounds also grew stronger. He no longer needed to pull monsters himself. He simply controlled his position to avoid drawing too many enemies at once. Meanwhile, he opened the guidebook and began studying its contents. Zhao Yuan finally learned the names of these creatures, the sheep-pig monsters, or pig-sheep monsters. Although the name wasn't particularly remarkable, it stirred a hint of curiosity in him. Over the past 2 centuries, the human alliance had gradually uncovered the secrets of the abyss. They weren't solely focused on hunting monsters, but also on categorizing and naming them. Based on research into ruins and marks left on the monsters, some speculated that every type of creature in the abyss might once have been an intelligent race. Each dungeon could represent a fragment of a civilization's history. The first floor of the abyss was filled with 9 fixed dungeons and numerous randomly generated smaller ones. If this theory were true, what a shocking story it would tell. This raised a chilling thought. If humanity were to fail, would the abyss give birth to human monsters? Would there be a dungeon based on a segment of human history? The idea sent shivers down Zhao Yuan's spine. Everything seemed to be connected to the lofty deity, Lan Shun. The deity had promised to answer 3 questions for humanity if they could conquer the abyss within 300 years. It was an extraordinary gift. Yet, only 28 years remained before the deadline, and the answers were within reach. The grinding process grew increasingly monotonous. The initial excitement and thrill gradually faded. Zhao Yuan followed closely behind his hounds, clearing out every monster in sight. Whenever a monster dropped equipment, he automatically picked it up. Most of the gear was basic, but occasionally, a monster would drop a piece of blue glow equipment, which Zhao Yuan would equip if suitable. The rest he dismantled to convert into universal materials. While these materials might become an insatiable resource sink later on, for now, every bit he accumulated was worthwhile. After 10 hours, Zhao Yuan finally reached level 45. As his level increased, the pace of advancement slowed significantly. The teams around him changed again and again, but Zhao Yuan remained patient. Gradually, the sky darkened, and night fell over the land. At last, Zhao Yuan reached level 50 and decided to call it a day, ending his grinding session. The 800 experience boost put Zhao Yuan in an excellent mood. He quickly claimed the growth fund and applied for an interest-free loan, leaving him with 1.5 million gold coins in his pocket. Back in the safe zone of Suiyuan town, Zhao Yuan casually rented a room at an inn. Lying on the bed, he began to take stock of his gains for the day. He had equipped all the gear he could use, and the rest had been dismantled, yielding 899 universal materials. Although 1 million of his 1.5 million gold coins was borrowed, he wasn't worried at all as long as he could continue leveling up and surviving. That debt was negligible. And if something went wrong and he didn't make it, well, the debt would naturally disappear along with him. However, the experience gain in the regular zones was no longer keeping up with his pace. While he had reached level 50 in just one day, the experience required for each level increased exponentially as he progressed. Starting tomorrow, he planned to shift his focus to dungeons and push his level up to 150. This was different from the path most players took. Generally, players would focus on killing 80,000 elite monsters between levels 150 and 160 to raise their divinity level to 9, granting access to the second layer of the abyss. For beginners, catching up with the majority of players was the key, and as long as their early game equipment was functional, it was sufficient. Zhao Yuan understood this logic, but the problem was that others had teams. A tank would charge into a mob to draw aggro, a control specialist would manage crowd control, and the rest would unleash damage, clearing hundreds of monsters in just a few minutes. This level of efficiency was something Zhao Yuan, playing solo, simply couldn't match. In the wild, monsters were categorized into 4 levels: white normal monsters, blue elite monsters, gold vassals, and the rarest of all, orange racial kings. A single gold vassal was equivalent to 100 elite monsters, while an orange racial king was worth as much as 1,000 elite monsters. In theory, killing just 10 racial kings could raise a player's divinity level by 1. However, encountering a racial king was a rare event. Sometimes weeks could pass without spotting one. Moreover, racial kings never roamed alone. They were always accompanied by several vassals and large groups of elite monsters. Once a racial king was slain, its surrounding minions would enter a frenzied state, making the situation extremely dangerous. This was why players typically chose to team up when hunting these high-level creatures. Zhao Yuan decided to take a risky path. He planned to equip himself by farming dungeons for gear while focusing on raising his divinity level. He carefully studied the guide's descriptions of the dungeons. The first layer of the abyss contained 9 fixed dungeons, each corresponding to a different divinity level. Although these dungeons had no entry requirements, attempting high-level ones with his current strength would be no different from courting death. After some consideration, he determined that a dungeon called the Silent Palace was the most suitable for his current state. The dungeon's storyline revolved around a palace coup. In the Khan's palace, an ambitious empress plotted a rebellion, attempting to poison the emperor and seize power. Players would take on the role of a clever palace guard, entrusted with rescuing the emperor and bringing justice to the empress. To reach the final boss, players would first have to defeat 3 formidable foes: the deputy guard captain, a female court attendant, and a mysterious character with an unknown identity. However, upon finally confronting the empress, players would discover that the old emperor had already succumbed to the poison. While the guide provided extensive details about the power struggles and emotional entanglements in the storyline, for most players, the real objective was to defeat the empress and claim the loot. The guide included an illustration of the empress that caught Zhao Yuan's attention for a long time. She had an elegant figure and graceful curves, exuding an aura of cold nobility with every gesture. What stood out most were her long, slender, snow-white legs, though the horn on her forehead revealed her inhuman origins. The dungeon rewards were highly enticing as well. A guaranteed drop of a green quality item, along with chances for various gems, skill refinement stones, and other equipment. The most coveted reward was a legendary gem called Tear of the Angel. Despite its name, it was not of legendary quality but was renowned for its unique skill effects. The guide described the value of the Tear of the Angel with the phrase, instant wealth, while its drop rate was likened to a miracle of luck. Intrigued, Zhao Yuan immediately went to the marketplace and auction house to investigate, only to find that the item was nowhere to be found. Perplexed, he asked about it in the global chat, only to be met with ridicule from some players. Thankfully, a helpful individual soon sent him a screenshot detailing the gem's attributes. It was a 19-star legendary gem of the Frost Angel's Tear type. When a player in PUBG takes fatal damage, the Angel's Sanctuary effect is triggered. The Angel's Tear activates instantly, encasing the player in a translucent, crystalline layer of ice. This ice crystal not only grants the player complete immunity to damage, but also renders them untargetable. Enemies cannot attack or even see them. However, the player is also immobilized, as if frozen in time. This frozen state lasts for a minimum of 10 minutes and can extend up to 30 minutes. After the 10th minute, the player has the option to voluntarily break free from the ice. Upon doing so, they immediately regain 20 of their maximum health and receive a 2-minute movement speed boost, increasing their speed by 170 and allowing them to ignore unit collision, moving like a shadow in the wind. If the player does not manually exit the frozen state, it will automatically end after 30 minutes. What follows is an extraordinary bonus skill twist of fate. For 30 seconds after breaking free from the frozen state, if the player takes another fatal hit, they miraculously become immune to the damage and are randomly teleported to a location within a 1,000 kilometer radius of their current position. This life-saving ability is nothing short of miraculous. Wow, this is a god-tier survival skill. Zhao Yuan exclaimed after reading the skill description, his heartbeat quickening with excitement. As he continued reading, his eyes lingered on the section detailing the drop rates of the Angel's tier. Despite its extremely low drop rate, the vast population of the abyssal world in the span of over 2 centuries meant that quite a few players had managed to obtain this divine artifact. The auction house once featured the highest tier 7-star Angel's tier, which caused a massive uproar across the internet. The bidding was so fierce it could only be described as a frenzy. With a cooldown of just 7 hours, this item made it nearly impossible for its user to die. Ultimately, the 7-star Angel's tier was sold for a staggering 72 billion gold coins, setting an all-time record for gemstone transactions. Even the lowest tier 1-star Angel's tier, despite its 12-day cooldown, had a minimum auction price of 1.5 billion gold coins. Getting rich overnight isn't just a dream. Zhao Yuan murmured to himself, his eyes alight with excitement. In the abyssal world, any item, skill, equipment, or gemstone associated with survival was priced at least 10 times higher than similar products, sometimes even hundreds of times more. The Angel's tier was undoubtedly one of the most coveted among them. It's all up to you now. Whether I can strike it rich depends on whether you show up for me, Zhao Yuan said to himself with determination, his mind racing with fantasies of obtaining a legendary 9-star Angel's tier in a single lucky drop of fortune, so great, it would be like his ancestors blessing him from beyond. Resolving to give it his all, Zhao Yuan wasted no time. He immediately started researching dungeon strategies and mapping out routes, preparing for an all-out effort. Hours passed, and the long stretch of intense analysis left him feeling slightly fatigued. Just as he was about to take a short break, a notification from his personal space popped up. Opening it, he saw that it was filled with likes from familiar faces reacting to his latest post, mostly classmates. Many had noticed Zhao Yuan's recent switch to the summoner class and left comments, some expressing sympathy, others offering encouragement. Zhao Yuan responded politely to each one. Whether their intentions were genuine or not, they were all adults now. Maintaining appearances was enough. After all, gratitude didn't cost anything. After addressing the notifications, Zhao Yuan casually scrolled through his feed, noticing that most of his peers had already reached level 50 or higher. Some had even shot up to level 62, like they were riding a rocket. Of course, there were also those who hadn't leveled up today, likely busy with team-building activities to improve future dungeon coordination or to identify potential conflicts early on, avoiding issues that could drag down the team later. Suddenly, a familiar post caught his eye, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the heck? This guy's insane." It was a post from Feng Zhi's feed. The image showed a 6-person team with 5 girls surrounding Feng Zhi. The lineup was absurdly enviable. Zhao Yuan felt a pang of jealousy. As a pure support class, Feng Zhi already had an easy time finding teammates, but Zhao Yuan hadn't expected him to form a team entirely composed of girls. Back in the real world, they had sworn an oath of brotherhood, vowing to remain proud single men and never become slaves to their desires. Yet here they were, just a few days into the abyssal world, and Feng Zhi had already defected. What's the most effective way to win a girl's heart? Of course, it's the classic hero saving the damsel in distress. And as a support player, Feng Zhi's role was literally to save lives. After a few rescues, it was no surprise the girls were drawn to him. Though they were only 15 years old, the policies of the Human Alliance were vastly different from those of 200 years ago. In recent years, the Alliance had become almost obsessive about population growth. As long as someone could have children regardless of with whom or how the government would reward them, with the incentives growing more generous each time. Some joked that if babies could be born at the age of 1, the Alliance would put up statues in their honor. It was even rumored that a human senator once made an outrageous statement. If humans could reproduce without gender constraints, I'd make men give birth to. With a population of 100 billion, who needs 300 years to conquer hell? This reflected the leadership's extreme desire for a larger population base, to the point of near desperation. Of course, coercion was still strictly prohibited, and the number of powerful women in the Human Alliance was no less than that of men. Everything had to be consensual. Zhao Yuan quickly left a comment under Feng Zhi's post, accompanied by a disapproving emoji. Afterward, he opened the marketplace and purchased the skill book he had previously negotiated for. The giant horned ant skill was now his. Letting out a sigh of relief, he finally allowed himself a moment to rest. At the break of dawn, Zhao Yuan swiftly got out of bed. He quickly freshened up, efficiently packed his belongings, and headed out to check out of his accommodation. Without delay, he made his way to the teleportation site. This was part of his daily routine, taking advantage of the free use of the teleportation array. To him, getting one free teleport every day was already a win. When Zhao Yuan arrived at the dungeon entrance, he immediately noticed that the area was much less crowded compared to the wilderness. Observing his surroundings, he speculated on the reasons. Low-level equipment wasn't worth much, its upgrade cycle was short, and the divine attribute levels had mandatory quantity requirements. As a result, most players had shifted to grinding in the wild, leaving fewer people actively farming dungeons. Looking ahead, he saw a massive shimmering screen of light standing tall, glowing with a faint blue hue. With a single thought, Zhao Yuan felt an invisible force pulling him in, connecting him to the dungeon system. Lines of room channel information appeared before his eyes. Casually, he clicked on a room and sent a request to join, only to be met with a system notification. Team permissions are set to fixed members only. That's when he realized he had mistakenly chosen a restricted room. Undeterred, he quickly found another room labeled Open to All and clicked to join. Someone's here. Looks like we're good to go. Wait, let me check the summoner. As soon as Zhao Yuan entered the room, he heard a male voice. Before the sentence was even finished, the cold system notification chimed in. You have been removed from the team. At least say something first, that's just rude. Zhao Yuan muttered in frustration. But he didn't give up and continued searching for another room. Before long, he was kicked out again from yet another team. Fine, I refuse to accept defeat. Zhao Yuan gritted his teeth and tried once more. This time, he managed to join a small room with only 2 other players. Minutes passed without incident, and Zhao Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking this time he might actually stay. In no time, the team grew to 7 members. Watching the group near full capacity, Zhao Yuan grew excited, rubbing his hands eagerly. Looks like we're almost ready. First time running a dungeon, I'm nervous, but pumped. You have an incoming team voice message, the system suddenly prompted. Zhao Yuan saw it was from the team leader and immediately accepted the call. Hi there, sorry about this. A sweet and apologetic female voice came through. This is our first time running a dungeon, and I'm afraid we can't take a summoner along. Really sorry. Zhao Yuan hadn't even had a chance to respond before feeling a twinge of resignation. You could have told me earlier. I've been waiting here all this time. I'm really sorry. I didn't notice you were a summoner at first. The woman continued, her tone sincere. You know how it is, summoners are in a tough spot right now. We're all solo players with no coordination, and having a summoner in the mix is just too risky for us. I hope you understand. I truly apologize. What do you mean summoners are in a tough spot right now? We've always been in a tough spot. Zhao Yuan chuckled bitterly. All right, I get it. He wasn't one to overstay his welcome. Since they had made their stance clear, he chose to leave the team without hesitation. Surprisingly, Zhao Yuan didn't feel too disappointed. Honestly, he hadn't planned on joining a team in the first place. He had intended to solo the dungeon. But standing at the dungeon entrance made him second-guess himself. No matter how thoroughly he had studied the guides, without actual combat experience, what if something unexpected happened and he couldn't handle it? You've received a friend request. The system notification broke his train of thought. Zhao Yuan opened it and saw it was from the same girl who had just kicked him out of the team. He hesitated for a second but eventually clicked accept. Really sorry for wasting your time earlier. I feel so bad. Let's team up for a dungeon run sometime in the future. A message from someone named Zhang Shima popped up immediately. No worries. Zhao Yuan replied, secretly thinking, this girl's persistent. She even added me just to apologize. Thank you. She responded right away. Closing the message window, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but smile. Well, I did gain a new friend out of this. With time still on his side, Zhao Yuan tried joining a few more rooms. The better teams at least apologized before kicking him, while the less courteous ones simply booted him without a word. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to give up, a room labeled Join Freely caught his eye. He clicked to enter and found that the team already had 15 members, making it 16 with him included. The dungeon's experience points were fixed, meaning they'd be spread thin among the group. But since it was his first attempt, he decided to treat it as a learning experience. As he was thinking this, another player joined, bringing the team count to 17. The team leader, Zhao Tong, opened the voice channel, his steady voice coming through. Before we go in, let me say a few things. We're all newbies here, first time running this dungeon. I assume everyone's read the guide. This dungeon isn't hard, but the key is to follow instructions and not mess around. The system prompt, do you want to enter the Silent Palace? Popped up, and Zhao Yuan clicked confirm without hesitation. A streak of light flashed, and his figure vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was standing before a grand and majestic palace hall. A heavily wounded armored man, captain of the guards, was addressing them in a grave tone, explaining the current crisis. The Empress has rebelled, His Majesty is imprisoned, and danger looms everywhere. Some among us have forsaken their duties. Before the captain could finish his speech, a shadow suddenly flashed, and he was sent flying by a powerful kick. Zhao Tong's voice rang out immediately. Ignore him. Listen to me. This dungeon has 3 mini-bosses. While there are a lot of mobs in front of the palace gate, we can exploit a bug to bypass them. Behind the palace wall, there's a dog hole we can crawl through to get past. Zhao Tong led the group along the palace wall for 5 minutes, eventually finding a small, hidden hole just big enough for one person to pass through. Without hesitation, He crawled in first, and the others followed closely, with Zhao Yuan bringing up the rear. Sure enough, after passing through the dog hole and taking a turn, they arrived right in front of the boss room. In front of the door, a dozen or so guards stood watch. Zhao Tong immediately gave the command. Frontline, go pull the mobs. Everyone else, deal damage if you can. Let's finish this quickly. Four team members stepped forward and activated their taunt skills. The guards instantly went berserk and charged at them. Though the group initially seemed a bit flustered, they soon found their rhythm, spreading the mobs out. At Zhao Tong's command, attack now. The ranged damage dealers unleashed their skills first, followed closely by the melee fighters. The battle erupted in an instant. Zhao Yuan summoned 4 giant horned ants, and they immediately charged at the nearest monster. Upon seeing these summoned creatures appear, the melee fighter standing in front of Zhao Yuan hesitated, his attack rhythm noticeably slowing. If he got pinned down by the summoned creatures and the small monsters joined the fray, his fragile body wouldn't stand a chance. Even the tank responsible for drawing aggro seemed slightly flustered, desperately avoiding the 4 giant horned ants while shooting Zhao Yuan a dissatisfied glare. Fortunately, the tank had already pulled 3 small monsters and, with a few clever maneuvers, shifted the aggro of 1 small monster onto the giant horned ants, then led the remaining 2 away from the swarm. The melee fighter wasted no time in following the tank to safety. Zhao Yuan spread his hands helplessly. The giant horned ants were only the size of a small cat, but thanks to the innate abilities of the Astral Summoner class, all summoned creatures inherited Zhao Yuan's traits. As soon as the giant horned ants appeared, they activated the Ironhead trait and the Fearless passive, instantly gaining a significant boost to their resistances. Their size doubled compared to ordinary giant horned ants, and they received an additional 10 increase in attack speed and 5 lifesteal. However, the small monsters ahead were at least 10 times the size of a normal human, with attack speed and damage output far exceeding usual standards. Even though the giant horned ants naturally had slower attack speeds, at that moment, their attack speed reached an astonishing level. The 4 giant horned ants swiftly dispatched the small monster, their resistances boosted by Zhao Yuan's innate abilities up to 250, combined with damage reduction effects, rendering the monster's attacks nearly ineffective against them. Zhao Yuan let out a small sigh of relief, feeling like he was at least somewhat useful. However, as he glanced around, he noticed that nearly everyone was deliberately avoiding him. Sigh, the road ahead was tough indeed. The dozen or so small monsters didn't last a minute before the team swiftly cleared them out. Next up, they prepared to face the first boss. The group began moving toward the boss's entrance, and the atmosphere grew tense. Try to stick to basic attacks later. Zhao Tong glanced at Zhao Yuan, his tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. The word try was already quite polite. Zhao Yuan nodded, feeling a little uncomfortable inside. Being excluded like this made him feel like an outsider sneaking into the dungeon, a truly unpleasant experience. Unfortunately, the summoner class was so rare that it was inevitable for others to have a negative view of it. Zhao Tong couldn't help but mutter again. To think we'd encounter such a rare class. Looks like we can't count on any decent loot from this dungeon run. Zhao Tong was a blade master, a semi-tank, semi-damage dealer warrior class. As a melee fighter, he naturally wasn't fond of summoners. Summoned creatures often lacked coordination and frequently disrupted his positioning. Coordinating attacks with summoned creatures required a lot of effort and adaptability. Seeing that the team had assembled, Zhao Tong gave Zhao Yuan one last glance before nodding again as a signal. Zhao Yuan had no choice but to nod back in response. Engage the boss. Zhao Tong commanded, and the group charged in. As they entered the boss's area, a massive figure loomed before them. It was at least half a meter taller than anyone in the group, and its width was nearly twice that of Zhao Yuan. The giant horns on its head radiated a menacing aura, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Frontliners, step up and taunt. The other 4, pay attention to rotations and don't lose aggro. Damage dealers, go all out. Controllers, focus on interrupting the boss's skills and keeping it in check. Support players, stay alert and protect the team. Zhao Tong directed swiftly and clearly. The others nodded in agreement, though the support players appeared slightly nervous. After all, support classes were already rare, and encountering one in a random group was considered lucky. Still, everyone knew that each member had survival skills like heals and teleports. The key was teamwork. Take it slow, everyone. Be careful with your movement, and try to avoid unnecessary casualties. Zhao Tong gave one final reminder. Go. With the command, 4 frontliners charged at the boss. One immediately activated a taunt, while the other 3 positioned themselves strategically, bracing for the intense battle ahead. How dare you defy your superiors? The guards watched as a group of players stormed in with an air of hostility and sharp determination. The cinematic scene quickly shifted, and the players no longer paid attention to the storyline. One of the frontline players leapt forward, slamming their shield into the boss's face with a resounding impact. The taunt effect worked perfectly. The boss's aggro immediately shifted, and with a swift motion, It drew a massive blade nearly 3 meters long. The blade gleamed coldly as it sliced through the air, exuding a chilling aura. It was as if the very atmosphere was torn apart by the razor-sharp edge. However, the tank players stood firm, raising their shield high and bracing for the blow. The immense force pushed them back several steps, but they quickly regained their footing. Another player moved in without hesitation, raising their shield and smashing it into the boss's face again. This tactic seemed particularly effective against creatures of such massive size, and the tank players clearly favored this strategy. The 4 frontline players coordinated seamlessly, pulling the boss's attention while the rest of the team began their all-out assault. Zhao Yuan gripped his sword tightly. Although his attack range was slightly shorter than that of the ranged classes, he was still safe within a distance of 10 meters. Standing at the rear, he calmly began his basic attacks, occasionally casting Starlight's Glow to deal minor damage to the boss. The first boss wasn't particularly challenging, no complex mechanics, no special attacks. As long as they kept up a steady output of damage, it was an easy victory. Sure enough, after some time, the boss collapsed. The loot it dropped was almost useless, and the players casually picked it up without much excitement. Yet the atmosphere remained high-spirited. The victory boosted their confidence, and the party quickly set their sights on the second boss. The second boss was located at the far end of 3 grand halls, and the journey there was anything but easy. The path was swarming with hundreds of smaller mobs, each more formidable than they appeared. Particularly troubling was the fact that when the mobs reached a certain number, they would enter a berserk state, significantly increasing their attack speed, health, and resistances, making them nearly as dangerous as mini-bosses. This section of the dungeon was a true test of teamwork and coordination. Zhao Yuan had assumed that Zhao Tong, the leader, would carefully plan and assign tasks in advance. To his surprise, Zhao Tong gave no instructions and instead signaled everyone to charge straight ahead. A sense of unease crept into Zhao Yuan's heart. However, most of the team didn't seem concerned, with only a few showing slight hesitation. Zhao Yuan understood that not everyone had the patience to meticulously study dungeon strategies. Fixed teams usually prepared thoroughly before setting out, operating with trust and precision. This random group, however, clearly lacked such discipline. Having easily defeated the first boss, the players were brimming with confidence. To them, this low-level dungeon and its mobs seemed hardly worth worrying about. Without hesitation, the 4 tanks charged ahead, each pulling aggro from different groups of mobs. One player, however, pulled too many mobs at once and quickly found themselves under heavy pressure. They moved closer to another tank in an attempt to share the load. The rest of the team was busy dealing damage and failed to notice the situation escalating. Things took a turn for the worse. One of the support players even cast a speed boost on the overwhelmed tank. "No, stop!" Zhao Yuan shouted, trying to intervene, but it was too late. The 2 groups of mobs converged in an instant. A flash of blue light pulsed through the air, and all the mobs entered a berserk state simultaneously. "Quick, gather together!" Zhao Tong shouted in panic, completely losing his composure. Zhao Yuan witnessed the scene and cursed silently. Gathering together at this moment would only worsen the situation. Yet he understood that in moments of fear, people instinctively sought a sense of security, and clustering together gave them a false sense of reassurance. "Spread out," Zhao Yuan shouted hoarsely. "Keep your distance. That way, their frenzied state will gradually subside." But his warning fell on deaf ears. His teammates seemed to have lost all reason and continued to huddle tightly together. Zhao Yuan watched helplessly as waves of monsters began to converge, their eyes glowing red, their frenzy becoming more intense. "It's over." Zhao Yuan smacked his forehead, a wave of despair washing over him. Meanwhile, Zhao Tong had started attacking wildly, swinging his weapon furiously in an attempt to eliminate a few monsters and ease the pressure. However, his high damage output only attracted more monsters. Amid the chaos, a small creature wielding a hammer suddenly charged forward, striking Zhao Tong heavily. "Damn it, I'm stunned." Zhao Tong's character wobbled in place, unable to move. The next moment, a flash of cold light appeared before Zhao Tong's eyes as several long blades slashed toward him. "He's done for. Support, save him!" Zhao Yuan shouted urgently, his voice filled with tension. But nearly everyone was in danger at this point. The support was overwhelmed, unable to assist everyone. Zhao Yuan quickly repositioned himself, controlling his horned ant to rush toward Zhao Tong in an attempt to rescue him. It was too late. By the time the horned ant arrived, Zhao Tong's character had been hacked to pieces, half his head flying off, brain matter splattered everywhere. Zhao Yuan knew there was no saving him now, no matter what. At that moment, another teammate rushed over to try and save Zhao Tong, but failed as well. He tripped over the horned ant and nearly stumbled out of the monster's encirclement. Before he could regain his footing, a small creature slashed at him, leaving a deep wound. He had no choice but to use his flash and healing skills to barely escape the monster's clutches. The horned ant is too small, Zhao Yuan thought, glancing at the pet that was no bigger than a kitten. In a panic, no one watches their step. The teammate shot Zhao Yuan a glare, but said nothing. understanding that everyone was just trying to help. Zhao Yuan skillfully dodged an oncoming creature, quickly recalled the horned ant, and resolved not to cause more trouble. Seeing someone fall only made the remaining teammates more panicked. Some, realizing the situation was hopeless, began retreating. The team descended into chaos, completely falling apart. Shaking his head in resignation, Zhao Yuan activated his sprint skill and fled the battlefield without looking back. He found a safe spot and exited the dungeon. This random group is hopeless, he muttered to himself. I wonder how many of them will make it back alive. This experience taught him a harsh lesson. Death was the norm in the abyss. He would need to be more cautious in the future. No recklessness, no overconfidence. After leaving the dungeon, Zhao Yuan hesitated for a while before deciding to look for another team. If all else failed, he would go solo and take it slow. While browsing the room list, Zhao Yuan noticed a team named Just Passing Through. He was about to skip it, but considering his current situation and strength, he decided to join. Upon entering, Zhao Yuan immediately checked the team leader's profile. What he saw left him stunned. Level 1280. He gawked. Where did this powerhouse come from? The 4-digit level seemed to mock his own insignificance. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but wonder why such a high-level player would bother with a low-tier dungeon. Nervously, he typed in the team chat to ask, not daring to use voice chat. Taking a break. Bored, not in the mood to level up. Just trying my luck. To his surprise, the leader quickly replied. It finally made sense to Zhao Yuan. The Silent Palace, being the lowest level fixed dungeon in the abyss, was usually a stepping stone for beginners. However, the chance to obtain the rare Angels tier kept high-level players coming back occasionally for a bit of fun. For those at such a high level, most loot in low-tier dungeons held no value. These experts often brought along beginners, earning goodwill points in the process. Good deeds will be rewarded, Zhao Yuan thought, reflecting on this ancient saying. When capable, people often chose to believe in it. After waiting for a while, no one else joined the team. Zhao Yuan glanced at the world chat and saw that everyone was talking about a random dungeon group that had completely fallen apart. He couldn't help but wonder if they were referring to the disaster he had just experienced. Zhao Yuan pondered for a moment and requested permission from the team leader to change the name of the room. Once approved, he swiftly renamed it to Pro Team, Join Fast. The effect was immediate. Within a minute, 4 players had joined. Seeing the team was now full with 6 members, the leader decisively closed the application for new entries. Ahem, the leader activated voice chat, his tone crisp and direct. The team's full. Let me lay down the rules. Loot distribution will be assigned by the leader. I only want the Angels tier and the skill expansion stone. The rest is yours. If you have any objections, leave now. After a brief silence, no one spoke up, and the group entered the dungeon in tacit agreement. As soon as they stepped into the dungeon space, Zhao Yuan was overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of dread. His hair stood on end, and his muscles tensed, like prey instinctively reacting to a predator. He fought the urge to flee and forced himself to look toward the source of the oppressive aura. A man in white stood ahead. The man wore an ancient-style robe, his long hair casually draped over his shoulders, a sword strapped to his back. His sharp brows and star-like eyes exuded an imposing presence. Just by standing there, he radiated an aura that made Zhao Yuan feel an almost irresistible urge to kneel. This was the suppression of a higher life form over a lower one, a divine-level disparity that instilled fear. The team leader, seemingly prepared, casually pulled out an item. A white mist enveloped him, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. The others visibly relaxed, as if freed from an invisible weight. Stick close and don't waste time. I'm only running this 10 times. I have other things to do, the leader reminded them curtly. The group cautiously maintained a 5-meter distance, following the leader. A pro player naturally didn't take conventional routes. When faced with hundreds of swarming mobs, a single wave of sword energy wiped them all out. While the others busied themselves collecting dropped gear and coins, the leader waited patiently. Before long, they reached the first boss. The boss hadn't even finished its introductory speech before it fell, leaving behind a pile of equipment. The same fate awaited the subsequent bosses. Finally, they arrived at the deepest part of the palace, the Empress Chambers. Here, the final boss, Night Empress, appeared. Towering nearly 2 meters tall, the stunningly beautiful boss exuded elegance, save for the single horn on her forehead, which added a touch of menace. However, before Zhao Yuan could take a closer look, another flash of sword light ended her. What a waste, Zhao Yuan sighed inwardly. As the boss fell, a dazzling green glow illuminated the area, signaling the appearance of a rare drop. Boring. Nothing again, the pro mumbled under his breath, frowning slightly. He quickly adjusted the loot settings on the interface to random distribution. In that instant, the coveted green glow vanished before Zhao Yuan's eyes. What a shame. Zhao Yuan felt a pang of regret, but quickly composed himself, happily running over to pick up the remaining high-quality gear. Breaking it down still earns money, he consoled himself. The team members, not wanting to keep the pro waiting, swiftly gathered the spoils. Zhao Yuan casually snapped a screenshot of their dungeon clear, posting it to his social feed with the caption, "Carried by the Proeasy win," and a cheeky emoji, instantly giving the mundane screenshot a bit more flair. As the pro led them out of the dungeon, Zhao Yuan noticed the timer 3 minutes and 25 seconds. The completion speed was absolutely jaw-dropping. So fast, he marveled to himself but refrained from saying much, as the pro clearly had no time to waste and had already started the next dungeon run. The following 10 dungeon runs were completed in less than 15 minutes. The pro grew faster with each run, and by the end, Zhao Yuan and the others had to activate sprint skills just to keep up, terrified of falling behind and missing out on experience and loot. Goodbye, newbies. After the final clear, the pro left this parting remark before decisively disbanding the party, wasting no time. Zhao Yuan immediately opened his inventory to inspect his gains. He dismantled the useless gear one by one, his eyes finally landing on 2 green items, a belt and a pair of shoes. Mountain Breeze Emerald Shoes. Level requirement, 52. Type, shoes. Attributes, agility 12, strength 11. Set effects. With 2 pieces of Mountain Breeze gear, gain a 7 movement speed bonus. With 4 pieces, your attacks gain 1 wind element damage. With 6 pieces, your attacks have a 5 chance to summon a Mountain Breeze attack, dealing 75 of your current damage. No wonder no one uses this, it's trash. Zhao Yuan shook his head in exasperation and moved on to the second item. Jade Purity Path Clearing Belt. Level requirement, 52. Type, belt. Attributes, intelligence 11, stamina 11. Set effects. With 2 pieces of Jade Purity gear, gain a shield that absorbs 15 of incoming damage. With 4 pieces, your attacks gain 1 water element damage. With 6 pieces, your attacks have a 5 chance to summon a water stream attack, dealing 75 of your current damage. This one's slightly better, at least it has intelligence, Zhao Yuan muttered. After a moment of thought, he decided to equip the belt. It was his first set piece, and even if it wasn't great, it felt worth keeping for sentimental value. In the game, each dungeon produced different types of set gear, and the Silent Palace dungeon only dropped Mountain Breeze and Jade Purity sets. While set gear didn't have quality tiers, players had their own standards for judging them. The best were called 99, meaning 9 primary attributes and 9 secondary attributes. Such top-tier sets were so rare, they were almost mythical. The 2 pieces Zhao Yuan obtained only had 2 primary attributes and no secondary attributes, jokingly referred to by players as 20, the lowest grade. Unless the gear perfectly fit a player's class, most would opt for combinations like 24 or 222. In just those few minutes with the pro, Zhao Yuan had leveled up twice a staggering pace. But he knew opportunities like this were rare. Moving forward, he'd have to rely on solo runs. Random teams were unreliable and often left players frustrated or excluded. Zhao Yuan sighed and opened his character panel. Zhao Yuan, only 15 years old, is a star summoner with remarkable talent nicknamed Iron Head. His damage output reaches an impressive 1040, and his health points total 13,100. His attributes are distributed as follows: stamina 131, spirit 104, agility 130, and defensive stats of 104 for both armor and magic resistance. Surprisingly, his critical rate, armor penetration, and all abnormal resistances are all at 0. Zhao Yuan's signature skill, Starlight, makes him incredibly versatile in battle. This ability allows him to switch attack ranges at will. As a ranged attacker, he can deal single target damage to distant enemies with an attack range 10 times the length of his weapon. When switching to melee, he can unleash area damage in a fan-shaped zone in front of him, with an attack range 1.5 times the length of his weapon. His summon, the Giant Horned Ant, is of legendary quality. Its skill allows it to summon 4 giant horned ants from the ant kingdom to swarm a target, with a chance to inflict paralysis. At max level, it can summon 6 ants. Zhao Yuan's skill set also includes universal abilities such as Blink, Heal, Sprint, and Shield. While most classes can only equip 2 of these, he carries all 4. These skills are highly cost-effective in the early stages, but as the game progresses, they need to be swapped out to avoid inefficiencies when unlocking the 6th skill slot. When Zhao Yuan checked the attributes of the giant horned ants, he found they had 22,000 health points, level 52, 1,500 damage per attack, an attack speed of 17, magic resistance of 177, and armor of 224. Although their attack speed seemed slightly lacking, they still performed admirably under Zhao Yuan's talent bonuses. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Yuan prepared to solo a dungeon. Without hesitation, he entered, and the familiar scene unfolded before him. Without giving the guard captain a chance to speak, Zhao Yuan walked away directly. He had no qualifications to mimic the strategies of the elites, so he chose to sneak in through a small opening like a dog hole. Life's about pragmatism after all. Winding his way through, he arrived at the first boss door. With a quick glance, he unleashed Starlight at a guard, intending to draw 1 enemy. To his surprise, 5 were drawn instead. Zhao Yuan stepped back slightly and quickly summoned the giant horned ants. The ants charged forward, drawing the enemy's aggression. Each attack dealt 1,500 damage, and combined with Zhao Yuan's talent that significantly boosted attack speed, the small enemies were swiftly defeated. Zhao Yuan was inspired this time. He managed to lure 10 enemies without breaking a sweat. He realized that the enemies couldn't even harm the giant horned ants. With an armor stat of 177, boosted by Zhao Yuan's 50 fixed resistance from his talent, the ants' armor value reached 266. Adding a 1 per second bonus, their armor rose to 442. With 22,000 health, over 400 armor, 50 life steal, and 30 final damage reduction, who could possibly bring them down? The power of a summoner became abundantly clear, and Zhao Yuan's confidence soared. He stopped holding back and sent the giant horned ants straight into the mob of enemies. In an instant, all the enemies swarmed the ants. Zhao Yuan maintained his maximum range, ready to respond to any surprises. As a damage dealer with a fragile build, he knew that a single hit from a small enemy could seriously injure him. 2 hits would be fatal, and 3 hits would spell doom even with healing. Understanding his role and limitations was key to survival. However, no unexpected events occurred. The dozen or so small enemies fell one after another under the relentless attacks of the giant horned ants, like wheat being harvested. Upon encountering the boss again, Zhao Yuan immediately summoned the giant horned ant and quickly retreated to a safe distance, keeping a vigilant eye on the battle. He adhered strictly to one golden rule: never let the boss get within 10 meters of him, a survival tactic he had developed through experience. Watching the giant horned ant encircle the boss, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, turns out I'm this strong. Who dares to call summoners weak now? Who else dares? As the boss slowly fell, a long-suppressed sense of frustration was released from his chest, as though a floodgate of emotions had been flung open. Moving on to the area filled with berserk mobs, Zhao Yuan adopted a divide and conquer strategy. He directed the giant horned ant to take down the mobs one by one, leaving them no chance to enter their berserk state before being wiped out. After clearing several waves of mobs, Zhao Yuan arrived at the second boss, the court lady. Compared to the deputy guard captain, the court lady was far more agile, her movements ghost-like and unpredictable. However, this posed no threat to Zhao Yuan. Unless she could eliminate him directly, she had no way to defeat the giant horned ant. In response to her nimble movements, Zhao Yuan decisively maintained the maximum summoning range of 30 meters, ready to cast blink and healing spells at any moment, leaving her with no opportunities to exploit. Once the court lady was defeated, Zhao Yuan pressed on toward the location of the mysterious person. The mobs along the way posed little challenge, but he did notice one issue. While the giant horned ant's single target damage was impressive, its ability to clear groups of mobs was frustratingly slow. Looks like I need to consider switching to an AoE skill, Zhao Yuan muttered to himself as he browsed through his skill list. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to replace his shield skill, as it wasn't particularly useful for him. However, he wasn't in a rush to make the change, as his current setup was sufficient for the time being. When he finally stood before the mysterious person, Zhao Yuan scrutinized the mask on their face and thought, no wonder they're called mysterious. Wearing a mask just makes them look shady. Relying on his prior experience, Zhao Yuan maintained a safe distance and quietly retreated, summoning the giant horned ant. To his surprise, the mysterious person turned out to be a mage. But this was good news for Zhao Yuan. His giant horned ants had higher magic resistance than armor, rendering the mage's attacks almost ineffective. Observing the battle from a safe distance, Zhao Yuan saw no significant danger and took the opportunity to sneak in a few hits during the boss's skill cooldowns, even casting a starshine skill for good measure. Before long, the mysterious person was defeated, and a dazzling green light rose from the corpse, causing Zhao Yuan's eyes to light up. He knew that while every boss had a chance of dropping green tier gear, only the final boss was guaranteed to drop one piece, with other bosses offering random drops at low probabilities. Looks like luck's on my side, Zhao Yuan said as he quickly approached to collect the loot. Rare items like green gear and above had to be picked up manually due to their low drop rates compared to other items. Yuqing Lambo Ring. Required level, 52. Type, Ring. Attributes, Intelligence 22, Stamina 11, Agility 18. Secondary attributes, Critical hit 5, Movement speed 2, Armor penetration 16. Wow, 33, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, kissing the ring in excitement. 3 primary attributes combined with 3 secondary attributes made this an exceptionally rare find. For a summoner, it was even more valuable, as summoned creatures inherited a percentage of the summoner's primary attributes and fully inherited secondary attributes. Although the stats weren't particularly high, having them was far better than not. After dealing with the mobs along the way, Zhao Yuan finally arrived at the Queen's chamber and once again faced the Night Queen. You lowly insects, who gave you the audacity to enter here? The Night Queen demanded coldly, her long legs catching Zhao Yuan's attention first. The last time he had accompanied a high-level player, the boss had been defeated so quickly that he hadn't had a chance to appreciate her appearance. This time, he resolved to take a good look. Using the same tried-and-true method, Zhao Yuan sent the giant horned ants forward to engage while he remained on the outskirts, carefully observing the fight. As the final boss of the dungeon, the Night Queen commanded respect and caution. True to her nature as an assassin-type boss, the Night Queen unleashed an explosive burst of damage, instantly killing two of the giant horned ants. The sudden high damage startled Zhao Yuan, and he nearly considered fleeing. Fortunately, he had studied the strategy guide beforehand and knew that her burst damage was a one-time occurrence. After eliminating two giant horned ants, the Night Queen entered a weakened state, significantly reducing her output. The remaining two ants barely managed to hold the line, giving Zhao Yuan time to summon two new ones. As long as the ants weren't killed, he could summon them at any time, but if they died, there would be a 3-minute cooldown. Luckily, the Night Queen's weakened state lasted around 5 minutes, enough time to deal with her. During the fight, Zhao Yuan reflected on his future solo strategies. Soloing will definitely become the norm. I'll need a tanky frontline to withstand the boss's bursts. Relying solely on the giant horned ants is too risky. Future bosses will only hit harder, and the ants might not hold up. With approximately 1.2 million health, the Night Queen took nearly 20 minutes to defeat. Her initial burst had significantly slowed the pace, as only two ants were dealing damage for much of the fight. Looking at the loot on the ground, Zhao Yuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Only the guaranteed green tier gear, a pile of junk equipment, and a small amount of gold. He picked up the green item, a mountain wind ring. Trash, another 20. Despite his complaints, Zhao Yuan wasted no time equipping the ring. Rings could be worn in pairs, and now that he had two mountain wind items, he triggered the set bonus, gaining a 7 movement speed boost. The first time is always the hardest, but after that, it gets easier. Zhao Yuan embarked on his journey of grinding levels through dungeons, while others continued leveling up in the wild, occasionally entering dungeons for a change of pace. Each dungeon run took about 40 minutes, with a maximum of 36 runs per day. Not exactly efficient. Late into the night, Zhao Yuan was utterly exhausted, yet he still hadn't completed his 6-piece gear set. Dragging his weary body back to the hotel, he collapsed onto the bed, pulled out his phone, and opened his social media feed for a quick scroll before sleeping. The blue light from the screen illuminated his increasingly somber face. After a grueling day of dungeon grinding, he had barely reached level 59. Meanwhile, the majority of his friends on social media had already hit around level 65, with some overachievers even reaching level 70. Lin Peng was at level 66, and Feng Zhi was at level 68, both far ahead of him. Zhao Yuan understood that team grinding was naturally faster than soloing, but the thought of Feng Zhi leisurely leveling up in the wild, surrounded by beautiful women, while still surpassing him in levels, sparked a wave of bitterness in his heart. He turned off the lights, and the room plunged into darkness. 2 hours later, Zhao Yuan suddenly sat upright in bed, his eyes wide open in the dark. Zhao Yuan, how can you even think about sleeping? He muttered to himself. You're already behind them in levels, and you're still sleeping? If you keep this up, imagine the next time you meet Feng Zhi and Lin Peng. The gap in divine power levels will leave you humiliated, unable to even stand your ground. Are you okay with that? The room was enveloped in a heavy silence. No, I'm not okay with it. I refuse to be a loser. I want to be a big fish in the vast ocean. Zhao Yuan suddenly growled and threw off his blanket, jumping out of bed. Starting today, he'll only sleep 2 hours a day. The rest of my time will be spent grinding dungeons to level up. Once I hit the peak, he'll start hunting elite monsters. He quickly gathered his gear and headed straight for the dungeon. By this time, most beginners were already sound asleep. Days passed, and a week flew by. Zhao Yuan stuck to his grueling schedule of sleeping only 2 hours a day, dedicating the rest of his time to relentless dungeon grinding. One sunny afternoon, Feng Zhi had arranged to have lunch with a girl from his team. While waiting for her to arrive, he idly scrolled through his social media feed. After nearly 2 weeks of leveling, taking a couple of days off didn't seem unreasonable. Huh, Zhao Yuan's already level 75? Feng Zhi frowned. That fast. Did he find a team to level with? Feng Zhi's team had been leveling together for the past 2 weeks and had only reached level 79. Progress had slowed significantly after level 60, and by level 70, it was painstakingly slow, sometimes taking an entire day just to gain a single level. Good for him. Joining a team was probably the right move, Feng Zhi murmured to himself. In truth, Feng Zhi, Lin Peng, and Zhao Yuan had been close friends growing up. But ever since Feng Zhi chose a support class purely auxiliary at that, while Zhao Yuan became what everyone called a bottom-tier summoner, their relationship had grown strained. Feng Zhi couldn't quite explain it, but there was an unspoken distance between them now. After a moment of thought, Feng Zhi opened his friend list and sent Zhao Yuan a message. Keep it up. Zhao Yuan quickly replied. Thanks. You too. Feng Zhi was about to strike up more conversation when a figure caught his eye. Captain, I'm here. A stunning woman approached him. Come, have a seat. Mo Xiaorong. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I'll order it for you. Feng Zhi stood up to greet her. Captain, just call me Xiaorong. No need to be so formal. We're on the same team, she said sweetly, her voice dripping with charm. Before long, the two were chatting and laughing effortlessly. Soon, the dishes were served. Captain, I think we've been grinding monsters for too long. Everyone's struggling to keep up, Emo Xiaorong said as she approached Fang Ji, her voice heavy with exhaustion, but her eyes sparkling with a playful glint. We only get 8 hours of sleep a day, and even during meals, we're grinding. Everyone's really starting to feel the strain. Fang Ji frowned thoughtfully, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. Half a month of intense combat was taking a toll, even on someone like him. For the girls in the team, it was undoubtedly even harder. I think we should take 2 days off each week, Emo Xiaorong continued, her tone pleading. And besides meals, we should rest for 2 hours at midday and go to bed earlier at night. It'll actually improve our efficiency. She clasped her hands together in a gesture of supplication. Seeing the hopeful look in her eyes, Fang Ji fell into deep thought, weighing the pros and cons. Captain, Emo Xiaorong quickly added when she noticed his hesitation. Most other teams are already doing something similar. We wouldn't have brought it up otherwise. That seemed to do the trick. Fang Ji nodded slowly in agreement. Thank you, Captain. Emo Xiaorong's face lit up with a smile, her eyes curving into crescent moons. Xiaorong, are you free tonight? Fang Ji asked suddenly, changing the subject. I heard the night view in Suiyuan town is beautiful. Want to check it out together? Sure. Emo Xiaorong agreed readily, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I've been here for so long, but haven't really had the chance to enjoy Suiyuan town's night sky. Nonsense, Fang Ji chuckled. Haven't you seen the night sky here every time we return from grinding at night? The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter, the air between them light and relaxed. Meanwhile, in the Empress's chamber, Zhao Yuan closed the friend chat window and focused on the battle before him. The stunning Empress had only a sliver of health left, teetering on the edge of defeat under his relentless attacks. Zhao Yuan felt no excitement. To be honest, he had been full of anticipation when he first started grinding this dungeon, but after a full week of effort, all he had gotten were worthless green items. Not even a single skill stone had dropped. By now, even the Empress's long, slender legs failed to hold his interest. With one final strike, the Empress collapsed as expected, accompanied by a burst of green light shooting into the air. But then, unexpectedly, an orange light followed. At first, Zhao Yuan paid it no mind, walking toward the green item out of habit. But the next second, he froze in his tracks, his heart racing so fast it felt like it might jump out of his chest. Could it be? My luck's finally turning? Zhao Yuan's voice trembled, laced with disbelief even to his own ears. He approached slowly, bending down to pick up the orange light. The moment the system notification sounded, his legs gave out, and he plopped down onto the ground. You have obtained the legendary gem tier of the angel. Hee. Zhao Yuan laughed like a fool, his eyes wide and his grin stretching to his ears. It hit him might just strike it rich overnight. This was no less thrilling than hitting the jackpot in real life, with a guaranteed fortune worth tens of billions of gold coins. After laughing like a madman for what felt like ages, Zhao Yuan finally snapped back to reality. With trembling fingers, he opened the item details to examine the attributes of the tier of the angel. Tier of the angel. Type, legendary gem. Grade, 4-star gem. Effect, Frost Angel's tier. Effect details. 1. Last stand. When the player takes fatal damage, they receive the angel's blessing. The tier of the angel will freeze the player, granting immunity to damage and making them untargetable and unattackable. The player also cannot move during this time. The effect lasts for 1030 minutes. After 10 minutes, the player can choose to end the freeze, instantly recovering 20 of their maximum health and gaining a 170 movement speed boost, ignoring unit collision. If the player does not manually end the freeze, it will automatically end after 30 minutes. 2. Fate's Gamble. If the player takes fatal damage within 30 seconds after ending the freeze, the damage will be negated, and the player will be randomly teleported to a location within a 1000 kilometer radius. 3. Cooldown, 3 days. Thump, thump, thump. Zhao Yuan felt like his heart was about to leap out of his chest. He instinctively pressed his hand against it, trying to calm himself. A 4-star gem. Even a 1-star gem was worth 1.5 billion coins. A 4-star gem had to be worth at least tens of billions. His breathing quickened, and in his mind's eye, he could already see countless gold coins shimmering before him. After a long while, Zhao Yuan managed to calm the turmoil in his heart and began weighing the pros and cons of keeping the angel's tier. Though this artifact was a life-saving treasure, what he needed more urgently was a rapid boost in strength. After much deliberation, he decided to sell it rather than keeping an escape route. He preferred to stack equipment and skills to pave his way to ultimate power. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, Zhao Yuan quickly exited the dungeon, not even sparing a glance at the green-grade equipment he had obtained, and rushed back to his room. Opening the auction house interface, he was surprised to find that there wasn't a single angel's tear listed for sale across the entire market. Hesitating, Zhao Yuan's fingers hovered between the list and withdraw buttons. 10 billion, 9.5 billion, 12 billion. Numbers danced in his mind as he tried to set a price. During those brief moments of indecision, the entire 17th layer of the abyss had already erupted into chaos. An angel's tier you're following has been listed in the auction house. An angel's tier you're following has been withdrawn from the auction house. These two system notifications alternated in the inboxes of countless players, triggering waves of frustration and curses. Finally, when the last listing notification appeared without being followed by a withdrawal, everyone realized the angel's tier was officially up for sale. In an instant, the 17th layer of the abyss turned into a battlefield for cultivators. Some flew forward on streams of endless sword energy, others charged ahead atop colossal beasts, while some tore through space itself to teleport. One cultivator even stepped on golden lotuses, enveloping the vast expanse of mountains and rivers in radiant light. These sneaky bastards didn't even tell me. Someone shouted angrily. With the little money you have, even if they told you, it'd be useless, a teammate retorted, deflating his spirits. But moments later, he perked up again, declaring, then he'll borrow some. Meanwhile, on the 18th layer of the abyss at the human frontlines, a counselor noticed the unusual exodus of a large number of cultivators. Upon learning about the angel's tier being listed, he calmly issued an order. Spread the word, tell them to return quickly. The frontlines cannot be left unattended for long. In the distance, an enormous shadow loomed, blotting out the sun and sky. The counselor gazed in that direction and murmured to himself, it seems we'll have to wait a little longer. Zhao Yuan listed the angel's tier for auction and quickly left the room. The auction was set for 7 days, and the results would be revealed after that. Not wanting to waste any time, Zhao Yuan promptly entered a dungeon. Meanwhile, the global chat was buzzing with excitement. Another angel's tier appeared, and it's 4-star quality. I wonder if it was dropped by a newbie or a pro, someone exclaimed in the world chat. 9 times out of 10, it's a pro. How many newbies are farming the Silent Palace these days? They only go there occasionally for variety. Isn't the open world more appealing? True, most newbies would probably keep it for themselves. Not necessarily. Newbies these days want to level up quickly. Aside from grinding levels, can't money take care of gear and skills? That's true. With enough money, newbies can gear up fast, and leveling becomes easier. All you ever say is true, huh? A pro just made a bid, someone shouted excitedly in the world chat. 150 billion. Whoa, that's a 30 billion jump, a crowd of onlookers cheered. If only I had that much money, I wouldn't have to grind every day, someone sighed enviously. You guys don't get it. A 4-star angel's tier can go for around 400 billion. Starting at 120 billion is already low. To prevent some crazy player from instantly buying it at the max price, everyone tries to raise the bids early on, another player patiently explained. The auction house had a buyout rule, where anyone could instantly purchase an item for 10 times the current price. Though rare, there had been cases of players using this feature, so bidders would often raise the price early to prevent it from being bought outright. Zhao Yuan paid no attention to the chatter. His focus was entirely on leveling up. A week later, Zhao Yuan emerged from the dungeon, his body racked with exhaustion. As soon as he stepped out, his stomach churned, and he stumbled to the side, bending over to vomit. He had spent the entire week grinding without rest. It turned out that non-stop dungeon farming could literally make you sick. He pulled a water bottle from his inventory, took a sip, and rinsed his mouth. Thankfully, his divine-level physique had significantly improved his stamina, preventing him from outright collapsing. Time to head back, Zhao Yuan muttered, taking a deep breath and straightening his weary body. Over the past week, he'd maintained a steady pace of 1 level per day, reaching level 82. Although there hadn't been any extraordinary loot from the dungeon, he did manage to acquire a skill expansion stone, which was a decent gain. Returning to his room, Zhao Yuan collapsed onto his bed, deciding to sleep before doing anything else. When he woke up, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the auction house. The auction had ended. Whoa, 470 billion. I'm gonna lose it, ha ha. Zhao Yuan's heart raced as his eyes widened in disbelief. Ha ha ha. He lay on the bed, laughing uncontrollably, fists clenched and waving in excitement. Luckily, the room was soundproof. Otherwise, he'd have been reported for causing a disturbance. After a while, Zhao Yuan finally calmed down, though a hint of regret lingered in his heart. Was it worth it? A life for 470 billion, was it a profit or a loss? He murmured, lightly tapping the edge of the bed. Maybe I'll understand when the time comes. You're so caught up in the past and worried about the future. Yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, but today is a gift. That's why it's called the present. Zhao Yuan recited an old saying, seeking solace in its wisdom. He clicked to collect his earnings. You have received 470 billion gold coins. The amount was after taxes. Thinking about the 8 deduction made Zhao Yuan's heart ache, and his fingers instinctively gripped the bedsheet tightly. It's time to gear up, Zhao Yuan said, sitting upright. Without hesitation, he opened the auction house to browse for skills. Zhao Yuan sat in front of his computer, contemplating the current situation. At this level, buying equipment isn't really cost-effective. Investing in skills is the smarter choice, since skills can be used indefinitely, he calculated silently. With these billions of funds, I can finally check out some of the skills available in the auction house. With an eager sense of anticipation, he filtered for the most expensive skills to take a look. However, the moment he clicked on the Legendary Skills tab, his eyes widened in disbelief. Skills for the Summoner class were priced at 8 billion? Wasn't the Summoner class supposed to have the cheapest skills? Perplexed, he quickly browsed through the prices of other classes. Assassin skill started at 13.5 billion, Paladin at 12.9 billion, Swordsman soared to 14 billion, Templar was at 11.5 billion, and support skills reached a staggering 16.5 billion. In comparison, the Control class's starting price of 9 billion seemed almost reasonable. Looks like Summoner skills are indeed the cheapest, Zhao Yuan thought with a wry smile as he worked out the reasoning. In the 272-year history of the Abyss game, legendary skills were originally non-tradable and could only be exchanged for other legendary skills. Over time, as the number of legendary skills increased, they gradually began appearing in the auction house. Even so, they remained a distant dream for most players. Without decades of accumulation, a team couldn't hope to afford one unless, of course, they were extraordinarily lucky. Since he was already there, Zhao Yuan decided to take a closer look at the details of one of these exorbitantly priced skills. Skyboost Bear. Type: Summon Legendary Quality. The detailed description of the skill appeared on the screen. Summons a Skyboost Bear with an initial height of 10 meters, which can grow to 500 meters as the summoner's divinity level increases. This formidable beast can taunt enemies by pounding its chest and gains powerful armor with magical reflection effects. When taking damage, it has a chance to deal true damage equal to 10 of the target's maximum health. If its health drops to 15, it can recover 20 of its health and gain damage reduction. Most impressively, upon its death, it converts 50 of the damage it received into an area explosion, applying healing reduction to enemies. A perfect frontline tank. Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up. With this, I won't have to worry about the giant horned ant struggling to hold the line. Scanning the auction house, he noticed there were only 7 legendary skills available for summoners, and only 2 of them suited him. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan raised the bid by 1 gold coin to join the auction. He also needed a long-range area clearing skill, and his attention shifted to another option. Voidryn Butterflies. Another legendary summoning skill. This one summons 3 Voidryn Butterflies that deal sustained spatial shock damage to a targeted area, reducing magic resistance. After 3 seconds, they trigger spatial rift effects, inflicting massive additional damage. Sacrificing a Riftwing Butterfly can banish a single target to a spatial exile. Effective within a 10-kilometer radius of the summoner, with the range increasing as divinity level rises. Skill cooldown, 12 minutes. Zhao Yuan stared at the skill description on the screen, gritted his teeth, and clicked the bid button without hesitation. This one. Meanwhile, in a desolate player rest area on the 17th floor of the Abyss, a small commotion was unfolding. Ah, sis. A young woman burst out of a makeshift room, kicking open the door next to hers and barging in. Inside, a long-haired woman sprang up from the bed. Though she had been sleeping fully clothed, her reaction was lightning fast the moment she was startled awake. Her hair swirled in the air as her hands seized 2 long swords from her back with incredible speed. The blades unleashed a dazzling silver light, crisscrossing the room in a flash. The entire space was reduced to rubble, with countless sword lights poised to strike at any potential threat. The sudden disturbance jolted the entire team awake. From a distance, a lookout girl flickered into view in an instant, scanning the surroundings with a sharp gaze. Did someone sneak in right under my nose? In no time, 5 women gathered before their long-haired captain, each one a stunning beauty, their presence fragrant and striking. Seeing no immediate danger, the lookout scowled. What's going on, Captain? Long Wu, what are you yelling about? It's sold. Sold for 8 billion. Long Wu's face flushed with excitement, her eyes sparkling. The long-haired captain sheathed her swords and looked at the wrecked room she'd inadvertently destroyed. She sighed, pressing a hand to her forehead, then sat back on the bed, crossing her long legs. What 8 billion? Explain yourself properly. The Skyboost Bear. Long Wu threw herself onto the captain's legs, shaking them frantically. Someone bid 8 billion for it. Really? That's amazing. We're rich. One of the women quickly caught on, cheering with joy. Who would do that? Someone with more money than sense. Another remarked, her eyes wide with a mix of surprise and delight. The captain froze for a moment before recalling an event from 2 years ago. Their team had worked together to take down a rare species king and had been thrilled when it dropped a legendary skill book. Long Wu, being the fastest, had grabbed it first but was immediately disappointed to find it was a summoner-exclusive skill. She'd been teased endlessly by her teammates for it. Eventually, she was tasked with selling it or trading it for a skill book someone in the team could use. 2 years had passed since, with no takers, and they'd all but forgotten about it. 8 billion. Long Wu started giggling foolishly. After taxes, that's still 7 billion. 7 of us, 1 billion each. We're officially on the path to becoming rich ladies. 7 billion was enough for their squad to farm in the wilderness for decades. I heard someone recently bought Angel's Tears. Rumor has it they might be a newbie, a shy teammate murmured, her voice soft despite knowing the group for decades. Do you think it could be the same person this time? The captain pondered aloud. So, this newbie might be a summoner? I swear eternal enmity with the lucky ones. The assassin of the group twirled a dagger in her hand, a cold gleam flashing as a chunk of the bedpost was neatly sliced off. The captain winced. That bed cost me 20,000 gold coins. The assassin's words seemed to ignite a shared resentment among the group. They had spent nearly a century toiling in the abyss, and the most valuable drop they'd ever gotten was that legendary skill book. Now it had been snatched up by what might be a clueless newbie, possibly without a second thought. This is so infuriating. Damn those lucky ones. They don't deserve this. I'm so jealous. I want to be one of them. Wait, something feels off here. Everyone turned to Long Wu with mischievous glints in their eyes. No, no, don't touch me. Before Long Wu could finish, she was tackled onto the bed. The long-haired captain struggled to free her legs from Long Wu's grip, pried her hands off, and stood up. A summoner, huh? Interesting. She had always believed there were no useless classes in the abyss, only useless players. Perhaps soon, a brilliant human summoner might make their way to the 17th floor. All right, enough messing around. Aren't you going to split the money? The captain called out, raising her voice over the ruckus behind her. Split it now. Let's go. I'm ready to be rich. One of the women shouted excitedly. The 5 of them immediately hoisted Long Wu up and dashed toward the safe zone, kicking up a cloud of dust. I haven't even packed my things. Long Wu protested, struggling in vain. We're about to be rich. Who cares about packing? Someone retorted irritably. Put me down. Captain, help. Long Wu's cries for help faded into the distance as the group disappeared from sight. The captain let out a long sigh, gazing upward. What a headache. She quickly gathered the belongings of the group, leapt into the air, and unsheathed her swords. With a flurry of slashes, she erased all traces of their presence before turning to follow after them. 16 billion gone just like that. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache as he looked at the balance in his account. 2 legendary skills had wiped out half of his funds in an instant. The fleeting nature of wealth coming quickly and vanishing just as fast left him with a mix of awe and resignation. At the moment, Zhao Yuan had 5 skills: Flash, Sprint, Shield, Heal, and Giant Ant. The acquisition of 2 new skills meant he had to give up Heal and Shield. While these life-saving skills had rarely been useful recently, they were vital safeguards in moments of crisis. Having made his choice, he silently vowed to act more cautiously in the future, avoiding unnecessary risks, retreating when necessary, and abandoning any unrealistic fantasies of last-minute comebacks. Since he had already committed to such a massive investment, Zhao Yuan decided to go all in. He opened the Universal Skills page. It was time to upgrade and replace Flash and Sprint. The first skill that caught his eye was Phantom Stride, a legendary great ability. This skill could boost the user's movement speed by 300, render them invisible, and allow them to bypass unit collisions for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 6 minutes. In the Abyss game, invisibility was undoubtedly the most effective way to escape danger. Although universal skills were generally cheaper than class-specific ones, the 4 billion price tag was still steep. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan purchased it. Next was Phantom Dance, another legendary great skill. This ability allowed the user to instantly teleport 80 meters, ignoring all obstacles, while creating 3 decoys that moved in different directions. With a cooldown of only 2 minutes, its price was an eye-watering 5 billion. Zhao Yuan, again, bought it without a second thought. In just half an hour, 25 billion in funds had been transformed into 4 legendary grade skills. At this moment, Zhao Yuan's power had already surpassed 99 of his peers. However, he didn't let this newfound strength inflate his ego after all. There was no telling if some prodigy or a disciple of a top-tier player might appear in this round. For now, the issue of equipment was unsolvable. Most items in the auction house required levels in the triple or even quadruple digits to use, with the lowest level summoner gear requiring at least level 490. The marketplace was filled with nothing but junk. Still, Zhao Yuan wasn't in a rush. Once he hit level 100 and unlocked the world channel, he could freely trade for suitable equipment. After making his preparations, Zhao Yuan dove back into dungeon grinding. A week of relentless dungeon runs had left him exhausted, but the thrill of winning those auctions made the fatigue fade into the background. He eagerly entered a dungeon, summoning his Skyboost bear right away. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated as an enormous figure descended from the void, slamming into the ground with earth-shaking force. The impact sent tremors through the land, raising clouds of dust and leaving a massive crater. Standing in the center was a colossal bear, its body covered in thick, fluffy white fur. With a casual swipe of its razor-sharp claws, it could slice through the ground like tofu. As it pounded its chest gorilla style, an armor of dark red, magma-like energy emerged, bristling with sharp spikes. A pair of massive, bone-like wings unfurled from its back, completing its ferocious and awe-inspiring appearance. That's so badass. Zhao Yuan quickly opened the attribute panel of the Skyboost Bear, and the data immediately appeared before his eyes. Skyboost Bear LV.83. HP, 420,000. Damage, 20,000. Attack speed, 20. Magic resistance, 12,000. Armor, 9,999. These stats are insane. Zhao Yuan muttered to himself in disbelief. 420k HP, 12k magic resistance. This is way beyond the usual boss level. But still, it doesn't quite compare to the unique traits of the giant horned ants. He recalled the late-game encounters with massive monsters, where 6 max-level giant horned ants, enhanced by his talent's passive 1000 attack speed boost, could unleash an output so terrifying that it left opponents powerless. Next, Zhao Yuan summoned the Riftwing butterflies. 3 black and white butterflies, each about half a meter in size, gracefully hovered in front of him. They appeared no different from ordinary butterflies, but with each wing beat, visible spatial ripples emanated from them. Riftwing Butterfly LV.83. HP, 80,000. Damage, 72,000. Spatial Attribute. Magic Resistance, 320. Armor, 240. Critical Rate, 15. Armor Penetration, 16. Born with a 10 crit rate? Incredible. Zhao Yuan was overjoyed. Summoned creatures could only inherit primary stats proportionally, but secondary stats were inherited fully. With higher crit and armor penetration values, their damage would be unstoppable for most mobs. To test the attributes directly, Zhao Yuan crawled through the doghole and returned to the boss gate. The Skyboss Bear charged heavily into a mob of creatures, followed closely by the 3 Riftwing butterflies launching their attacks. Spatial ripples erupted continuously, and damage numbers rained down on the mobs like a storm. The creatures staggered under the spatial disturbance, their speed sharply reduced. 3 seconds later, a sound like tearing paper echoed through the space, and all the mobs collapsed simultaneously, not even requiring the giant horned ants to finish them off. Perfect. Totally worth the 8 billion I spent on that legendary skill. Zhao Yuan grinned from ear to ear and quickly stepped into the first boss room, ready to grind through the dungeon for the day. Meanwhile, in the global channel, which Zhao Yuan had yet to unlock, players were fervently discussing. 4 legendary skill books were auctioned off. Looks like the same person bought them all. General purpose skills are one thing, but 2 summoner legendary skills being taken at once? Now that's interesting. Seems like a summoner is about to defy the odds. Don't get your hopes up. The summoner class is way too reliant on solo play. Who can endure that kind of loneliness forever? Later that day, Zhao Yuan received a message from Lin Peng. Have you reached Divinity level 2 yet? Not yet. What about you? I'm almost there, probably within a week. I'm still far off, Zhao Yuan replied self-deprecatingly. After a moment, Lin Peng asked, next week, there's a class reunion organized by the Vice Monitor. Are you going? Zhao Yuan and their deputy class monitor, Yi Jisheng, who had chosen the assassin profession, were merely acquaintances before entering the abyss. In school, they would occasionally cross paths, but their interactions were limited to polite greetings. They weren't close friends and rarely engaged in conversations unless absolutely necessary. We'll see when the time comes. Maybe, Zhao Yuan replied half-heartedly to an invitation, dismissing it in his mind. He thought to himself, there's no way I'm going. A week later, everyone will probably be at star level 1, grade 2, while he'll still be stuck at star level 1, grade 1, sitting there under the pressure of divine rankings. That wouldn't feel good at all. As for showing off my 4 legendary skills, just to be mocked for being foolish and wasteful. No thanks. Zhao Yuan let out a cold laugh. There's a saying, the wheel of fortune turns. Let's see where we stand in 10 years. And so, Zhao Yuan immersed himself in dungeon grinding, tirelessly working day and night. Time passed, and Feng Zhi extended another invitation. Zhao Yuan politely declined, explaining that he was busy. Feng Zhi expressed regret, and even offered to introduce some teammates to Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan graciously thanked him, but assured him that he was doing just fine. The two chatted briefly, with Feng Zhi remarking on how fast Zhao Yuan was leveling up, to which Zhao Yuan responded with a modest smile. After catching up with an old friend, Zhao Yuan felt in good spirits and promptly dove back into the dungeons. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. A new year was approaching, and a fresh wave of newcomers was about to enter the Abyss game. Only 27 years remained until the 300-year deadline. Most players from Zhao Yuan's cohort had reached around level 150, steadily advancing towards star level 1, grade 9. Finally, Zhao Yuan emerged from the dungeon once more. Over the year, he had grown stronger, his physique more robust, and the youthful naivety on his face had been replaced with a mature demeanor. In this era, nearly everyone possessed excellent genetics, and it was rare to find anyone who didn't look attractive, regardless of gender. Suddenly, the sky erupted with dazzling, multicolored light, accompanied by a deafening boom that echoed throughout the abyss. Player Zhao Yuan has spent 1 year completing Dungeon 40431 times, achieving the I Am a Grinding Emperor milestone and earning the beginner title Grinding Emperor. In an instant, nearly every player not currently in a dungeon looked up at the sky. The system broadcasted the announcement 3 times, sending shockwaves through the abyss. A new title. This thing is just slightly less rare than mythical equipment. In 273 years of the abyss, only 246 titles have been awarded. That's less than one per year. Whoa, 40,431 times. That's an average of 13 minutes per run. Did his liver explode, or something? Does he not sleep? Not eat? Not spend time with a girlfriend? 13 minutes per dungeon? That's insane. How are the rest of us supposed to compete with that? The Alliance just found their new role model. Watch, they'll soon be encouraging everyone to follow his example. Does it really have to be this intense? Please, just be human. Life's hard enough as it is. I just want to know if he's even human. I feel like throwing up after running 10 dungeons a day, and he does over 100? Meanwhile, those on the first level of the abyss who knew Zhao Yuan glanced up at the spectacular announcement with mixed emotions. Lin Peng excitedly grabbed his teammates and shouted, "That's my buddy. We grew up together." He quickly opened his friend list and messaged Zhao Yuan. "Is that you? Is it really you?" Suddenly, every player named Zhao Yuan in the abyss was bombarded with frantic calls from friends and family. "Are you kidding me? We're together all the Timido you think it's me? If I could grind that much, why would I even need you guys?" shouted one frustrated team leader named Zhao Yuan at his teammates. The real Zhao Yuan was just as stunned. Did I just make the headlines? At that moment, a small golden light appeared before him, floating in the void. It seemed to blur the line between illusion and reality, solidifying into existence. Instinctively, Zhao Yuan reached out and caught it. Grinding Emperor. Type, title, level, beginner. Quality, none. Attributes, 10 luck, 15 experience gain. Description. With this title, you may have glimpsed a sliver of true miraclia feat unattainable by most across countless species. In the bright office of the Human Alliance's Department of Education and Publicity, the minister was intently listening to a staff member's report. According to the statistics, there are a total of 893 individuals named Zhao Yuan in the Alliance, with approximately 120 having fallen in the past year. Currently, 773 remain. Among them, 452 are permanently stationed on the 17th level and can be excluded. Of the remaining 321, the staff member was about to continue with the detailed report. Get to the point, the minister interjected with a slight frown. The staff member quickly adjusted. After filtering, only 6 individuals meet the criteria. However, based on analysis from the think tank, this one stands out the most. With that, he handed over a file. The minister took the file, and his eyes lit up. Zhao Yuan, Summoner, level 152, Divine Grade 1 star level 1? Interesting. Exactly, the staff member affirmed. Only a complete rookie, along with the Summoner class, would be so persistently focused on clearing the same dungeon. The minister gazed toward the sky, as if trying to pierce through the vast cosmos to glimpse the existence overlooking countless worlds. After a moment of contemplation, he murmured, "This title is extraordinary. It might be connected to that entity. We've already dispatched someone to investigate covertly on the first level," the staff member added. Given the frequency of his dungeon runs over the past year, it shouldn't be difficult to pinpoint the target. Suddenly, the minister's expression turned sharp. "The Slayer Alliance has been active recently. Inform the Enforcement Division to remain vigilant. We cannot allow them to infiltrate the first level and harm the rookies. With the disparity in divine grades between the two sides, there won't be enough time to intervene." The staff member proceeded to outline the situation with the Slayer Alliancia, fanatical anti-human organization that proclaimed, "Lan is the one true God." Though their actions were akin to ants challenging a giant, they had repeatedly targeted and assassinated humanity's rising talents. The Enforcement Division has already implemented measures, the staff member assured. Any high-level players descending to the lower levels without prior clearance will be executed on the spot. This is to protect the rookies and prevent them from being slaughtered by advanced players. Just then, the staff member received new information. "Minister, it has been confirmed. He is indeed the rookie summoner." The minister's eyes brightened. "Does the Human Race Memorial still hold Senior Feng Wu Jin's legendary low-tier summoner equipment set?" "Yes, it's still preserved there." "Then, in the name of the Human Alliance, reward him with that equipment set," the minister declared decisively. But during the previous meeting, many argued that the set should remain in the memorial as a tribute to Senior Feng Wujin's achievements. The staff member hesitated, gently reminding him. The staff member's hesitant expression had barely faded when the minister erupted in fury. "Rubbish. Utter nonsense." The minister slammed the table and stood up, his divine power surging violently with his anger. leaving the staff present feeling a chill run down their spines. I was firmly against this foolish proposal from the beginning. Humanity hasn't even achieved victory, yet who gave them the audacity to build a memorial? Without another word, the minister immediately dialed the second counselor's voice line. Xiao Su, tell me, came the counselor's authoritative voice. The minister detailed the sequence of events, especially venting his rage when he brought up the memorial idea. There was a brief silence on the other end before the counselor's weary voice replied. Xiao Su, I understand your perspective, but over the years, we've lost so many people, and we might lose even more in the future. Their families need something to hold on to, some form of remembrance. It's been 273 years, and we are starting to falter. Hearing the exhaustion in the counselor's tone, the minister immediately regretted disturbing his rest. As for the matter with that summoner kid, I've approved it, just handle it the way you suggested. I'll take care of the rest, the counselor continued. Also, you need to focus more on the promising young talents. They are the backbone of the future. Don't be stingy with resources. They're of little use to us old folks anyway. I understand, counselor. Xiao Su, we're so very tired, so very tired. The counselor's voice grew even softer. Yes, counselor. My apologies for disturbing you. The minister responded respectfully. After ending the call, the minister turned to the waiting staff and said in a deep voice, go ahead. A long sigh followed, and the office fell into silence. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan stared at the title's attributes displayed in front of him, utterly speechless. Luck attributes and experience bonuses were incredibly rare traits, practically unheard of in the abyss. No wonder this title could rival mythical equipment. As messages from friends flashed repeatedly on his communicator, Zhao Yuan cautiously replied, no, it's just someone with the same name. I'm out in the wild right now. Though he felt a pang of regret, he decided it was safer to keep a low profile. That's such a shame. I really thought it was you. Lin Peng's disappointed voice came through. Zhao Yuan felt a twinge of guilt, but remained silent, aware of the dangers lurking in the wilderness. After returning to his room, Zhao Yuan finally exhaled in relief. Reflecting on a year of dungeon grinding, though the process had been monotonous to the point of numbness, the rewards were substantial. 12 skill expansion stones, 1 angel's tear, and countless sets of gear. He carefully examined the properties of the angel's tear. Legendary gem 6, Star Frost Angel's Tear. Effect. Last stand upon taking fatal damage. Triggers Angel's Shelter, freezing the player and granting immunity to damage for 1030 minutes. During this time, the player cannot be targeted or attacked, but is also unable to move. After 10 minutes, the freeze can be manually ended, restoring 20 of maximum health immediately and granting a 170 movement speed bonus, ignoring unit collision. If not manually ended, the freeze will automatically dispel after 30 minutes. The skill, Unpredictable Fortune, has finally been unlocked within 30 seconds of unfreezing. If the player takes fatal damage, they will become immune to the damage and be randomly teleported to a location within a 1,000-kilometer radius. The cooldown time is 12 hours. Ha, finally got one. Zhao Yuan gazed at the angel's tear in his hand, a joyful smile spreading across his face. This hard-earned item was something he decided to keep for his own use. Just then, the sound of a new mail notification chimed. Zhao Yuan quickly opened it to find a message from the Human Alliance. Hello, Zhao Yuan. Your outstanding performance has earned unanimous recognition from the Human Alliance. We hope you will continue to strive forward and reach the 17th layer of the Abyss at the earliest opportunity. At this stage, rather than grinding dungeons endlessly, focusing on upgrading your divinity level would be more beneficial. Seeing your dedication, we've prepared a special gift to help you grow even faster. The light of humanity will continue to shine. Keep it up, young warrior. So the Human Alliance already figured out it was me. Zhao Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise. Right after, a series of system notifications popped up. You have obtained Thunder Staff. You have obtained Sage's Insight. You have obtained Thunder Nightshade. 7 legendary, gleaming gold items appeared neatly before him, leaving Zhao Yuan momentarily stunned. He had never seen even a single legendary item before, and now he had 7 at once. He carefully examined the equipment stats. Thunderstaff Legendary Main Hand Weapon Level 150. Primary stats, Spirit 86, Stamina 109, Agility 99. Combat stats, Spell Crit 17, Spell Penetration 15, Spell Power Bonus 22. Magic stats, Summoned Creature Damage 10. Elemental stats, Attacks imbued with Lightning Element. Sage's Insight Legendary Offhand Level 150. Primary stats, Spirit 99, Stamina 82, HP 354. Defense stats, Magic Resistance 322, Freeze Resistance 7, Slow Resistance 12. Magic stats, all skill levels 2. Elemental stats, Lightning Element 52. This makes me truly unstoppable now. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. He fully understood the importance of elemental stats in the Abyss game. Against monsters with elemental weaknesses, damage output would increase significantly. While summoners typically had less stringent elemental requirements compared to elemental mages, the attributes of this equipment still thrilled him. After careful consideration, Zhao Yuan decided to invest 10 billion gold coins to purchase various gems, planning to socket them into his new equipment and upgrade them. These items and gems were long-term investments. Gems could always be reused even if the equipment was replaced in the future. As for the 12 skill expansion stones, he decided to hold on to them for now since they were essential and versatile. Taking the opportunity, Zhao Yuan also updated his gear at the marketplace. With the influx of new players, the supply of low-level gear had slightly increased. He also listed his unused equipment for sale in the marketplace. Over the past year, he had earned nearly 80 million gold coins from dungeon loot, though the prices for low-level gear were admittedly modest. After adjusting his loadout, Zhao Yuan contentedly opened his attribute panel. Zhao Yuan nodded in satisfaction, feeling secretly relieved that his abilities had surpassed 90 of his peers. Even though this round had some top-tier leaders personally involved, Zhao Yuan believed he still had a chance to prove himself. After all, the big players were unlikely to invest in newcomers early on, as the return on investment would be relatively low. For now, the survival pressure on rookies had significantly decreased, and the main focus was on leveling up. After a night's rest, Zhao Yuan prepared his essentials early the next morning and set off for the wilderness without hesitation. The previous night, he'd observed through social media that most people's divinity levels had already reached 7 or 8. Rumor had it that someone had even managed to enter the second layer of the abyss at an astonishing speed. To descend to the next layer of the abyss, one must defeat all the world bosses on the current layer to gain access, a key part of the main quest. According to historical data from the Human Alliance, it typically took a rookie 30 to 40 years to keep up with the main group. However, in the past 20 years, the experience pool bonuses had accelerated progress significantly. Recent statistics showed that the average time for a rookie to reach the 17th layer was 17 years, with the fastest record being 15 years and 7 months, set by the Lightning Frenzy squad 3 years ago. That feat had earned them a personal meeting with the upper echelons of the Human Alliance. For Zhao Yuan's cohort, the Alliance had set an ambitious goal of 12 years. On what basis they calculated this expectation, Zhao Yuan had no idea. With 1 year already gone, only 11 years remained, and Zhao Yuan couldn't help but feel some doubt about meeting the high expectations of the Human Alliance. Still, it wasn't something he needed to dwell on too much. As a lone wolf, simply not dragging others down was already an achievement. The first layer of the abyss was the War Wasteland. As the teleportation array lit up, Zhao Yuan stepped into this desolate terrain. A faint divine glow flickered around him. Unlike ordinary maps, the divine map truly embodied the abyss. The sky was perpetually gray, seemingly unchanging, and the ground was littered with broken ruins and scattered bones, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Crunch! Zhao Yuan stepped on an unidentified bone fragment and began heading north. According to the monster hunting guide, there was a valley up north where a large number of wild creatures often gathered. Zhao Yuan summoned his minions, knowing that caution was essential in the wilderness. The traits of summoned creatures could effectively detect enemy targets. Within a 30-meter radius, his summons would automatically attack any hostile targets, even a small venomous insect, tearing it to shreds. Along the way, ordinary wild creatures were almost entirely cleared out by his riftwing butterflies before Zhao Yuan even arrived. The butterflies dispatched these minor threats with such fluidity that it seemed effortless. They didn't even need to use spatial rifts. The spatial shockwaves alone were enough to obliterate rows of enemies. With over 1,200 agility, Zhao Yuan moved at an incredible speed, like a gust of wind. After half a day of travel, he finally reached his destination. The Five Elements platform stood like a massive sacrificial altar, sprawling across the entire valley, with countless skeletal creatures wandering aimlessly. Zhao Yuan stepped onto the cracked stone tiles, entering this desolate land. The valley was now completely deserted. All the players had already left. Yet, in just a few days, a new wave of beginners would undoubtedly set foot here again. Without hesitation, he summoned his creatures. The skybust bear, as towering as a hill, crashed into the swarm of monsters with a thunderous impact, followed closely by 6 giant horned ants charging fearlessly. Meanwhile, the riftwing butterfly stayed at the rear, efficiently eliminating any remaining enemies. The valley was densely packed with monsters, and soon a few deep blue elite creatures emerged, standing out among the ordinary ones. But for Zhao Yuan, these posed no threat at all. With his hands casually in his pockets, he strolled leisurely through the area, not needing to lift a finger. The skills of his summons alone were sufficient to handle everything. As long as he maintained a safe distance and avoided letting the monsters get too close, the process of farming them as a summoner was effortless. He came to a stop in front of a broken section of a wall. Judging by the scattered debris, it was clear that this spot had been visited countless times before. Although the wall was heavily damaged, Faint traces of lines could still be seen on its surface, undeniably the remnants of some kind of mural. Zhao Yuan effortlessly climbed onto the 2 to 3 meter high broken wall. From his vantage point, all his summoned creatures were in sight, with the 10-meter tall sky-bossed bear standing as imposing as ever. Scanning his surroundings, he confirmed there was no danger. None of the monsters could breach the 30-meter safety radius, not even the elite ones. He sat down and flipped through his guidebook for information on the 5 Elements platform, but found little of value. According to the records, when humans first discovered this place 200 years ago, it was already in ruins. While some had tried to study the faint murals, no meaningful conclusions had ever been drawn. As Zhao Yuan circled the wall, a sudden flash of light caught his eye from a crevice at the base. Curious, he reached in and pulled out a smooth stone. After wiping off the dust, he found it to be exceptionally polished, as if coated in a glossy patina. He held the stone up to the gray sky for a closer look, but suddenly let out a startled cry, throwing the stone far away and tumbling off the wall in shock. Just moments ago, he had seen a gaping, blood-red maw rushing toward him. The sight sent chills down his spine. Had never heard of any horror elements in the Abyss game before. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Yuan cautiously picked up the stone again and held it up once more. This time, nothing unusual happened. He repeated the test twice more, and each time, everything remained calm, as if the earlier vision had been nothing but an illusion. How boring, he muttered. Zhao Yuan casually prepared to toss the stone in his hand, but suddenly, he stopped mid-motion. Forget it. Am I really scaring myself? He muttered with a self-deprecating smile. He began tossing the stone in his hand repeatedly, feeling its smooth, jade-like texture. As the stone rose and fell in his palm, his attention returned to the guide, and he focused intently on studying it. Beneath him, the sky-bossed bear tirelessly swatted away swarms of small creatures. Each powerful swing of its massive paws eliminated several enemies at once. The rift-winged butterfly danced gracefully within half a meter of Zhao Yuan, its black and white wings releasing rippling waves of energy with every beat, striking down nearby foes. Meanwhile, the giant horned ant darted back and forth, its sharp claws tearing through enemy bodies. On the battlefield, waves of small creatures fell, only to be replaced by new enemies surging in from the distance. Occasionally, a few elite monsters appeared among them, and the cycle repeated endlessly. In the distance, a pile of skeletal remains began to tremble slightly. Soon, another bone followed suit, quivering in sync. A gust of wind blew from an unknown direction, and the long still war-torn wilderness was suddenly engulfed in a fierce gale. The wind grew stronger and stronger, sweeping up scattered bones and creating an eerie spectacle. In the human newbie village, figures rose into the air, hovering mid-flight as they warily observed the expanding storm over the war-torn wilderness. What's going on? Why did the wind suddenly pick up? A man asked with a frown. No idea. It seems like nothing like this has happened in over 200 years, another replied, his voice tinged with confusion. Something unusual must be happening. Better to stay cautious. But luckily, this is just a 1-star. Level 1 map. There shouldn't be many beginners here, someone added, their tone carrying a hint of vigilance. Wait, wasn't Zhao Yuan heading there today? Someone suddenly reminded the group. The man standing at the front of the group frowned deeply. Has any high-level player entered this map today? No. Captain, someone promptly responded. The captain paused in thought before speaking. Go check it out. The higher-ups told us to keep an eye on Zhao Yuan. If anything happens, we'll definitely be held accountable. Better to confirm everything's fine. Understood, I'll go. One of the team members nodded and immediately flew towards the level 1 war-torn wilderness. Half an hour later, the team member returned. All clear, Captain. Zhao Yuan is still grinding monsters at the 5 Elements platform. That area is in a valley, so the wind isn't too strong there. I patrolled the area several times in the wind and found nothing unusual, the team member reported in detail. All right, then there's no need to pay him any special attention. There shouldn't be any danger in the first layer, as long as no high-level players show up, the captain said with a nod of approval. The other team members relaxed as well. What major incident could possibly occur on the first layer? Even if something strange did happen, it was likely player-induced, and any player capable of creating such a scene would never escape their squad's detection. Zhao Bo, report the situation to the higher-ups, the captain said, his gaze fixed on the distant storm. Captain, did you notice something? A team member asked, their interest piqued. Patrolling the first layer of the abyss was safe, but dreadfully dull. No. The captain shook his head. He hadn't identified anything unusual, but such a strong wind appearing out of nowhere must mean something is happening. I just don't know if it's good or bad. That's why the captain's so cautious, Zhao Bo said with a grin. Of course. Don't you know our captain's as timid as a mouse? Someone teased. Immediately, the squad burst into chatter, laughing and joking. While their words were playful, their actions were efficient. A message was quickly sent up the chain of command. Though they joked about their captain's cautious nature, no one ever truly objected to his decisions. After all, following such a captain meant surviving longer. Before long, a reply came from above. Captain, the higher-ups responded. The result of the auspice test is no issues. Xiaobo reported. No issues, good. The captain nodded, visibly relieved. Yeah, no problems is the best outcome, the other team members agreed, though their gazes occasionally flicked back toward the unusual storm in the distance. Bone fragments scattered across the sky as countless wild creatures roamed aimlessly, seemingly existing in two separate dimensions that did not interfere with each other. Inside the Five Elements platform, Zhao Yuan frowned, gazing toward the valley's exit. Fierce winds surged into the valley like a flood, yet oddly, they only seemed to affect him. Why did the wind suddenly pick up? Zhao Yuan muttered in confusion, glancing at the unaffected wild creatures around him. He quickly opened his monster guide to look for any relevant information, but found no record of such an occurrence. If something seems unusual, it usually is. Better to stay cautious, he murmured to himself, completely unaware of the faint glow emanating from the stone in his pocket. With a few swift movements, Zhao Yuan reached a sheltered cliffside. Nimbly climbing over a pile of rubble, he focused his thoughts, and 6 giant horned ants materialized in front of him. Zhao Yuan attempted to transmit the idea of digging a tunnel to them. In the next moment, the 6 ants coordinated seamlessly, their powerful front limbs effortlessly piercing the cliffside as if it were tofu. Working with precision and skill, they carved out a human-sized cave in less than 20 minutes. Zhao Yuan stepped inside the newly dug cave, inspecting it as he walked around. Satisfied, he nodded to himself. By now, the wind in the valley had grown so intense that even loose stones were rolling across the ground. Bones scattered on the valley floor were swept up by the gale, creating an atmosphere heavy with ominous tension. Strangely, despite the ferocity of the wind, the skeletal creatures seemed entirely unaffected. They continued their aimless wandering or attacked the sky-beast bear as if oblivious to the chaos. The surreal scene blurred the line between reality and illusion, raising suspicion. Zhao Yuan directed the giant horned ants to pile rubble around the cave entrance, leaving only a small gap the size of a human head for observation. Inside, he found a flat rock to sit on while sending the ants back outside. From a distance of 30 meters, coupled with the sky-beast bear's taunting skill, he could still grind monsters effectively, though this stationary strategy noticeably reduced the spawn rate of elite monsters. Slow progress is better than none. I need to figure out what's causing this wind first, Zhao Yuan mused, opening his friends' list to ask around. His friends, who were exploring maps in levels 7, 8, and 9, all reported normal conditions with no anomalies. Then why is it only windy here? Zhao Yuan wondered, baffled. Suddenly, he remembered the stone in his pocket. Quickly retrieving it, he saw it glowing with an otherworldly light. No way, this can't be real. Zhao Yuan's thoughts raced in disbelief. The connection between the stone and the wind was undeniable, but what exactly was this stone? The unknown often signaled danger, and Zhao Yuan had always preferred to steer clear of it. Half a day passed, and while the wind continued to intensify, nothing else changed. Zhao Yuan tried altering the stone's position and angle, but it remained unresponsive, emitting only its faint glow. Maybe I'm just overthinking this, Zhao Yuan told himself, attempting to ease his nerves. There are countless strange rocks in this world, and this is the abyss. A glowing stone isn't that unusual, is it? Am I being too paranoid? After a long time, Zhao Yuan finally let his guard down, convincing himself he was making a fuss over nothing. With a casual flick, he tossed the stone away. The ritual has been completed, the ancient artifact has returned to the earth, the prophecy of old has reappeared, and the light of the lost civilization has been reignited. Congratulations, Zhao Yuan, you have activated the hidden questline Lost Civilization. The system's perpetually raspy voice echoed once more, yet the content was utterly incomprehensible. Zhao Yuan lowered his gaze to the stone on the ground. Suddenly, a small whirlwind swept it up, causing the little stone to rise and fall within the swirling air, as radiant halos spread outward. At this moment, Zhao Yuan was still inside the hole he had dug, completely unaware that the entire Five Elements platform was glowing brilliantly. Web-like lines stretched across the entire valley. The Five Elements platform seemed to have truly transformed into a sacrificial altar, with ancient melodies resonating through the air, as though countless maidens were chanting a sound both sacred and magnificent. The small creatures scattered throughout the valley turned ghostly and ethereal, leaving only distorted lines that morphed into symbols. Zhao Yuan quickly flipped through his monster farming guide. A side quest? Just a minor task to earn a small reward worth doing if stumbled upon, but not a big deal if missed. But why was there no mention of this hidden questline? What was the lost civilization, and why wasn't it recorded anywhere? Was it meant to remain a secret, or had no one ever encountered it before? He muttered to himself while scanning through the guide compiled by the Human Alliance. After searching thoroughly, Zhao Yuan still found no information on the hidden questline or the lost civilization. Closing the book, Zhao Yuan approached the stone. As he got closer, the system's voice rang out again. A large-scale relic dungeon has been detected. Would you like to enter? A dungeon icon appeared. Zhao Yuan pondered for a moment. A random dungeon shouldn't be too challenging. Without hesitation, he chose yes. The system responded, entering now. Randomly matching faction players 10, 9, 8. The countdown began. Wait, something's off. Aren't random dungeons supposed to be solo or direct entry? Why is there faction matching? Zhao Yuan's heart sank. Did the system just mention a large-scale relic dungeon? As the countdown reached 3, 2, 1, a rift appeared and swallowed Zhao Yuan instantly. At the same time, all players in the abyss who were not already in a dungeon or engaged in combat heard the notification. A player from this faction has activated a large-scale relic dungeon. Randomly matching participants, would you like to enter? 10, 9, 8 faces across the faction shifted, then lit up with joy. Fingers moved like blurs across screens, frantically clicking. Yes. Pick me. Hurry. The random match was completed. The large-scale relic dungeon, the beginning of Godslaying, has been activated. Current faction, humans. Player count, 20,000. Godslaying? This dungeon is no joke. Some players' expressions turned grave. Almost instantly, messages began to flood out as those selected vanished in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on the human front line, atop a mountain peak, a figure sped through the air and landed at the cliff's edge. She was surrounded by a radiant divine aura, her long hair flowing in the wind, and a small staff twirling gracefully in her hand. Captain, you weren't selected? The newcomer asked curiously. I declined. The front line still needs me, can't leave. Jean Yiming replied. She was the humans' top support, a pillar of the faction since the pre-apocalyptic era. You didn't come all the way here just for this, did you? I've got plenty of things to deal with. Jean Yiming shook her head slowly, her tone calm. A relic dungeon may hold some value, but it's not enough to warrant my attention. The primary focus for humanity remains the distant world boss and its minions. This relic dungeon is called the beginning of Diaside, the visitor stated directly. At the mention of the name, Jean Yiming's expression changed drastically. Among the upper echelons of humanity, the words Diaside had always carried an extraordinary significance. Diaside, Jean Yiming murmured to herself. Mortals attempting to slay a god, that is Diaside. But to challenge the impossible is no simple feat in the end. It's nothing more than a moth flying into the flame. She gazed into the distance. How many civilizations have been buried in this abyss? The mountain wind swept by, carrying a fallen leaf. No one could provide an answer. In a dark, damp tunnel, Zhao Yuan emerged cautiously. Water droplets continuously dripped from the walls, mingling with a putrid stench. As he carefully examined his surroundings, a sudden voice broke the silence. Prophet, you have arrived. Zhao Yuan immediately summoned his Skyboost Bear, whose massive figure filled the narrow passage. With the Skyboost Bear leading the way, let's see who dares to harm me. I've waited so long. Prophet, you've finally come. The voice echoed again as dim lights began to flicker within the tunnel. Zhao Yuan looked up. The lights resembled scattered stars in the distance. After observing for a moment, he deduced that the space above must be open and expansive. Once he confirmed there was no immediate danger, Zhao Yuan directed the Skyboost Bear to proceed cautiously. Before long, the path opened up into a wide area. A towering stone monument, several meters high, stood before him. On it was pinned the figure of a woman. She had long, pointed ears like an elf, and her naked body was pierced through her limbs and forehead by stone nails, securing her firmly to the monument. Her pale, flawless skin and stunning beauty were breathtaking, even by human standards. After all these years, Prophet, you've finally come. The familiar voice echoed again. Who are you? Show yourself. Zhao Yuan demanded sharply, moving closer to the Skyboost Bear for protection. You've been staring at my body for so long, and you still don't know who I am. The voice carried a mix of shyness and anger. It's you, Zhao Yuan realized, his gaze returning to the figure on the monument. That's right, it's me. Stop staring. The voice sighed in exasperation. I didn't expect to meet such a lecher. Who are you? What do you want from me? Zhao Yuan reluctantly averted his eyes, though he couldn't help glancing occasionally from the corner of his vision. My name is Kasha Dona. You may call me Kasha. Aren't you already dead? Zhao Yuan asked, scanning the dim and hazy surroundings, unable to discern what lay in the distance. Yes, I am indeed dead. But the me speaking to you now has not truly perished, Kasha explained. What do you mean? Where are you? Zhao Yuan asked, puzzled. In the moment of my death, my consciousness was extracted and remains frozen in that instant. That instant? Are you saying we're separated by time? After a brief silence, Kasha replied. You could say that. Impossible. Zhao Yuan rejected the idea outright. Speaking across time? That's even harder to believe than saying I can't see you. Mortals are not omnipotent. Kasha's voice suddenly grew firm. But gods are limitless. 20,000 players appeared in the dungeon simultaneously, and the battle state was instantly triggered. Team players quickly assumed their combat formations. Support classes promptly cast protective shields on their allies. Frontline warriors activated taunt skills to draw enemy fire. while damage-dealing classes adjusted their positions nimbly to prepare for unforeseen dangers. Solo players were equally cautious, seeking cover to avoid attacks. These instinctive responses were honed from countless dungeon experiences. Moments later, the system announced status cleared. Frontline players scanned their surroundings to confirm safety before retracting their skills. Sis, is this what a large-scale ruins dungeon looks like? Tang Xuanzhu asked excitedly, leaning close to Tang Yimping and lowering her voice. Yes, it's my first time here too, Tang Yimping replied with a nod. But I know this place is called the Leveling Sanctuary, the best spot for rapid leveling. Tang Xuanzhu's eyes sparkled. Does that mean we're about to soar? Don't get ahead of yourself, Tang Yimping said seriously. This is nothing like the random small dungeons in the wild. A large-scale ruins dungeon appears only once, with no strategy guides to follow. Danger lurks everywhere. What's there to be afraid of? Well, just be cautious. You can't achieve great things by being timid, Tang Xuanzhu said boldly. Tang Yimping silently shook her head. It was supposed to be a day off, but her sister's unexpected visit led her to show her around, only to stumble upon this opportunity. The ruins dungeon was indeed a rare chance to catch up with the top-tier players, but it was far too dangerous to bring her sister along. Don't worry, sis, Tang Xuanzhu said, as if sensing her sister's concerns. Mimicking their father's tone, she added, Father always says, opportunity lies in danger. Our race faces hardships who can't afford to let fear hold us back. What will happen to humanity and the next generation if we do? That does sound like father. Tang Yimping smiled helplessly. All right, let's follow them. In the distance, a massive city hovered in midair, resembling a dormant beast. Elsewhere, Zhao Yuan gazed at Kasha's lifeless body. Stop staring. What's so fascinating about a mere shell? Kasha said impatiently. If it's just a shell, then why not take a look? Zhao Yuan countered. You? Kasha was momentarily at a loss for words before raising her voice. Do you know what a god is? A god is everything, the master of all creation. Let me enlighten you. Enough. Zhao Yuan interrupted her sales pitch bluntly. Have you ever heard of the Abyss game? Humans in the current world no longer believe in gods. The Abyss game? Are you talking about that full-dive VR game? Kasha asked, puzzled. Then have you heard the name Lan? Zhao Yuan continued to probe. Lan? I've never heard Opha. Kasha suddenly let out a scream of agony. It hurts. Mortals cannot invoke a god's name directly. Oh, I was wrong. Zhao Yuan ignored her cries, lost in thought. Mortals cannot invoke a god's name. What exactly is a god? Could the Lan that resides above the starry sea truly be a god? Damn it, did you trick me, kid? Kasha roared angrily once the pain subsided. How could I? Zhao Yuan feigned innocence. See? I said it too, and nothing happened, right? You, a non-believer, someone who rejects the gods? Are you a non-believer? A flicker of doubt crossed Kasha's eyes. Zhao Yuan didn't reply. He simply observed her quietly, trying to extract more information from her words. But doubts began to creep into his mind. How could a non-believer possess the tear of dust wind? How could a non-believer become a prophet? None of this seemed to add up. Have you ever heard of the Hashwina Empire? Kasha's tone turned urgent, almost interrogative. Never heard of it, Zhao Yuan replied. Then have you heard of the origin of the world, the master of all things, the mother of all life, the great and selfless Mother Earth? Her voice grew sharper, probing. Zhao Yuan shook his head. Nope, never heard of it. You're lying to me? Kasha suddenly roared, her composure unraveling in an instant. You're lying to me? Zhao Yuan couldn't help but force a bitter smile. This woman was utterly unreasonable. Just a moment ago, she regarded him as a prophet, and now she was calling him a liar. He muttered under his breath, women so irrational. Big sister, seriously, I'm not lying. Can you stop yelling? My ears are about to explode. He rubbed his ears, genuinely at a loss for what to do. Her voice was maddeningly piercing, and Zhao Yuan couldn't help but recall her earlier state, pinned to the stone tablet. How long, how many years has it been? Kasha suddenly whispered, her gaze turning vacant, as though lost in some deep confusion. Great Mother, can you hear my call? Her voice trembled as though overcome by some profound realization. Could it be they succeeded? Those wretched traitors. Why would mortals defy the gods? No, 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 this can't be real. I refuse to believe it. Kasha's voice grew quieter and quieter as she retreated into her own mind, entirely oblivious to Zhao Yuan's presence. If he could see her face now, he might have thought she had completely broken down. Zhao Yuan shook his head and decided to ignore her. He turned and began walking toward the misty expanse ahead. The summit of Skyboost Bear loomed in the distance. 6 giant horned ants prowled the area, while rift-winged butterflies danced gracefully on either side. Whenever monsters appeared, the butterflies would instantly reduce them to ashes. But the mist seemed endless. After walking for some time, Zhao Yuan realized the path he had been following had vanished. No matter which direction he chose, he always ended up back at the stone tablet. Meanwhile, Kasha continued wailing, her voice so grating it made Zhao Yuan's head throb, as though her entire world was crumbling apart. Zhao Yuan's patience was wearing thin. Angrily, he shouted, Skybust bear, smash it for me. Without hesitation, he summoned the Skybust bear, directing it to attack the stone tablet above. The massive beast descended from the sky, its colossal body crashing down with thunderous force. Standing 10 meters tall, it was like a small mountain slamming into the stone tablet. To his astonishment, the tablet emitted a flash of light, instantly repelling the Skyboost bear. However, the creature, imbued with Zhao Yuan's innate strength, was unfazed. It relentlessly continued its assault on the tablet. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike echoed like a deafening roar, shaking the ground. Yet, despite the onslaught, the stone tablet remained immovable. Fine, if it's just a contest of noise, let's see who gives in first, Zhao Yuan muttered helplessly, covering his ears and retreating to a corner. Time dragged on painfully. 10 minutes passed. Then 30. Zhao Yuan's patience was nearly at its limit. He was on the verge of snapping. Big sister, I'm begging you, have mercy on me. The noise was driving him insane. Ah! Zhao Yuan's face turned ashen. He was teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, damn it. Ah! Damn it all. He completely lost it. I can't take this anymore. Come on, just do it. Just do it. He shut his eyes, surrendering himself to the maddening sound that seemed intent on breaking him. Zhao Yuan found a clean spot on the floor, lay down, and completely gave up struggling. At this moment, despair filled his heart, as though his body and soul had been crushed. They could kill him, tear him apart whatever they wanted just as long as they stopped tormenting him. Cries of anguish poured from his throat. His mouth opened wide, and he screamed, ah, ah, ah. His tongue involuntarily stuck out, his body trembling as another round of frantic shouting erupted. Suddenly, he raised his hand and touched his lower back. Upft. Zhao Yuan let out a loud, unexpected fart. Upft. The unexpected sound seemed to break some kind of tension. Kasha's composure shattered completely. Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow, his face lighting up with excitement. Big sister, you're finally acting normal. Kasha quickly covered her mouth, as if regaining her senses for a brief moment, but her eyes burned with anger. Vulgar mortal, she growled in a low voice. Zhao Yuan nodded eagerly. Yes, I'm just immortal. The air suddenly fell silent, as though time had frozen. Zhao Yuan spoke urgently. Big sister, keep talking. Don't stop. Please, just don't start screaming again. Kasha began to speak slowly, her voice low and laced with both anger and sorrow. We of the Vina race have worshipped the Earth Mother for generations. She is our creator, guiding us to glory. A flicker of memory crossed her eyes. We conquered countless civilizations, expanding from our homeworld into the stars, until the entire universe echoed with one name Vina. At that time, every star sang our praises, but we gradually lost ourselves. Victory and pride consumed us. Her voice grew hoarse, but her emotions only intensified. We built cannons capable of evaporating stars, warships that could tear apart galaxies. But in the end, our ambitions grew insatiable. We began to question why should the gods sit above us, doing almost nothing yet possessing everything? Why should we mortals follow their guidance? Zhao Yuan frowned, sensing the depth of Kasha's anger, but he couldn't resist asking, and then? Did you betray the Earth Mother? Kasha's expression darkened, and she lowered her head. Her voice was almost a scream. Yes, we betrayed the Earth Mother, turning all our weapons against her. It was unforgivable. A hint of madness flickered in her eyes, and Zhao Yuan dared not interrupt her. He could feel her near-breaking emotions. How did you end up nailed here, like this so exposed? Kasha's gaze became hollow, her tone unnaturally subdued. I am the princess of the Hashvina Empire, the holy maiden of the Earth Mother's temple. I was the Earth Mother's most devoted follower. But the ruler of the Hashvina, Empiremi brother was the greatest traitor of all. Her voice was filled with seething hatred as she uttered the word brother. Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow. So, in your Vina race, which is more important, faith or family? Kasha didn't hesitate for a moment, her voice resolute. Faith, of course. The gods are everything to us. Zhao Yuan nodded slightly, gaining a deeper understanding of this fervent believer. Yet he couldn't help but ask, was it your brother who nailed you here? Kasha clenched her fists tightly, her fury nearly overwhelming her. I stripped myself bare in front of everyone, trying to stop his madness. But he called me insane and ultimately nailed me before the Earth Mother's monument, forcing me to witness their so-called victory. Zhao Yuan fell silent, his thoughts churning. A princess, stripped of her dignity to oppose her brother's actions, it seemed this was more than just an act of defiance. It was a profound humiliation. Is this what you call the tear of dustwind? Zhao Yuan took out the peculiar stone from his pocket, turning it lightly in his palm. Kasha's pupils contracted, and she lunged toward Zhao Yuan with a wild, uncontainable desperation in her eyes. Yes, the tear of dustwind is a relic left by the Earth Mother to her followers. It is also the key to the Earth Mother's temple. For a non-believer to possess, it is blasphemy. Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow, studying the stone that gleamed with an otherworldly light. Suddenly, Everything seemed even more mysterious. He took a deep breath and spoke calmly. Have you really never heard of the Abyss game? Kasha became explosively agitated, nearly roaring. You vile mortal. Put down the Earth Mother's relic. You are unworthy. Ignoring her furious outburst, Zhao Yuan kept his gaze on the tier of dust wind in his hand, as if had realized it was the key to leaving this place. A faint smile crossed his face, and his tone remained steady. So, is this history or just a fabrication within the Abyss game? After a brief silence, Zhao Yuan stood up and walked toward a spot hidden in the mist. The tier of dust wind in his hand began to emit a gentle glow, as if responding to something. Suddenly, a hidden passage emerged from the fog. Kasha, Zhao Yuan turned back, his tone indifferent. I forgot to mention humans don't worship gods. He stepped into the passage, his figure gradually fading away, swallowed by the mist. Kasha's frenzied screams echoed in the air. Come back. You are the prophesied one. You can't abandon the gods. Come back. Zhao Yuan's steps didn't falter, his silhouette vanishing into the layers of mist. As the passage through the mist extended, a glowing screen appeared before Zhao Yuan. Without hesitation, he stepped through it, but the scene that unfolded made him stop abruptly. A dense formation of fighter jets circled high above, colossal mecha units marched heavily across the ground, and massive warships, covering half the sky, unleashed relentless firepower. The barrage of artillery rained down, reducing skyscrapers to rubble. Extraordinary beings wove webs of light with their spells, tearing through the invading aircraft. Their figures darted through the skies, clashing fiercely with the towering machines of steel. It was a battle of technology versus the supernatural, with fire and smoke engulfing the entire world. A system notification popped up. Large-scale ruins dungeon beginning of the Godslayer has been unlocked. Choose your faction. Empire faction 13,027 players, Earth Mother faction 6,973 players. 20,000 players in this dungeon. Zhao Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. After selecting the Empire faction, the system immediately displayed the faction channel and mission details. The main task was clear: destroy the Earth Mother's palace. Zhao Yuan slapped his forehead in frustration. Wasn't that the place he had just left? With no other choice, he opened the faction channel, only to be overwhelmed by the chaotic flood of messages. Fanatics are gathering, watch out for ambushes. Let them fight it out first so we can pick them off. These mechas are so hard to control. Check out my Falcon fighter jet. You idiot, you just shot me. Keep your distance. As Zhao Yuan struggled to make sense of the noisy chatter, a military officer suddenly appeared beside him, barking orders at him. Private, what are you standing around for? Only then did Zhao Yuan realize that, at some point, he had donned a standard combat uniform. Get to your mecha and join the fight, the officer roared again. Yes, sir. Zhao Yuan instinctively snapped to attention, accidentally spraying spit onto the officer's face. Turning around, he spotted an unusual mecha parked nearby, its entire body jet black, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight. Without a second thought, Zhao Yuan leapt into the open cockpit. The moment the hatch closed, the officer's furious voice came through the intercom. That's my mecha. Lieutenant, where did this guy come from? Get him out of there. The system notification appeared just in time. Mecha operation data uploading. Accept? Yes. Zhao Yuan confirmed. A torrent of data flooded his mind, and it felt as though he had trained with this mecha countless times. When he opened his eyes again, the controls felt like an extension of his own body. The mecha roared to life and soared into the sky, a streak of black lightning cutting through the clouds. Combat route updated. Proceed along the designated path to eliminate Earth Mother faction followers. Zhao Yuan noticed the red route marked on the navigation map and observed other mechas heading in the same direction. Cautiously, he increased his altitude and slowed his speed. Even so, it wasn't long before he arrived at his destination. A city suspended in midair came into view. Countless figures darted between the buildings, locked in fierce combat, while explosions echoed everywhere. Zhao Yuan's eyes locked onto a towering structure at the center of the city, a glint of excitement flashing within them. There it is. Time to experience the power of technology firsthand. Zhao Yuan swiftly maneuvered the mech, its metallic joints producing a series of crisp clanking sounds. A fissure opened on the mech's chest, and a ghostly blue energy began to coalesce. He carefully adjusted his position, avoiding the range of attacks below. With the arrival of reinforcements, the Empire was gradually gaining the upper hand. Why is the energy charging so slow? Zhao Yuan frowned as he stared at the energy bar, which had only reached 80. He failed to notice that as the energy continued to accumulate, the entire mech was enveloped in a glowing blue aura. Other Empire mechs had instinctively formed a protective circle, intercepting any threats to Zhao Yuan. Numerous communication requests flooded in, marked by question marks, but they went unanswered as Zhao Yuan had turned off the communication system. Sister, did you notice? The formation seems to have changed. What's with that black mech glowing blue? Tang Xuanju's voice came through the comms. Stay back and don't get too close. Tang Yinping warned. That's an advanced mech exclusive to Imperial officers. It's said to be capable of fighting in the starry void. But deploying something of this level now is definitely unusual. Understood, sister. Oh, by the way, I've already collected 300 relic points. Tang Xuanju said excitedly. In this large-scale relic raid, eliminating an enemy unit earned 1 relic point, equivalent to the value of an elite monster. Accumulating 10,000 relic points would raise one's divinity level by 1 tier, which explained why everyone was so eager to participate. Finally, the energy indicator reached full capacity. Zhao Yuan locked onto a high-rise building in the city center and pressed the fire button without hesitation. In an instant, the mech erupted in a blinding blue light, radiant as the sun. Run! Tang Yinping's expression shifted drastically as she shouted at Tang Xuanju. A staggering wave of energy surged toward the city center, sending the crowd below scattering in panic. Are you insane? Using a planet-destroying weapon on the homeworld, furious roars erupted one after another. Even amidst their civil war, no one had ever considered destroying the homeworld. The Imperial leadership was furious. They had never authorized the deployment of advanced mechs for this battle. For an unknown officer to independently use a planet-destroying attack on the homeworld would ignite the wrath of the Empire's citizens, a storm of public outrage so immense that not even the Emperor could quell it. Stop him immediately. Who did this? The Imperial officials on the homeworld were livid. Their goal was to suppress the followers in the Earth Mother Temple, not annihilate a planet of such profound significance to the Vina race. The command center descended into chaos. While they were accustomed to battling the terrifying elders of the Earth Mother Temple, deploying a planet-destroying weapon on the homeworld was an absolute taboo. This strike would not only devastate the homeworld but also turn its perpetrator into a sworn enemy of the entire Vina race. Everyone in the command center knew they would face a military tribunal for this. Sweat dripped from the true owner's forehead like rain as his trembling hands hovered over the control panel. Sir, we can't detect the soldier's information. The voice through the earpiece plunged him further into despair. He knew it was over for him. Surviving a military tribunal would already be a stroke of luck. Most likely, he'd spend the rest of his life behind bars. Neither faction's commanders could have foreseen that an untrained rookie, with no formal experience, would act so ruthlessly. In this colossal war, 20,000 players were scattered across 2 factions, as insignificant as droplets falling into the ocean. No one realized that these seemingly unremarkable players were the true masters of this game. In the human faction, most players had already fled in every direction the moment they sensed something was amiss. Wait, did someone activate the planet-destroying weapon? Are we all doomed? This dungeon's a death trap. I should have never come in here. Panic-stricken voices filled the communication channels. Out of the 20,000, only a handful of players could endure the destruction of a star. Zhao Yuan never imagined that his casual experiment would nearly terrify all 3 factions out of their wits. Countless capable individuals scrambled to pilot various spacecraft, pushing their engines to the maximum while cursing and fleeing toward the depths of space. On the outskirts of the star, countless massive warships activated their shields, their blue energy barriers glowing faintly against the darkness of the cosmos. Those monitoring the battlefield held their breath, placing their last shred of hope in the faction of the Mother Goddess Temple. Hold it back. The homeworld must not be destroyed. Compared to the Empire, the Mother Goddess Temple faction was far more desperate. For the Empire's leadership, the loss of a homeworld would at worst result in some public backlash. They could always scapegoat a few high-ranking officials, and it wouldn't significantly impact the Empire's overall strength. Some might even secretly rejoice at the chance to shed a burden. But the situation was entirely different for the Mother Goddess Temple. The homeworld was the sacred site where the Mother Goddess had once descended, the very core of their faith. Could the believers accept it if their holy land were destroyed? The Mother Goddess had not descended for ages, and if even the sacred land ceased to exist, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as the devastating attack was about to land, a middle-aged man clad in ornate robes and holding a staff emerged from the void. His cold gaze swept over Zhao Yuan, and in that instant, Zhao felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his blood nearly freezing solid. A golden rune shimmered in the air, followed by a dazzling burst of energy erupting from the tip of the staff. A golden beam collided midair with the blue energy blast, unleashing shockwaves that rippled outward. Simultaneously, at the outskirts of the floating city, dozens of similarly powerful figures raised their own staffs. A massive energy shield quickly formed, enveloping the entire city. A blinding flash, like the explosion of a sun, illuminated the scene. Zhao Yuan's face turned pale. "This is bad," he muttered under his breath. A mushroom-shaped cloud appeared out of nowhere, and the world plunged into an eerie silence. Figures began converging from all directions, surrounding the city. Layer upon layer of shields were raised, shattered, and raised again. "Hold the line. Don't let it reach the surface." The commanding voice echoed through the comms. No one knew how much time had passed before everything finally settled. Inside the shield, the exhausted believers collapsed to the ground, their legs trembling with fatigue. After the energy storm subsided, the once floating city had been completely obliterated, leaving no trace, only an empty void remained. At the center of where the city once stood, the middle-aged man holding the staff was now in tattered robes, barely recognizable. The staff in his hand had lost its former brilliance, and he swayed unsteadily, as if he might fall from the sky at any moment. A nearby believer quickly flew over, catching the faltering archbishop just in time. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the distant horizon suddenly tore apart. One after another, mechas ascended into the sky, followed closely by rows of fighter jets descending from above, unleashing a torrent of firepower. The terrifying energy instantly shredded several outer bishops into fragments. Imperial soldiers surged forward like a tide, tightly encircling the area. A massive red mecha emerged from the formation, exuding an imposing aura. Giardona, how despicable of you to use star-destroying weapons on the ancestral planet. Aren't you afraid of being condemned for eternity? The archbishop looked around at his fallen comrades with deep sorrow, a flicker of unmasked pain in his eyes. These people were the most loyal children of the Mother Goddess. Condemned. Giardona's lips curved into a mocking smile. To your so-called Mother Goddess temple, we ceased being sinners a long time ago. His tone was icy and contemptuous. Watching the battle unfold around him, confident of victory, he added indifferently, the head of an archbishop should be enough to put an end to this conflict. As for the star-destroying weapon, it wasn't authorized by us. I won't take the blame for the destruction of the ancestral planet. Before his words even settled, the battlefield beside him had already eased his concerns. Earlier, taking down the archbishop might have been a challenge for this force. But now, with the exhaustion of the enemy's extraordinary powers, what remained were weakened and powerless opponents. With a flick of his finger, Giardona's confidence and authority in controlling the situation were evident in his relaxed tone. Giardona, you have no honor. Where has the royal family's dignity gone? Bullying an injured Archbishop Yuri unworthy of being royalty. A bishop supporting the archbishop shouted furiously at him. Honor, Giardona sneered coldly. Sorry, honor is a standard for you supernaturals. For those of us on the technological side, results are all that matter. The process? Not so much. He appeared entirely unconcerned, displaying his usual indifference toward fallen enemies. Enough. The archbishop finally stopped the enraged bishop and turned to Giardona. Under the gaze of the Mother Goddess, all sins will one day be judged. Oh, sure, noted. Farewell. Giardona waved dismissively, and suddenly, waves of energy surged toward the two, instantly tearing them into fragments. With their demise, the battle's balance tipped entirely. Extraordinary powers, in sheer numbers, were no match for technology. He casually brushed off non-existent dust from the air and walked forward. As he raised his hand, an undamaged scepter floated toward him, landing firmly in the hand of his mecha. Believers in God show, could they ever become gods themselves? Such futility. Giardona shook his head, as if lamenting the fate of the two bishops. However, he didn't linger. With a wave of his hand, he signaled toward the sky, leading his entire army into the heavens, disappearing beyond the stars. You have gained 100,000 relic points. The system notification suddenly rang in Zhao Yuan's ears, making his heart tighten. He almost couldn't process how terrifying was that power. 100,000 points. Did that mean nearly 100,000 lives from the Mother Goddess Temple's faction were wiped out in that strike? Each kill granted 1 relic point, with variations depending on rank and status. Already leveled up to 2-star, level 1. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Yuan's lips as he relished the satisfaction of leveling up. He hadn't expected such generous rewards from a large-scale relic instance. However, in that moment, he suddenly realized something was amiss. When the mecha's energy was unleashed, he felt an overwhelming, unimaginable force crashing toward him. Without hesitation, he immediately used the tier of Dust Wind to activate teleportation. Through the faction channel, Zhao Yuan quickly learned what he had just done: star-destroying weapons. That mecha had been equipped with such a powerful weapon. No wonder the one he piloted was black, completely distinct from the other white mechas. But why had that officer allowed him to pilot such an advanced mecha? Still, he understood that this had little to do with the mecha's damage. For the Vina Empire, star-destroying weapons had long been in mass production, and the equipment on the ancestral planet was merely basic. In the depths of the universe, the Empire's true weapons and armies were beyond imagination in their power. In this vast universe, no force dared to provoke the Vina Empire on its ancestral planet. Zhao Yuan sat in the corner, excitedly counting the relic points he had accumulated. Watching the numbers jump higher and higher, a joyful smile spread across his face. Catching up to everyone in less than a day. If I can clear a few more large-scale relic dungeons, why would it take 12 years to catch up with the rest of the human race? If the humans outside heard Zhao Yuan's thoughts, they would probably be infuriated on the spot. In the nearly 300 years of human history, Large-scale relic dungeons were extraordinarily rare, appearing only a handful of times, barely a few dozen. Even the grandest occurrence allowed only 50,000 participants, and entering such a dungeon even once was considered a stroke of fate. Not even the Human Alliance had been able to fully document these dungeons' details. Some of the strongest players had roamed the Abyss game for over 2 centuries without ever setting foot in a large-scale relic dungeon. At this moment, Zhao Yuan was still unaware of the true significance of the 10 fixed points of luck that came with his Grind King title. In this world, everyone's fortune ebbed and flowed like tides. No one could stand perpetually at the peak of luck. Yet these 10 fixed points of luck already placed him above 99 of all beings. What seemed like mere coincidences were, in truth, quietly marked by destiny. In the eyes of those unknown entities, the masses were no more than schools of fish or flocks of birds. But among them, there were always exceptional beings: fish that leaped over the dragon gate, birds that transformed into mighty rocks. The light of the tear of dust wind flickered, and Zhao Yuan was once again transported to the Earth Mother's palace. Familiar with the process, he walked effortlessly to the stone tablet, glanced at the jade figure carved on it, and teased, "Can you speak properly this time? If not, I'm leaving." Kasha spoke calmly, though her tone betrayed her disdain. "You, how could the Mother Goddess have chosen you?" Zhao Yuan's voice instantly turned cold. "Are you questioning your god? You? The gods are above all. No one can question them." Kasha retorted firmly. Zhao Yuan didn't reply. Instead, he took out the tear of dust wind, tossing it between his hands as his gaze remained locked on Kasha, waiting for her reaction. Seeing this, Kasha fell into a daze. Doubt crept into her heart, and cracks began to form in her faith. After countless years of waiting and yearning, the divine oracle had never favored her. Even the strongest faith could falter under the relentless erosion of time. "You must believe that everything is part of the best plan. The gods see all," Zhao Yuan said. The vast, empty space descended into silence. After a long pause, Kasha finally spoke. "Yes, the gods see all, and everything is part of the best plan." "What is a prophet?" Zhao Yuan pressed. Kasha explained. "Long ago, a devout believer received a divine oracle predicting that after a great calamity, a being would return to the Vina with the tear of dust wind. At that time, the light of the gods would shine once more." "But aren't you the saintess? Why didn't you receive the oracle?" Zhao Yuan questioned. "The title of saintess is not a position within the divine temple," Kasha replied. "Strictly speaking, it's a product of compromise between the royal family and the temple. The saintess serves as a mediator between the two, and the title is meant to signify prestige. Each generation, a princess from the royal family is chosen for the role." It seemed that the royal family's indoctrination hadn't entirely influenced the temple. In this regard, religion indeed had its unique resilience. "What is the calamity mentioned in the oracle?" Zhao Yuan continued to ask. At first, no one could have imagined that disaster would strike, especially when the empire was at its peak, seemingly omnipotent. Who would have thought that the catastrophe would originate from within the empire itself? Their power had surpassed all limits, even daring to challenge the gods. It all began with a proclamation. They declared their intention to dissect the gods and reveal their true nature to the world. This idea enraged the divine palace, utterly intolerable. Kasha's gaze darkened suddenly, memories surging into her mind. Diaside? Yes, that was exactly the royal family's plan. And the royal family didn't oppose it. The most powerful core didn't object? Wasn't that equivalent to full support? "Have you ever seen the Earth Mother?" Zhao Yuan suddenly spoke, his tone filled with curiosity. "What do gods look like?" "Palace Master, you must have seen them, right?" Kasha hesitated for a moment, her voice low. "Not sure. Have you ever seen a god?" Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow. "If you've never seen a god, how can you be sure they exist?" Kasha grew a bit impatient. "Are you stupid? If there were no gods, where would extraordinary power come from? All transcendence originates from the gods." Zhao Yuan was taken aback. This perspective instantly made him realize something. "Does that apply to the game as well?" he asked involuntarily. Kasha let out a cold snort. "We believe in the gods not because they need our faith, but because we need them. Transcendence is the only path to immortality. Technology can achieve that too, right?" Zhao Yuan countered, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. "With the technological advancements of the Vina Empire, achieving longevity shouldn't be a difficult task. Technology might grant longevity, but not immortality." Kasha's tone was resolute. If technology stops advancing, longevity will inevitably reach its limit. But the end of transcendence is to touch the existence of the gods. As long as the gods exist, immortality is possible. Zhao Yuan frowned. "How can you be so sure that the gods can truly live forever?" "You're such a contrarian." Kasha sneered. "You're from a short-lived race. Don't you understand the meaning of gods?" Zhao Yuan was startled, and then asked, "Short-lived race? What do you mean?" "We Vina have a natural lifespan of 10,000 years, far surpassing most races in the universe," Kasha said with a hint of pride in her voice. As for those whose lifespans are less than a tenth of ours, we call them short-lived races. What about those with a lifespan of less than 100 years? Zhao Yuan asked softly, a vague doubt forming in his mind. Kasha scoffed. A lifespan of 10,000 years. Do you think humanity even has 10,000 years of history? They are but mayflies, destined to vanish, perhaps without even leaving a name before they go extinct. These words made Zhao Yuan's expression change. He retorted defiantly, the value of a civilization isn't determined by the length of its lifespan. Your Vina people may be powerful, but your glory doesn't guarantee eternity. Kasha's gaze turned cold as she responded icily. Oh, then you're just a mayfly. Your human race is nothing more than dust. Give you time, and perhaps you could catch up, but we Vina will ensure you can never reach us. Zhao Yuan's face darkened, but he smirked faintly and said with a cold laugh, perhaps your people have already become the mayflies, and dust you so disdain. Your glory is a thing of the past. These words ignited a flicker of fury in Kasha's eyes. What did you say? Zhao Yuan didn't hold back with his retort. You're nothing but a dead race. Why do you have to be so arrogant? Kasha gritted her teeth, her anger barely contained. You. Zhao Yuan's sharp gaze shifted the topic. How did you manage to preserve your consciousness? Do you have some special method? Humph. Short-lived race. Don't even think about it. Kasha sneered. Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow. How did they allow you to keep your consciousness? I am a princess, Kasha declared proudly, her words carrying a radiant confidence. Everyone knows I am the princess of the empire. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but laugh mockingly, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Oh, just a princess hung here like this? Kasha's face turned pale with rage, her teeth grinding audibly. You. Zhao Yuan dismissed her anger lightly, continuing, he's my elder brother. As the emperor of the empire, sometimes kindness isn't necessarily a virtue. Kasha was furious, her eyes flashing with a blood-red rage. You. Zhao Yuan smirked coldly. The best outcome would be to simply enrage you to death. At this moment, the atmosphere grew exceptionally tense. Their dialogue had transcended mere argument, delving deep into each other's hearts and exposing secrets that had long been hidden. If you weren't a prophet, I wouldn't say a single word to you. Kasha glared at Zhao Yuan, impatience flashing in her eyes. There are no buts or ifs. Let me ask you, what is the divine light mentioned in the oracle? Zhao Yuan frowned slightly, as if a significant memory had surfaced in his mind. Kasha shook her head firmly. I don't know. I'm the prophet. Don't you trust your god anymore? I truly don't know. Zhao Yuan's response earned him a disapproving glare from Kasha. The oracle is the oraclite doesn't come with an explanation, Kasha said, her voice lowering as her patience waned. The gods don't explain their oracles to their followers. Do you understand? Zhao Yuan nodded slowly, his tone calm. The gods don't need followers. Believe it or don't. He glanced around and asked, where's the great Earth Mother's temple? This is it. Kasha replied curtly. Zhao Yuan gestured at their surroundings, displeased. I mean the real great Earth Mother's temple. He found it hard to believe that the center of a religion blessed by a deity could appear so shabby. It's above us. Kasha pointed upward. Use the tears of dust wind to sense its direction, it will guide you. But I wouldn't recommend going there. The great Earth Mother's temple always has the high priest present in the main hall. As a non-believer, stepping into the great hall will mean certain death. Zhao Yuan froze for a moment. You can see outside? He quickly put the pieces together. The outside is a replica. The Vina clan has long been destroyed. Yes, Kasha said softly. Before you arrived, the outside was desolate. After you came, it came to life, or rather, the time that once existed there came to life again. Zhao Yuan suddenly understood. Isn't this just like watching a movie? Is this the so-called abyss game you mentioned earlier? This must be what you call a replica, right? A flash of anger crossed Kasha's eyes. Turning my clan's history into a replica, letting you destroy it at will, doesn't that being fear-provoking a divine war? She shook her head in frustration. After all, they too are children of the Earth Mother, even if many of them have turned against her. But that doesn't give another deity the right to interfere, does it? Maybe you've overestimated your clan or overestimated your Earth Mother, Zhao Yuan said, his gaze thoughtful. If the abyss game has engulfed this place, the outcome speaks for itself. Lan must be far stronger than your so-called Great Earth Mother. He paused briefly and then asked, the Vina clan was so powerful, yet it failed against the Great Earth Mother. What's the point of Lan manipulating humans? Is it just for the amusement of toying with ants? Gods can't be that bored. The thoughts of gods always have profound meaning, even if they seem meaningless to you. That's what one of the great palace lords once said, Kasha replied, as though sensing Zhao Yuan's confusion. You mentioned a great palace lord? And what about the high priest? What are they? Zhao Yuan asked, curious about the structure of the Great Earth Mother's temple. Kasha explained patiently. The Great Earth Mother's temple has 10 palace lords. The strongest among them is the Great Palace Lord. Each palace lord oversees 10 archbishops, 1 high priest, and countless bishops and followers. The high priest is the servant of the deity. The 10 palace lords are rarely on the ancestral star. Only one high priest and one archbishop remain here. But the high priest never leaves the main hall of the temple, and few have ever seen him take action. Normally, it's the archbishop who acts. Zhao Yuan frowned. With so many powerful figures in your temple, why are you at such a disadvantage against the empire? The Great Earth Mother's temple is full of strong individuals. How could it be oppressed by the empire to this extent? A long time ago, the temple's status was indeed above the empire, Kasha said, her gaze becoming distant. But the empire's progress has been too rapid. You should understand at the beginning, and for a long time after, the extraordinary were exalted above all others. Back then, there were two distinct classes, the ordinary and the extraordinary. The empire was merely a tool for the extraordinary. Though ordinary people lack extraordinary powers, they have turned to technology. With the rapid advancement of science and technology, the extraordinary have gradually fallen from their pedestal. The saying, the mundane belongs to the mundane, and the extraordinary to the extraordinary, has become a widely recognized consensus between the two groups. Zhao Yuan understood well that becoming an extraordinary being required innate talent, a threshold that blocked countless individuals. The growth of an extraordinary individual took years, even centuries. Meanwhile, the Empire's massive warships, supported by the almost infinite resources of the universe, could be manufactured continuously. In reality, when those warships could effortlessly destroy an entire star system, the era of extraordinary beings was already on the decline. Kasha explained to Zhao Yuan the complex relationship between the Empire and the Divine Palace. The Empire, out of fear of the gods, initially refrained from targeting the Divine Palace. But over time, that fear gradually faded, eventually leading to the development of the God-slaying plan. She continued, it's unrealistic for the Empire to directly eliminate the Divine Palace. Across the Empire and the entire Vena race, countless people are followers of the Mother Goddess. Even if most are only superficial believers, it's enough to destabilize the Empire's foundations. This is destined to be a prolonged and grueling war. As expected of a cosmic superpower, a war on a single planet was nothing more than a skirmish in their eyes. Zhao Yuan roughly grasped the current situation and then posed one final question. How can your ancestral Mother Goddess Palace be destroyed? How dare you? Kasha was immediately enraged, her voice trembling with fury. This is just a simulation. The Mother Goddess Palace was destroyed long ago, Zhao Yuan replied firmly, showing no intention of backing down. A wandering soul who would still fear you? A fallen phoenix is worse than a chicken, and you're not even a chicken. I don't know. Kasha's voice softened. Back then, the Mother Goddess Palace on the ancestral planet was destroyed only because everyone had evacuated. Zhao Yuan nodded, temporarily accepting her explanation. In truth, there wasn't much he could do about Kashash was merely a fragment of consciousness, and he had yet to reach her level. As for her physical remains, even the sky-bossed bear couldn't move the stone monument guarding them. After leaving the Mother Goddess Palace, Zhao Yuan did not use the tier of dust wind to enter the main hall. Listen to advice, and you'll avoid trouble. The High Priest was clearly one of the final bosses of this simulation. Venturing there alone, without backup, would be suicidal. He found a suitable city and activated teleportation. The city was in chaos, with Imperial soldiers and Mother Goddess followers clashing in the streets. This battlefield was much more suitable for Zhao Yuan's current level. The previous location had clearly been a mistake. Unfortunately, he wasn't sure if his previous Imperial identity would still be valid. Zhao Yuan appeared in a relatively safe corner. A few panicked civilians fleeing in the distance didn't notice his arrival. In the confrontation between the two major factions, the ones who suffered the most were always the powerless commoners. But Zhao Yuan felt no obligation to concern himself with their plight. The Abyss game had two phrases Zhao Yuan particularly resonated with. Killing the saints in the apocalypse might not always be right, but it's never wrong. Those who are not of our kind will always harbor different intentions. Anyone who blocks the way can be eliminated. He set his sights on a group of Mother Goddess followers and began trailing them silently. Though cautious, they were obviously weak. Suddenly, a sky-bossed bear descended from the sky, crashing into the ground. Watch above, someone immediately shouted, and the group quickly tried to scatter. At that moment, Zhao Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile as he activated his Riftwing butterfly skill. The spatial disturbance caused a slowing and damaging effect, making their movement sluggish. The next moment, the sky-bossed bear struck them directly. While the simulation's dungeon creatures differed somewhat from those outside, small mobs were still just small mobs. 13 relic points were secured. Although it wasn't as exhilarating as before, that had been a fluke. Now, this felt like Zhao Yuan's true progress. In the distance, someone seemed to notice the commotion. Zhao Yuan swiftly cleared the battlefield and vanished into the shadows of the ruins. Shortly after, a group of Mother Goddess Temple followers arrived at the scene. They cast a quick glance at the bodies on the ground, their expressions remaining indifferent, as if such sights were nothing new to them. The leader of the group scanned the surroundings and let out a cold snort. Let's go, he said. The other 5 followed in silence, turning to leave. From a distance, Zhao Yuan concealed himself in the remnants of a shattered building, carefully observing them through a narrow gap. 6 people, this shouldn't be a problem, he muttered to himself softly, before quietly tailing them. His plan remained unchanged, following the same strategy. First, let the skybound bear crash down from above, drawing their attention. At the same time, the riftwing butterfly would silently activate a spatial distortion. The distortion in the air was almost imperceptible, but it was enough to disorient the enemies. As the followers grew alert, the spatial disturbance began to take effect. The surrounding space became increasingly unstable, and the ground rippled like a turbulent sea, making movement heavy and difficult. The skybound bear roared, unleashing its taunting ability and drawing all their focus. Suddenly, several spatial rifts tore open. The 6 barely had time to cry out before being ripped apart, unable to even identify the source of the attack. This method, utilizing extraordinary skills from the Abyss game, was entirely different from the powers of the Mother Goddess Temple followers. They hadn't sensed any threat until their lives were abruptly ended. From 30 meters away, Zhao Yuan turned lightly and disappeared into the ruins of the crumbling high-rises. The layered debris provided perfect cover. As he moved, Zhao Yuan continued to collect relic points while keeping a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual presence. Hundreds of high-ranking human figures were gathered in an expansive underground space beneath the ruins. This subterranean area was vast and had long been cleared to provide ample room. At the forefront stood Lu Jian, who addressed the crowd calmly. You're all familiar with the main storyline mission, right? The Empire needs to destroy the Mother Goddess Palace, while the Mother Goddess Temple seeks to thwart the Empire's plans. How can we maximize our gains here? Any suggestions? These human elites were top-tier individuals with fully maxed-out divine level 17 stars, level 9. For them, relic points held little value, as further accumulation was futile. The only way to advance was by completing the Abyss level 17 tasks and progressing to level 18, unlocking the path to 18 stars. Just get to the point. Why did you gather us here? Tang Yinping was the first to speak, her tone carrying a hint of impatience. I still need to take my little sister to grind through a dungeon. The sentiment was shared by many. Entering the relic dungeon held little significance for them. Large-scale relic dungeons were rare, and the chances of being matched into one were even slimmer. Most of them had entered with a casual mindset, treating it as a chance encounter. At best, they thought of it as a sightseeing opportunity, something to brag about later. However, this time, they had barely stepped into the dungeon before encountering planet-destroying weapons, narrowly escaping with their lives. That's why most of us have been keeping a low profile, just trying to ride this out until the dungeon ends, another person said with a helpless shake of their head. At the moment, they were more focused on surviving the crisis than engaging in disputes with the big players. But Lu Jian had a different perspective. As a member of one of the top 100 human squads, his reputation far exceeded that of the others. After all, joining a top-tier team was no easy feat, and every member of such squads possessed exceptional strength. You don't understand. Relic dungeons aren't just about collecting relic points. One of our team members once entered a relic dungeon that was unlike any other. Inside, they encountered a mysterious relic merchant, Lu Jian revealed, dropping a bombshell. A relic merchant? Everyone froze, stunned by the revelation. They had never heard of such a figure before. While mysterious merchants occasionally appeared in the Abyss game, they were typically tied to specific tasks, offering enigmatic items of unpredictable value. Rare treasures were exceedingly hard to come by, while lesser items were often worthless. If you want to gain more from this dungeon, not just relic points, we need to see what the relic merchant has to offer, Lu Jian said, his tone tinged with mystery. Lu Jian raised his gaze to the crowd and spoke in a steady tone. As for how to unlock the ruins shop, it's still a mystery for now. However, as long as we achieve high completion rates in our dungeon clears, it shouldn't be a problem. What exactly is inside the ruined shop that made you, Lu the Great, gather us all here? Someone in the crowd asked impatiently, and others turned to him with curious eyes. The ruined shop contains not only a plethora of rare items, but has reportedly even included mythical equipment. As soon as Lu Jian finished speaking, the room erupted into a frenzy. Mythical equipment. The crowd almost shouted in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The allure of an item that could last for generations, outliving its owner, was irresistible to any player. Lu Jian quickly poured cold water on their enthusiasm. Forget about mythical equipment. Even if you manage to find one, you definitely can't afford it. The real focus is on the rare items, which come in abundance and are yours to choose from. At this point, even he couldn't hide his excitement. Tang Yinping nodded in agreement. Indeed, for players like us whose equipment, gems, skills, mounts, and pets are already well developed, the appeal of rare items is unparalleled. Since no one has any objections, Lu Jian said straightforwardly, let's discuss how we should proceed. Should we side with the Empire or pledge allegiance to the Divine Palace? A heated debate immediately broke out. Players aligned with the Divine Palace pointed out the near-god-like power of the Grand Master, while those supporting the Empire reminded everyone of the apocalyptic battle where even a single officer could requisition a Star Destroyer mech. After a long and fruitless argument, all eyes eventually turned to Lu Jian. As the most powerful player in the Ruins dungeon, his opinion carried the most weight. Based on the Empire-related information I've gathered during my time in the dungeon, Lu Jian said seriously, I recommend that we all switch to the Divine Palace faction. He then laid out 3 key reasons. The Divine Palace had an enigmatic high priest. The Empire's main forces were not stationed on this planet, and the Empire had issued an order to lock down all weapons above the Star Destroyer level. If Zhao Yuan were present, he would certainly scoff at these conclusions. In reality, the Empire's restriction on Star Destroyer weapons was purely to avoid the disgrace of being accused of destroying their ancestral planet, and it had nothing to do with any high priest. Moreover, the Grand Archpriest of the Divine Palace was dead, and the High Priest was trapped in the temple. With the Divine Palace's limited strength, how could they possibly withstand the Empire's overwhelming firepower? In the face of such a disparity between technology and supernatural power, how could mere humans hope to resist the Empire's relentless bombardment? Heading in the wrong direction is a waste of effort. In that case, it seems the shrine route is indeed simpler. Tang Yinping nodded slightly, as if agreeing with this judgment. Should we make the switch then? Someone asked, their tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. Agreed. A voice responded immediately, firm and decisive. Maybe we should gather more information first. There might be intel we're unaware of, another voice suggested hesitantly, expressing their doubts. What useful intel can we get while hiding here? Everyone else's levels are too low to be of any help, someone retorted sharply, their tone impatient. Why not ask in the channel? We're all on the same side here. Even if others are at a lower level, luck can't be underestimated, another person proposed, their words cautious. Good point. Someone chimed in agreement. I don't see the need. What could a group of newcomers possibly know? Another voice interjected coldly, clearly dismissive of the suggestion as a waste of time. Lu Jian glanced at Tang Yinping, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He was well aware that the Tang family had a true powerhouse among the human race, and Tang Yinping, standing before him, was not only a member of that family, but also a staunch supporter of the human race. What do you think? Lu Jian asked. Tang Yinping pondered for a moment, her tone calm, yet resolute. I think we should inform everyone. After all, the human race is united. We shouldn't entertain any notion of betrayal. Our interests are aligned, and if someone has information we don't, it could help us avoid potential issues. It won't take much time, and unity is essential. She paused, then added, besides, I believe we shouldn't alienate the newcomers. Arrogance is the greatest obstacle to survival, and we can't afford to look down on them. Immediately, someone stood up, their tone determined. Exactly. We can't dismiss them just because their levels are low. Before the words settled, another person countered, who's being arrogant? I was simply pointing out the possibility. Are you implying I'm undermining human unity? The first speaker's expression darkened, their tone growing heated. Oh, come on. From the way you talk, it's obvious you look down on low-level humans. Do you think being at a higher level gives you the right to belittle others? Don't forget, you started at a low level too. Don't talk nonsense. The other person snapped, eyes wide with anger. How dare you accuse me of that? The argument escalated, and the tension in the room grew palpable. Others watched the conflict unfold, feeling a mix of unease and apprehension. You're accusing me of looking down on newcomers? I climbed my way up from the bottom. If you keep spouting lies, I swear ill. Enough. Lu Jian's voice suddenly cut through the commotion, silencing the quarrel. Calm down, everyone. Don't let pointless arguments disrupt our unity. But no sooner had he spoken than the dissenting voice rang out again. Arrogance. You're the one acting all high and mighty here. You're questioning me? Maybe you're the one working for the Slaughter Alliance. The other person shot back, their anger boiling over. Ridiculous. I'm no ally of the Slaughter Alliance. The so-called gods are nothing but garbage. He shouted, losing all composure. For a moment, all eyes turned to him, and the atmosphere became unbearably tense. How dare you insult the gods like that? Someone burst out angrily. At that moment, another individual stepped forward, their tone icy. If you're going to accuse others, you'd better have proof. Apologize now. The confrontation between the two escalated, but eventually, the tension eased as both sides realized their conflict was more about emotions flaring than any real issue. All right, everyone, let's cool down, Lu Jian said firmly. Since the topic has already been brought up, let's ask in the faction channel. His steady voice helped to diffuse the tension further. Regardless of personal opinions, isolating newcomers isn't an option. No one wants to be responsible for that. Under Lu Jian's guidance, the group eventually agreed to follow the suggestion. They decided to share the matter in both the Empire and Shrine faction channels, along with Lu Jian's reasoning and decision. As the discussion unfolded, the group chat quickly became lively. Many engaged in the conversation, but for most, the significance of the relic shop seemed minimal. Relic points were better spent on leveling up, and while rare artifacts were valuable, they might not withstand the overwhelming power of divine levels. To many, this opportunity felt distant and irrelevant. However, not everyone shared the same perspective. Among the chatter, a few voices stood out, unafraid to express their unique views. Most of them agreed with Lu Jian's statement. They had no access to such intel. The enemy faction attacked them on sight, and their own faction ignored their existence. Everyone's expressions were grim as they nodded in agreement. The words of the top players were the rules, and all these minor characters needed to worry about was how to earn relic points. Seeing that the discussion was going nowhere, a few high-level players began preparing to switch factions. Those considering the switch looked conflicted. When they were ignorant of the relic shop, they could easily accept the decision to switch. But now that they knew the truth, every relic point became incredibly precious. They secretly calculated. What if they encountered an extraordinary item later and were just a few points short? Wouldn't that be too unlucky? Fortunately, this was just the beginning, so the losses were still minimal. Wait, everyone, check the messages. Tang Yinping suddenly interrupted, her tone laced with surprise. In an instant, all eyes turned to the faction chat or other players' message channels, as each person could only see the chat content of their own faction. A player named Zhao Yuan, a newbie, was rapidly sending messages in the channel. Don't switch. Don't do it. If you switch, it's game over. This is the Empire's home planet. No one dares to use destructive weapons here. But the Empire has a massive number of mech units and automated armed machinery. To the Empire, those are dirt cheap and can be mass-produced endlessly. The Empire's army has already surrounded this planet completely. More importantly, the higher-ups in the Divine Palace only consist of a high priest and an archbishop. The archbishop is already out of the picture, leaving only the high priest, who wants to step out of the temple. If we join the Divine Palace faction, how are we supposed to complete the mission? Fight against the Empire's endless firepower. Zhao Yuan's message came in one breath, and the implication was clear. If the majority of the human faction joined the Divine Palace, there was no way to clear this dungeon. Could they even make it out alive? After the message was sent, the room fell into a stunned silence. Tang Yinping, how do you know this? Someone asked. That's none of your business. Zhao Yuan replied decisively. Someone immediately clicked on Zhao Yuan's profile level 1600. Moments later, Zhao Yuan retracted the previous message and sent another one. Sorry, that wasn't me earlier. I can't tell you how I know, but the content is absolutely accurate. He added a long string of smiling emojis at the end. Huh, Tang Yinping sneered coldly. Are you sure? Lu Jian also questioned. Zhao Yuan checked Lu Jian's profile level 1679. He quickly replied, absolutely sure, big boss, accompanied by an obedient-looking emoji. In the underground space, Lu Jian and Tang Yinping exchanged glances, their thoughts aligning. There was no way a newbie could have obtained such detailed intel unless this dungeon had been activated by him. The others quickly came to the same realization. Zhao Yuan's clumsy attempts to cover up had already exposed the truth. They had initially assumed the dungeon's activator was one of the high-level players present. Who would have thought it was a mere level 100-something newbie? His luck was extraordinary to unlock a large-scale relic dungeon at such a low level. Even if he gained nothing else, he would save years of leveling time. Alright, since he knows more than we do and his intel seems reliable, it looks like joining the Divine Palace is a dead end. Lu Jian took a deep breath and said, thwarting the Empire's schemes? With just these 20,000 people? Thankfully, he had asked otherwise. He would have led everyone straight to their doom. He couldn't help but feel a bit grateful to Zhao Yuan. Exactly. It's clear now that the key to clearing this dungeon lies in joining the Empire faction. Tang Yinping nodded. If the Empire faction is difficult, the Divine Palace faction would be a nightmare. Everyone else voiced their agreement as well. From the current situation, the Divine Palace faction was clearly a trap. Clearing the dungeon was impossible, and anyone who joined would be marching to their death. Alright, the Empire faction's difficulty is clearly more manageable. Let's join the Empire and aim to clear the dungeon as quickly as possible. Lu Jian stood up, making the final decision. One last thing, if I catch anyone targeting newbies in secret, I swear there will be no place for you among the humans. Tang Yinping swept her gaze across the room, her eyes sharp as blades. They'll say the same. On behalf of the Cleaving Axe Squad, if anyone dares to harm the newbies in this dungeon, you're disrespecting me. Be ready for the Cleaving Axe Squad to hunt you down. Lu Jian added coldly. The Cleaving Axe Squad ranked 67th among the human factions. That's only natural. Everyone echoed in agreement. Everyone present was well aware that with such a massive gap in divine power levels, even sending out a single member from their side would be enough to instantly defeat opponents from the other faction. It was a testament to one undeniable truth. In this world, keeping up with the divine power level of the majority was the key to survival. Zhao Yuan stared at the data panel in front of him. Empire Faction 19, 877 members. Earth Mother Shrine Faction, 123 members. He finally let out a sigh of relief. He had almost failed this dungeon. If everyone had chosen to join the Shrine Faction, this dungeon would have become unplayable. After all, It was a relic dungeon, and unless they cleared it or waited for the historical trajectory to naturally conclude, leaving was impossible. He found a relatively flat piece of rubble to sit on, took a swig of water, and rested briefly before continuing his actions. It would be a waste not to farm some relic points in such a rare dungeon. Fortunately, this city mainly involved small-scale skirmishes, leaving room for a lone wolf like him to maneuver. However, he knew his limits. If he encountered a group of more than 15 enemies, he would retreat immediately. If only I had a mech, he thought to himself. I could just level this entire city. Zhao Yuan nimbly leapt between buildings, carefully observing his surroundings. The architecture of the Wana clan was grand and imposing. Even ordinary residential buildings were incredibly sturdy, standing tall amidst the ravages of war. When he noticed a group of shrine followers entering a building ahead, he immediately followed, looking for an opportunity to take them down one by one. Meanwhile, Tang Xuangju was catching her breath behind a thick stone pillar. The intense fighting had left her in a dire situation. She was supposed to be waiting safely in this low-level area under her sister's arrangements. As an assassin, all she needed was the right timing. A single burst of her skills would have been enough to handle the minor shrine faction enemies here. But things had gone wrong. One of her seemingly ordinary targets had cast a tracking and marking curse just before dying. While the curse itself wasn't lethal and could be cleansed by a support, it had repeatedly exposed her location, causing her to be surrounded again and again. The increasing number of enemies made her solo efforts particularly difficult. She quickly downed a potion and waited for her breathing to steady. However, the eerie silence around her signaled a new threat. Clutching her dagger tightly, she suddenly dashed toward an exit on the left, only to be forced to halt as a green energy barrier blocked her path. Enemies emerged from all directions, surrounding her once more. Now, her only hope lay in her skills being off cooldown. She braced herself, ready to seize the perfect moment to break through the encirclement and escape, praying her sister would return soon. Suddenly, Tang Xuangju charged in a specific direction, her dagger slicing through the air in a dazzling arc of silver light. Her movements were as swift as lightning, nearly impossible to track. In an instant, several enemies fell to the ground, and a gap appeared in the encirclement. However, the gap vanished almost immediately. More followers surged through, their fierce attacks raining down like a storm, forcing Tang Xuangju back to her original position. She frowned, pressing her hand to her forehead, caught in a dilemma. Should she use her trump card so early in the fight? Glancing around, she saw cold, unyielding faces closing in step by step. As an assassin, once her burst skills were depleted, her combat effectiveness would drop significantly. Trapped within the encirclement, the outcome seemed inevitable. The followers, now gathering energy, clearly intended to keep her at bay, denying her any chance to engage in close combat. Out of options, Tang Xuangju pulled out a scroll. At that critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the heavens. A snow-white figure descended from the sky. It was the Skybust Bear. It unleashed a forced taunt, compelling all the followers to redirect their attacks toward it. The bear landed heavily, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Ripples spread through the space, slowing the movements of the followers. A sharp pain struck their hearts, and deep wounds appeared on their bodies. Within just 3 seconds, with a resounding boom, the followers' bodies shattered into pieces. Tang Xuangju was stunned. Such devastating damage could only mean that a high-level player had come to her aid. The remaining followers retreated in fear, nervously scanning their surroundings. The Skyboss Bear wasted no time, charging into the densest part of the crowd and unleashing another taunt. The mysterious spatial tremor reappeared, freezing the followers in place as the bear approached. One by one, they were sent flying by its powerful strikes. Their attacks couldn't even penetrate its fur. Before they could comprehend what was happening, excruciating pain racked their bodies, and in the next moment, they saw themselves torn apart. 6 smaller giant horned ants emerged onto the battlefield, their forelimbs moving with lightning speed. Each strike delivered a paralyzing effect. Before the followers could even feel the pain, their legs were torn apart, followed quickly by the rest of their bodies. In less than 2 minutes, 2/3 of the followers had fallen, yet no one had identified the true attacker. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Xuangju targeted isolated followers, taking them down with ease. Even with her skills on cooldown, her basic assassin attacks were more than sufficient. When the last follower fell, the Skyboost Bear and the giant horned ants quickly ran in a single direction. Following their gaze, Tang Xuangju spotted a young man slowly lifting his head from the ruins about 20 or 30 meters away. She raised an eyebrow, inwardly impressed by how cautious this immensely powerful individual seemed to be. Zhao Yuan stood up, his eyes scanning the woman before him. She was dressed in striking red, her face delicate and beautiful. In an era where human genes had been widely optimized, beauty was no longer rare, yet she still stood out. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, she was considered petite among the predominantly 1.9-meter tall humans, but her long legs were perfectly accentuated by her attire. Most striking of all was her flowing ponytail, which added an air of spirited elegance to her appearance. Summoner, Tang Xuanzhu asked knowingly, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. As Zhao Yuan approached within a meter of Tang Xuanzhu, his body suddenly tensed, and he stopped in his tracks, instinctively taking a few steps back. A trace of wariness flashed in his eyes. He could clearly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from her. Her divine rank was higher than his. Assassin. Zhao Yuan's gaze shifted to the dagger at Tang Xuanzhu's waist, feigning ignorance in response. Haha, so it's a little brother, huh? Tang Xuanzhu laughed, keenly noticing Zhao Yuan's unusual reaction. The oppressive feeling from her divine rank was too strong. It was something every newcomer had experienced before. Zhao Yuan. He introduced himself curtly, inwardly regretting his decision. He shouldn't have come out. With such a significant gap in divine rank, she could eliminate him in less than a second. He chastised himself for his lack of caution. Never let your guard down. Tang Xuanzhu saw through his concerns and sighed helplessly. There was nothing she could do about it. The gap in life ranks made their situation akin to a tiger standing before a rabbit. The technique to conceal one's life force field was something only high-ranking players could master, and she was no exception. Moreover, she rarely encountered players with a level lower than hers, as most of them met in large-scale dungeon instances. These special dungeons had one critical feature. NPCs within the dungeons would not inflict divine rank suppression on players. Essentially, each large-scale dungeon was once the domain of an advanced civilization, with a life rank inherently higher than that of any human player. If divine rank suppression were present, the dungeons would be impossible to explore. Players would be crushed by the life force field upon entry. This unique mechanic only applied to such dungeons. Tang Xuanzhu glanced at Zhao Yuan again, her eyes lighting up. Without a team, a summoner's survivability far exceeded that of an assassin. In these dungeons, a summoner could essentially function as a one-person team, making them naturally suited for solo runs. Thank you for saving me. Let's add each other as friends. Tang Xuanzhu said cheerfully, her smile bright as she looked at Zhao Yuan. She deliberately remained still, worried that any sudden movement might cause this overly cautious little brother to flee. Tang Xuanzhu has sent you a friend request. The system notification sounded in Zhao Yuan's ears. Zhao Yuan glanced at her profile. Tang Xuanzhu, level 324. After a brief hesitation, he responded, accept. Seeing that Zhao Yuan had accepted her friend request, Tang Xuanzhu's mood lifted instantly. A little brother with such a low level but terrifyingly high damage, definitely not an ordinary player. Zhao Yuan. She frowned slightly. That name sounds familiar. Then she smiled again. Don't worry, we humans always stick together. No one would harm their own kind in a dungeon. Zhao Yuan nodded without expression. He was well aware of this principle, but the feeling of his life being at the mercy of someone else was unbearable. If she decided to strike him down, there was no way he could avoid it. In such a situation, expecting him to feel at ease was absurd. How about we form a temporary party? Tang Xuanzhu suggested. Zhao Yuan felt resistant. He enjoyed the freedom of solo runs, and staying near her made him extremely uncomfortable due to the oppressive sensation. But then again, he couldn't ignore the fact that he had helped her earlier. Among humans, mutual aid was a principle he couldn't bring himself to abandon, at least not yet. Still, he regretted not leaving immediately after helping her. In an instant, Tang Xuanzhu's figure vanished, only to reappear right in front of Zhao Yuan the next second. Her skills cooldown had already reset. What's wrong? You don't want to? Tang Xuanzhu asked playfully, placing a hand on Zhao Yuan's shoulder, a sly glint in her eyes. She's so fast, Zhao Yuan thought, his pupils contracting in shock. Zhao Yuan's entire body began to tremble violently. His legs weakened involuntarily, cold sweat pouring down his forehead like a spring. Every hair on his body stood on end as an overwhelming urge to flee consumed him. Yet Tang Xuanzhu's hand felt like an invisible mountain, so weighty that he couldn't move a muscle. He was completely unable to control his body, gripped by an unprecedented sense of fear and oppression. As an assassin, Tang Xuanzhu's profession was built on swiftly eliminating fragile targets, and the level gap between them was insurmountable. That immense sense of threat left Zhao Yuan deeply shaken. Even without the gap in levels, her oppressive presence alone was enough to paralyze him into inaction. Zhao Yuan's teeth chattered slightly, and he had no control over himself. The fear he felt was like countless invisible needles piercing his nerves. This wretched woman, she's humiliating me in front of everyone, he roared inwardly, filled with resentment. Yet his body remained frozen, unable to move. Tang Xuanzhu's voice, calm and detached, broke the silence. Tang Xuanzhu invites you to join the temporary party. The system notification was as cold and indifferent as ever, and Zhao Yuan, trembling, had no choice but to agree. He let out a small sigh of relief. At least within a party, players were unable to attack each other. For now, he didn't have to worry about Tang Xuanzhu ending him on a whim. But just then, Tang Xuanzhu turned to him with a playful tone in her voice. Oh my, your level is only in the 100s? You've got a lot of catching up to do. Her tone was so lighthearted, as if teasing a child. She even gave Zhao Yuan a light pat on the shoulder as she said, catching up. That simple gesture drained every ounce of strength from Zhao Yuan's body. It felt as though some invisible force had completely suppressed him, leaving him utterly powerless. Standing there, he felt as though countless needlepoints were aimed at him, rendering him defenseless. The humiliation he felt grew stronger, and the unequal sense of oppression made it hard for him to breathe. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists, he silently vowed to himself, one day, I'll catch up to her level. I'll never let myself be humiliated like this again. Tang Xuanzhu seemed to sense Zhao Yuan's anger. Her demeanor softened slightly as she took 2 steps back. The crushing fear that weighed on Zhao Yuan eased a little, and he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of relief had survived. All right, don't be mad. I was just teasing, Tang Xuanzhu said with a laugh, sounding a bit apologetic. After all, as someone of divine level strength, she shouldn't have been so casual. But to her, the level difference seemed trivial. She had never realized how terrifying such a disparity could be for others. How old are you? Tang Xuanzhu asked. 16, Zhao Yuan blurted out, instinctively taking a step back, as though trying to escape the awkward atmosphere. I'm 22. The age gap isn't that big. Call me sister. Tang Xuanzhu exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with mischief. To Zhao Yuan, her cheerful smile was overshadowed by the ominous presence in her eyes, as if some great beast lurked behind them. Reluctantly, he lowered his head and muttered, sister. But inside, his mind burned with fury. This wretched woman. One day, I'll make you pay for this. Good boy. Tang Xuanzhu chuckled softly, her tone gentle. Little brother, give me a cleanse, I've been marked. Zhao Yuan was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. Cleanse? I don't have one. You don't. Tang Xuanzhu looked skeptical. Aren't summoners supposed to have cleansing skills? Zhao Yuan nodded earnestly, raising his hand as if taking an oath. I really don't. Tang Xuanzhu seemed to realize something and gave him a thoughtful look. If you don't have a cleanse, then you must have some sort of crowd control immunity skill? Zhao Yuan swallowed nervously, his unease growing. No, I don't. I swear, I really don't. All right then. Tang Xuanzhu didn't press further. Instead, she changed the subject. Little brother, do you have a partner? Need your sister to set you up with someone? Hearing this, Zhao Yuan tensed up, unsure how to respond. Tang Xuanzhu's eyes sparkled with a playful curiosity as she looked at him, as though she had already made up her mind. High damage output, decent gear and skills, crowd control immunity, and impressive survivability, plus the fact that he dared to venture into a dungeon at such a low level. Clearly, he had good luck. Tang Xuanzhu had already decided that Zhao Yuan was a promising candidate. Pairing him with a control-type class would make for an excellent team. Zhao Yuan, however, felt overwhelmed. He understood her train of thought, but couldn't accept the idea of being overshadowed by such a vast level disparity. What man would willingly date someone so far above him in divine rank? Was he supposed to live in constant fear? Clenching his teeth, Zhao Yuan shook his head. No need. With humanity facing such difficult times, we should focus on the bigger picture. The future is uncertain, and we men must strive to achieve greatness and fight for our people. Personal matters are insignificant. Tang Xuanzhu, however, seemed unconvinced. The continuation of humanity is no trivial matter. How can you ignore it? Zhao Yuan smiled without saying a word, but there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had a higher divine rank, he would have outright refused. After all, dealing with a woman of higher divine rank every day wasn't something just anyone could handle. Tang Xuanzhu, keenly aware of Zhao Yuan's hesitation, quickly explained, you don't need to worry too much about the rank difference. Sure, we started at a lower level, but we level up fast. Besides, the person I'm introducing to you isn't that high-ranked either, about the same as mid just a 3-star level 4. And anyway, she glanced around. This is a large-scale ruins dungeon, the perfect place to level up quickly. By the time we're out of here, your levels might not even be that far apart. Not interested. Zhao Yuan flatly refused, shaking his head. She's a control-type girl, really pretty. Tang Xuanzhu continued to persuade. Her control skills would pair perfectly with your summoning abilities. Seeing Zhao Yuan still shaking his head, her eyes darted mischievously as her tone suddenly changed. She's got legs for days, 6 feet tall, stunning curves, fair skin, gorgeous face, and she's loaded. A total rich girl. Ahem. Zhao Yuan immediately straightened up. Well, maybe we could meet sometime. Huh, man. Tang Xuanzhu scoffed with a cold laugh. Zhao Yuan quickly changed the subject. You mentioned earlier that you've been marked? Yeah. Tang Xuanzhu's expression grew serious. The mark has weakened some of my attributes, and no matter how much I hide, the other side always manages to find me. What do we do about it? As an assassin, not a support class, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit at a loss. Tang Xuanzhu flashed a sly smile. It was a hassle before, but now I've got you. She fixed her gaze on Zhao Yuan, her eyes gleaming. You're a summoner, with plenty of damage output. I'm an assassin, not the best synergy with you. But isn't this the perfect chance to farm ruins efficiently? Zhao Yuan immediately caught on. You want to act as bait? Smart. Saves us the trouble of hunting them down ourselves, Tang Xuanju said with a grin. Little brother, you better protect me. Don't call me little brother. And what if you attract a big shark instead? Zhao Yuan retorted. Tang Xuanju seemed completely unfazed. That's why we need to be cautious, but we can't be overly timid either. Otherwise, we'd waste this opportunity. For safety's sake, we need to find the right spot, Zhao Yuan said, his eyes lighting up. I know just the place. With that, he strode off in a specific direction. Eventually, the two arrived at a unique street. On either side stood towering skyscrapers, some with their upper floors partially collapsed, yet still majestic and imposing. The street was blocked at both ends by massive fallen structures, leaving only one exit ahead. You've cut off our escape route, Tang Xuanju remarked after scanning their surroundings. Little brother, you've still got a lot to learn. Zhao Yuan, however, was unfazed. He carefully examined the terrain. The structures of the two towering buildings on either side were exceptionally sturdy, far surpassing anything he had seen before. More importantly, the exit at the far end of the street was completely sealed off, creating a closed-off area stretching over 2 kilometers. In his view, this terrain was almost perfect. If they couldn't make it through these 2 kilometers, nowhere else would be safe either. Furthermore, these two high-rises could serve as excellent cover in the event of an airstrike. He immediately explained his plan in detail to Tang Xuanju. She furrowed her brows slightly, a look of doubt crossing her face. Do you have a better idea? Zhao Yuan countered. No, Tang Xuanju admitted, shaking her head. Then what's there to doubt? Zhao Yuan thought to himself, though he dared not say it aloud. After all, dealing with him would be far too easy for Tang Xuanju. Then we'll go with my plan. Zhao Yuan decided firmly. Interesting little brother, Tang Xuanju chuckled lightly. She had already contacted her sister, Tang Yinping, who would be arriving soon. As a high-level human player, even with a support role, her sister was invincible in this low-level area. Besides, Tang Xuanju had her own backup plans in place. What puzzled her was Zhao Yuan's confidence. All right, we'll do it your way, Tang Xuanju said. As soon as the words left her mouth, she leaped gracefully into the air, landing effortlessly through a window on the first floor of the innermost high-rise. Watching her figure disappear, a trace of envy flickered in Zhao Yuan's eyes. The ability to fly. Once this mission was over and he advanced to 2-star, he'd be able to do the same. He quickly made his way into the building and began stealthily moving toward the exit. Upon reaching the first floor, he carefully placed the skyboost bear in a suitable position, cleared away debris that could hinder their escape, and finally found a spot with a clear view to lie low, ensuring he wouldn't be exposed. Against a high-tech civilization, this kind of hiding might be meaningless. Any scanning device could reveal everything. But their opponents were believers, completely disconnected from the Empire, relying solely on their extraordinary powers. Years of Empire-imposed isolation, coupled with the believers' hostility toward the Empire, meant they wouldn't dare use Imperial technology. To them, it was akin to showing off inferior skills. They'd rather place their faith in themselves and the Earth Mother. Are you always this sneaky? Tang Xuanju's voice, tinged with disdain, came through his earpiece. Low levels demand caution. Don't get reckless later, Zhao Yuan replied quietly, activating the team voice chat. Tang Xuanju was speechless for a moment. You're being overly cautious, aren't you? Based on his earlier performance, Zhao Yuan's summoned creatures were quite formidable, with frontliners, burst damage dealers, and even the tanky giant horned ant. With her as a reaping-style assassin, they could even take on a mini-boss Hedon. Why be so overly careful? Stop talking and focus on your surroundings. If you see anyone approaching, alert me immediately, Zhao Yuan instructed sternly. At this point, Tang Xuanju was already stationed on the rooftop, overlooking the entire area. Got it, Tang Xuanju sighed, rubbing her temples. She had anticipated an exhilarating battle, yet here she was, reduced to the role of a lookout. It felt like such a waste of her abilities. In truth, Zhao Yuan's arrangement was more about maintaining distance from Tang Xuanju. It was clear that the person she had killed earlier was no ordinary individual. Sure enough, Zhao Yuan had barely been lying in position for a few minutes when another group of believers began creeping toward them. Do you even know who the person you killed was? Zhao Yuan asked in a low voice. Didn't pay attention. I ran into a group of small monsters at the time. Whoever they were, it didn't matter. I took them out with one combo. Who would have thought they'd unleash some unavoidable secret technique before dying? Tang Xuanju replied, her tone indifferent as she watched the approaching believers in the distance. If her teammates had been present, she wouldn't have ended up in such a precarious situation. As a reaping-style assassin, she was unstoppable in small-scale skirmishes, but facing large numbers of enemies was another story entirely, hence her current predicament. Around 30 devotees had gathered at the entrance. Although the number was considerable, it remained within a manageable range. Zhao Yuan held his breath and focused, waiting like a hunter lying in ambush. Before long, the group, led by a figure at the forefront, briefly scanned the exit before stepping onto the street without hesitation. The moment had arrived. Zhao Yuan immediately executed his well-rehearsed combat strategia. Massive sky boost bear materialized 10 meters above the ground, instantly activating its taunt skill. The effect was immediate, forcing all the devotees to fix their attention on the sky. Meanwhile, 3 riftwing butterflies had quietly taken their positions, and their spatial shockwave skill was unleashed in an instant, sending out powerful blasts that left the enemy struggling to respond. The skybossed bear crashed heavily into the crowd, its white fur crackling with electricity. Several devotees were severely injured and thrown aside on impact. The ferocious summoned beast rampaged through the group, discharging bursts of lightning with every move. Zhao Yuan, now clad in his legendary gear, waited just 3 seconds before a spatial rift suddenly tore open. The battle was brutal. The devotees' bodies were ripped apart by the spatial rift, their fragmented remains sparking with electricity as crackling sounds filled the air. The densely packed enemies on the street were all within the attack radius of the riftwing butterflies, and the conflict ended in an instant. From a distance, Tang Xuangju stood wide-eyed, her shock unmistakable. My goodness, I underestimated you. Elemental damage combined with legendary gear. This damage is insane. Zhao Yuan, your gear is even better than mine. Are you going for a high-output build? She asked incredulously. Zhao Yuan glanced at the 15 relic points they had earned, feeling slightly frustrated due to the party arrangement. The points had to be split evenly. I'm a summoner. Why would I go for a high-output build? He replied, a bit exasperated. Good point. Tang Xuangju suddenly realized. Summoned creatures can only inherit a portion of the summoner's primary attributes, so going for a high-output build isn't cost-effective. But, little brother, your strategy is really impressive. She seemed to finally recognize the effectiveness of Zhao Yuan's approach as she eyed the easy acquisition of 15 relic points. Keep an eye on the surroundings. Let me know immediately if more enemies show up, and we'll retreat. Zhao Yuan gave a serious reminder. This mission is critical, don't let your guard down. Got it. Tang Xuangju replied with confidence. This vantage point gives me a clear view. No enemy can sneak past me. By the way, tell me, how did you get your hands on that legendary gear? She asked curiously. Low-level gear is hard to come by as it is, and I can't even complete my assassin set. How did a summoner like you manage it? It was a gift, Zhao Yuan replied curtly, his gaze remaining sharp and fixed on the entrance. Though teaming up with Tang Xuangju wasn't his first choice, he trusted his own judgment above all else. Who gave it to you? Tang Xuangju began to ask, but her tone suddenly shifted as she tensed up. Someone's coming, about 10 people this time. Tang Xuangju reminded. Why do you care so much? It's not like you were the one who gave it. Zhao Yuan kept his eyes fixed on the entrance, leaning forward slightly, fully concentrated. 3 minutes later, a figure appeared in his line of sight. He acted swiftly, flicking his fingers as a summoned object materialized. The battle lasted only 3 seconds before it abruptly ended. As he watched the corpse on the ground gradually fade away, Zhao Yuan asked nonchalantly, with what we're doing being so obvious, why do they keep throwing themselves to their deaths? Leaning against a nearby stone wall, Tang Xuangju explained, large ruined dungeons may look like a functioning society, and the entities here appear to have independent intelligence, but at their core, they're still just dungeons. You must have read the Monster Farming Guide's. Dungeons essentially capture a fragment of a past era. They follow a predetermined path, so don't think of them as being like us. Besides, this is faction warfare. There are countless battlefields spread across the planet. In this area alone, we've only killed a few people so far. It's not enough to alert any big players. Zhao Yuan casually dusted off his hands. The small monsters in large ruined dungeons seemed different from the ones out City, quite intelligent. Yeah, they're different, Tang Xuangju nodded. My sister told me that as you climb higher in the abyss levels, the intelligence of the wild monsters increases significantly. The monsters on the first level are brainless and easy to kill, but by the time you reach the 17th level, their intelligence is nearly on par with humans, and they even have their own societal systems. She continued, moreover, large ruined dungeons are completely different from abyss dungeons. It's said that large ruined dungeons don't belong to abyss games. If abyss games belong to LAN, then ruined dungeons seem more like something collected. For example, ruined dungeons never drop equipment or skill books from abyss games, they only drop ruin points. That says something. Not part of abyss games. Zhao Yuan muttered to himself, frowning slightly. Noticing his expression, Tang Xuangju quickly added, of course, this is all speculation, nothing's been confirmed. It's just what people say. Zhao Yuan fell into deep thought. Kasha had never heard of abyss games, and the Vina clan were followers of the Earth Mother Goddess. From Kasha, it could be confirmed that LAN was what they referred to as a god. Could LAN possess something belonging to the Earth Mother Goddess? Could it be that gods have a hierarchy? What exactly are gods? Higher dimensional beings? What are you thinking about? Pay attention, Sumion's coming. Tang Xuangju noticed Zhao Yuan's silence and warned him cautiously. Zhao Yuan glanced up to see a group of about 20 people approaching from a distance. He flexed his wrists lightly. This won't take long. Then, he moved quickly, dispatching all the enemies effortlessly. Time passed as Zhao Yuan and Tang Xuangju engaged in idle chatter while farming ruin points. Whether Zhao Yuan was enjoying himself, Tang Xuangju couldn't tell, but she certainly relished this relaxed time simply standing by and earning ruin points effortlessly. Meanwhile, Tang Xuangju received a message from her sister. Tang Yinping. Little sis, how's it going? Are you in any danger? Tang Xuangju. No danger, sis. Everything's fine. Tang Xuangju. When are you coming back? Didn't you say it'd be soon? Tang Yinping. Most of us have now joined the Empire faction. A few of us are planning something big this to escalate the conflict between the Empire and the followers. If the Empire launches a swift attack on the Earth Mother Goddess Temple, we'll be able to initiate the boss fight. Farming monsters like this is just too slow. Tang Xuangju. Be careful, okay? Don't mess it up. Tang Yinping. Don't worry, it's just going to cost us some rare items, nothing too risky. Sorry, little sis. I plan to help you farm and level up this time, but in the highest level support player on the human side. They need my help. Tang Xuangju. It's okay, sis. I've got someone helping me. My leveling speed isn't any slower than yours. Tang Yinping. What level are you at now? Tang Xuangju. I'm at 191 now. Tang Yinping. Tang Yinping. Are you sure you're not the one carrying him? Tang Xuangju. No, I'm just keeping watch. While Zhao Yuan was focused on grinding monsters, a secret plot among the human players was quietly unfolding. In a secluded dormitory within the Temple of the Earth Mother, a group of temple-aligned players led by Tanjinshan kept a close eye on their target Immortal, the captain of the guards serving Momir Ziniki, the high priest of the Earth Mother Temple. Immortal, once a commoner, had climbed the ranks over decades of dedication, becoming a trusted confidant of the high priest and an almost fanatical believer in the Earth Mother. However, with the Empire's increasing pressure on the temple and the escalating conflicts, the temple's power had significantly waned. Immortal's duties had shifted from protecting the once powerful high priest to safeguarding the priest's son, Camille Ziniki. Captain, when do we make our move? Lu Hongbing asked in a low voice, his eyes shining with caution. Don't rush, Tanjinshan replied, a confident smile playing on his lips. Timing is everything. If we fail, the consequences won't be small, Lu Hongbing reminded, frowning. Tan Zinshan's gaze burned as he watched Immortal from afar. Unfazed, he said, so, are we supposed to back down because it's hard? Besides, don't you find this thrilling? Perhaps sensing something amiss, Immortal, an extraordinary individual, suddenly turned his head in their direction. Even from a distance, the cold intensity in his gaze sent a chill down their spines. Remaining composed, Tanjinshan immediately performed the temple's customary gesture of respect. Immortal gave a slight nod and looked away, but his fingers moved subtly, signaling two of his subordinates to approach. As the two followers came to inspect the dormitory, Lu Hongbing calmly opened the door to greet them. The players' current status was entirely legitimate. They were officially recognized as followers of the temple, with the Abyss game granting them plausible reasons for their actions. The inspection concluded quickly, and the two followers left without a word. In the temple's rigid hierarchy, such behavior was entirely typical. Once they were gone, Tanjinshan sat back in his chair, his expression serious as he addressed his teammates. This is an opportunity. If we succeed, we'll not only earn a significant amount of relic points, but also receive a legendary skill book promised by a high-level player. The profession is ours to choose. Of course, the risks are high, and you can choose to back out. As a cohesive team entering the ruins dungeon, they indeed held a unique advantage. While most players were eager to switch factions, Tanjinshan had chosen to wait and observe. He understood well that the strongest fortress often falls from within. Sure enough, within half a day, someone approached them, asking for their help in delaying their faction switch. And so, he waited for an entire week. He wasn't impatient, and sure enough, the news finally came today. The others were still deliberating, weighing the pros and cons, as the mission carried a relatively high level of danger. Within the team, Zheng Hongbing, known for his impatient nature, couldn't hide his curiosity and directly asked, Captain, I don't quite understand. Isn't our goal to join the Empire's faction and help them breach the Earth Mother Temple? Why are we being told to kill Immortal now? It feels pointless. Can't we just switch factions, join the Empire, and farm relic points directly? This is such a great opportunity, it could save us years of effort. Why are we still hesitating? Another teammate voiced a similar opinion, echoing the collective confusion. After all, their purpose for entering the relic dungeon was to rapidly gain relic points and elevate their divine rank. Outside, they had to hunt elite monsters one by one, but here, every enemy unit was equivalent to an elite monster. Such a golden opportunity would allow them to level up with ease in a short period. They were already at the pinnacle, nearing level 900, with a divine rank of 13 stars. Farming here for a while could potentially push them straight to 17 stars. Despite their growing doubts, the camaraderie they had built over years of fighting together kept them from questioning their captain's decisions outright. Instead, they silently waited, as if expecting him to provide a clear answer. After all, They had always trusted their captain's judgment and vision, even if his reasoning was hard to grasp at the moment. Tan Jinshan spoke softly, his gaze calm, yet filled with profound meaning. I understand that everyone wants to farm relic points and level up quickly. But have you thought about what happens after we reach 17 stars and level 900? Without high-tier equipment and advanced skills, even if we catch up to the main forces, would still just be cannon fodder. Right now, 17 stars at level 900 is already the peak for humankind, and there are billions of us at that level. Resources are extremely scarce. If we rise to that point, we'll be like a single drop of water in the ocean, silent and insignificant. Is that what you want? He looked each of them in the eye, took a deep breath, and continued. We are the #1 squad of this cycle. Each of you was among the best of your year. Are you really content to disappear into that sea of people, to become just another face in the crowd? His words were filled with pride and determination. When he first formed this team, survival wasn't his only goal. He wanted to become a force to be reckoned with, someone the world could never ignore. His ambition was to become one of the legendary pioneers of humankind, a true powerhouse among them. Beauty fades, and bones turn to dust. Only immortality is eternal, he murmured, a fiery glint flashing in his eyes. He was determined to ascend to the pinnacle, surpass even the gods, and seize power and glory to become a legend in history. Zheng Hongbing still looked confused. So why? Why not just farm relic points directly? Tan Xinshan's gaze swept over Zheng Hongbing's face, a flicker of irritation crossing his mind, though he didn't show it. Because we need that legendary skill book, he finally said, his voice calm but carrying an undeniable firmness. You could have just said that from the start. Why all the speeches? Zheng Hongbing muttered, exasperated. Tan Jinshan ignored him, a faint smirk playing on his lips. As the team's frontline fighter, Zheng was competent, but when it came to strategy, there wasn't much to expect. Tan turned his attention to the control specialist teammate, then finally to Hans Han, who had been sitting with his head bowed, as if dozing. Hans Han, this one's on you, he said. We'll create an opening for you, but you must ensure a one-hit kill. If you succeed, it'll reward you with a legendary skill book for the assassin class. Any objections? Hans Han's head snapped up at the captain's words, and in that instant, a sharp gleam flashed in his eyes. The chilling aura of his killing intent seemed to drop the temperature around them, as if the air itself had frozen. The control specialist teammate's eyes lit up at the sight. She dragged her chair closer with a grin and teased, Hans Han is such a blessing. This cooling effect is top-notch. As a control specialist, she had no fear of offensive players. To her, they were almost powerless under her control. Hans Han, nicknamed the King of Duels, only heightened her confidence. She couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. Their victory felt almost within reach. Hans Han stared coldly at the girl, but before he could say a word, she grabbed both his cheeks. Hans Han, stop being so cold all the time. You never talk. Son, Yin said as she pinched his cheeks and kneaded them back and forth. Feeling his face being distorted, Hans Han frowned, pulled her hands away, and turned to Tan Jinshan with a serious expression. Don't worry, Captain. I'll get it done. This mission is dangerous. We only have one shot, and if we mess up, we might not make it out of here, Tan Jinshan said gravely, his sharp eyes fixed on Hans Han. Be cautious and seize the moment. After 10 years of working together, their team had developed an unspoken understanding. Seeing Hans Han nod, Tan Jinshan shifted his attention to the other team members. Although I'd like to stay in this dungeon a bit longer to grind for experience, the top-tier players don't think the same way, Tan Jinshan explained. They don't care about leveling up anymore. They're focused on the relic shop. The time it takes to clear the dungeon might affect the dungeon rating, and if the relic shop doesn't appear because of a delay, they won't tolerate it. Why not just ignore them? Zheng Hongbing said indifferently. Are you stupid? Sun Yin interjected before Tan Jinshan could respond. When low-level players and high-level players are in the same dungeon, high-level players are responsible for protecting and guiding the lower-level ones. Meanwhile, lower-level players must follow the instructions of the higher-level players and assist in completing the mission. Have you forgotten the rules of the human race? What does that mean? Zheng Hongbing asked, confused. So many responsibilities and obligations. It means that as long as they're not sending us to our deaths, we have to cooperate, Sun Yin said, scratching her head in exasperation. Especially when they're offering such high rewards. And what if I refuse? Zheng Hongbing replied with a cheeky grin. Then you can look forward to being shunned and ridiculed for the rest of your life. Sun Yin sneered. Thick-skinned as I am, I don't care. Zheng Hongbing replied nonchalantly. Zheng Hongbing, are you deliberately picking a fight with me? Sun Yin snapped, furious, and was about to charge at him, but Hans Han grabbed her arm and stopped her. Don't bother. You can't win against him anyway, Hans Han said helplessly, looking at Sun Yin. You're a control class player. You might bully a few squishy damage dealers, but against a tank, you're not even scratching the surface. He recovers faster than you can harm him. In the game, damage dealers feared control classes the most, while control classes struggled against support and tank classes. Support players had plenty of skills for escaping and buffing, making battles a matter of skill. But tanks were a different story with their high health, defense, and resistance to debuffs. They were nearly impossible to pin down or damage. This dynamic made Zheng Hongbing the only one capable of keeping Sun Yin in check within their team. You two are just going to sit there and let him bully me? Sun Yin protested, turning to the two damage dealers sitting across from her. Don't get involved. This is between her and me, Zheng Hongbing quickly said. I'm just a clunky tank. When it comes to agile damage dealers, all I can do is take the hits. Enough, all of you. Stop arguing, it's giving me a headache, Tan Jinshan said, rubbing his temples in frustration. Now, let's focus on coming up with a plan that guarantees success. After a decade together, their bond was like that of a family. When it came to less critical matters, these team members hardly ever treated their captain with much seriousness. Hans Han quickly pulled Sun Yin to sit down, while the other three immediately used their gazes to silence Zheng Hongbing, who always had trouble keeping his mouth shut. Gao Yu pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. Retreating after the operation is a big issue. We need to plan our escape route in advance. What are your thoughts? Tan Jinshan turned his head to look at her. As the team's vice tank, Gao Yu's calm and strategic thinking was clearly more reliable than Zheng Hongbing's impulsiveness. Without saying more, she reached into her backpack and took out an item. The object had a faint glow on its surface, a typical tool from a maze-type game, labeled as excellent quality with only one use. She gave a brief explanation. This is Xiaohong's game maze, based on her favorite childhood amusement park. Back then, she and her friends loved playing hide and seek here. But as they grew older, the maze was gradually forgotten. When used, it creates a special maze in the target area, visible only to us and the enemies. It lasts for 120 minutes. Not bad. Even simpler than I imagined. Tan Jinshan's eyes lit up as he eagerly took the item, studying it intently. His expression turned serious, and after a moment, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. He carefully put the item away. Gao Yu glanced at the darkening sky outside the window and continued. We'll use this maze tool to trap Camille Zinnik. Once he's taken down, we retreat immediately. However, that head guard isn't easy to deal with and could complicate things. Leave him to Sun Yin. She'll take care of it, Tan Jinshan replied calmly. Gao Yu didn't press further on the plan's details, but instead asked, Captain, I've been wondering what's the point of killing Camille Zinnik? He's just a bishop's son. How could someone of his level trigger such a chain reaction? Could it push the Empire to accelerate their attack on the Divine Palace? Tan Jinshan shook his head, his tone steady. I don't fully understand either. But I do know we're just one piece of this mission. Many others are in motion. Don't worry, those top players have more experience than we've had hot meals. They wouldn't waste effort on something meaningless. Remember, this is just a dungeon. Gao Yu nodded slightly, her voice soft. Fine, I won't overthink it. As long as we get results in the end. So, when do we make our move? Tomorrow, Tan Jinshan said, taking a sip of water, his tone casual. That young master is heading to his classmate's house, isn't he? We'll see them off. Good classmates should stick together until the end, nice and tidy. On this war-torn planet, the 2,000 remaining humans seemed as insignificant as dust. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, these seemingly insignificant players had quietly lit the fuse on the Empire's massive powder keg. The next day, Camille Zinnik left the main camp, setting off for his classmate's home never to return. Boom! A muffled crash echoed as Mo Fala's body was flung like a rag doll, landing heavily on the ground with a spray of blood from his mouth. Bishop Momir Zinnik's face was as dark as iron, his gaze sharp and cold. His voice, though low, was filled with murderous intent. Is this how you protect him? He's dead, and you were sleeping? Mo Fala struggled to his feet, only to kneel again before the bishop. His face was pale with terror, his lips trembling. Everything had been under his controller, so he thought. Yet last night, it was as if some mysterious force had put him into a deep, undisturbed sleep. Normally, even the slightest rustle would wake him, but this time, there had been nothing. When he woke, only 10 minutes had passed, but by then, Camille and his classmate's family were already dead, their corpses horrifyingly disfigured. The fury in the bishop's eyes bordered on madness. As a high-ranking transcendent, passing on his bloodline was already a monumental challenge. This son was his only hope, hailed by outsiders as a miracle akin to a flower blooming on ironwood. Now, with his only hope destroyed, he teetered on the brink of collapse. He placed a hand on Mo Fala's head, leaning down to whisper, his voice like a death knell. Go to the Mother God's divine kingdom and take good care of the young master. Master! Mo Fala's face contorted with terror, but before he could finish, he was instantly reduced to ash. A gust of wind blew through the window, scattering the remnants into the void, leaving no trace behind. Bishop Momir Zinnik stood motionless, his face twisted in rage and despair. The Empire? Do you really want to push me to the edge? His voice was hoarse and low, his gaze like an abyss. Fine. If that's the case, then no one will have peace. Death? Who's afraid of it? His life had culminated at the rank of bishop, his hopes pinned on his son to surpass him and go further. But now, with hope extinguished, all that remained was hatred. Within just a few days, several prominent family members of the bishops were attacked one after another. Successful cases were not uncommon, though there were plenty of failed attempts as well. Clearly, such ruthless actions had completely enraged the divine temple. Countless followers began retaliating against the imperial families. At this time, a high-ranking official of the empire returned from the Starry Seas and was conducting an inspection of his work. On the very day he arrived at his residence, just as he was preparing to rest, a massive magical blast sent him flying into the sky. Lu Jian hovered midair, glaring furiously at the swarming soldiers below. With a fanatical voice, he roared, "You traitorous scum who have forsaken the Mother Goddess! Serving the Mother Goddess is your greatest honor. Long live the Earth Mother Goddess!" He stretched out his arms, raised his fists high, and continued shouting. At the same time, his attacks spread in all directions, striking the surrounding buildings. In an instant, the towering structures crumbled, and extraordinary powers swept across the area. "Are you all out of your minds?" The furious roar of the supreme commander of the homeworld echoed through the skies. His face darkened as he looked at the destroyed buildings. That was an imperial official here to conduct inspections. His career is now ruined. Lu Jian's voice thundered again like a raging storm. "Die, you blasphemers! Take him down." The command from the supreme commander was like a battle drum, urging the soldiers into action. Immediately, energy waves lit up from the mechas, and a fierce barrage of energy blasts tore through the space around Lu Jian. However, inside the mecha, Lu Jian revealed a cunning smile. Perfect. A magical decoy card had transformed him, a physical warrior, into a Magathal. It was merely a facade. Yet, it allowed him to evade the Empire's technological monitoring flawlessly. As long as the Empire's tech devices couldn't detect traces of the supernatural, these Imperial soldiers, devoid of extraordinary powers, were no match for him. As the situation gradually calmed, Lu Jian returned to the army and continued carrying out the Empire's missions. Meanwhile, he discreetly passed on messages to other followers. The operation had begun. Later that same day, the Supreme Commander of the homeworld wearily prepared to return home. He had just endured a relentless barrage of criticism and was in an utterly disheartened mood. As he arrived at his house, he saw his wife and daughter waiting at the door. A faint sense of relief eased his exhaustion. Seeing his daughter cheerfully waving at him, a slight smile formed on his lips. He was just about to open the car door when his smile froze. "No, no, please no." His pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes filled with terror. Unnoticed, a shadowy figure had appeared silently behind his wife and daughter. With a flash of a cold blade, two heads fell to the ground, and blood sprayed into the air. The surrounding guards barely had time to react before alarms blared across the estate. Tang Yinping, leading the other guards, quickly surrounded the area. "Blasphemers deserve death." The shadow's voice was hoarse and indistinct, making it impossible to discern their gender. Before the words had even fully left their mouth, the figure lunged at the commander like a ferocious tiger. Against such an exposed supernatural being, the Empire's weapons were powerless. In an instant, Lu Jian's figure disintegrated into ashes. In the distance, a group of people suddenly rushed toward the scene, their leader drenched in sweat and hurrying to the commander. "My lord, are you all right?" The leader, full of concern, quickly approached. The commander stared blankly at the bodies of his wife and daughter, his gaze hollow. Slowly, he turned to the head guard and asked, "How are you protecting my family?" All monitoring equipment at the commander's residence was fully deployed. The moment any supernatural force appeared, we would have eliminated it from 10 miles away. The head guard spoke with a hint of confidence in his tone. Yet, the commander's lifeless gaze cut like a blade as it rested on the cold, lifeless bodies. His voice, as chilling as forged iron, responded, "So, this is your idea of protection?" A cold shudder ran through the head guard, and an icy dread seeped into his bones. He knew he had reached a dead end. The officer took heavy steps toward the corpses of his wife and daughter, each step as weighty as lead. Tang Yinping and the other guards followed closely, maintaining tight security. He bent down, his trembling hands picking up his wife's severed head, clutching it tightly to his chest. "I will kill every last one of you." His voice was icy and menacing, like a demon risen from hell. Tang Yinping scanned the surroundings with vigilance, her demeanor that of a highly trained bodyguard. At the same time, she swiftly sent covert messages to her friends in the Abyss game, carefully avoiding the monitoring systems of the Vina Empire. "Move out." With that command, the high-ranking officials of the Ancestral Star Empire were subjected to a brutal massacre. Ambushed by the players, these unarmed civilians stood no chance of survival. Late at night, a spacecraft, heavily guarded, departed from the planet. In the vastness of outer space, massive starships loomed in the darkness like colossal beasts. The spacecraft entered a deep red warship unimpeded. "Commander, this way. The general is waiting for you," a soldier said, leading the way. Jill Dona glanced at the highest-ranking official of the Ancestral Star Empire, his tone calm, though he seemed slightly surprised. What brings you here at this late hour? I want to completely annihilate the Earth Mother Temple. The officer growled through gritted teeth. Jill Dona chuckled lightly. There's no need to report that to me. Internal affairs of the Ancestral Star are your jurisdiction, not mine. Just don't blow up the planet again like last time. Military and administration are separate systems. I don't need to know the rest. I don't want anyone who doesn't belong here returning from the stars, the officer declared, standing up. Noted. Goodbye. Jill Dona replied coldly. As the officer left, the reception room instantly transformed into a surveillance hub, its screens displaying the events unfolding on the Ancestral Star. Watching the scenes, Jill Dona let out a cold laugh. How interesting, an empire attacking a bishop's family. Believers retaliating against imperial officials? This is getting messy. He issued an order. Spread the word. If anyone from the Earth Mother Temple dares set foot on the Ancestral Star, eliminate them. Gazing out the window at the Ancestral Star, Jill Dona sighed. When will I get reassigned? This place is so dull, just petty skirmishes every day. I want to wage war against alien races, light up the cosmic void with fireworks, not waste away here in retirement. General, protecting the mother planet is a significant duty. The AI chimed in at the right moment. Shut up. Understood. A month later, Zhao Yuan and Tang Xuanzhu had changed locations multiple times. Zhao Yuan's relic points had reached 120,000, with an increase of over 20,000 in just a month. The remarkable pace. Zhao Yuan, don't you ever rest? It's been an entire month, and I'm exhausted. Tang Xuanzhu complained while tying her ponytail. I'm not tired, Zhao Yuan replied curtly. But I am. And the one doing all the work while you just keep watch. How is that exhausting? If you need rest, disband the team and go on your own, Zhao Yuan thought to himself. If he were working solo, his relic points might have already reached 140,000. Are you saying you don't want me around, Zhao Yuan? Tang Xuanzhu suddenly stood up. Yes, Zhao Yuan responded calmly. After a month together, he had figured out her temperament. Fine. Then I won't introduce you to any girls. No need. The price of your introductions is too high. Come on, without me, you wouldn't have cleared areas this fast on your own. Tang Xuanzhu pouted. Well, thank you so much for that, Zhao Yuan said expressionlessly. By the way, why does it feel like there are fewer believers lately? Don't you know? Tang Xuanzhu asked curiously. Know what? Zhao Yuan replied, puzzled. The Empire has started a full-scale attack on the Earth Mother Temple. The channel has been buzzing about it every day. Tang Xuanzhu explained. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhao Yuan slapped his forehead in exasperation. Isn't it obvious? Don't you check what people are talking about every day? I'm not that free, Zhao Yuan responded nonchalantly as he opened the faction channel. Sure enough, the chat was flooded with discussions about the attack. Lately, he'd been busy grinding mobs and hadn't paid attention to any of it. After scrolling for a while, Zhao Yuan was shocked by some of the advanced tactics being discussed. The sheer brutality of those methods was unimaginable. People were willing to do anything, no matter how ruthless, to achieve their goals. Even though it was just a dungeon, the targets were still living beings. Such cruelty, wasn't it too much? What are you saying? Tang Xuanzhu suddenly leaned in close to Zhao Yuan, startling him so much that his hair almost stood on end. Stay back. Haven't you heard about the divine suppression between us? Zhao Yuan quickly stepped away, annoyed. Tang Xuanzhu frowned, but remained resolute. Don't go soft. Don't play the saint. Zhao Yuan was confused. What? Don't say it's just a dungeon. Even if it weren't, those who are not of our kind will always have different intentions. Those who hinder humanity's progress must be eliminated without mercy. Tang Xuanzhu's tone grew even more serious. Zhao Yuan froze, a chill running down his spine. Was this the prevailing attitude among most humans? Her words reminded him of the heartfelt warnings in the videos from Tang Xuanzhu's father. Humanity was on the brink of extinction, their survival uncertain. Could compassion save them in the face of such danger? We're fighting to survive. Whether humanity can endure the next 300 years is still uncertain. Mercy won't save the world, Tang Xuanzhu murmured, a faint trace of pain flickering in her eyes. Zhao Yuan nodded slowly, letting out a deep sigh. If humanity is to survive, compassion alone won't be enough. They've already sacrificed so much for survival. We can't let them down. He took a deep breath and turned to Tang Xuanzhu. No more resting. Let's keep grinding. Time is tight, and the dungeon will end soon. Don't rush. Wait for my sister. She'll be here to pick me up soon, and then we can speed things up, Tang Xuanzhu said with a faint smile, her determination clear in her gaze. Your sister is in this dungeon too? Why didn't you mention this before? Zhao Yuan snapped, irritated. You've got a sister, and you're still clinging to me. Look at you, acting so aggrieved. A beauty like me has countless men begging for my attention, and yet you complain. You're destined to stay single with that attitude. Tang Xuanzhu huffed, her face full of disdain. Zhao Yuan's expression turned cold. If he could actually beat Tang Xuanzhu, he might have slapped her by now. Instead, he found a rock to sit on, ignoring her. How long? She's almost here. Just wait a bit longer. I can't wait for her to take me away from you. You're exhausting. Zhao Yuan muttered impatiently, his irritation growing. He really disliked being around people with a divine rank higher than his. It made him feel tense and suffocated. Seeing Zhao Yuan completely ignoring her, Tang Xuangju couldn't help but feel a bit smug. Crossing her arms, she turned her head away deliberately. I've been by your side for a month, and this is the attitude I get? You're such a hopelessly clueless man. Before long, a figure appeared in the distance, flying toward them. Tang Xuangju immediately lit up and shouted, Sister. Zhao Yuan instinctively scanned the surroundings, his senses on high alert. Why are you shouting so loud? Aren't you afraid of giving away our position? Zhao Yuan's gaze shifted to the sky, and in an instant, a figure darted through the air. The woman moved with an alluring grace, her presence almost ghostly yet captivating. Her golden, wavy hair shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Her long, well-proportioned legs were accentuated by a pale yellow miniskirt, which hugged her perfect curves, making it impossible to look away. Her sensuality was almost tangible, like a perfectly crafted masterpiece that left one in awe of such an enchanting appearance. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yinping landed gracefully. Her eyes swept over Tang Xuangju with a tender gaze, and a pang of heartache flickered through her. After a month apart, Tang Xuangju had clearly grown thinner, her clothes were tattered, and her face bore the weariness of fatigue. Sister, are you all right? Tang Yinping asked softly, concern evident as she gently embraced Tang Xuangju. I'm fine. What could possibly go wrong? Tang Xuangju replied with a carefree laugh, her tone carrying a hint of nonchalance. Tang Yinping frowned slightly and casually cast a purification spell, followed by a few supportive skills in quick succession. Tang Xuangju immediately let out a sigh of relief, closing her eyes as she murmured softly, Ah, that feels so good. The negative effects she had been experiencing vanished, and her exhaustion and discomfort dissolved completely as her body returned to its optimal state. Well, that's better. Now I don't have to worry about being marked and exposed anymore. Although it's not that big of a deal, it's still uncomfortable, Tang Xuangju said, relaxing visibly. Sis, you should purify him too. Zhao Yuan's been grinding monsters for a whole month without resting. Tang Xuangju pointed at Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan quickly shook his head. What do you mean no rest? I've been taking breaks whenever there were no monsters around. Altogether, I've rested for about 2 hours. Listen to yourself, is that even human logic? Tang Yinping chuckled lightly. She raised her hand and cast a purification spell. A refreshing and soothing sensation immediately spread through Zhao Yuan's body, akin to the natural comfort one feels waking up after a good night's sleep. His fatigue was swept away entirely. Wow, this feels amazing. No wonder support classes are so highly valued, it's absolutely justified. Zhao Yuan exclaimed, feeling reinvigorated. Thank you, O Mighty One, he said respectfully. Another Mighty One who can effortlessly crush me, yet without the overwhelming sense of divine oppression, Zhao Yuan thought to himself, stunned. Such a presence was beyond imagination. Even Tang Xuangju couldn't achieve something like this. Just how powerful was she? This is Zhao Yuan, Tang Xuangju introduced, turning to her sister. Zhao Yuan, this is my sister, Tang Yinping. Zhao Yuan. Tang Yinping paused slightly, her gaze complex as she looked at him. What a coincidence. Tang Yinping. Level 1600? Zhao Yuan suddenly remembered seeing this top-tier player mentioned in the chat channels. He returned her gaze with a smile. Hello, newbie. I didn't expect to run into you here. This newbie is anything but simple. Tang Yinping's eyes glimmered with a playful light, her smile deepening. Ah, hello. It's an honor to meet you. Zhao Yuan said quickly, his tone full of respect. Tang Yinping was the highest-ranked human player he had ever encountered, a force to be reckoned with. In a pre-apocalyptic world, someone of her caliber would be like a walking nuclear weapon, capable of leveling a city single-handedly. You're too kind. The title of Grind Emperor wasn't earned for nothing. A few years from now, people will see what a big deal you've become. Who knows? I might be the one seeking advice from you by then. Tang Yinping replied modestly. What? Title holder? The Grind Emperor from a while back? Tang Xuangju exclaimed, clearly surprised by Zhao Yuan's identity. No. It's just a coincidencia common name. Zhao Yuan quickly explained. There are plenty of people named Zhao Yuan in the human race. How can you be sure it's me? Tang Yinping chuckled. Oh, come on. The summoner equipment from Wind Eternal is well known among us humans. Many members of the Human Alliance have used that gear. Recently, it was awarded to an outstanding player judging by the lightning effects on your equipment. It's clearly the legacy of Wind Eternal. Her gaze carried a hint of amusement, as if she had already seen through his identity. Zhao Yuan's heart sank, realizing he had let his guard down. Quickly, he willed the equipment's flashy effects to disappear and swapped to a more understated Jade Purity set. All right, let's move. We can't afford to miss the timing, it'll cause trouble, Tang Yinping said, a glint of admiration in her eyes. She understood that in the human race's current environment, though most people were compassionate and supportive, there were always those harboring envy or malice. Concealing one's strength and staying low-key was a wise choice. Never trust human nature too easily, and never underestimate it either, she said softly. Only by being strong can you truly stand firm. Where to? Zhao Yuan asked instinctively, a hint of caution in his eyes. As a low-level player, he knew it was wise to keep his distance from high-level players. The boss battle is about to start. Tang Yinping's voice carried a sense of urgency. She quickly explained the current situation. Over the past month, the Empire had finally unleashed its true power. With the full force of advanced weaponry, even the extraordinary found themselves struggling, especially without high-tier combatants to rely on. The battlefield demonstrated a simple truth: when resources are scarce, tactics win. When resources are abundant, firepower dominates. From miles away, the followers could not even sense the danger before they were consumed by relentless artillery fire. The dense formations of mechs and fighter jets created a web of firepower that made the extraordinary seem insignificant. Even the bishops had no choice but to flee in disarray under the Empire's relentless and costly attacks. Now, there are barely any followers left on the ancestral planet. The Empire's forces are advancing toward the Mother Earth Goddess Palace, Tang Yinping said, turning to look at Zhao Yuan. You should come with us. Can I even go? Zhao Yuan hesitated. At his level, he doubted he could even scratch the boss. Tang Yinping replied bluntly, there's no point in staying here anymore. The remaining followers have either been wiped out or are gathering at the Mother Earth Goddess Palace. So it's almost over. Tang Xuanju said with a tone of regret. Opportunities to grind levels like this are so rare. If we could stay here for 4 or 5 years, maybe we could catch up with the main force. Don't feel bad, Tang Yinping said with a smile. The small mobs were just appetizers. The boss is the main course. Seeing Zhao Yuan's puzzled expression, she elaborated, large ruined dungeons are unique. Without divine suppression, even low damage can earn you a rating. The rating is based on a combination of your level and contribution, and the higher the rating, the more ruin points you get. It's much better than Abyss dungeons there. If you can't deal divine level damage, you won't do any harm and end up with nothing. Time is tight. Let's talk while we move. As the highest level support in the dungeon, Tang Yinping was likely to take on the role of commanding the boss fight, a weighty responsibility. With that, she took off into the air, with Tang Xuanju following closely behind. Zhao Yuan could only stand there awkward like couldn't fly yet. He had to wait until he reached level 2 star. Oops, I forgot you can't fly yet. Tang Yinping chuckled softly, then suddenly swooped down and scooped Zhao Yuan up in her arms. What are you doing? Zhao Yuan exclaimed, stiffening in shock. Stop squirming, Tang Yinping said, holding onto the struggling Zhao Yuan as she soared into the sky. Even in the biting cold of high altitude, Zhao Yuan's face burned with embarrassment. Put me down. I can run, he protested, his voice cracking. Run? How long do you think that would take? Tang Yinping asked, barely suppressing her laughter as she looked at the flustered Zhao Yuan in her arms. Men and women should keep their distance. Zhao Yuan muttered under his breath. Kid. Tang Yinping raised an eyebrow in surprise. Don't tell me you're still a virgin? How old are you anyway? With how talented you are, the human gene engineering program hasn't matched you for reproduction yet. Although it may not be humane, this is the reality for humanity. 16? That's not young at all. Zhao Yuan retorted loudly. 16? But that's still so young, Tang Yinping remarked with a sigh, as if lost in her memories. Back when I was 16, I was still living in the real world. And now, almost 100 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yuan froze for a moment, then asked in confusion, Grandma, did you just slip up? You don't look like someone over 100 years old. Tang Yinping chuckled softly, her gaze distant, and replied slowly. The Abyss game brought disaster, but it also brought longevity. I don't even know how long I can live now. It feels like, as long as I don't die, I could live for a very, very long time. She sighed lightly, her tone carrying a complex emotion that was hard to describe. Blessings and curses are intertwined. I don't even know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. As they continued flying, Zhao Yuan gradually relaxed his tense body. However, maintaining the same posture for so long made him uncomfortable, and he couldn't help but shift slightly. Huh? Did I just touch something I shouldn't have? It feels kind of soft. Instantly, Zhao Yuan's face turned bright red. He quickly froze in place, barely daring to move. This is so embarrassing. Tang Yinping glanced down at him, a playful smirk on her face. Hey kid, how about we go on a date after this dungeon run? Zhao Yuan was stunned, completely caught off guard. A date? Of course, a game just for men and women, Tang Yinping said with a teasing smile. The survival pressure brought by the Abyss game had caused most people to stop suppressing their desires. This was especially true for the upper echelons, who actively encouraged reproduction. High-level players, in particular, no longer hid their desires. However, as life evolved, these needs had significantly diminished. Of course, the interest was still there, it was just less intense. Big sister, he's still young. Suddenly, Tang Xuanju's voice rang out, tinged with irritation. Clearly, she had overheard the conversation. Tang Yinping chuckled. Little sister, are you upset? It's fine. We can share. She looked at Zhao Yuan, her gaze carrying a certain depth. I've been suppressing myself for years, and now I've finally met such an amusing little newbie and a boy, at that. How delightful. If we could have a child, even better. Sister. Tang Xuanju's face turned bright red in an instant. She was completely at a loss for how to respond to Tang Yinping's words. Tang Yinping sighed softly. You two are still so young. Little sister, do you know how long it took our uncle and aunt to have you? 20 whole years. And that was already considered a miracle. Some people have tried for decades and still haven't succeeded. She shook her head. The upper echelons of humanity are genuinely worried. If we evolve to a certain stage, will we lose the ability to reproduce? It's a very serious question. Longevity and reproduction seem destined to be at odds with one another. But those concerns are still far off. For the next 300 years, surviving is the most important thing. Tang Yinping's words carried a heavy sense of helplessness. Seeing Zhao Yuan and Tang Xuanju still blushing furiously, Tang Yinping decided to drop the topic. Instead, she said with amusement, this little newbie is really interesting. There'll be plenty of chances in the futurino rush. She turned to look at Zhao Yuan, thinking to herself, a boy stepping out into the world must take care to protect himself. Flying was indeed incredibly fast. Before long, Zhao Yuan caught sight of a massive city floating among the clouds. This aerial city of the Wana tribe was most striking for its colossal, awe-inspiring statue. The statue depicted a female figure with a human upper body and 4 arms, while her lower half was a serpent's tail covered in gleaming golden scales. 2 of her arms were outstretched as if embracing all living beings, while the other 2 cradled a Wana infant. Strangely, the statue's face was completely blank, devoid of any features. This must be the Earth Mother Goddess. Zhao Yuan thought to himself with sudden clarity. The statue was so immense that words failed to capture its scale, with its upper half disappearing into the sea of clouds, making the entire city beneath it seem as insignificant as dust. As they drew closer, a dense array of warplanes and mechas came into view, forming what seemed like an endless forest of steel. Tang Yinping skillfully piloted the aircraft, maneuvering beneath the imperial forces and landing within the city. On the ground, countless armed devotees stood, their cold gazes fixed on the skies, their killing intent almost tangible. During the descent, Zhao Yuan noticed a grand palace towering at the center of the city. It had to be the Earth Mother Goddess Palace. The square in front of it was crowded with a group of 20,000 humans. Oddly, neither the Earth Mother Goddess faction nor the imperial forces seemed to pay any attention to this area, as if the humans here and the Wana tribe shared no real distinction. As the aircraft landed, Zhao Yuan accidentally found his face pressed against Tang Yinping's soft frame, leaving him utterly embarrassed. Get off already, or do you want me to carry you forever? Tang Yinping teased with a laugh, unfazed by the curious stares around them. Zhao Yuan quickly jumped down, deliberately ignoring the gazes directed at them as he looked up at the sky. Tang Yinping warned, you two stay here. Don't wander over there. Some individuals have divine pressure levels you won't be able to withstand. Zhao Yuan nodded. Eagle-Eye had no intention of being the rabbit that wandered into a pride of lions. Tang Xuanju, though skeptical, wisely nodded in agreement as well. Once Tang Yinping departed, the attention around them finally faded. Zhao Yuan leaned against a nearby sculpture, observing the crowd gathered in the square. He noticed that the various groups kept a notable distance from one another, refraining from any direct interaction. However, the communication channels were bustling with activity. It was clear that the disparity in power levels made face-to-face interactions difficult, while the channels provided a perfect solution. Enjoyed yourself just now? Tang Xuanju suddenly asked, tossing a small stone at him. I'm not that kind of person, Zhao Yuan replied seriously. Humph. Let me remind you don't get any funny ideas. The difference in your evolutionary levels is too great. Be careful not to get drained dry. For some reason, the thought of her sister and Zhao Yuan together made Tang Xuanju particularly uncomfortable. You're overthinking it. Zhao Yuan retorted, clearly annoyed. Relax. I said I'd introduce someone to you, so don't be impatient. I get it, young people are full of energy, but know your limits. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, Tang Xuanju felt an odd sense of relief after saying this. Lu Jian invited you to join the team. Will you accept? Not long after, Zhao Yuan also received an invitation and promptly joined. Shortly after that, Tang Xuanju joined as well. Watching more and more people entering the team, Zhao Yuan closed the interface. Looking up, he saw the Imperial fleet's warships densely hovering in the sky. His heart was filled with doubt. What were they waiting for? They were already here, so why were they still idly waiting? At the highest command center on the Imperial faction's homeworld, the Supreme Commander's face was as dark as a storm. He had spent the entire morning receiving countless calls. While these callers claimed to be concerned about the homeworld situation, they were secretly exerting immense pressure on him. The Divine Palace had existed for ages and was one of the most deeply rooted beliefs of the Wana people. It had countless supporters throughout the empire. To target it was essentially to strike at the very foundation of the empire. Although he could endure the external pressures, the thought of his wife and daughter's tragic deaths ignited a blaze of anger in his eyes. Fire! Fire! Reduce this place to rubble, he roared the command. Commander, please wait. The head of the Imperial Security Bureau suddenly stepped forward, his face tinged with urgency. What do you have to say? The Supreme Commander glared at him. The security chief's expression was grave, and his tone somber. The Earth Mother Temple is, after all, an iconic structure of the homeworld. Its existence is as ancient as our people's history itself. Destroying it would come at an enormous cost. You know this. While eradicating the temple could eliminate all the believers on the homeworld, it would be a devastating blow to ordinary citizens. No matter how history unfolds, the Earth Mother Temple will remain a part of it. Moreover, this temple embodies the origins and history of our people. If we destroy it, not only will we be condemned in the annals of history, but even today's civilians will tear us apart. This war is ultimately a contest between the Empire and the Divine Palace, not a vendetta between the Wayna people and the Divine Palace. We cannot afford such consequences. The security chief's voice grew even heavier. Other high-ranking officials began to step forward, voicing their concerns. Destroying the Earth Mother Temple is indeed no small matter. The weight of history is something no one can bear. Taking such an action would be a nightmare for all of us. The Supreme Commander's eyes flickered with anger, which quickly turned to resignation. He knew all too well that this was precisely why the Empire had been unable to completely eradicate the Divine Palace. The issue wasn't the strength of the palace's leader, but rather the immense societal and internal pressures, which were far more challenging than external enemies. So what do you propose? He roared furiously. The security chief was silent for a moment before speaking coldly. The Earth Mother Temple cannot be destroyed, but the believers can be. If we kill every last one of them and seal this place off, then let it remain a silent witness to history as the iconic building it is. Fine, do it, the Supreme Commander gritted out through clenched teeth. The other officials nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was the most practical solution for the moment. It would avoid earning historical condemnation while effectively weakening the Divine Palace's power. The Supreme Commander nodded slowly and sank into his chair, his voice heavy with exhaustion. Then proceed, as you've suggested. Rest assured, Commander, I won't let a single believer escape, the security chief said coldly, his tone brimming with unwavering determination. Dark clouds loomed as the flames of war began to spread. Imperial warplanes soared into the sky, their powerful energy beams sweeping through the air. On the streets below, groups of believers were obliterated in an instant, reduced to ashes. The believers soared into the sky, their extraordinary powers erupting midair. One of them roared and smashed a fighter jet into pieces, triggering a chain reaction of explosions among the surrounding aircraft. The Imperial Army watched the rebellion with cold indifference, swiftly extinguishing the flames from the blasts. Several mechs closed in instantly, deploying massive capture nets. The nets tightened abruptly, tearing the airborne believers apart in an instant, their blood and flesh raining down from the skies. The fighter jets launched a three-dimensional assault, alternating between high-altitude bombing and low-altitude strafing, quickly turning the battlefield into a scarlet hellscape. In their despair, the believers cried out the holy name of the Earth Mother Goddess and piloted their jets in suicidal charges. Explosions echoed one after another, like blooming crimson fireworks. More believers abandoned guerrilla tactics, choosing instead to fight to the death. The elderly, women, men, and even young children all stepped forward valiantly to defend the honor of their goddess. For 10 full minutes, the fighter jets unleashed relentless volleys, transforming the sky into a chaotic inferno of blood and carnage. These cold, unfeeling machines followed their orders without hesitation, even against their own kind. After half a day of slaughter, the chaos finally subsided. The jets and mechs descended slowly, preparing for the final sweep. All right, the cutscene is over. It's our turn now. Lu Jian's voice broke the somber atmosphere. 2,000 human players stood ready, a mighty force marching toward the Earth Mother Goddess's palace. Tang Yinping quickly laid out the tactics. Frontline tanks, hold the boss. Off tanks, assist them. DPS, find your positions. Control classes, interrupt those skills. Support, protect the team, especially the newbies. New players, stay on the outskirts, help with damage if you can, otherwise, keep your distance. The team swiftly organized into groups by role, with experienced players skillfully discussing skill synergies. New players like Zhao Yuan and Tang Xuangjiu, who had not yet reached level 800, were placed on the outer edges. Remember, don't get greedy for damage. Attack if you can, but if you can't, stay out of the way. Tang Yinping emphasized again. Frontliners, coordinate closely and manage aggro. When the boss uses its ultimate, make sure to activate damage reduction and protect the squishy players. This large-scale dungeon is relatively straightforward, so don't stress. The 2,000 players advanced in an orderly fashion up the palace steps. Though they knew casualties were inevitable, no one faltered. As the saying goes, we, the human race, fear no death. In battles of life and death, we never retreat. Everyone materialized their equipment, ready for combat. The frontliners led the charge. Off-tanks followed closely. DPS classes exuded lethal intent from the center, while support and control classes held the rear. The new players cheered from the back. When the grand doors of the palace were pushed open, the 2,000 players stepped into the hall in perfect formation. The grand hall resembled a vast, open square, boundless and immense. At its center stood a towering statue of the Earth Mother, its imposing presence seeming to guard this sacred place. Sunlight streamed through the high skylights, casting dappled shadows upon the statue, enveloping the entire scene in an atmosphere of solemnity and reverence. The air around carried the weight of countless ages, imbued with an indescribable sense of history. A massive procession marched into the hall, undeterred and unchallenged. At the forefront of the group, below the Earth Mother's statue, sat a solitary figure cross-legged, back turned to the crowd. Silent and motionless, the individual seemed to merge seamlessly with the land itself. "Stop!" Tang Yamping's voice rang out, calm yet commanding. At her words, the entire group halted almost instantly, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes locked on the final boss before them. "Faithless ones, who gave you the audacity to step onto the divine soil of the gods?" The high priest slowly rose to his feet, his posture straight and imposing. Turning to face the intruders, his piercing gaze cut like a blade. His tall stature and formidable aura left no room for underestimation. "The empire, how heartless it has become. Once, the royal family of Dona knelt in this very temple, pleading with the Earth Mother for her blessings. Countless millennia have passed, and now they abandon her, marching toward their own destruction." Ha ha! His laughter echoed through the hall, tinged with both sorrow and a hint of madness. His eyes glimmered with an inscrutable emotion, as though he had relinquished all concern for the world. Moments later, the high priest ceased his laughter and extended his hand. A weapon resembling an iron staff materialized instantly. With a mighty swing, he struck the ground, unleashing a deafening boom as a powerful shockwave rippled outward, filling the air with an oppressive energy. "Come then, let your blood cleanse the desecration you've brought upon this land." His voice was deep and chilling, laced with a murderous intent. Suddenly, a health bar appeared in the air, 2.2 billion HP. The crowd erupted in astonishment. "Not bad. Frontline, move in." Tang Yamping's command rang out like a battle cry. The frontline players charged forward without hesitation, launching an immediate assault. A shield spun through the air like a spiral, targeting the high priest, followed by another player leaping high, an axe raised to strike down at the priest's head. "Engage the boss," Tang Yamping shouted. The high priest smirked coldly, casually swiping the shield away with a wave of his hand. He then swung his weapon with immense force, sending both the axe and its wielder flying. Before he could recover, another shield hurtled toward his face. This time, the high priest's expression shifted slightly. A barrier of energy formed instantly, blocking the attack with precision. "How disgraceful! You dare aim for my face!" The high priest bellowed, his eyes blazing with fury. At that moment, more shields came flying in rapid succession, all targeting his face. "High priest, you're courting death," he roared, lunging toward the offending players. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive as his overwhelming killing intent surged through the hall. "Hold the aggro. DPS, attack now." Tang Yamping's voice cut through the chaos. At her command, all damage-dealing players leapt into action, launching their most powerful attacks from midair. A barrage of fireballs, ice shards, arrows, and various spells rained down on the high priest like a torrential storm. Each strike landed with precision, flames and frost intertwining, filling the air with the intense energy of battle. Support players weren't idle either, casting buffs and enhancements to bolster their allies. With everyone operating at peak performance, the tension in the hall grew ever more electrifying. 20,000 players in action, what a sight to behold. Zhao Yuan stood on the outskirts, marveling at the spectacle. "But that health bar is dropping so slowly." "That's to be expected," Tang Xuanju replied with a light chuckle. "The group's levels vary widely. It's going to take time." "How long will this take?" Zhao Yuan asked, his curiosity piqued. "At least 2 or 3 days, Tang Xuanju said, narrowing her eyes with a glint of excitement. "Boss battles like this don't come often, especially for us assassins. This is the perfect stage to showcase our skills. Just wait, it'll deliver a killer combo soon." 2 or 3 days. Zhao Yuan swallowed hard. "That's so long." "This is just the beginning." Tang Xuanju smiled, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The final boss on the 16th floor once had a staggering health pool of tens of trillions. It took billions of players a full 6 years to finally defeat it. Tang Xuanju looked at Zhao Yuan curiously, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she imagined how spectacular that scene must have been. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan summoned 3 sky splitter butterflies to begin his long-range attacks. In such a crowd of players, using explosive bears or giant horned ants was clearly not a good idea. A single misstep could lead to collateral damage, so it was better to avoid causing chaos. Honestly, I think you should prepare more long-range summoning creatures, especially those with high single-target burst damage. Otherwise, during a boss fight, you'll end up looking a bit awkward, Tang Xuangju said with a smile, observing Zhao Yuan's actions and noting the underwhelming damage of the sky-splitter butterflies. Oh, more awkward than you, Zhao Yuan teased, turning to her with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. At least I can still chip away at the boss. What about you? Tang Xuangju's face flushed with anger as she quickly retorted. That's just how assassins are. Look at the other assassins in the field theory, all waiting for the right moment to strike. Sure, Zhao Yuan replied dismissively. Tang Xuangju, fuming, was about to march forward when Zhao Yuan quickly stopped her, saying, "Wait, I was just joking." Internally, he thought, is she really going to charge in just because I mocked her a little? That's practically suicide. What is she thinking? He added, "Are you out of your mind?" Tang Xuangju took a couple of steps forward and suddenly began to dance. Hearing Zhao Yuan's voice, she turned around with an exasperated look. "What are you doing now?" he asked. She didn't bother explaining and instead sent him a screenshot of her skill description. Dragon Dance skill description. Perform a series of specified movements. For each completed movement, damage increases by 1, attack speed increases by 0.1, armor penetration increases by 1, and you gain 1 dragon blood mark that lasts for 10 seconds, stacking up to 1,000 marks. After dealing damage for 3 seconds, all dragon blood marks will detonate within 1 second on the current target, dealing 7 of the total damage dealt in the previous 3 seconds per mark. Whoa, that's insane! Zhao Yuan exclaimed in shock, thinking to himself, 3 seconds is more than enough for a skilled assassin to unleash their full damage potential. He added, so, you should be careful in the wild. If you see a stranger doing weird movements, make sure to either escape quickly or attack first to interrupt them. Tang Xuanju warned him. Thanks. This skill is practically unbeatable, Zhao Yuan said gratefully, deeply impressed by its power. He imagined the damage output upon detonation no one could possibly withstand it. With armor penetration, attack speed, bonus damage, and critical hits, who could survive more than 4 seconds under such an onslaught? Unbeatable, my foot. Do you really think anyone would let an assassin stack their buffs right in front of them? Assassins are so fragile that they'd be dead before they even finish building their buffs. And if they run into a control-type enemy, they'll be locked down the moment they try to act, watching helplessly as all their buffs disappear. It's infuriating, Tang Xuangju pointed out bluntly. Fair point. It's rare for an assassin to get the chance to stack buffs in front of others. But for boss fights, this skill is incredible. Zhao Yuan nodded in agreement. Interrupt him with crowd control. Suddenly, Tang Yinping's voice rang out. The high priest, battered and humiliated by aerial attacks, was unable to shake off the frontline players surrounding him. Every time he tried to switch targets, someone would land a blow on his face, fueling his rage and making him focus solely on the person in front of him. The high priest hurled his staff into the air with tremendous force. It was so powerful that even a glancing hit would cripple, and a direct hit would kill. The speed was so fast that it was nearly impossible to dodge. Disarm, blind, paralyze, slow, freeze, restrain. In an instant, a barrage of crowd control skills rained down. The staff plummeted from the air, and the high priest was immediately interrupted by a series of debuffs. Assassins swiftly moved in, while the frontline and melee players retreated. Both physical and magical attacks erupted simultaneously, overwhelming the boss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fall back, frontline, move in again, Tang Yinping commanded. Before she even finished counting to 5, the frontline players had already retreated, and another wave surged forward. Even the assassins had withdrawn by then, but the boss continued to suffer massive damage, with numbers so high they were almost unbelievable. Just as the high priest broke free from the crowd control and tried to assess the situation, a shield came flying toward his face once again. Enraged, he was immediately bombarded by yet another wave of relentless attacks. The coordination was so seamless that it was hard to believe these players were strangers. This level of teamwork was built on the countless sacrifices of humanity. Tang Xuangju swiftly reappeared from the distance, her figure tracing a graceful arc through the air. She looked at Zhao Yuan with excitement, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. How was that? Wasn't it awesome? Indeed, her brief output of less than 5 seconds had a notable impact, even causing the high priest's health bar to visibly shake. I didn't even notice you earlier, Zhao Yuan said with an awkward chuckle. There were too many people. I was just focused on watching the boss health bar. You. Tang Xuangju rolled her eyes. Forget it. Check the damage contribution chart. She decisively opened the team damage stats and scrolled down quickly. When she saw her damage output, she pouted. 31,000? That's so low? I was going all out. Curious, Zhao Yuan opened his own interface and found his data at the very bottom. 29,000. Dead last. Oh, that's really low, he muttered. Despite relying solely on his Riftwing butterfly for damage, it was still surprising that his sustained attacks over time didn't surpass Tang Xuangju's burst in just a few seconds. What? The top damage dealer is a greatsword warrior? And a secondary tank at that. Tang Xuanju exclaimed in disbelief, quickly covering her mouth when she realized she had spoken too loudly. Overhead, someone glanced in their direction. Zhao Yuan quickly scrolled to the top of the chart and saw the name Lu Jian, the greatsword warrior, boasting an astonishing 470,000 damage. As a secondary tank, he had outperformed all the DPS players, which was nothing short of remarkable. The second highest damage came from a shadow hunter, with 430,000. That secondary tank's gear and skills must be leagues ahead of everyone else here, Tang Xuanju sighed. Looks like this raid doesn't have many strong damage dealers. It's probably going to take a while. Clearly, as a DPS player being outperformed by a warrior, she wasn't thrilled. Why are you worrying about that? Zhao Yuan closed his interface. This is a random matchmaking raid. We can't expect it to be full of top-tier players. As the frontline stabilized aggro, the High Priest fell completely into the rhythm of the players. Their teamwork grew increasingly seamless, and the boss fight began to feel more manageable. The battle raged on, uninterrupted, for an entire day and night. In the Abyss, such prolonged fights were common, and thanks to their elevated divinity levels and enhanced vitality, none of the players felt fatigued. When the boss health dropped to 50, the High Priest suddenly erupted in a burst of power, knocking back nearby players. His entire body glowed with golden light as his health rapidly regenerated, climbing back to 60 in just a second, and it continued to rise. Quick! Apply heavy wounds, poison, and healing reduction. Tang Yinping commanded calmly. This type of regeneration mechanic wasn't uncommon, and players with the appropriate skills immediately cast their effects, eventually halting the boss regeneration at 75. Zhao Yuan silently observed the situation, calculating to himself. He'll need to prepare these control effects in the future, or he'll be in trouble against opponents with strong healing abilities. Once the High Priest's regeneration stopped, the team regrouped and resumed their war of attrition. After spending half a day, they managed to bring the High Priest's health bar down to nearly 50. This time, without Tang Yinping needing to say a word, everyone quickly used skills or activated equipment effects to suppress the boss's healing. Thanks to their preparation, the results were significantly better, but the High Priest still regenerated back to 70 health, 5 less than before. It seems as long as the health bar doesn't drop below 50, the boss will keep healing, Tang Yinping calmly analyzed. Keep going. Back and forth, several rounds later, once the High Priest's health dropped to 60, the healing reduction effects started to weaken. Each attempt reduced less and less, sometimes only by 1, and occasionally had no effect at all. An entire day's effort seemed to have been in vain. The High Priest's health stubbornly stayed above 50, and any lapse in healing suppression led to a significant recovery. On the battlefield, some players began to show signs of anxiety, but the high-level players on the front lines remained composed, delivering steady damage. For them, this was just a minor challenge. Among them, Lu Jin stood out. Wielding a massive sword as large as a door, he swung it with unrelenting ferocity. Not only could he withstand the High Priest's ferocious attacks, but he also dealt considerable damage in return. The surrounding frontline players and other warrior tanks couldn't help but look at him with admiration. There was a stark gap between them and him, even as fellow off-tanks. Lu Jin's expression remained calm. Situations like this didn't faze him in the slightest. A boss regenerating health quickly? He had even seen bosses that wouldn't lose health after hours of fighting. Prepare for an all-out attack. Tang Yinping's voice rang out suddenly. Everyone tensed, holding back their skills and carefully managing their cooldowns. The assassins preparing for the damage phase decisively stepped back from the battlefield, stacking up their buffs. The support players stopped casting both buffs and debuffs. As a result, the damage output slowed significantly. With the damage dealers pulling back, the pressure shifted entirely onto the frontline players. Without the need to withstand widespread damage, the High Priest focused all its attacks on the frontline. For a moment, nearly every tank's expression turned grim, but not a single one retreated. As meat shield players, their purpose was to take the hits. If they faltered, the entire formation would collapse. The frontline players chugged potions, and if the High Priest showed any signs of moving away, they charged forward without hesitation to draw its aggro, even if their cooldowns weren't finished. On the battlefield, one figure after another was struck by the High Priest, blood spraying, as they were sent flying several meters. Others immediately filled in the gaps, while the fallen players guzzled potions, healed their wounds, and waited for their skills to cool down. Falling, rising, and charging again, the frontline players fought valiantly, holding the High Priest's rhythm in check. They pressed forward with unwavering determination, refusing to retreat. They embodied the indomitable spirit of humanity. As tanks, they were the strongest shields for the other players. Letting the boss break through their line was the ultimate disgrace. Tenacity was their creed, and resilience was their belief. Choosing the path of a tank meant being ready to die on the front lines. You and I are the same. Setting foot on the path of the abyss, there's no turning back. Humanity has never relied on just one person, but on all of us together. This period was grueling. One frontline player made a mistake, activating their skill a fraction too late. The High Priest smashed their head with a single punch, blood and brain matter splattering across the nearby players. Ugh, gross. A group of players spat out the blood that had gotten into their mouths. One of them caught the fallen player's body and gently moved it to the rear. The others pressed on without hesitation. Another player took the body and carefully placed it farther away. The scene was eerily calm, no sorrow, no regret. All eyes remained locked on the High Priest. The battle wouldn't stop for the loss of one person. Everyone who had chosen this path was prepared to leave their bones in the abyss. That player had simply gone ahead of the rest. Finally, the High Priest's health bar approached the critical 50 threshold. Now, attack, Tang Yinping commanded, her voice cutting through the chaos. The battlefield erupted as dozens of control-type players acted in unison, weaving a dense web of control skills that descended upon the High Priest. Even with his immense power, the High Priest could only barely evade the onslaught, and ultimately, he was ensnared within the skill network. Meanwhile, support players cast shimmering shields and precise, buffing skills, fortifying the damage-dealing classes. Seizing the opportunity, the assassins, empowered by layers of buffs, unleashed their long-prepared bursts of damage in an instant. The High Priest's health bar plummeted past 50, dropping rapidly. After completing their mission, the assassins swiftly retreated, allowing melee players to step in and continue the relentless assault. Ranged players, who had been bombarding the enemy since the beginning, maintained their attacks. The entire Grand Hall of the Divine Temple was awash with surging extraordinary power. The coordinated burst from the Tuthisan-strong player force drove the High Priest's health down to 45, leaving even this formidable boss momentarily stunned. Defilers, you shall perish, the furious High Priest roared, his voice booming. Golden light erupted from his body, radiating a faint divine aura. His eyes gleamed with a piercing golden glow as the previously disarmed staff reappeared in his grasp. Watch out. The boss is about to unleash his ultimate skill. Tang Yinping shouted a warning. Frontline, activate damage reduction. Supports, deploy shields and healing. If you can't dodge, get behind the frontline quickly. Golden light began to coalesce around the High Priest, its massive warning area spreading across the player formation. Zhao Yuan immediately used Ghost Step in combination with a blink skill to retreat from the danger zone at lightning speed. Tang Xuangju followed closely, using her flying ability to evade. Just as they exited the skill's range, a wave of terrifying energy swept across the battlefield. Even in the safety zone, Zhao Yuan was nearly knocked over by the shockwave, but his Ironhead talent nullified the knockback effect. Tang Xuangju wasn't as fortunate, getting flung into the air by the force. On the battlefield, frontline players raised their shields and activated group damage reduction, protecting the damage dealers and controllers behind them. Players frantically consumed potions as supports continuously cast shields and healing spells. However, hundreds of players who were either too slow to dodge or careless were caught in the golden light, disintegrating into dust on the spot, leaving no trace of their bodies. A lucky few managed to trigger life-saving skills, their forms shimmering like angelic tears in the air, but most were completely annihilated, shields and all, by the devastating attack. The frontline held their ground, maintaining damage reduction skills and ensuring their movement wouldn't expose others to the attack. Within just 30 seconds, hundreds of players had fallen. Due to his distance, Zhao Yuan wasn't knocked back, but instead had a clear view of the entire scene, leaving him with a mix of emotions. This was the destiny of the human players. Suddenly, Zhao Yuan froze. He noticed that every structure in the Grand Hall covered by the High Priest's skill had been destroyed except for the statue of the Earth Mother, which remained completely intact. As the High Priest's ultimate ability concluded, the frontline players quickly surged forward, spreading out to find optimal positions for their attacks. Be careful. The boss is in an invincible state and immune to control effects. One of the frontline players shouted in warning. Even after unleashing his ultimate move, the High Priest's body continued to glow with golden light, drastically reducing the effectiveness of taunts. Hold him off. Tang Yamping's voice was icy and commanding. Immediately, a group of tank players gritted their teeth and charged forward. At this point, the High Priest's damage output was terrifying. Frontline players who could previously withstand a few hits now had their health bars nearly wiped out with a single strike. For other classes, survival would have been impossible. Switch with me, a frontline player yelled. As the High Priest's next strike came down, another player dashed forward, taking the hit heated and getting sent flying. Stand your ground. Don't let him break through. Tang Yinping shouted orders. The frontline players rushed forward one by one, each doing their best to endure a single strike. Some succeeded, some were knocked unconscious, while others were outright obliterated. Full damage output. Don't hold back. Tang Yinping bellowed, casting various shields over the frontline players. Since the High Priest was immune to control effects, he began to shift his focus away from the tanks in front of him and charged toward the damage dealers. His speed was astonishing, each swing of his staff like a tidal wave aimed directly at the attackers. Hurry! Block him! Damage dealers, dodge. Tang Yinping shouted urgently. The damage dealers reacted swiftly, but the High Priest's attacks were relentless, and not everyone could evade in time. With a loud crash, dozens of players were struck down, their bodies exploding on impact. The remaining frontline players rushed in, their shields smashing repeatedly against the High Priest's head and face. Yet the boss was unfazed, his invincibility suppressing his rage as he continued his relentless assault on the others. How long will this invincibility last? Someone asked anxiously. No idea, probably 5 minutes. Another replied. 5 minutes feels like forever. The team began to show signs of panic. Stay calm. Frontline, keep him occupied. Damage dealers, focus on dodging instead of attacking. Support, assist the frontline and heal the injured. Tang Yamping's voice remained steady and firm, exuding a sense of calm confidence that gradually reassured the team. They regained their composure and began to engage the High Priest with more coordination. With control-type skills rendered useless, the players could only keep their distance and wait for the boss invincibility phase to end. During those grueling 5 minutes, they dodged tirelessly. From time to time, someone would be struck down, their blood splattering across the battlefield, staining the ground red. Amid the chaos, no one noticed a lone figure quietly approaching. Zhao Yuan was moving closer to the center. Everyone was preoccupied with dodging or helping others, leaving little attention for him. Even those who noticed him had no time to react. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. Zhao Yuan steadily closed the distance. He realized the High Priest hadn't noticed him at all. After all, Zhao Yuan was too weak to attract attention. Even if he were spotted, what harm could he possibly do? However, the High Priest underestimated him. Zhao Yuan had no intention of attacking the boss directly. As his thoughts focused, a massive 10-meter bear materialized and charged toward the statue of the Earth Mother with crushing force. I'm not attacking you, I'm attacking it. The sky-beast bear had just slammed towards the statue of the Earth Mother Goddess when the High Priest figure appeared behind it in an instant. He grabbed the bear by the scruff of its neck and yanked it violently off course, completely diverting its attack. Without hesitation, the High Priest struck with his palm, causing the massive creature to shatter into pieces. This gruesome scene terrified Zhao Yuan, who immediately turned to flee. But before he could take a step, an enraged roar from the High Priest echoed behind him. Blasphemer! Defiler of my god, perish! The staff in the High Priest's hand cut through the air with a deafening whistle, as if tearing the very fabric of space. Zhao Yuan stared in horror at the lethal blow hurtling towards him, his heart sinking. He realized he had brought this upon himself. How could he have thought he could meddle in a battle of this magnitude? If that staff, brimming with destructive power, struck him, there wouldn't even be a trace of his body left. In the nick of time, a massive sword as wide as a door crashed into the ground, blocking the attack in front of Zhao Yuan. Lu Jian's figure appeared immediately, gripping the enormous sword and meeting the staff heat in. The force of the collision sent both Lu Jian and Zhao Yuan skidding backward, carving a 10-meter-long trench into the ground. Zhao Yuan had barely let out a sigh of relief when the High Priest closed in on them again. In that split second, Zheng Hongbing leapt forward from behind, brandishing a large shield and roaring, "You bastard, your grandpa's here." But before he could strike, the High Priest's palm sent him spiraling away along with his shield. Seeing this, Lu Jian quickly pulled Zhao Yuan back. Once the rest of the team engaged the High Priest, Lu Jian wasted no time and hurled Zhao Yuan towards a safer area in the rear. Focus on the statue. Damn it! Zhao Yuan shouted midair before landing hard on the ground, face first into the dirt. Lu Jian immediately understood and charged at the statue with his massive sword. With a single powerful strike, the ground trembled violently. This attack completely enraged the High Priest, who abandoned all other targets and furiously charged at Lu Jian. Witnessing this, Zhao Yuan, now back on his feet, burst into laughter. Tang Yinping quickly ordered everyone to redirect their attacks onto the statue, stealing a glance at Zhao Yuan from afar. Dusting himself off, Zhao Yuan retreated silently, reflecting on his impulsiveness. Yet he knew one thing for certain: what could matter more to a devout zealot who had spent his life in the temple than the statue of the Earth Mother Goddess? If the High Priest was immune to control abilities, then the only way to break him was to target what he cherished most. Would his faith in the goddess outweigh his desire to kill the blasphemer? As expected, the moment the attacks shifted toward the statue, the High Priest's expression transformed from solemn to frantic. He rushed forward, spreading his arms wide, using his frail body to block the incoming attacks from all directions. In the underground chamber, Kasha watched as Zhao Yuan slammed the statue of the Earth Mother with a bear, her eyes bloodshot as she let out a hysterical scream. No! She was desperate to rush out and stop him herself. Just as the bear in the sky exploded and she barely had time to feel relief, she saw everyone begin attacking the statue. Despicable, lowly mortals. Stop it! Her furious cries echoed in the vast underground space, unheard by anyone. The High Priest moved with lightning speed, forcefully intercepting all the attack skills. His small figure stood in stark contrast to the immense statue, yet it exuded an unshakable force of faith. Prioritize attacking the statue. Tang Yinping's calm, yet ruthless command rang out, devoid of any mercy. The other players, thrilled to have discovered the high priest's weakness, unleashed a torrent of attacks toward the statue. No, stop. The high priest's face was filled with terror as he desperately tried to block every attack. When he couldn't defend in time, he unhesitatingly used his body to take the hits. Ha ha, let's see how arrogant you are now. A frontline warrior laughed as he charged at the statue. Melee and ranged players coordinated seamlessly, and the high priest, overwhelmed, failed to block some of the attacks, allowing them to hit the statue. No, stop attacking my god. The high priest's voice trembled, his former dominance completely gone. 5 minutes later, his invincibility wore off, and control skills began to rain down on him, making his situation even more dire. Attack me. Attack me instead of her. The high priest howled in agony, his hair catching fire from a fire spell, but he paid no attention to extinguishing it. He was entirely focused on protecting the statue. I'm begging you, don't hit it, hit me. He pleaded hoarsely, darting back and forth in front of the statue. Some players hesitated, showing traces of sympathy, but their attacks didn't cease. There's no right or wrong here. Everyone's just trying to survive, someone rationalized coldly. It's just a dungeon boss, but he sure is putting on a show. Another remarked indifferently. The Earth Mother statue, made of a special material, remained unscathed despite the relentless onslaught. Seeing the high priest in dire straits, Tang Yinping continued to give orders. Have part of the group attack the statue to draw his attention, while the rest focus fire on the high priest. Fine, fine. Attack me, leave my god alone. The high priest seemed almost relieved when the attack shifted to him. Despite his health rapidly depleting, he still poured all his effort into shielding the statue. What are you doing rushing in like that? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Tang Xuanju, climbing back up after being knocked down, questioned Zhao Yuan with concern. We have to try something. Otherwise, with the high priest in his invincible state, too many people will die. Zhao Yuan replied calmly. Though conflicted inside, torn between wanting to save others and fearing death, still chose to charge forward at the critical moment. Tang Xuanju said no more. She understood that if it were her, she would have made the same choice. Humanity has never lacked courage. Beneath every abyssal boss lies a mountain of human bones. And if those bones must include mine, so be it. Let me become one of them. As everyone focused their attacks, the high priest's health bar finally dropped to 30. Although he never fought back, his astonishing dual defenses and immense health pool still felt like an insurmountable wall to the 20,000 human players of varying strength. While the damage kept piling up, progress remained slow. However, hope was on the horizon, and victory seemed within reach. Time flew by, and another half-day passed. From the start of the battle, it had now been 2.5 days. Through the collective effort of everyone, the boss's health was reduced to 10, igniting the battlefield with fervor. Cheers of excitement erupted from the crowd, and a fiery determination for victory burned in everyone's eyes. The high priest had lost all his former dignity and grandeur. His once pristine robe was now tattered, his hair singed in patches by flames, and his face bruised and charred, as if struck by lightning and fire. Covered in blood, with crimson streaks flowing from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, he clung desperately to his battered form, standing firmly in front of the statue of the Earth Mother. His voice was hoarse and filled with despair as he pleaded, "No. Please, I beg you, stop this." Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound broke the tension, not from the high priest collapsing, but from the Earth Mother's statue itself. A massive fissure appeared where the human torso met the snake tail. One player from the front lines had already leapt onto the statue, swinging his battle axe with excitement at the crack. "It's splitting here. Watch me take it down," he shouted, his voice brimming with unrestrained exhilaration and jest. "No honor at all. I'm in." Another player, hearing the call, rushed forward, followed by more players who swarmed around the statue's fissure, hacking and slashing with wild abandon. Sparks flew as blades and axes struck the stone. "No! Get away!" The high priest's eyes bulged with rage as he roared and charged toward them. His movements were no longer swift, his face etched with panic and fury. Seeing him approach, the players quickly backed off, wearing smug expressions as though they had just pulled off a mischievous prank. The high priest stumbled to the statue, staring at the long crack with a look of utter despair. Trembling, he hesitantly reached out a hand but dared not touch it. Before he could react, another group of players had moved to a different part of the statue, resuming their relentless attack with loud, echoing strikes. He staggered toward them again, repeatedly running back and forth in futility. As time passed and his health continued to dwindle, the high priest's movements visibly slowed. Above him, countless abilities rained down like a storm, each one seemingly intent on obliterating him. His steps grew heavier, yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on, standing protectively in front of the statue with unwavering resolve. Finally, the high priest's health dropped to 5. A glint of greed and fervor began to appear in the eyes of many players. The final boss was about to fall. At that moment, the Earth Mother's statue suddenly shook violently, emitting a deep, resonant rumble. Crack! The entire statue split in half, and the massive upper portion came crashing down to the ground. No! The High Priest let out a heart-wrenching wail. A brilliant golden light burst forth from his body, flinging nearby players away. He rose to the sky, and with an almost superhuman effort, he lifted the colossal, mountain-like statue above his head. Blood spilled from his mouth, his face pale as death. His hands trembled, yet he held the statue aloft, slowly ascending as if attempting to return it to its divine pedestal. Could you be any more dramatic? One player stood casually on the statue, looking at him with exasperation. Before the words had even settled, more players began landing on the statue, some even stomping on it without restraint. Stop! Don't step on it! Don't step on it! The High Priest roared in anguish, his voice tearing with desperation. His eyes were wild with fury, and he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, which splattered onto the statue. Panicked, he reached out to wipe it clean, forgetting for a moment that he was holding up the statue. As his hand let go, the statue dipped sharply. He quickly caught it with one hand, tearing a piece of cloth from his robe with the other to carefully wipe the blood-stained area. In that moment, every muscle in his body trembled violently, yet he refused to let the statue suffer even the slightest defilement. Cautiously, not daring to show the slightest disrespect, suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a warrior slammed his shield violently into his face. Consumed by a surge of nameless rage, the taunt effect triggered instantly. His grip loosened as he charged at the offender. Damn it, it fell. What the hell? Is this idiot taunting now of all times? Is his brain full of crap? Move. Get out of the way before it crushes you. As the High Priest let go, the massive statue, like a small mountain, came crashing down toward the ground. The crowd below erupted into panicked shouts and curses, scattering in all directions. Who would be stupid enough to taunt at such a moment? With a deafening boom, the statue shattered the grand palace into countless fragments, the scene visible even from a distance. For a moment, the city's war machines and mechs, hunting down the remnants of the faithful, came to an abrupt halt. The operators of these machines stared in shock, gasping in terror before hastily retreating into the distance. The Empire's forces began a strange and sudden withdrawal from the city. Whether it was out of guilt or some mechanism of the dungeon, not a single person dared to approach and investigate. In the starry void, Gildona gazed in astonishment at the fallen statue displayed on the screen, his emotions surging tumultuously. In his view, a group of Imperial soldiers were relentlessly attacking the statue, turning humanity's extraordinary power into a weapon for the Empire. Was it really necessary to come to this? Gildona sighed. This statue was more than a symbol of faith for its followers. It was a representation of the Empire's history, carrying the legacy of the Hashvina lineage for millions of years. And now, it had crumbled so completely. His heart was filled with conflicting emotions. You could have just turned a blind eye, stayed quiet, and let it be. Why push the Empire to such extremes? Gildona muttered to himself. If the Temple of the Earth Mother could have allied with the Empire, it would have been a tremendous boost to the Hashvina's power, enough to allow the Empire to completely dominate the universe. In Gildona's mind, the Empire's policy toward the Temple of the Earth Mother was not wrong. To oppose one's own race for the sake of some so-called god? That was unforgivable. We are born free. Why should gods look down on us from above? If we don't overthrow them, what else should we overthrow? Yet in the eyes of the temple's followers, the Empire's cries to dissect their god, to control life and death, while demanding their submission, how could they possibly accept such demands? Once extraordinary beings who soared above the clouds, they could never agree to such humiliation. Give me liberty, or give me death. They never believed their resistance was wrong. No. The High Priest, freed from the taunt, lunged desperately toward the falling statue, but it was too late. The statue crashed to the ground with an earth-shattering impact, its head severed and landing just an inch from the High Priest's outstretched hands. That single inch felt like the chasm between heaven and hell for him. In an instant, the High Priest's health bar, reduced to just 3, was entirely wiped out. At the same time, all players heard the system's announcement. Large Ruins Dungeon, the beginning of Diaside, has been cleared. Cleared? But there was still 3 of the health bar left. I was just about to unleash my fully stacked buffs for a final attack, and now there's no chance. Maybe this is what they call a shattered resolve. Makes sense after all. Their god was brought down by us. It really makes us look like the villains here. Honestly, this dungeon is way too emotionally manipulative. Could there have been something like this in history? A chorus of players began speculating and debating. How is he standing up? A sudden exclamation arose from the crowd. Don't worry, it must be part of the cut scene, someone responded. But stay alert. The High Priest, whose health bar had already been emptied, slowly stood up in a near-mechanical manner. Staggering, he made his way toward the broken statue of the Earth Mother, carefully cradling the severed head of the statue. Step by step, He moved toward the center of the Great Hall. Wherever he passed, the players instinctively parted, clearing a path for him. The high priest gently placed the statue's head at the base of the damaged figure, then knelt down, bowing deeply. With reverence, he placed his own head beneath the statue's head. Brushing away the dust that had gathered on himself, he lowered his forehead and whispered in a voice barely audible, "Mother, I have come." As his words trailed off, 2 streams of blood tears slowly flowed down his face, and all traces of life faded from his body. A group of players stirred, eager to move forward and investigate. At that moment, Lu Jian took over the team's command and said firmly through the team voice channel, "Leave him be. He may have been our enemy, but he is dead now. Don't desecrate him." The restless players reluctantly stepped back. "Now, let's proceed with the send-off," Lu Jian said solemnly. "Understood." Everyone responded in unison, their expressions grave. The players began to gather the bodies scattered across the battlefield. Some were torn into pieces, some had lost their heads, and others were reduced to just a head. Support class players performed purification and healing on each body, restoring their once terrifying faces to a peaceful state. Out of a force of 20,000, only 14,000 remained. They stood silently behind Lu Jian, lined up in formation. After a long silence, Lu Jian spoke. "In the apocalyptic age of Blue Star, as the abyss descended, our human sons and daughters sacrificed themselves for the survival of our race. They gave their all, laying their lives down here. We will remember them for eternity and remain steadfast in our resolve to pave the way for future generations with our own bones. We will never retreat this generation, and every generation after. Comrades, go ahead of us." He finished with a deep bow. "Comrades, go ahead of us." The 14,000 voices echoed in unison as they bowed together. "This is the first vow of humanity in the abyss. Go ahead, comrades. We will follow." A fire mage stepped out of the ranks, summoning a massive flame in his palm. With a wave of his hand, the fire engulfed the corpses, burning fiercely. "Rest well," the players murmured quietly. When the send-off concluded, a figure suddenly appeared before the group. It was a woman of the Vina race, wearing a professional smile. "Greetings, everyone. I am the Ruins Merchant. You can call me Kasha. Congratulations on clearing the Ruins dungeon. I've prepared a wide range of items for you all to browse. Of course, I'll need your Ruins points in exchange. Without those, I'm afraid I can't help you. Please." Kasha gestured invitingly, and a portal materialized before the group. Zhao Yuan stared at the neatly dressed woman. His expression puzzled. She looked identical to the Kasha in the underground palace, except now she was fully clothed. Meanwhile, the Kasha in the underground palace was equally baffled, wondering why someone was impersonating her. At that moment, Zhao Yuan felt his surroundings abruptly dim, as though fading like an old photograph, until everything plunged into complete darkness. "Wait, where's Zhao Yuan? He was just here." Tang Xuanzhu turned to ask Zhao Yuan about his Ruins points, only to find that he had vanished. Hearing the voice, Tang Yinping turned her head to glance at where Zhao Yuan had been standing earlier. She smiled faintly and said softly, "He must have gone to claim his reward." "What reward? Why didn't I get one?" Tang Xuanzhu asked curiously. Tang Yinping just smiled without responding. Instead, she gently patted Tang Xuanzhu's ponytail and said warmly, "Little sister, you should head out first. Use the relic points to upgrade. Don't waste them." "Aren't you coming out, sister?" Tang Xuanzhu asked with curiosity. "Hee, relic points aren't useful for me. I'll go check out the relic shop," Tang Yinping replied. "All right." Tang Xuanzhu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan once again found himself in the light and realized he was still inside the Earth Mother Goddess's palace. However, this time, the place was completely restored. The system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, player, on completing the hidden side quest, Lost Civilization I, and the beginning of Diaside Dungeon. Rewards have been issued. Please claim them manually." An arrow appeared on the ground, pointing the way. Zhao Yuan followed it, and saw that it led to the base of the Earth Mother Goddess's statue, which still stood tall and majestic. "Is this meant to mess with my mind?" Zhao Yuan wondered as he walked toward it. Looking up, he saw sunlight breaking through the clouds, shining directly on him. Under the sunlight, 3 items floated before him. Zhao Yuan reached out his hand, and a flash of light appeared. The system's voice rang out again. "Congratulations. As the dungeon initiator, you have received a fixed reward, a random discount coupon for the relic shop." The coupon in his hand suddenly split into 4 and floated in front of him. The system prompted, "Please select one." "This is turning into a fooling game." Zhao Yuan muttered helplessly, grabbing one at random. The other 3 coupons disappeared instantly. "You've obtained a 90 discount coupon." Zhao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. "Wow, my luck is amazing." He had expected at most an 8,090 discount, but never imagined getting a 91. The relic shop must be losing big on this. Excited, Zhao Yuan put the coupon away. He hadn't planned to visit the relic shop to avoid temptation, but with this discount, it would be a waste not to go. Hurriedly, he picked up the second item. A faint red glow flashed, momentarily dazzling Zhao Yuan. Red glow, he stammered. Isn't red a color associated with mythology? Congratulations. You've obtained a divine crystal, the High Priest's faith, the system announced. A divine crystal? What's that? Isn't it supposed to be mythological? Zhao Yuan felt a bit disappointed. He had hoped to acquire a piece of mythological equipment, but instead, he got this. If only it had been a mythical skill book. Wishful thinking, he thought. Zhao Yuan examined the divine crystal's properties, curious about its purpose. Divine crystal, the High Priest's faith. Category, item. Quality, unattributed. Exclusive function, collect 3 different divine crystals to forge exclusive mythological equipment. The divine crystal will automatically generate an attribute affix the High Priest's faith. Description, once the brightest star among countless others. Source, obtained with an extremely low probability by completing relic dungeons. This. A wave of elation surged through him. Does this mean I have a third of a mythological item? Zhao Yuan murmured in disbelief. It felt like a dream come true, an effort of his wish already realized. Zhao Yuan quickly secured the divine crystal, glancing around nervously, afraid someone might see it. Ha! He chuckled to himself, scanning his surroundings suspiciously for a while before realizing this was a private quest space. There was no way anyone else could be here. How silly. After laughing at himself, Zhao Yuan turned his attention to the third item and reached out to grab it. Congratulations. You've obtained a quest item, Lost Chapter of the Lost Civilization. The system announced as a new quest appeared before him. What? A reward that gives a quest. Zhao Yuan exclaimed, clicking to view the details. You've obtained the token Lost Chapter. Please proceed to the quest location to activate it, the system prompted. Zhao Yuan opened the quest information and read. Proceed to Yu Canyon to activate. The Valley of Joy. Never heard of it. Zhao Yuan frowned as he flipped through the monster hunting guide in his hand, scanning the dense text for any mention of the place, but finding nothing. It's probably not on the first layer of the abyss. Looks like this guidebook is almost obsolete, can't keep up with me anymore. He put the guide down, deep in thought. Another lost civilization? Just how many lost civilizations are hidden in the abyss? Stroking his chin, Zhao Yuan's gaze fell on the 3 items in front of him, and he sank into contemplation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He quickly opened his title menu. Grind King. Type, title. Level, beginner. Quality, none. Attributes, luck 10, experience bonus 15. Description, with this title, you may glimpse a faint trace of a true miracle, one that countless races could only dream of achieving. 10 points in luck? That's pretty impressive. Zhao Yuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. After he claimed all his rewards, the scenery around him began to fade, just as it had before. He was teleported out of the secret realm. Back in the dungeon, Zhao Yuan looked around and realized the area was now completely deserted. Only the NPC named Kasha remained, standing in her usual spot with a professional smile on her face. Zhao Yuan approached and scrutinized the relic merchant. Are you the real Kasha? Welcome, traveler. Please step inside. Kasha replied with a smile, gesturing gracefully toward the portal behind her. Real or not, who knows? Zhao Yuan shook his head and stepped into the portal. He found himself in an isolated space, and a new interface appeared before him. I thought it'd be something special, but it's just another portal leading to a menu screen. What's even the point of all this? Zhao Yuan muttered, though his attention was soon drawn to the dazzling array of items displayed on the interface. The interface showcased dozens of pages filled with all kinds of peculiar treasures, with new items constantly refreshing. At the top of the screen, Zhao Yuan's current relic points 470,000 were displayed. The final boss had directly rewarded him with 350,000 relic points, and his first-place contribution at his current level, which granted an additional 20 relic point bonus, had helped him accumulate this impressive fortune. Of course, he was the only one at this level, so there was no competition. As Zhao Yuan browsed the bizarre treasures, one particular item caught his eye, though it wasn't useful to him. Seal of Heaven and Earth. Type, artifact. Quality, none. Effect. When using spell or magic-based skills, there is a chance to duplicate the same skill 1 or 2 additional times. The duplicates share all player attributes and consume no resources. This artifact. If I were a mage, I'd buy it in a heartbeat, Zhao Yuan thought to himself. Turning one attack into 2, or one ultimate skill into 2, imagine the damage output. Too bad it's useless for a summoner. The next few artifacts made Zhao Yuan drool, but their prices were astronomical, easily over 1 million relic points, far beyond what he could afford. Finally, something caught his eye. His expression lit up. This is good. Falling Moon Pearl. Type, artifact. Quality, none. Effect. Each time you take damage, there is a chance to negate that damage. The description was brief, almost underwhelming. Probability-based effects are always a gamble, Zhao Yuan mused. It might save your life, or it might never activate when you need it. Still, Zhao Yuan didn't hesitate. The main reason was its pricey. It was cheap. Priced at 200,000 relic points, it was currently discounted to just 20,000. A potential life-saving item for such a low cost? Worth it. Are you buying this? The system prompt asked. Buy. Zhao Yuan replied without hesitation, using a 90 discount coupon. In an instant, 20,000 relic points vanished, and a translucent, shimmering pearl materialized before him. As a unique artifact, its effects can be triggered whether stored in a backpack or carried on one's person. This convenience is one of the reasons for its widespread popularity. Unlike equipment or gems that have quantity limitations, artifacts can be carried without restriction. Zhao Yuan held the moonfall pearl tightly as he quickly left the shop. The dazzling array of treasures had stirred his desires, and he feared that lingering any longer would tempt him into making more purchases. The moment he stepped out of the ruined store, the surroundings froze in place, and a system prompt appeared, asking whether he wished to leave the instance. However, Zhao Yuan didn't exit immediately. Instead, he took out the tier of Dustwind and attempted to use it. When he discovered that the artifact was still functional, he focused his thoughts, and his figure vanished from the frozen scene. He reappeared in the underground palace, intending to have a final conversation with Kasha. So, you came back after all. Kasha's voice was unexpectedly calm. And why wouldn't I? Zhao Yuan asked with interest. You've shown me the true despicable nature of your kind. Kasha replied coldly. Huh. And your kind isn't much better always tearing each other apart. Zhao Yuan retorted with a sneer. The tension in their exchange grew sharper. Kasha accused him and his people of resorting to underhanded tactics, ganging up on the high priest. But Zhao Yuan stood his ground. Shamelessness has never been a barrier to survival. It's your arrogance that's your downfall. For the survival of our people, we'll bear any burden, even endless guilt. Then, Zhao Yuan shifted the topic, asking Kasha about her thoughts on the prophecy of the divine light. Her dismissive response only prompted him to reveal the tier of Dustwind, hinting that this might be their last meeting. Yet Kasha remained unmoved, merely stating that a prophecy was just a prophecy, nothing more. Zhao Yuan cast a deep look at the stone tablet where Kasha resided. Before leaving, he remarked, I hope you won't regret it. After Zhao Yuan departed, Kasha fell into silence. After a long pause, she murmured softly, Mother Goddess, are you still there? Are you truly going to let them desecrate our history and leave unpunished? The space began to fracture layer by layer, and the Earth Mother slowly emerged, sighing. I'm sorry, my child. I am powerless. But trust in the prophecy. The divine light will eventually shine. I have already glimpsed a fragment of the future. The Mother Goddess raised her gaze to the vast expanse of lawn above. As a deity that had existed since the birth of the universe, she once believed herself to be the sole being. But the emergence of Lawn had upended everything. No matter how she traversed time, traced the origins of the universe, or sought the endless future, Lawn was always there enthroned at the pinnacle, controlling all time, fate, and concepts. Even the alternate streams of destiny she created were assimilated by Lawn and turned into the singular mainstream. Lan's existence transcended her divine authority and comprehension, a truth that even the universe's original deity could not fathom. The illusion of being the sole god had been completely shattered by Lawn, rendering all resistance futile. Still here? Zhao Yuan returned to the original cave, glanced around, and found nothing different from before. As he exited the instance, the relic points began converting into divinity points, and a divine sensation erupted from within his body. Invisible shackles seemed to break apart, and energy flowed freely through him. So comfortable. Is this evolution? Zhao Yuan murmured, eyes closed, savoring the remarkable feeling of his enhanced physical attributes. He opened his personal stats panel, where the information was laid out clearly. Name, Zhao Yuan. Class, Star Summoner. Peak level, 245. Divinity level, 4-star, level 6. Talent, Ironhead Kid. Zhao Yuan studied the data on his panel. His divinity level had far surpassed his peak level. For most people, reaching 4 stars would typically require a peak level of at least 400. However, the impact of peak levels was relatively minor, as each level only added 2 points to the main base attributes. While seemingly insignificant, these additions became substantial in the later stages. He reached out to push aside the stone blocking the cave entrance and stepped out. The wind on the 5 Elements platform had stilled, and what greeted him was a sea of people scattered across the mountains. Countless young men and women were eagerly fighting monsters. Zhao Yuan stared at the scene. Momentarily dazed just over a month ago, this area was nearly deserted, populated only by endless wild creatures. Now, the crowd outnumbered the monsters. Huh? Someone actually came out? A burly young man said in confusion. He knew there was a cave there. He'd even checked the stone-sealed entrance earlier and confirmed no one was inside. As Zhao Yuan emerged, the nearby crowd noticed the fallen stones and his presence. Hey, I checked this morning, there was no one in there. When did you go in? The burly youth scratched his head as he approached Zhao Yuan. Suddenly, with a thud, the young man dropped to his knees. Sweat poured down his face, his legs turned to jelly, and an overwhelming fear of death consumed him. The crushing effect of Zhao Yuan's life force field had taken hold was simply too close. Big brother, please don't kill me, the young man stammered, trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong, Zhao Zhuang? One of his teammates noticed something amiss and hurried over. Thud, thud, thud. A series of people collapsed to the ground. Those with strong wills managed to hold on without losing composure, but the weaker ones began struggling to breathe. Others nearby noticed the commotion and rushed over. In the wild, mutual aid was a tradition. Even newcomers shared this sense of camaraderie. Zhao Yuan froze for a moment before quickly realizing what was happening. He immediately stepped back and shouted, "Stop coming closer, you fools. It's divine suppression." As Zhao Yuan retreated, the affected individuals were instantly freed from the life force field's pressure and began gasping for air. Hearing Zhao Yuan's warning, the others halted, though their faces lit up with excitement. It's a pro? We've encountered a pro. What level is he? Don't shove me. If we get any closer, we'll be crushed by divine suppression. Don't pull me back. I'm taking a photo to report him, one eager teenager exclaimed. A high-level player in a level 1 zone? Suspicious. Let the Human Alliance invite him for a chat. It wasn't unheard of level players had an overwhelming advantage over lower level ones, and such behavior was prohibited. Reporting them could earn the reporting player a reward from the Human Alliance. Dude, he's looking at you. Someone nearby tugged at the boy's sleeve helplessly. So what? I'm not scared. If he's got the guts, he can kill me. He's the one breaking the rules. The boy defiantly locked eyes with Zhao Yuan, his gaze full of challenge. Zhao Yuan sighed as he watched the boy from a distance. In a quiet voice, he asked, "Are you always this brave?" With so many people watching, I want back down. Kid, you're as stubborn as a rock. You're even more hard-headed than I am. A faint smile appeared on Zhao Yuan's lips as his body suddenly felt lighter. In the blink of an eye, he shot up into the sky. Finally, he could fly. With the advancement of his life level, flying seemed to have become an instinct, as natural as breathing could take off whenever he wanted. Hovering high above, Zhao Yuan looked down at the sea of young boys and girls below. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Another year has passed. A new generation of humanity is embarking on their journey. Overwhelmed with excitement, Zhao Yuan soared freely through the air, diving and spiraling, switching between various maneuvers. Flying had always been humanity's ultimate dream, and now that he was experiencing it firsthand, the sensation was utterly exhilarating. He zipped up and down, accelerated suddenly, and swayed side to side, completely letting loose and enjoying himself to the fullest. Just as Zhao Yuan was reveling in the joy of flight, a firm hand suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed him by the back of his neck. Startled, Zhao Yuan instinctively used his phantom dance flash skill. In an instant, 3 identical versions of himself darted off in different directions. The person behind him clearly hadn't anticipated this move and let go reflexively. Zhao Yuan immediately sped off in one of the directions. However, just as he escaped a few meters, another hand precisely latched onto the back of his neck again. Hold still. You're under arrest. A deep male voice sounded in his ear. What? Zhao Yuan froze, his mind going blank. What had he done to deserve being arrested? Turning his head, he saw a man dressed in the Human Alliance uniform, holding him by the back of his neck with one hand, lifting him like he was an unruly kitten. Why are you grabbing me? Zhao Yuan roared in anger, his legs kicking futilely in the air. The man coldly pointed downward. You've been showing off all over the level 1 map, almost flying flowers into the sky. Do you know how many people have reported you? It was only then that Zhao Yuan noticed the crowd below, with countless people aiming cameras at him, capturing photos nonstop. The scene was quite spectacular. Big brother, this is a misunderstanding. Let me explain. Zhao Yuan immediately put on a pitiful expression, his tone softening. No, I'm not listening. The man shook his head decisively and, without further ado, flew off with Zhao Yuan in tow. Big brother, who even are you? Zhao Yuan yelled as he struggled, his legs still flailing in the air. Rookie Guard Enforcement Squad of the Human Alliance. The man replied with a hint of pride in his voice, sounding cool and authoritative. Why are you arresting me? Zhao Yuan continued to protest. As a high-level player, you came to a low-level map. Why do you think I'm arresting you? It's a misunderstanding. Big brother, this is all a huge misunderstanding. Save it. You can explain yourself when we get to the enforcement squad. The man's tone turned cold. Don't even think about running. If I activate my life force field and accidentally take you out, don't say I didn't warn you. Before long, Zhao Yuan was taken above the skies of Cun town. Not far away, 6 individuals in matching uniforms hovered in the air, their faces stern and expressions varied. Captain, this is the guy. The man holding Zhao Yuan reported loudly to the person standing at the forefront. To emphasize his point, he deliberately shook Zhao Yuan by the neck a few times. You wouldn't believe how freely this guy was flying around the level 1 map. Stop shaking me. This is all a misunderstanding, Zhao Yuan said helplessly, his face turning slightly green from the excessive jostling. A high-level player showing up on a level 1 map? There's no such thing as a misunderstanding. For all we know, he's here to cause trouble. The man didn't believe Zhao Yuan's explanation at all, tightening his grip even further. At the front, Zhu Hai gave Zhao Yuan a peculiar look. He recognized Zhao Yuan, of course. Although this was their first meeting, as someone the Human Alliance's upper ranks had specifically instructed to protect, Zhu Hai had detailed information about him. This guy's leveling up fast, Zhu Hai thought to himself. The last time the enforcement squad switched shifts, we were told he was only level 1 star. It's only been a little over a month, and he's already shot up to level 4, 6 stars. As members of the enforcement squad, they were equipped with specialized tools to accurately detect player levels. Stop shaking him and put him down, Zhu Hai ordered, seeing Feng Bao treating Zhao Yuan like a mouse being shaken by its tail. Huh? We're not punishing him this time, Feng Bao asked in confusion, though his hand didn't stop. In his experience, situations like this usually called for some punishment before sending the offender off to a mining site. Why was the captain suddenly being lenient today? He's Zhao Yuan. Let him go, Zhu Hai shouted angrily. Why are you still shaking him? Zhao Yuan's about to throw up. Zhao Yuan. Feng Bao suddenly snapped to attention. Wasn't this the very person his superiors had specifically instructed him to look after? He immediately released his grip on Zhao Yuan. Without support, Zhao Yuan wobbled midair and nearly fell. Fortunately, Zhu Hai, standing nearby, reacted quickly and grabbed him just in time. Zhao Yuan steadied himself, hovering in the air, his face full of frustration. I've been saying this is all a misunderstanding, but you just wouldn't listen. Haha, my apologies, my apologies. I guess this is what they call not knowing each other until a fight. Feng Bao laughed heartily. Zhu Hai curiously examined Zhao Yuan. How did you suddenly reach level 6, 4 star? Wait, how do you know my name? Zhao Yuan asked, confused, since they hadn't formed a team. Zhu Hai simply smiled and pointed to the uniform he was wearing. The Human Alliance. Zhao Yuan immediately understood. I leveled up in a large-scale relic dungeon, Zhao Yuan explained. Was it that beginning of the Godslayer dungeon from a while back? Zhu Hai's eyes lit up. That dungeon, a randomly matched instance for the entire human race, selected only 20,000 participants out of billions. The odds of being chosen were unimaginably low. When Zhao Yuan nodded in confirmation, everyone present looked at him with envy. Even though they had reached level 9, 17 star, none of them had ever been fortunate enough to participate in a large-scale relic dungeon. Talk about luck. You just saved yourself years of hard work in a little over a month, Zhu Hai remarked with admiration. It wasn't too bad, Zhao Yuan replied nonchalantly. Zhu Hai's expression turned serious. But with your current strength, it's no longer appropriate for you to stay on the first layer of the abyss. Please head to the fourth layer as soon as possible, or I'll have no choice but to escort you to the enforcement division for a chat. Zhao Yuan immediately agreed. He had already realized that his current life force field posed a potential threat to the newcomers on the first layer. Go straight to the fourth layer, and don't linger on the second or third. You'll get caught there too, Zhu Hai warned. As Zhao Yuan disappeared into the teleportation array, Feng Bao couldn't help but marvel at his incredible luck. Zhu Hai, however, reminded him, hurry up and report this to the higher-ups. It's better that he's left. If anything happened on the first layer, we'd be the ones taking the blame. The sight of the fourth layer of the abyss was breathtaking. A towering, colossal peach tree stood at its center, its massive branches, each dozens of meters thick, stretching out like natural roads. Petals the size of fists floated gently through the air, creating a scene far more enchanting than any earthly paradise. Buildings were scattered across the tree, with people bustling about, forming what appeared to be a vibrant city in the sky. This is the fourth layer of the abyss, home to the human city, Peach Blossom City. The entire city is nestled between mountains and rivers, but what makes it truly unique is that the residential areas are built atop massive tree canopies. This rare architectural style in the human world showcases how extraordinary forces are reshaping the way humans live. Zhao Yuan soared into the air and soon located a hotel called Peach Blossom Inn. The three-story building rested on a giant leaf, its exterior plain and unassuming. As he stepped through the threshold, the space before him suddenly expanded several times over, transforming into a resplendent palace of gold and jade. It was hard to discern whether this spatial technology stemmed from extraordinary powers or advanced science. Behind the front desk sat a languid woman, legs crossed as she read an unmarked book. One room, Zhao Yuan stated bluntly. 5 gold coins per day, 20 for the deposit. The woman replied without even lifting her head. That's 5 times more expensive than on the first layer, Zhao Yuan muttered to himself. But he still handed over 25 gold coins without hesitation. In the abyss, most businesses were run by lifestyle-focused players. Though their leveling speed was slow, it was a viable way of survival. After receiving the room key for 306, which the woman tossed casually, Zhao Yuan noticed a bookshelf on one side of the lobby, filled with various books. He grabbed a copy of Monster Farming Guide 4 and flew straight to the third floor. There were indeed no stairs here. Settling into room 306, He was about to open the book when a video call suddenly popped up. The screen was filled with Tang Xuanju's magnified face, taking up nearly the entire display. Which layer are you on? She asked directly. The fourth. What? You actually have over 400,000 relic points. Tang Xuanju exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes widening. I barely have 200,000. During the ensuing conversation, Tang Xuanju relentlessly insisted on setting Zhao Yuan up for a blind date, despite his repeated refusals. Finally, she even brandished a dagger and threatened, meet me at the Peach Blossom Immortal Hotel in 2 hours, or prepare to be hunted down. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Zhao Yuan sighed and rubbed his forehead, frustrated that even in a post-apocalyptic world, he had to deal with blind dates. What he didn't realize, however, was that as he transcended 3 divine tiers, the evolution of his life form had gradually diminished his primal instincts for reproduction. Zhao Yuan reluctantly stepped out of his room and opened the map to locate the Peach Blossom Immortal Hotel. He had decided that this time he must make it clear to Tang Xuanju no more blind dates. Although he had initially agreed to it, he had changed his mind. Blind dates? No, thank you. He flew toward the destination, which didn't seem far on the map. I should have left earlier, Zhao Yuan thought to himself. But since I'm already on my way, I might as well just go. When Zhao Yuan arrived at the Peach Blossom Immortal Hotel, the sight before him took his breath away. The entire hotel was perched on the pistil of a massive peach blossom, its luxury exceeding all expectations. Thinking back to what he'd seen along the way, most buildings were constructed on leaves, with hardly any built directly on flowers. While such architecture was undeniably stunning, the short lifespan of flowers made it rather impractical. Zhao Yuan entered the hotel lobby. A few scattered couples were seated inside, but no one came forward to greet him. He flew directly to the top floor, the 3rd level, where there were noticeably fewer people. Only one table was occupied. He chose a seat by the window, far away from the others. As soon as he sat down, a menu interface popped up on the table, displaying a wide array of delectable dishes. Zhao Yuan casually ordered a cup of the house-recommended peach blossom tea. In no time, the table gave a slight tremor, and a teapot and cup materialized out of thin air. Curiosity got the better of him, and Zhao Yuan lifted the lid of the teapot to see what kind of tea was worth 15 gold coins. Inside, a few peach blossom petals floated gently in the steaming water. Just then, a soft breeze wafted through the window, carrying a few peach blossom petals onto his table. Zhao Yuan picked up one of the fallen petals and compared it to the ones in the teapot. Instantly speechless, they were identical. To make matters worse, there were more petals on the table than in the teapot. This is daylight robbery, he muttered under his breath. Hello. A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Zhao Yuan looked up to see an unfamiliar man standing before him. At some point, the man had seated himself across from Zhao Yuan, now sitting face to face with him. Who are you? Zhao Yuan asked, scrutinizing the stranger. The man looked vaguely familiar, as though they'd met before. Then, a memory flashed through Zhao Yuan's mind. This man had been part of the boss battle at the Earth Mother Temple. Zhao Yuan's guard went up immediately. Players in Ruins dungeons were matched randomly from across the Abyss's 17th layer. How could this person have tracked him down? No need to be so tense, human, the man suddenly said with a smile. That term, human, instantly set off alarm bells in Zhao Yuan's mind. Was this how one person addressed another? Was this man not human? Panic surged through him. This was only the 4th layer of the abyss. Wild creatures shouldn't have this level of intelligence or freedom. And there had never been any reports of wild creatures being able to roam freely in human cities. Zhao Yuan tried to stand and make a quick escape, but realized he couldn't move at all. He looked around frantically, only to find that everything outside their table had turned into a vast expanse of white nothingness. Where am I? Wasn't I at the Peach Blossom Immortal Hotel? Have you calmed down? The man across from him asked, pouring tea from the pot. As the tea streamed down, a cup materialized in midair to catch it perfectly. Who are you? What do you want? This is a human city, Zhao Yuan demanded, his eyes fixed on the stranger. At the same time, he discreetly activated his video recording function and sent a distress message to Tang Xuanju. Help. 3 seconds passed with no response. Zhao Yuan's heart sank. Even in Ruins dungeons, the Vina tribe couldn't block message transmissions in the Abyss game. The man across from Zhao Yuan clearly noticed his actions, especially when the conspicuous recording icon hovered above Zhao Yuan's head. It was unmistakable. Hello there. The man raised his teacup and took a small sip, his expression betraying some dissatisfaction with the taste. He swirled the cup gently, and immediately, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the air. Zhao Yuan stared at him warily, ready to summon the Skyboost bear at any moment. Who are you? You can call my kind Tian, though in the game, most people refer to us as the celestial race. The man brought the cup closer to his nose, savoring the fragrance. Ah, this is much better. Your human tea just doesn't compare to the depth of wine. What do you want? Zhao Yuan's tone was laced with hostility. The man set his cup down, his demeanor calm and unhurried. I'm merely a traveler passing by your game. I wanted to stop in and take a look. Our game. Zhao Yuan asked, puzzled. What do you mean by ours and yours? Allow me to explain. The man said, meeting Zhao Yuan's gaze directly. I come from the game Wan Dao. I noticed you and thought we could have a chat. This answer only deepened Zhao Yuan's confusion. Wan Dao game? Abyss game? The man smiled knowingly. Ah, it seems this is beyond the scope of human understanding. You see, our race cleared the Wan Dao game over 150 years ago. This revelation struck Zhao Yuan like a bolt of lightning. This man wasn't an alien from the abyss, but an outsider from a far more distant world. The man continued. Lan, the entity that governs all origins, has created countless games across infinite dimensions, planes, worlds, and universes. The Wan Dao game and the Abyss game are just two examples. I've also visited the Insect Sea game, the Behemoth game, the Cultivation game, and many others. So many games? Zhao Yuan asked, astonished. Have they all been cleared? Most of them haven't, the man replied, pouring himself another cup of tea, which transformed into wine with a gentle swirl. Some races have already gone extinct, while others barely survive on the brink of destruction. As far as I know, only about 10 races have successfully cleared their games. Care for a drink? Zhao Yuan shook his head cautiously. If you clear a game, does that mean you can enter others? The man didn't answer directly, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. Do you know why I entered your game? When Zhao Yuan shook his head again, the man elaborated. In the vast expanse of time and space, human civilization doesn't have much of an advantage. You're inherently weak, lack extraordinary abilities, and your technology is relatively primitive. But paradoxically, that's a good thing. Lan despises technology. Many technologically advanced civilizations have been wiped out because of it. If you can clear this version of the game, you'll surpass countless other civilizations. After all, the lower the starting point, the greater the potential for growth. The man chuckled at Zhao Yuan's bewildered expression. To someone whose understanding was still limited to battling abyssal monsters, this information was undoubtedly overwhelming. You completed the game in just 150 years? Your race must be incredibly strong, Zhao Yuan asked hesitantly. Our races are not comparable, the man replied with a calm tone, tinged with a hint of self-mockery. The celestial race was born with destiny on our side, nurtured by the heavens and the earth, destined to rule the world. Countless races regard us as gods. But alas, it wasn't until the descent of Lan that we realized the so-called gods were nothing but a joke. Zhao Yuan was stunned. The celestial race, a people with unparalleled power, how could anyone compare to them? Is your population large? He asked, recalling ancient myths of immortals from before the apocalypse. The man shook his head, his smile carrying a trace of bitterness. Not at all, fewer than 3 digits. Before the game's arrival, I didn't even know there were so many of us. I thought there were maybe a dozen at most. But with the apocalypse, it turned out there were shockingly more. And they're all schemers and backstabbers. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, completely unprepared for such an answer. I've answered so many of your questions. Isn't it about time I asked you something? The man suddenly shifted the topic, his deep gaze locking onto Zhao Yuan. Feeling slightly awkward, Zhao Yuan scratched the back of his head. I'm just a nobody among the human race. Asking me won't help much. It'd be a waste of time. The man didn't seem to mind. He chuckled lightly and waved his hand dismissively. That's fine. It doesn't matter. My question is actually quite simple. Zhao Yuan frowned, unsure of what the man intended to ask. All right, go ahead, but I can't promise I'll have an answer. The man stared into Zhao Yuan's eyes, then asked, in the previous dungeon, why did you charge forward to expose the boss's weakness? Earlier, you seemed so afraid, even subconsciously telling yourself to flee at the first sign of danger. Yet, in that critical moment, you defied your own fears. What? Zhao Yuan fell silent for a moment, struggling to respond. The values I was taught don't allow me to turn a blind eye and survive selfishly when I know I can save lives. The man listened, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. I see, he murmured. It seems, no matter the circumstances, humanity always strives for some idealistic sense of self-sacrifice. Zhao Yuan paused briefly, then said in a low voice, yes. Perhaps that's where humanity's strength lies. The man raised an eyebrow, his curiosity growing. In your opinion, what can chaos and the fight for survival ultimately create? Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan answered with determination. Chaos can't create miracles. Only unity can. The man chuckled softly, as if unconvinced. Is that so? I've studied your history. Before the apocalypse, the internal conflicts among your kind were far more brutal than your battles with outsiders. Back then, weren't you constantly tearing each other apart? Even close relationships weren't spared. Your infighting was often even more merciless. His tone was light, but his words were cutting. Zhao Yuan's expression grew serious, and he took a deep breath. His voice was heavy with emotion as he replied, the blood and tears of our predecessors paved the road we walk today. Their sacrifices built the foundation for who we are now. Without them, how could we stand in this apocalyptic world today? How could we face the future of humanity? The man fell silent after hearing this, his gaze turning complex. He said nothing more, only offering a faint smile, though his eyes grew even more profound. The evolution of civilization is brutal, but it can't remain brutal forever. This time, Zhao Yuan didn't argue, because what the other party said was indeed true. Was your race like that too? Zhao Yuan asked, staring directly at the man in front of him. The man curled his lips into a slight smile. I told you, there's no comparison between us. When we looked down upon other life forms, your ancestors were still picking lice off themselves to eat. His gaze fixated on Zhao Yuan, his eyes brimming with undisguised contempt. Such blatant disdain, what an overwhelming sense of superiority. A wave of anger surged in Zhao Yuan's heart. Then why are you in our game? Zhao Yuan snorted coldly, his tone filled with obvious displeasure. If you look down on us so much, why bother coming here? The man remained calm, showing no signs of anger at Zhao Yuan's disrespect. Don't get mad. For you, the truth might be harsh, but truth is truth. In his world, anyone who dared to snort at him like that would have their bones crushed to dust. However, here, he couldn't harm the players, let alone a single blade of grass or flower. He could only pass through other games as a spectator, entirely unable to interfere with their operations. As for why I entered your game, the man continued, pure curiosity. I've passed through countless games and witnessed the extinction of many species. Each race's fate varies, sometimes converging, sometimes scattering. Some are unimaginably vast, while others are pathetically weak. There's nothing surprising about it. His tone grew slightly more serious. But your race's fate is quite unique. While not overwhelmingly powerful, it is unusually solid and resilient. I saw your race's ship of fate cutting through towering waves, fearless and unwavering, charging forward with a steadfast courage. Even atop the crest of the waves, it refused to capsize. So, out of curiosity, I stepped in. Then why are you looking for me? Zhao Yuan asked, still puzzled. As soon as I entered, I noticed a secret realm opening up, what you call a large relic dungeon. So I blended in. The man looked Zhao Yuan straight in the eye. And the moment I entered, I saw you. Zhao Yuan felt a bit uneasy and avoided his gaze. Why look at me? What's there to see? I'm just an ordinary human, not some big shot among my kind. There are so many max-level elites in there. The man shook his head slightly. In your game, you don't talk about fate. Your race doesn't even have the concept of fate, so you're unaware of your uniqueness. What's unique about me? I'm just a regular person. Zhao Yuan was completely baffled. What was so special about him? From the day he was born to his entry into the abyss, Zhao Yuan had always blended into the crowd. He'd even ended up with the unlucky summoner class. What was so great about that? It seems you really don't realize. The man's voice carried a hint of amusement. In my eyes, your entire being is brimming with fate, rising like the newborn sun, noble beyond compare. Moreover, the fate of your entire race seems to be subtly converging upon you, weaving a grand momentum behind you. He continued, in the terms of my world, you are born to face calamity, destined to endure tribulations, chosen by fate. You are the final convergence of your race's destiny, the child of fate, the beacon of hope. Of course, your world has no such concept. Impossible. How come I don't feel anything? Zhao Yuan was incredulous. If what the man said were true, shouldn't he have been the center of attention, radiating brilliance since childhood? But the reality was far from that. The man's tone remained indifferent. Of course, just this alone wouldn't be enough for me to seek you out. Every race, on the brink of extinction, produces such individual's last burst of fate, a desperate attempt at self-salvation. While rare, to me, it's nothing extraordinary. Zhao Yuan was stunned. To be so exceptional and still be dismissed as nothing extraordinary. How high must one's perspective be? What else do I have? Zhao Yuan frowned slightly, genuinely curious. You've already dismissed everything mentioned earlier as unworthy. So what's left? He stared directly into the man's eyes, secretly thinking that this guy was really good at boasting. Believe me or don't, it doesn't matter, the man said calmly, his fingers tapping lightly on the table. I honestly don't care. Time will prove everything. A mere child of destiny from one race is insignificant in the endless expanse of time and space, where countless races exist, each with their own. In the ebb and flow of eras, even the so-called child of destiny will face a day when their fortune fades. His voice suddenly grew deeper. The difference between you and them is that you possess an artifact capable of suppressing destiny. That is precisely why I sought you out. What artifact? Suppress destiny. Zhao Yuan's frown deepened, clearly not understanding the man's words. The man leaned forward slightly and spoke each word with emphasis. A title. Your title. Every game has a fixed number of titles, and they are the most important aspect of the game. A title? Like Grind King? Zhao Yuan instinctively touched the badge on his chest. A fleeting trace of envy flashed in the man's eyes. You not only have destiny, but also a title. That alone puts you above so many others. So cherish your title. Having destiny is nothing special, and having a title isn't either. But having both at the same time, that's entirely different. Is a title really that important? Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in surprise, feeling like the sheer amount of new information today was overwhelming. Having a title means that the exalted Lan has glanced at you, even if just once. The man looked up toward the void as he spoke, his eyes filled with reverence. Zhao Yuan spread his hands in confusion. And what's so special about being glanced at? Doesn't Lan look at everyone every day, watching them struggle in vain? Humph. The man let out a sarcastic laugh. Watching everyone every day? You're overthinking it. Even the entirety of the endless worlds combined isn't worth more than a single glance from Lan. What exactly is Lan? Zhao Yuan asked tentatively, hoping to extract more information. This time, the man fell silent, his shoulders sinking slightly as a heavy air seemed to envelop him. After a long pause, he finally muttered, I don't know. Oh, come on. If you don't know, why act all dramatic? Zhao Yuan rolled his eyes. I thought you were about to reveal some big truth. The man's voice dropped even lower. Don't discuss Lan. Don't even think about Lan. The moment we think about it, we've already made a mistake. Lan is beyond our comprehension. The very act of trying to understand it is where we go wrong. With that, he lowered his head, picked up his wine glass, and drained it in one gulp. Zhao Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. How could this even be possible? All right, the man said as he set down his glass, his expression returning to calm. There's another reason I came to see you. I'm here to invite you to join us. He looked at Zhao Yuan, a faint smile playing on his lips. Zhao Yuan's heart tightened as he replied warily. Sorry, but I won't betray my race. I'm not the type to sell out my own people. You misunderstood. The man shook his head and took out a token from his robe. I'm not asking you to betray your race. I'm inviting you to join the organization I've established as an individual. He slowly pushed the token toward Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan glanced down. The token was no larger than half a palm. Its material was unidentifiable, and on its surface was an intricate character carved in an elegant, flowing style. The script was unlike any human writing Zhao Yuan had ever seen, yet strangely, he understood its meaning the moment he laid eyes on it, as if the character translated itself in his mind. Heaven. What kind of organization? Zhao Yuan didn't reach for the token, but instead continued to question. The man stood up, a mysterious smile tugging at his lips. I haven't decided on a name yet. Perhaps you'll know the next time we meet. So far, I've invited 8 others. You're the 9th. Each of you comes from a different race. I look forward to the day you all meet. With that, he picked up his final glass of wine and downed it in one motion. Don't rush to answer me. Focus on clearing the game first. If you can't clear it, none of this matters. The man's figure gradually grew blurry, and the surrounding white mist began to dissipate. I'm leaving now, heading to the next game. Time is short. I hope to meet more interesting people. Until next time, let's add each other as friends before I go. The man smiled faintly. Tai and Shangshan has sent you a friend request. Do you accept? The system's voice suddenly broke the silence. The man's figure vanished completely, and everything around returned to normal, as if no one had noticed the intrusion of an outsider. Only the empty cup of peach blossom tea hinted at what had just occurred. Zhao Yuan hesitated for a moment before finally clicking, accept. You have added Tai and Shangshan as a friend. The system notification popped up on the screen. Zhao Yuan opened his friend list. Tai and Shangshan's name was at the very top. While the other names appeared in plain white, Tai and Shangshan's name shimmered with a radiant purple-gold glow, pulsating as if it were a premium effect. He clicked on Tai and Shangshan's name and sent a question mark. However, the system immediately displayed a prompt. You have not cleared the current version of the game. Communication with friends from other worlds is restricted. It's real. Zhao Yuan murmured to himself. Tai and Shangshan might have been joking earlier, but the Abyss game never lied. He truly came from another world. Zhao Yuan sat down, lost in thought. He replayed the earlier recording, only to find that Tai and Shangshan's figure was absent. The footage showed only Zhao Yuan talking to himself. Something was off. An outsider had suddenly broken into this world. As Zhao Yuan pondered deeply, a video call notification suddenly popped up. He assumed it was Tang Yinping, but was surprised to see Lin Peng instead. Hey, Zhao Yuan, how much longer until you reach the second layer? Lin Peng appeared on the screen, concern evident on his face. Huh? What second layer? Zhao Yuan blurted out, confused. The second layer of the Abyss, of course. You haven't posted on your feed or updated your status recently. How much longer until you get to the second layer? We should catch up. You missed the last class reunion. Lin Peng said with a caring tone. Second layer? I'm not on the second layer. I'm already on the 4th layer. Zhao Yuan quickly clarified. What? Stop bluffing. The 4th layer? Why not just say you've ascended to heaven? Lin Peng teased, clearly skeptical. You're a summoner without a team. How could you level up so fast? It's true. I'm not lying. Zhao Yuan shifted his camera to show the view outside the window. Peach blossoms drifted down like a scene from a fairyland. No way. How did you level up so fast? This doesn't make sense. Lin Peng exclaimed in disbelief. There was a large ruined dungeon recently. I went in. The leveling speed inside was insane. Zhao Yuan explained further. Alright. You're really lucky then. Stay safe. They'll talk to you later. Lin Peng's expression shifted a few times before he fell silent for a moment. Finally, he ended the call abruptly. Zhao Yuan, engrossed in his earlier thoughts, didn't notice Lin Peng's unusual behavior. After a while, an idea struck him. I'm just a newbie human player. Why should I overthink this? He opened his email and found the official inbox of the Human Alliance. Without much hesitation, he typed, "What should I do if I encounter an outsider?" To avoid being mistaken for a troublemaker, Zhao Yuan attached a screenshot of his friend list showing Tian Shangshan's name. "I'd like to report this." Meanwhile, in an unknown space, Tian Shangshan suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned to glance at the Abyss game. He shook his head lightly and smiled as he continued forward. "No rush, my friend. When time is measured in millennia, what are races and ties but fleeting clouds? The path is solitary, and only fellow travelers are true allies. Races are nothing but burdens." Just as Zhao Yuan was waiting, Tang Xuangju's video call finally connected. On the screen, she looked puzzled. "What's going on? Why did you send me a distress message? What kind of danger could you possibly encounter in the human clan's main city? When did you see the message?" Zhao Yuan asked expressionlessly. Less than 3 minutes ago, Tang Yinping glanced at the message log. "When I sent you a message, it showed you were on another call. Are you on your way?" Zhao Yuan froze. He instinctively placed his hand on the teapot. Feeling its warmth though the boiling water had been consumed, the teapot was still very hot. This puzzled him even more. He had clearly spent what felt like a long time in the white mist space, so why had so little time passed in reality? Could the flow of time be different? Seeing Zhao Yuan remain silent, Tang Xuangju's voice suddenly rose. "Say something. Don't even think about not showing up. I've already arranged for everyone to be there. I'm already here. Hurry up, I'm busy." Zhao Yuan replied curtly. "Why do you go so early? Didn't I say 2 hours later? What's the rush?" Tang Xuangju teased. Men. Always saying one thing and meaning another." Just as Zhao Yuan ended the call, a cold female voice spoke from behind him. "Are you Zhao Yuan?" Zhao Yuan turned around to see a woman dressed in the official uniform of the Human Alliance. He immediately became alert. "I am. Come with me. Someone wants to meet you," the woman said calmly, but with an unmistakable tone of authority. "I've got plans." Zhao Yuan hesitated. "Tell them not to come," she said bluntly. "The person who wants to see you holds a very high position. I trust you understand the importance of this." Zhao Yuan quickly sent Tang Xuangju a message. "Don't come. Something came up. I have to leave." To be cautious, he also took a photo of himself with the woman and sent it. To his surprise, she didn't stop him. "Done," Zhao Yuan said. The woman stepped closer and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Don't move," she said softly. In an instant, a spatial rift opened before them, and the two vanished into it. From a distance, a man and a woman chatting witnessed the scene and exclaimed, "Whoa!" Tearing through space. "Who is that big shot?" Meanwhile, after receiving Zhao Yuan's message, Tang Xuangju was furious and about to scold him for standing her up. But then she saw the photo. She immediately forwarded it to her father. "Dad, which department is this?" Her father quickly replied with a surprised emoji. After Tang Xuangju explained the situation, her father reassured her, "Don't worry. That person wouldn't trouble a kid." "Who is she?" Tang Xuangju pressed. "Don't ask." "All right, as long as it's fine," Tang Xuangju said, feeling relieved but also a bit conflicted. "But how am I supposed to explain this to the blind date? Although, why do I feel a little happy about it?" When Zhao Yuan appeared again, he was already standing atop a mountain peak. The piercing mountain wind howled past, causing his robes to flutter noisily. As he scanned the surroundings, trying to discern where he was, the woman behind him coldly urged, "Keep up." Following the rugged mountain path, they soon arrived at the edge of a cliff. At the cliff's edge, a tall figure sat leisurely on a small stool, holding a fishing rod and focusing intently on the space before him. "Come sit," the man said. Before his words fully landed, another small stool appeared beside him. As Zhao Yuan sat down and turned to inquire about the man's identity, he realized the woman behind him had vanished without a trace. "Who are you?" Zhao Yuan asked cautiously. "Don't rush. The fish is about to bite," the man responded nonchalantly, his gaze never leaving the fishing rod. Zhao Yuan was puzzled. Fishing on a mountaintop? What could you possibly catch here? As soon as he spoke, the man suddenly exerted force, bending the fishing rod into a perfect arc. A terrifying divine pressure descended abruptly, as if the sky itself was collapsing, leaving Zhao Yuan struggling to breathe. Invisible blades seemed to aim at every part of his body, and sweat trickled down his face. Yet, he suppressed his fear and remained motionless. With a single powerful pull, the man reeled in a yellow, Viscount-level wild beast. The creature, resembling a massive spider, flailed its numerous legs frantically and let out ear-piercing screeches. The man swiftly grabbed a long blade beside him, and with a flash of terrifying blade energy, the beast was sliced into pieces. From its remains, a legendary piece of equipment dropped. "Not bad. Got something good today," the man said with a smile. "So this is how you fish?" As the wild beast disappeared, the suffocating divine pressure lifted. Zhao Yuan forced a stiff smile onto his face. Exactly. The man replied with an approving nod. To stay composed under such immense divine pressure, you're stronger than most. Over the years, among the many outstanding young humans he had met here, the majority either collapsed to their knees or fled in terror under such pressure. Very few, like Zhao Yuan, managed to endure. Zhao Yuan immediately stood up. Despite the extraordinary circumstances, he wasn't overly concerned about his safety against someone of this caliber. Running would be futile anyway. My name is Wang Sun, the man said with a smile. At your age, you've probably heard of me. That unassuming name struck Zhao Yuan like a thunderclap in his mind. His gaze instinctively shifted to the long blade in Wang Sun's hand. The man before him was none other than the renowned Chief Speaker of the Human Supreme Council. Greetings, Chief Speaker. Zhao Yuan saluted respectfully. As the Supreme Commander of the Human Alliance and the strongest among the 13 speakers, Wang Sun was a legendary figure, even before the apocalypse. His fame was unmatched. Known as the Blade Emperor, this warrior had led humanity through countless crises and achieved a miracle in the 273 years of the Abyss. Despite there being only 32 mythical-grade pieces of equipment in existence, 6 of which were weapons, Wang Sun had obtained 2. The Bloodmoon Cryblade and the Wailing Heart Shield. He was truly the chosen one of humanity's destiny. This was without a doubt the most powerful and influential person Zhao Yuan had ever encountered. The Grand Speaker sat upright, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. Despite having distanced himself from human affairs for years, his authority remained undiminished. I am Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan introduced himself solemnly, though his gaze was involuntarily drawn to the long blade in the Grand Speaker's hand. The blade shimmered with an otherworldly light, making his heart race. Could this be the legendary Weeping Blood Moon Blade? The Grand Speaker keenly noticed the change in Zhao Yuan's expression and smiled faintly. Young people are always curious. Want to take a closer look? Huh, you mean I can't? Zhao Yuan was so shocked he could barely form a sentence. Mythical equipment was something almost unattainable in the Abyss, so rare that not even a single image of it had ever circulated in the global channels. Really? You're letting me see it? Zhao Yuan's voice trembled as he nervously wiped the sweat from his palms. Without another word, the Grand Speaker handed over the blade. As Zhao Yuan took it, he could feel his heart pounding wildly. The system immediately displayed the weapon's attributes. Weeping Blood Moon Blade. Type: one-handed weapon. Quality: mythical, non-removable. Level: automatically upgrades to match the user's level. Main attributes: Strength, 5,365. Stamina, 3,658. Agility, 4,355. Physical crit rate, 70. Physical penetration, 42. Physical attack bonus, 55. Attack speed bonus, 66. Unique magical attributes. Weeping Blood. Each attack inflicts a 55 grievous wound effect on the target and restores 35 of the damage dealt as health to the user. Moonlight Glow. Damage automatically converts to the element that counters the target's attribute. Against attribute-neutral targets, damage is increased by 40. Inherent mythical attribute. Increases all domain damage by 698. The astonishing stats made Zhao Yuan gasp in disbelief. Just the 698 increase in all domain damage alone was enough to transcend the gap between divine levels. Only now did he truly grasp the concept of mythical equipment surpassing divine grades, as described by Mulan Feng. Returning the blade respectfully, Zhao Yuan looked at the Grand Speaker, who had resumed his seat. You mentioned encountering an outsider race. Explain in detail. The Grand Speaker asked gravely. Zhao Yuan recounted his encounter with Tian Shangtian in detail, producing the token he had received. However, he deliberately omitted the part about being referred to as the Child of Fate. In his eyes, the Grand Speaker seemed far more fitting for such a title, someone who had risen to prominence before the apocalypse and managed to acquire not 1, but 2 mythical items. Such fortune was unparalleled. As Zhao Yuan spoke, the Grand Speaker's expression grew increasingly grim. Humanity was merely one of many races in the infinite game, and the seemingly formidable Lan was on an entirely different level of existence. He clenched the token in his hand, veins bulging, yet he couldn't budge it even slightly. Show me your friend list, the Grand Speaker said, his voice heavy. Zhao Yuan opened his friend interface, where Tian Shangtian's name shimmered with dazzling effects. Under the Grand Speaker's watchful gaze, he slowly sent a message to Tian Shangtian. The Grand Speaker stared at the message displayed on Zhao Yuan's friend interface. This friend is not in this world. Only then did he feel at ease. As the leader of his people, caution was not a personality trait, but a responsibility. He abruptly stood up from his seat, his gaze sharp as he looked at Zhao Yuan. You've made a great contribution this time. Humanity will remember your deeds. For now, your strength is still lacking. Go back and focus on leveling up. Got it. Zhao Yuan responded readily, clearly aware of his current limitations. Li Qin, escort him back safely. As soon as the Grand Speaker finished speaking, a graceful figure appeared beside Zhao Yuan out of thin air, so swiftly that he barely had time to react. There's no need for that. I can go back on my own. Zhao Yuan quickly declined. Li Qin gently reminded him. This is the front line of the 17th layer of the abyss. Even a minor creature here could take your life in an instant. Are you sure you want to go back on your own? On second thought, maybe not. Zhao Yuan immediately changed his mind. Li Qin smiled faintly, stepping forward and placing her hand on his shoulder. Grand Speaker, goodbye. Zhao Yuan turned and waved to the Grand Speaker. The Grand Speaker paused for a moment, then returned the wavy, a simple gesture he had not done in many years. Wait. The Grand Speaker suddenly called out. Zhao Yuan, add me as a friend. It'll make it easier to stay in touch in the future. Li Qin's hand on Zhao Yuan's shoulder visibly trembled at those words, and a flicker of envy flashed across her eyes. After all, even she hadn't earned a spot on the Grand Speaker's friend list, a privilege reserved only for former commandants in arms and the upper echelons of humanity. Sure, Zhao Yuan eagerly accepted the request. Once confirmed, the Grand Speaker's name appeared second on his friend list, right below Tian Shangtian, also marked in white. Off you go. The Grand Speaker gestured with a wave. Li Qin immediately tore open a spatial rift, disappearing into it with Zhao Yuan. As he watched the two vanish, a trace of worry surfaced on the Grand Speaker's otherwise calm face. People have already cleared the levels, and quite a few of them at that. Our progress is still too slow, he muttered to himself, then opened his friend list. In the topmost group chat, he tagged everyone. Urgent. Meeting now, major issue. The moment the message was sent, the upper echelons of humanity were shaken. For nearly 20 years, the Grand Speaker had never spoken in this group. Routine matters were always handled by the Deputy Speaker. Department heads quickly replied with received, and one after another, figures took to the skies, heading toward the council chamber. Inside the Human Council Hall, 13 councillor seats were neatly arranged, with thousands more seats in the outer hall for department heads. The Grand Speaker stood by the window, watching as people arrived one by one. Soon, apart from a few councillors who were genuinely unable to leave their posts, everyone else was present. Due to their critical responsibilities, the councillors had to ensure proper arrangements before leaving their duties, so they were the last to arrive. When the 7th councillor, a burly man, pushed open the door, he glanced at Wang Sun, who stood with his back to the entrance, and silently took his seat. These councillors, without exception, were the top experts in their respective fields, the pinnacle of humanity's combat power. Finally, everyone had arrived. The meeting room was silent, with no one uttering a word. This was the Supreme Council of the human race, a place where decisions that could determine the fate of humanity were made. The Grand Speaker slowly walked to the front, turned to face the gathered council members, and sat down in the foremost seat. His weathered face bore an expression of deep gravity. I have bad news, the Grand Speaker said, his voice low yet powerful, resonating in the stillness of the room. All eyes immediately fixed on him, and the air seemed to freeze. Today, a member of an external race entered the Abyss game. From him, we learned some information about Lan, the Grand Speaker stated, his gaze unwavering as it swept over the council. The 7th speaker furrowed his brow and asked in confusion, an external race? Isn't it just another alien race? It is an alien race, but also an external one, the Grand Speaker replied, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. A race from beyond Blue Star, beyond the Abyss game. What? Shocked voices erupted across the room. The Abyss game had existed for over 2 centuries, and no external race had ever appeared. While the possibility of their existence had been speculated, 200 years of silence had nearly erased such thoughts. The Grand Speaker recounted in detail everything that Tian Shangtian had told him, then handed a token to the 2nd speaker. The token passed from hand to hand among the council members, and each person who examined it grew visibly more solemn. A deathly silence enveloped the room, and the oppressive atmosphere was almost suffocating. Jean Yimeng, the 5th speaker, finally broke the silence. Should we consider working with him? She asked cautiously, her tone tinged with hesitation. The 3rd speaker slammed the table, a sneer forming on his face. Cooperate. Are you serious? Did you not hear what he said about us? While they looked down on other races, our ancestors were still searching for lice to eat on their bodies. You think he'd actually cooperate with us? His voice trembled with anger. The 10th speaker stroked his chin thoughtfully. So many races have already cleared the game? It's hard to believe. He seemed less affected by the external race's disdain and more astonished by the fact that the game had been cleared. Everyone in the room understood the immense difficulty of the Abyss game, and the idea that any race had succeeded was a sobering revelation. The human race is still too weak, the 9th speaker remarked with a surprisingly faint smile. But in a way, this is good news. We used to worry that even if humanity cleared the game in 300 years, we might still face extinction. Now, at least, that fear is alleviated. The 2nd speaker leaned forward, his fingers laced together on the table, his gaze sharp. Since Tian Shangtian shared this information with us, he must have an agenda. Could we leverage this to seek their assistance? He is interested in Zhao Yuan alone, not us. The Grand Speaker shook his head. As for the reason, Zhao Yuan hasn't disclosed it. The third speaker's expression darkened further. Should we summon him and demand an explanation? How can such matters be concealed? The survival of our race is at stake. How can this be hidden? Enough! The Grand Speaker suddenly slammed the table, his piercing gaze locked onto the third speaker. The room fell utterly silent. It's already commendable that the young man reported this. Some things don't require us to dig too deeply. He scanned the room, his voice steady and commanding. This incident makes me suspect that someone has already been in contact with external races before, but failed to report it. We cannot afford to alienate the younger generation by killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Jean Yiming nodded thoughtfully. That makes sense. If it's happened once, I doubt it's the only time. Where there's one occurrence, there's bound to be more. The sixth speaker let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with worry. The human race has endured so much hardship, yet there are always those who doubt their own kind. If we had known this earlier, we wouldn't be in such a passive position now. Only 27 years remain. The complexities of human nature were undeniable. To unite humanity to this extent, they had indeed done their utmost. If they had known the situation earlier, they would have done whatever it took to clear the level. However, the casualties back then were too heavy, nearly bringing the human race to the brink of collapse. Fortunately, in recent years, a strategy of slowing down progress has been adopted, allowing more people to participate and significantly reducing the death toll. After all, the outcome of facing a boss with 10,000 people versus 100,000 people is worlds apart. Now, many races have already begun preparing for the next version, yet the human race remains lagging behind. The fourth counselor rubbed his forehead with a pained expression, feeling a splitting headache. So what do? Do we speed up? The third counselor asked. The 10th counselor immediately objected. If we speed up, many people who haven't matured yet will be forced to fight, and a lot of them will end up dead. The human population has only just recovered to its current baseline, and I don't think speeding up is worth it. Our numbers are already insufficient. If we speed up, we'll have to send many who lack the required divine level or haven't fully developed yet. The resulting casualties would be catastrophic, the 10th counselor said with a serious tone. But if we don't speed up, doesn't that mean we'll miss the opportunity? I have a feeling that in the next version, we might face direct confrontation with other races. You all know the saying falling behind means getting beaten. The sixth counselor spoke urgently. Even if we speed up, the inevitable casualties would still lead to a population decline, leaving us behind regardless, the eighth counselor said in a somber voice. So this doesn't work, and that doesn't work. What do you suggest we do then? The third counselor looked helpless. The root problem is that we simply don't have enough people, the second counselor said, frowning. With a larger population base, would naturally produce more strong individuals, and the problem would solve itself. After a moment of silence, the second counselor spoke with determination. In that case, the only solution is to continue increasing the population, no matter the cost. What do you mean by make everyone suffer a bit? The third counselor hadn't fully grasped the idea, but the other counselors' expressions immediately changed. We need a larger population as a reserve for after we clear the level. To achieve that, we must place more pressure on the current human race. Therefore, I propose we once again call on the human race to donate offspring and fully support the Human Genetic Hope Project, ramping up our cultivation efforts. Many people's genes are already far stronger than before. We cannot let that go to waste, the second counselor said gravely, with a sense of urgency. That's all well and good, but you know how people feel about this now. Many believe we're treating them like breeding stock, and they resist it vehemently, the sixth counselor said, shaking his head in frustration. Exactly. The opposition is overwhelming. This approach is incredibly disrespectful to women. How many people are willing to have children these days? Haven't we called for this enough over the years? The results have only gotten worse. The third counselor sighed deeply. Then we enforce it. We can't afford to stop just because there's opposition. It's better to face resistance now than to cry later. The grand counselor finally spoke up. The council chamber fell silent, with no one saying another word. Then it's settled enforcement, the second counselor said with even greater resolve. If we're going to demand this of others, we must lead by example. Starting with us. Each of us must contribute 10 samples unconditionally. Every high-ranking government official must provide no fewer than 10 samples. 10 samples? Are you kidding me? That's insane. The third counselor's eyes widened in disbelief. As the 13 strongest individuals of the human race, they had already contributed a sample each in the early days. Even that had led to remarkable achievements for the Human Genetic Hope Project, with countless descendants. But now, they were being asked to provide 10 samples each. Moreover, producing those samples at their level of evolution wasn't something that could be done easily. It was a painstaking process, not to mention the toll it took on their bodies. In the council chamber, the second speaker's voice rang out firmly. Only the fifth speaker and the 12th speaker need not worry. As women, they are naturally less involved in such matters. Given their positions, no one would force them to bear children. However, This matter is of great importance. As leaders of humankind, it is our inescapable duty. The other council members exchanged uneasy glances, clearly unenthusiastic about the task. Childbearing was not something they could personally handle, and yet they would ultimately bear the responsibility alone. It was far more daunting than battling a boss-level enemy. The second speaker slammed the table and declared resolutely, "I will contribute 15 shares myself." This bold proclamation left everyone present stunned. Jean Yiming, fifth speaker, pondered for a moment before speaking. "Whoever is willing to take on 10 shares for me, I will offer 5 rare life-saving artifacts in exchange." Though no one could force her, as a leader of humankind, she felt compelled to make a statement. These 5 artifacts were treasures of immense value, even to her. "I am willing to offer the same terms." The 10th speaker immediately followed suit. The second speaker cast an approving glance at the two, then his expression darkened as he scanned the room. "And what about the rest of you?" "I will contribute 15 shares," the first speaker declared, placing subtle but undeniable pressure on the others. Seeing the top 2 leaders relent, the remaining members reluctantly agreed, except for the third speaker, who was still hesitating. All eyes turned to the third speaker as he stroked his chin and hesitated. 30 shares. That's quite a burden. His tone clearly hinted at a desire for 10 artifacts in return, which caused the fourth speaker to step back in alarm. "Enough. It's decided," the second speaker barked, glaring fiercely at the third speaker. The 12th speaker then raised a serious question. "What about the women of the present world? The decisions we make so lightly will place all the burden on them. This essentially reduces them to mere childbearing machines, which is utterly inhumane." As one of the only 2 female speakers, Jean Yiming voiced her agreement. "Indeed, we are exploiting them far too much. Humanity owes its survival to their sacrifices. While we have spared them the horrors of battling the abyss and granted them many conveniences, this demand is still excessively cruel." In the end, all eyes turned to the first speaker. After a moment of deep thought, he solemnly announced, "All rewards will be doubled. As long as the requests are not unreasonable, we must strive to meet their demands. This must be strictly enforced. Furthermore, we must guarantee to them that even after humanity overcomes this crisis, they will enjoy wealth, privileges, and honor for the rest of their lives." Seeing that the 5th and 12th speakers still had not spoken, the first speaker added, "As the highest leader of humanity, I pledge that the 10 women with the most outstanding contributions will each be granted the right to make 3 requests of the council. As long as these requests do not violate natural laws, we will honor them. This promise will remain valid as long as humanity survives and the Supreme Council endures." This promise was to be written into the Supreme Council's charter, carrying the same weight as a constitution from pre-apocalyptic times. Naturally, the first speaker affirmed with a solemn nod. The 5th speaker surveyed the room. "Does anyone have any objections?" The second counselor raised his hand, and the others quickly followed suit. Jean Yiming, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. This was indeed the best outcome. Seeing everyone reach a consensus, the Grand Counselor continued, "I have decided to reward Zhao Yuan with the Mythical Tier Summoner Skill Book from the Human Treasury." As soon as these words were spoken, the conference hall fell into silence. Everyone looked at the Grand Counselor in astonishment. It was clear they hadn't expected him to value this newcomer so highly. "Counselor 8, do you have any objections?" The Grand Counselor turned to the 8th Counselor. The mythical skill book had originally been donated by him, so his opinion was crucial. The 8th Counselor waved his hand dismissively, looking indifferent. "No objections. I don't have any use for it myself. I donated it to benefit the race, so it doesn't matter who gets it." The second counselor frowned and said, "Isn't this a bit too valuable? You must know, only 192 mythical skill books have ever appeared in the abyss. Even though this one is limited to summoners, the max-level summoners on the 17th floor of the human race have also applied for it, but were denied due to insufficient contributions." The 10th counselor held a different view. "I think it's fine. Anyone capable of drawing the attention of other races must have extraordinary potential. Besides, he has made significant contributions this time and is worth investing in. This is indeed monumental news. Wouldn't it be more suitable for a max-level summoner?" The room buzzed with discussions. The Grand Counselor raised his hand to signal for order. "As always, let's vote." The final result: 6 in favor, 3 against, and 4 abstentions. "Then it's decided," the Grand Counselor declared. Although the 2nd, 6th, and 9th counselors voted against, the rules were the rules, and they had no choice but to accept the outcome. The council then moved on to other matters. Suddenly, the 2nd counselor asked, "Who is presiding over the Grand Assembly outside?" The 9th counselor stood up with a wry smile. "Why is it always me when something like this comes up?" He could already imagine the uproar this decision would cause once announced. "This time, let's go together. We can't let you face it alone," the Grand Counselor suggested. "Agreed. At least it will show our unified stance." The 2nd counselor nodded in agreement. The 9th counselor then asked, "Should we inform them about the matter with the other races?" The 2nd counselor pondered for a moment. "Not during the assembly. Afterward, Gather some senior members and share the information discreetly. We still don't know how many have had contact with the other races, so it's better to observe for now. At least until the passage is cleared, our interests are aligned. The 11th counselor suddenly broke the silence. Do you think it's possible that some of us here have already made contact with the other races? This sensitive topic, which had been deliberately avoided, was finally spoken aloud, and the atmosphere in the council chamber grew heavy. The first counselor looked around at everyone. Over the years, all of you have made great sacrifices for the human race. I hope we can continue to work together and not let each other down. We are one with the human race and will never betray it. I feel the same. Collaborating with the other races is like making a deal with a tiger. That seems unlikely. We've been working together for 3 centuries. The Grand Counselor gave everyone a final glance before being the first to leave the chamber. The others followed closely behind. As for who was telling the truth and who was lying, only they themselves would truly know. As the Grand Council came to an end, the human leadership's shocking maneuvers left everyone utterly stunned. The moment the mandatory donation of descendants order was issued, human society erupted into chaos. Discussions filled the streets and alleys, with most people visibly resistant. Dozens of prominent human leaders even publicly opposed the decision, furiously condemning it as reducing them to mere breeding stock. However, by the very next day, these same dissenters appeared in public battered and bruised, having undergone a complete change of heart. Not only did they now strongly support the decision, but each also pledged an extra donation. This sudden reversal sent an ominous and chilling message to all. The Human Alliance's announcements soon blanketed every corner of the cities. The notices boldly proclaimed. The council members had already led by example, with the first and second chairman each donating 15 samples. Most shocking of all was the third chairman, who astonishingly contributed 30 samples in one go. The sheer magnitude of this number left everyone dumbfounded. If the big shots are going all out, lower-ranking officials and government workers had no choice but to follow suit, knowing full well they couldn't donate less than the council members. In this extraordinary era, strength dictated everything. With the top elites already yielding, the rest could only swallow their discontent. The Human Alliance's treatment of troublemakers was infamous. Those who dared to resist often became prime examples for others to heed. Outside the Alliance office in the human capital on the 4th layer of the abyss, a long line stretched into the distance. Standing in the queue, Zhao Yuan's face was filled with resignation. Before long, it was his turn. Here, Zhao Yuan reluctantly handed over his descendants, the result of his strenuous efforts at the hotel earlier that morning. The staff member took it without expression, carefully placing it into a specialized preservation container. She asked routinely, "Is it fresh?" "Yes." Zhao Yuan stammered with a trace of embarrassment, his face flushing slightly. A lie detector device on the table, resembling a toad, immediately lit up green. No deception detected. The staff member tapped on the glowing screen before her. "Confirm your basic information. If this ever becomes available, your future children can use this information to find you." She wore a perfunctory smile as a virtual interface popped up in front of Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan's expression froze, and he suddenly empathized with how Lao Wang had felt. The absurdity of being forced into fatherhood made him feel incredibly uncomfortable. Sensing his unease, the staff member tried to console him. "Don't worry too much. The top-level players' genes will be prioritized, so yours might not even be used." "Hopefully," Zhao Yuan muttered. He searched for his name in the interface, which displayed several matches. After filtering by profession, only his own profile remained. He carefully verified the unique code names might repeat, but the code never would. Taking a deep breath, he clicked the confirmation button. With the Abyss Game's stringent identity verification, impersonation was impossible. As he left the donation center, Zhao Yuan let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but imagine a stranger showing up years later, calling him dad. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he quickly shook his head to banish the unsettling image. He flew against the stream of people heading out of the city, ready to begin another day of monster hunting. This time, he avoided dungeon runs, having grown tired of them. His goal was clear: rapidly increasing his divinity level. The oppressive feeling from being outclassed in rank had worn him down. Only by matching the divinity levels of the top players could he truly establish himself in the abyss. While flying, a video call from Tang Shuangju came through again. Zhao Yuan sighed and shook his head, declining the call immediately. Upon reaching the outskirts, he located a 6-star map teleportation array and stepped into it without hesitation. The 6-star map on the 4th layer of the abyss was called Bamboo Sea. True to its name, it was a sprawling forest of towering bamboo stalks stretching endlessly into the horizon, vibrant and lush with greenery. Unlike the bamboo in the modern world, the bamboo here is predominantly purple, each stalk as towering and robust as a giant tree. Because of this, players have dubbed this area the Purple Bamboo Forest. The forest is home to only one type of creature-eating beasts, which are essentially pandas, the national treasure from before the apocalypse. However, These pandas have purple eye patches, are far larger than their real-world counterparts, and are ferociously aggressive. Zhao Yuan hovered above the sea of bamboo, following the monster hunting guide to locate an elite creature in the southeast. The dense bamboo leaves obscured his vision, and just as he was preparing to descend for a closer look, a purple bamboo stalk shot through the air, whistling past him with an icy chill before piercing the sky. If he hadn't dodged in time, it would have impaled him on the spot. A massive black and white figure loomed in and out of sight amidst the bamboo below. Zhao Yuan's eyes turned cold. Since it dared to ambush him, he decided to respond in kind. He dove down in a sharp descent, summoning a giant bear that crashed down like a small mountain onto the iron-eating beast. As the creature scrambled to evade, 6 giant horned ants swarmed its body, tearing it apart within moments. Zhao Yuan approached and kicked the corpse of the iron-eating beast a few times in frustration. Just as he was about to continue hunting, his communicator lit up with an incoming video call from Tang Xuanju. He sighed and reluctantly answered. "Why did you ignore my video call?" Tang Xuanju demanded angrily. "I was entering a teleportation array." "Then why didn't you respond?" "I didn't feel like it," Zhao Yuan replied coldly. Noticing he was grinding monsters in the bamboo forest, Tang Xuanju softened her tone and suggested teaming up. But Zhao Yuan rejected her outright without a second, though they had no interest in collaborating with someone whose divine rank was higher than his own. Seeing her growing anger, he ended the call abruptly. Back in Peach Blossom City, Tang Xuanju kicked at a fresh peach tree sprout in frustration, determined to confront Zhao Yuan. However, midway through her flight, she abruptly stopped, her expression darkening. They weren't family or close friends. What right did she have to blame him? A peach blossom petal drifted by on the wind, and with a swift flick of her wrist, Tang Xuanju hurled a dagger, slicing the petal cleanly in two. In ancient times, men severed their robes to end friendships. Today, I, Tang Xuanju, sever this flower to cut ties, she declared through gritted teeth, though tears glimmered in her eyes. No one had ever treated her like this before. In the end, she turned back and flew toward Peach Blossom City. In the bamboo forest, one iron-eating beast after another fell under Zhao Yuan's blade. Amidst the lush green leaves, he wielded his weapon with precision, efficiently claiming the lives of these wild creatures. At first, the initial kills brought him a fleeting sense of accomplishment, but as the numbers grew, the repetitive nature of the battle began to feel monotonous. However, as a relentless grinder, Zhao Yuan would never let boredom slow him down. He pressed onward toward the southeast, leaving an ever-growing trail of corpses in his wake. Gradually, stronger elite iron-eating beasts began to appear. These creatures were larger and more powerful, adding a hint of challenge to the otherwise tedious hunting. As night fell, Zhao Yuan's hunting pace remained unaffected. Thanks to his evolved abilities, the darkness was no different from daylight to him. Just as he was about to continue advancing, a system notification interrupted him. Opening his inbox, Zhao Yuan found a message from Tang Xuangjuden dungeon entry tickets accompanied by a short note. She thanked him for his help in the large Relic dungeon and explained that these tickets were her token of gratitude and farewell, wishing they could part ways and find peace separately. Zhao Yuan stared at the message, quickly grasping its meaning. "So be it. We really weren't a good match," he murmured softly. Upon inspecting the tickets, he discovered they were all passes to pet dungeons. In the Abyss game, pets played a crucial role in boosting one's power, but raising them required significant resources. Properly nurtured, they could become invaluable allies. Otherwise, they were merely toys. This reminded him of the similarly awkward mount system, which had become almost obsolete after the teleportation arrays were established. For now, though, it wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Zhao Yuan carefully put the tickets away and refocused on his hunt. Standing beside the freshly fallen body of an elite iron-eating beast, he quickly snapped a photo and posted it to his social feed. Goal: 10,000 kills. Current count: 65. Let's go. Led by the skybossed bear, Zhao Yuan's summoned army of giant horned ants and riftwing butterflies swept through the bamboo forest, leaving destruction in their wake. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, Zhao Yuan strolled leisurely among the towering bamboo, relishing the convenience of not having to lift a finger. One day, if I can command 100,000 summons, is there anywhere in this world I couldn't go? A surge of ambition welled up in his heart, solidifying his pride in the summoner class. He made a silent vow to himself. There's no such thing as a trash class, only trash players. I no longer need a team, because I am an army. Meanwhile, his social feed was in an uproar. Most players were still struggling on the second floor of the game, and the unfamiliar creatures in Zhao Yuan's post piqued their curiosity. Some were amazed by his rapid progression, while others doubted how a summoner could advance so quickly. When Lin Peng revealed that Zhao Yuan had already reached the fourth floor, it caused an even greater stir. Questions, disbelief, and astonishment erupted across the community as everyone debated how a player from the so-called trash class could achieve such incredible progress. The news spread like wildfire among their peers, Someone had already left them all far behind. This astonishing revelation, accelerated by the 6 degrees of separation theory, quickly reached nearly everyone of Zhao Yuan's age. Soon, an unbelievable fact became widely known: everyone had been outpaced by a summoner who was now 2 full levels ahead in the abyss. Feng Ji stood by the window, his expression shifting unpredictably. He gently pushed away the girl in his arms, his mind replaying the moment Zhao Yuan had invited him to team up. Back then, he had dismissed the idea with disdain, but now, he could only watch as Zhao Yuan surged far ahead of everyone else. Feng Ji, did you check your social feed? The output class girl on the bed suddenly asked while scrolling through her phone. I heard a summoner our age has already reached the 4th level of the abyss. What? The 4th level? Another girl popped her head out from under the blanket, looking incredulous. Yeah, that's my friend. Feng Ji replied nonchalantly. We grew up together at Hope School. Glancing at his own level only at 2-star level 3, Feng Ji felt a wave of anxiety. Aside from Zhao Yuan, who was clearly an outlier, most of their group had already reached 2-star level 5 or 6. While this gap might not have been obvious before, it now struck him with stark clarity. Stop grinding for once, Imo Shirong protested. We finally have 2 days off, and this is only the first day. Exactly, the other girl chimed in, getting out of bed with a teasing smile. Her disheveled appearance revealed just enough to make Feng Ji's heart skip a beat. If you want to work out, it doesn't have to involve grinding monsters, does it? Despite his earlier resolve to rest, Feng Ji found himself unable to resist being drawn in. Much later, as he lay there in a daze, the lingering softness in his hands reminded him of the fleeting moment. The sweet trap of comfort, he thought to himself. A hero's downfall indeed. It's like a blade cutting to the bone. It could kill a man. Tomorrow, I have to level up, Feng Ji said firmly. We've fallen too far behind. Even Lin Peng has surpassed us now. The 2 girls suggested reaching out to Zhao Yuan for help with leveling, but Feng Ji resisted the idea, brushing it off with vague excuses. However, as he lay in bed that night, he couldn't help but open his social feed and leave a comment under Zhao Yuan's latest post. Zhao Yuan, if you have time, come to the 2nd level and help me out. We grew up together, don't forget your old friends now that you're ahead. At that moment, another comment caught his eye. Someone was criticizing a person named Wang Sun for allegedly hunting iron-eating beasts before the apocalypse. Annoyed by the tone, Feng Ji fired back with a reply. Who are you to act all high and mighty? What era do you think this is? Pre-apocalypse? Have you even seen what it was like before the apocalypse? He added a disdainful emoji for emphasis. Due to the private nature of social feeds, Feng Ji didn't realize who this, Wang Sun, actually was until he saw the reply. The Grand Speaker stared at Zhao Yuan's social media feed. As soon as he posted something, criticism followed almost immediately, leaving him momentarily stunned. He frowned slightly, his fingers hovering over the screen as he sank into a brief contemplation. In the past, no matter what I posted, the comments were always things like, the Grand Speaker is wise, or the Grand Speaker is absolutely right. He muttered to himself, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Ever since the crying blood moonblade was revealed, no one has dared to say a single bad word about me. In over 200 years, no one has ever called me something like a pig with a scallion stuck in its nose. The Grand Speaker raised his head, a look of perplexity in his gaze. Are kids these days really this bold? He said quietly. He shook his head, tapped the screen lightly, and closed the social media app. Meanwhile, deep in the bamboo grove, Zhao Yuan, who was focused on grinding monsters, was startled by the crisp chime of a new email notification. Who keeps sending me stuff every single day? Zhao Yuan muttered, frowning as he opened the email. The sender was Wang Sun. Congratulations, you've obtained a mythical skill book. The system's voice announced abruptly. Zhao Yuan's body jolted, and he began to tremble uncontrollably, overwhelmed with disbelief. Hey, mythical skill book. This can't be real. He had never imagined that he would ever possess a skill book of mythical quality. The screen displayed the skill details. Flame God of Magic. Type, summoning quality. Level, mythical. Skill description, from the void is born fire, and from fire, a myth is forged. Summon the god of flame from the endless inferno. Evaluation. If I told you it was once a god, would you believe me? With trembling fingers, Zhao Yuan quickly opened his friends list and sent a message to the Grand Speaker. Is this really for me? Even now, he found it hard to believe. The Grand Speaker replied almost immediately. We never overlook anyone who has made great contributions to our race. You can always count on your people. Zhao Yuan was momentarily dazed before replying respectfully. Thank you, Grand Speaker. A mythical quality skill was a priceless treasure for any race. To bestow it upon someone as insignificant as him spoke volumes about the human council's vision and generosity. Shortly after, the Grand Speaker sent another message. Your friend, Feng Ji, is quite bold. Let him know that I look forward to meeting him one day. Tell him to keep leveling up. The message was accompanied by a smirking emoji. Zhao Yuan. Moments later, Zhao Yuan checked his social media feed and felt as though a herd of wild animals was stampeding through his mind. A pig with a scallion stuck in its nose. You've really mastered these pre-apocalypse sayings, huh? Zhao Yuan sighed, opened his contacts, and initiated a video call with Feng Ji. Soon, Feng Ji's face appeared on the screen, surrounded by a steamy, mist-filled background. Where are you? Zhao Yuan asked, puzzled. Just got out of the shower. Feng Ji replied awkwardly, eyeing Zhao Yuan's surroundings curiously. Is this the fourth level of the abyss? Zhao Yuan nodded and panned the camera around. The scene showed his summoned creatures loyally hunting down any approaching iron-eating beasts. Are you planning to come back and take me with you? Feng Ji asked with a hopeful smile, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Zhao Yuan shook his head. I can't. The level gap is too big. Even when I go to the second level of the abyss, I have to report to the Human Alliance's main city. Using bringing you to level up as a reason won't get approved. A flicker of disappointment crossed Feng Ji's face as he adjusted the camera angle to show less of his surroundings, as though trying to keep something out of sight. All right then, I'll work hard on my own, he said flatly. Feng Ji, did you criticize someone on my social media? Zhao Yuan hesitated, unsure how to broach the topic. What's the matter? Zhao Yuan, now that you've leveled up, does that mean I, as your friend, can't speak on your social media anymore? Feng Ji's face grew angry, his tone laced with obvious dissatisfaction. Feng Ji felt that Zhao Yuan was mocking him, and the feeling pierced his heart like a thorn. In the past, when they were equals, jokes came naturally without second thoughts. But now, with the gap in their status widening, every word Zhao Yuan said sounded like a reminder of Feng Ji's current predicament. Their relationship had somehow become fragile and overly sensitive. Feng Ji knew deep down that the turning point was probably that time in the abyss when he refused Zhao Yuan's request. Perhaps Zhao Yuan himself didn't think much of it, but Feng Ji had etched the incident into his memory. Now, he couldn't help but suspect that every action Zhao Yuan took was a subtle form of retaliation for that refusal. Zhao Yuan, on the other hand, quickly noticed Feng Ji's unusual mood. However, he had faith that their 15 years of close friendship couldn't be undone by a few words. He smiled bitterly. Do you even know who he is? Doesn't that name ring a bell? Who is he? Always talking about the pre-apocalypse this, pre-apocalypse that. Does he think he's some kind of big? Feng Ji's words trailed off mid-sentence, as if struck by lightning. Wang Sun. The name Wang Sun exploded in Feng Ji's mind. Wang Sun, greatest leader of humanity, the Grand Chancellor. Holy crap, how is he in Wang Sun's circle of friends? Feng Ji's eyes widened in shock, his voice rising with disbelief. Those two are completely unrelated, aren't they? No, wait, how do you even know him? Zhao Yuan nodded helplessly, confirming Feng Ji's suspicions. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Feng Ji asked urgently, just as he heard two female voices exclaim behind him, revealing that they had been eavesdropping on the conversation. You really know how to keep things interesting. Feng Ji couldn't help but marvel. All right, he asked me to tell you to work hard on leveling up. He's looking forward to meeting you someday. Zhao Yuan calmly relayed the message. Feng Ji panicked immediately. What should I do? Did I mess something up? Don't worry. He was just joking. You don't need to overthink it, just focus on leveling up. Zhao Yuan reassured him briefly before ending the video call. After hanging up, Zhao Yuan let out a deep sigh. As time passed, some relationships seemed impossible to restore to their former state. But his gaze soon turned resolute. Only by becoming stronger himself could everything else improve. Zhao Yuan took out a skill expansion stone and used it to learn a mythical skill book. He raised his staff and shouted, "Come forth, flame god." As soon as the words left his mouth, a wave of intense heat surged from the void. Within a violently burning inferno, a shadowy figure slowly emerged. Under the flames, all living beings will perish. A commanding voice echoed through the air. Wow, no wonder it's a mythical skill, it even comes with its own voice line. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but marvel as he gazed at the summoned entity, the flame archmage. The summoned figure was awe-inspiring, its entire form engulfed in roaring flames, yet its body was as black as ink. It bore a humanoid outline but lacked any human features, composed entirely of flickering fire. As it appeared, the ground beneath its feet began to melt, transforming into scorching lava. Boom, boom. Explosive sounds erupted as the surrounding bamboo caught fire, and the terrifying heatwave swept out in all directions. At that moment, a previously defeated panda-like beast respawned in the area. Before the other summoned creatures could act, the flame archmage extended a pitch-black claw from the fire. With this motion, the lava beneath it surged outward like a tide, melting everything in its path. The creature let out a blood-curdling shriek before sinking into the molten lava, vanishing without a trace. Zhao Yuan thought the attack was over, but then the flame archmage suddenly clenched its extended claw. In an instant, the sky above darkened. Zhao Yuan looked up and gasped. Oh my god! The sky was completely obscured by a sea of fire, and moments later, a rain of fire began to fall. Massive chunks of molten rock, ablaze with flames, hurtled down from above. The air filled with the anguished cries of the panda-like beasts, while entire bamboo forests were reduced to ash. The original creature that had provoked the flame archmage was obliterated, leaving not even a trace of its bones. Watching the scene unfold, Zhao Yuan shook his head and sighed. This is like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Zhao Yuan stood atop the flowing magma, surrounded by a scene that resembled the end of the world. Towering flames and rivers of molten lava spread uncontrollably, the scorching heat almost burning the very air. Yet, his heart was filled with exhilaration. The myth was true. This overwhelming power brought him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Still, he was aware that his own talent seemed somewhat mismatched with this immense force. But so what? With the blessing of the myth, why bother with such trivial details? Beside him, the towering figure of the flame god resembled a holy spirit of fire, its entire form radiating intense heat as it burned the air around it. Fortunately, this was merely a summoned being. Otherwise, Zhao Yuan himself would have long been reduced to ashes standing nearby. With a sudden leap, Zhao Yuan soared into the air, his gaze sweeping toward the distant land covered by an endless sea of bamboo. His energy surged as he shouted, "Let's destroy this bamboo sea." His voice rang with determination and joy. As Zhao Yuan ascended, the flame god followed closely, its movements stirring waves of magma in the void. The sight made Zhao Yuan's eyes light up with excitement. He pointed decisively into the distance. "Bombard that area for me," he commanded. The flame god immediately obeyed, extending its massive claw. Magma surged like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing an area spanning several kilometers. Beneath the molten flood, entire groves of purple bamboo collapsed and turned to ash. Then, with a clench of its fiery fist, the flame god condensed a sea of flames in the air. Countless fireballs rained down like a storm, consuming the silhouettes of the iron-eating beasts, leaving none alive. Zhao Yuan continued his flight, each of his gestures directing the flame god to unleash increasingly devastating attacks. Flames and magma intertwined, forming a vast ocean of fire. As he advanced, the southeastern expanse of the bamboo sea was torn apart by the raging inferno, creating what seemed like a massive dividing line across the land. Meanwhile, other parts of the bamboo sea were also beginning to suffer. A six-person team was hunting monsters amidst the bamboo forest. The frontline warriors skillfully drew the iron-eating beasts toward them, gathering the monsters for concentrated attacks. The support kept shields up on the frontliners, ensuring the team remained in good shape. The group was chatting and laughing, their spirits light. The team leader took out a water flask from his bag, took a sip of red wine, and smugly remarked, "There are a lot of elite monsters today. In another half-month, we'll be ready to move to a levels-even map." The support, noticing this, teased with a laugh, "Leader, you've got quite the taste, huh? Red wine in a water flask. This isn't a sofa and a wine glass, you're making it look like pearls before swine. What's the big deal? I'll drink however I like." The leader shrugged, taking another sip. The support shook his head in mock resignation and continued his actions. "Still, the loot's been pretty disappointing lately. Haven't seen any legendary gear drop," he said casually, glancing around. The leader chuckled, "Doesn't matter. Leveling up is the priority. The drops don't sell for much anyway. Once we catch up with the main group, making money will be easier." With that, the leader drew a massive blade from his back, ready to join the fight. But just then, the support's brows furrowed. He suddenly felt the temperature rising and showed a hint of unease. "Leader, don't you feel it's getting hotter?" The leader halted, focusing for a moment, then raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Now that you mention it, yeah, it's definitely getting hotter. What's going on?" He turned around, and the support followed his gaze. Through the gaps in the bamboo forest, they saw a torrent of magma surging forward like a flood, leaving a trail of destruction. Purple bamboo collapsed one after another, instantly reduced to ash. The heat wave surged ahead, and the magma was rapidly approaching their position. The support quickly cast shields over the team, and fortunately, the barriers held. The magma flowed beneath their feet without causing any harm. However, their faces were now marked with alarm and tension. The situation before them was clearly far from ordinary. The frontliner, after a grueling effort to lure the monsters, was met with an unexpected turn of events. Rivers of scorching lava surged forward, instantly engulfing his iron-eating beast. With a blood-curdling scream, the beast was reduced to ashes in a flash, crackling with residual electricity. "My monster!" the frontliner roared in fury. "Who the hell stole my kill?" The once serene bamboo forest was no more, replaced by a hellish landscape of bubbling lava. The sky turned ominously dark, and countless fireballs rained down like a storm, sending molten splashes everywhere. A single drop of scorching lava landed on the frontliner's face. Though it caused no real damage in peace mode, the searing heat sent shivers throughout his body. His anger subsided into a low mutter. "Boss, the damage overflowed. The corpse is already ash. No need to overkill." The entire party came to a halt, their gazes transfixed on the apocalyptic scene before them, lava flowing endlessly and fireballs continuing their relentless descent. Who could this powerhouse be? Murmured a mage, their voice tinged with awe at the sheer disparity in damage output compared to their own. Just then, a figure wreathed in flames streaked across the sky above them. Wherever they passed, the bamboo forest was reduced to cinders, leaving a vast river of lava cleaving the bamboo sea in two. The stunning sight left the six-member team in stunned silence. The team leader finally broke it. Is that a high-level player? The support shook their head. I'd like to think so, but it doesn't add up. There's no divine-level suppression, and high-level players wouldn't waste their time in a place like this. It's pointless. True. This is only a level 6 map. Why would anyone that strong bother coming here? So, they're also a 4-star level 6, the damage-dealing mage mused. The gap between people is just unbelievable. The leader gripped their broadsword with a sigh. Looking at this destruction, I doubt there are any monsters left for us. The frontliner scratched his head and chimed in. We'll just wait for the respawn. Shouldn't take more than 10 minutes. Forget it. Let's head back to town. I've lost the mood. Another damage dealer suddenly suggested. The others exchanged knowing looks. It was clear this mage, too, felt the sting of inadequacy. The support offered a graceful way out. Fine by me. Let's go do some Human Alliance quests instead. We could use a break. The frontliner, fiddling with his axe and shield, grumbled. The Human Alliance is always piling on tasks. What's the point of us donating stuff at this level? Shut it, the leader snapped, glaring at him. The higher-ups have their reasons. Just follow orders. If this little thing gets to you, how do you expect to handle the front lines? Well, I'm not high enough level yet. The frontliner muttered under his breath. The leader pretended not to hear and decisively ordered their return to town. The party took to the skies, retracing the mysterious figure's path. Meanwhile, in the southeastern part of the Bamboo Sea, other players were either angrily teleporting back to town or grudgingly moving to other areas. None dared confront the enigmatic individual. Rumors quickly spread through the fourth layer of the abyss about someone setting the Bamboo Sea ablaze. Discussions about their terrifying damage output, far beyond their apparent level, sparked widespread intrigue. Little did anyone suspect, this awe-inspiring destruction came from the hands of a summoner. As Zhao Yuan tirelessly grinded through monsters to level up, a notification from the Human Alliance popped up in the World Channel, instantly causing a massive uproar. To all humans. The announcement started with a solemn and powerful tone, detailing the development of the human race over the past 273 years. From the early days of prioritizing frontline and support roles for survival to the present where strong individuals in these roles emerged in great numbers, the overall mortality rate of the human race had significantly decreased. However, the announcement quickly pointed out a harsh reality. The Abyss game was not merely a survival game, but also an arduous challenge. The pressure to defeat bosses and complete main storyline quests was mounting, especially as boss defense and health points kept doubling. The efficiency of relying solely on attrition tactics was no longer sustainable. In response, the Human Council announced a major decision. The establishment of an offensive combat force, the Human Vanguard Corps. This elite unit would serve as the sharpest blade of humanity, recruiting only max-level, high-damage output players. The Council offered highly enticing benefits. Unlimited skill refinement stones to reconfigure output builds. Access to a wide selection of skill books. Discount policies for equipment of all tiers. For other players, the Council also introduced corresponding incentives. Enhanced access to the treasure exchange for non-core offensive roles. A detailed list of contribution-based tasks. A plan to open a special relic dungeon in 1 month to support developing offensive roles. Finally, the Council revealed a major bounty. A call for relic dungeon tokens, with the provider able to choose any item from the human treasury as a reward. As soon as this announcement hit the World Channel, it sparked a massive wave of reactions. Surprisingly, the first to erupt were not the offensive players in celebration, but the control role players in discontent. When will the control class have its moment? Lon, I beg you, just delete the control class already. Are control players the forgotten stepchildren? First it was support and frontline players, now it's offensive players. When will the control class get its turn? Nearly 300 years of pent-up frustration from control role players exploded in that moment. However, their complaints were soon drowned out by the excited chatter of offensive players. After all, the human treasury, as the repository of the best resources in the game, held an allure far greater than any auction house or marketplace. For max-level players who lacked nothing in gold, exchanging items for contribution points to benefit both themselves and the community was an irresistible opportunity. In the Abyss game, equipment and resources of players who die in battle are typically absorbed and dismantled by the system. Only by signing an inheritance donation agreement can items be passed on to a designated heir. Most players set their teammates as their primary heirs, while a few choose their descendants. As for the Human Alliance being the secondary heir, this has become a widely accepted practice among players after all. It's much better than having the items disassembled by the system. Because of this, the human treasury has accumulated a vast collection of high-quality equipment. For players in damage-dealing roles, it's nothing short of a feast. In traditional online games, damage-dealing roles often dominate, but in the Abyss game, they've always been at a disadvantage. Now, with resources being redirected to favor damage-dealing roles, the tide is finally turning. As long as control-oriented roles remain weak, no one can hold back the rise of damage dealers. Zhao Yuan thought, feeling secretly pleased. Most frontline and support roles seemed indifferent to this shift after all. They had been in control for nearly 300 years, and perhaps it was time for other roles to take the spotlight. With the surge of resources, Zhao Yuan managed to break through from 4-star level 6 to 4-star level 7 in just half a month. After wreaking havoc on the level 6 maps for a while, he finally returned to Peach Blossom City, satisfied. Just as he was about to head to the level 7 maps, two unfamiliar men suddenly appeared in front of him. "Hello, Zhao Yuan," one of them greeted warmly. Zhao Yuan froze for a moment. "Who are you? Your application has been approved. We're here to escort you," the man said with a smile. "Application? What application?" Zhao Yuan asked, confused. The man casually opened a screen. The new damage dealer support program qualification for entry into a large-scale ruins dungeon. Zhao Yuan carefully read through the interface and quickly realized it was Wang Sun who had signed him up. As a lone wolf, Zhao Yuan often missed out on important information. "We're heading to the 13th layer of the Abyss?" Zhao Yuan asked, taking a few cautious steps back. The 13th layer of the Abyss was no joke. Noticing his reaction, the man smiled and explained, "Don't worry. You can verify our identities. Erase our information. You can check it in the Human Alliance database or confirm it at the Alliance office in the 4th layer of the Abyss." Both men displayed their identity screens, waiting for Zhao Yuan to verify them. Zhao Yuan watched the two interfaces in front of him with caution, carefully verifying the information displayed. The emblem of the Human Alliance was clearly visible, and the interfaces showed the identity details of Chang Yuan and Jiang Feng. "Why aren't you wearing the Human Alliance uniforms?" Zhao Yuan asked, glancing at them with a slightly awkward smile, while continuing to confirm the information. Chang Yuan and Jiang Feng exchanged a knowing smile. Chang Yuan gave a mysterious wink. "Our identities are a bit special, you know." "No what?" Zhao Yuan frowned. "Maybe we should go to the main city office to double-check." Jiang Feng couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Think about it. Wo approved your application? Who would dare take such a risk unless they didn't want to stay in the Human Alliance anymore?" Fine, I believe you," Zhao Yuan replied hastily, but his hands moved quickly as he pulled out a large camera. With a click, he snapped a photo of the two. "They'll post this on my social feed first. If anything happens to me, it's definitely your doing." Chang Yuan and Jiang Feng's smiles froze instantly, inwardly cursing Zhao Yuan for being overly cautious. The three of them passed through the teleportation array and arrived at Tongtian City, one of the main cities of the Human Alliance's 13th abyssal layer. Leading the way, Chang Yuan walked ahead, while Jiang Feng finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Zhao Yuan, do you know the Grand Speaker?" Although Chang Yuan furrowed his brow slightly, he also perked up his ears, waiting for the answer. Why would an ordinary summoner directly get approval from the High Council? It was unheard of. "Yes, I was fortunate enough to meet the Grand Speaker," Zhao Yuan replied calmly. The two were stunned. They had spent nearly 2 centuries in the Abyss and had never once seen the Grand Speaker. "How long have you been in the Abyss?" Chang Yuan asked nonchalantly. "Just over a year," Zhao Yuan replied. "Reaching the 4th layer of the Abyss in that time is pretty impressive." "Just lucky," Zhao Yuan said modestly. "Do you know the origins of your paternal bloodline?" Jiang Feng asked suddenly. Zhao Yuan paused for a moment. "I think the surname is Wang." The sound of 2 sharp intakes of breath rang out simultaneously. Zhao Yuan was instantly on alert, quickly dismissing the thought in his mind. It couldn't possibly be that Wang. The only reason he had been granted an audience with the Grand Speaker was because of the matter involving Tian Shangshan. Besides, given the Grand Speaker's status, his bloodline would have already been spread far and wide through the Human Alliance's genetic engineering. Still, the possibility seemed faintly plausible, and Zhao Yuan hesitated momentarily before shaking his head. No, it wasn't likely. He had seen Wang's letters before. His tone was that of a typical pre-apocalypse underachiever, completely lacking the demeanor of the strongest figure in the Human Alliance. Shaking off these stray thoughts, Zhao Yuan refocused on the path ahead. Seeing the shocked expressions on their faces, Zhao Yuan quickly explained, "Don't overthink it. It's not the kind of relationship you're imagining." Chang Yuan and Jiang Feng immediately nodded in unison, replying, Not overthinking. Really, it's not." Zhao Yuan shook his head helplessly and sighed. "If this gets out, what would people think?" The two continued nodding, muttering under their breath, "It's not. It's not." Soon, the two escorted Zhao Yuan to the front of a building. Chang Yuan smiled warmly and said, "We'll leave you here. Once you go inside, someone will guide you." Zhao Yuan nodded, though a hint of doubt lingered in his heart. "Isn't this supposed to be a large ruins dungeon? Why bring me here?" Despite his confusion, Zhao Yuan followed Chang Yuan's instructions and entered, reasoning that there shouldn't be any real danger in the main city. As he stepped through the doors, a spacious hall unfolded before him. At the center stood a table, behind which sat three people, their eyes fixated on Zhao Yuan. He walked toward them. A cold-faced woman spoke up. Name? Zhao Yuan. The interface in front of the woman lit up. She nodded slightly and said, "Got it. Take him." Before she finished speaking, the two people beside her stood up, ready to act. However, the woman suddenly stopped them. Wait. She glanced over Zhao Yuan's information. When she saw his summoner class, her eyebrow arched slightly. But as her eyes landed on the issuer's name, her expression shifted, her eyes widening in surprise. Both Zhao Yuan and the two beside her wore puzzled looks. Wait for what? What's wrong, Chief? One of them asked. It's nothing, the woman replied, her expression shifting briefly before regaining composure. You two sit down. With that, she stood up and walked toward Zhao Yuan. This way, please, she said with a faint smile, leading him toward the other side of the hall. After a few steps, the space behind the three suddenly distorted, revealing a teleportation array. Enter here. It will directly transport you to your destination, the chief said with a smile. Zhao Yuan hesitated for a moment, surprised at her abrupt change in demeanor. Still, he stepped onto the teleportation array and vanished. The chief's smile faded as she returned to her seat. The two beside her were stunned. One of them couldn't help but ask, "Chief, who was that? Why did you personally escort him? You've never even budged for anyone else before." The chief ignored the question, gathering her things as she softly said, "The rest is up to you. I'm taking a break." The two exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just happened. But the chief had already turned and left. Why did she just leave? One of them muttered in frustration. She's never left before. Why now all of a sudden? The other said, frowning. Anyway, this job has always been handled by the two of us. Do you think this is just an ordinary job? The chief wouldn't have personally overseen it otherwise. What do you mean? The other asked, confused. The first person quickly opened the interface, entered Zhao Yuan's name, and pointed to a specific detail on the screen. That's why. The other leaned in, and realization dawned instantly. With a wry smile, they said, "No wonder she's the chief, and we're just staff." Maybe this teleportation array was built by the Human Alliance just for him, the other remarked, sighing. Honestly, in the past few days, the number of people sent to this destination is less than 1/50th of the total. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan found himself on a vast plain. The air carried a heavy, oppressive aura, signaling the high level of danger in this area. This way, a voice called out. Zhao Yuan turned and saw a man gesturing to him from a distance. In the background, the outline of a small town appeared. A town in a wilderness area? Zhao Yuan thought, startled, as he quickly made his way over. At the town's entrance, the man pointed inside and said, "Hurry up and get in. If monsters spawn and kill you in seconds, what then?" Zhao Yuan nodded, his guard slightly raised, though he knew he had no choice but to follow for now. "Where is this place?" Zhao Yuan asked curiously. "A temporary town built to suppress monster respawns," the man replied briefly. As Zhao Yuan stepped into the town, he realized it was merely a large, enclosed open space with hardly any proper facilities. The town was bustling with activity, and most of the people exuded an aura of divine suppression, clearly high-level players. On the outskirts, some lower-level players lingered, looking uneasy and out of place. Zhao Yuan weaved through the crowd and walked to the side, stopping in front of a young boy. The boy's divine level was noticeably lower, setting him apart from the others. Even so, his level was still higher than Zhao Yuan's, so Zhao Yuan kept a respectful distance. "Hi, what is everyone waiting for?" Zhao Yuan asked with a smile, gesturing toward the dense crowd around them. The boy, Zhongping, looked up at Zhao Yuan, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. "Your level is lower than mine?" He paused before continuing. "We're waiting because not everyone has arrived yet. How much longer do you think it'll take?" Zhao Yuan asked, intrigued. "Shouldn't be too long," Zhongping replied simply. "The notice went out over half a month ago, but the numbers still aren't there. Some are still in the approval process. I'd say at least another week." "I see," Zhao Yuan murmured thoughtfully. Zhongping glanced at Zhao Yuan and added, "This is part of the beginner support program. The selection criteria are mostly for players with 10 stars or above. Pure newbies don't make the cut. It's mainly for those who've participated in large dungeon raids, but struggle to keep up with the main group. As for me, I'm a 5-star level 9. I only made it in because I triggered the relic and task for this dungeon." Understanding dawned on Zhao Yuan. "What's your class?" Zhongping looked at him with some curiosity. What kind of class could have a level lower than mine and still qualify? "Summoner," Zhao Yuan admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. Zhongping chuckled. "Ah, that's a coincidence. We're not so different." He studied Zhao Yuan for a moment before adding, "Although I'm a beastmaster." "Oh, close enough," Zhao Yuan replied with a light laugh, though he felt conflicted inside. Not really, he thought to himself. At least beastmasters don't get called a trash tier class. Zhongping grinned. You should check out the Human Alliance's official forum. Everyone's discussing this event there. If you're bored, it's worth a look. Zhao Yuan nodded, feeling a twinge of regret. Just one more week to go? If I'd known, I would have spent a few more weeks grinding monsters. The abyssal creatures here are way too high level. I'd rather grind on my own than sit around waiting. Finding a corner to settle down, Zhao Yuan opened the Human Alliance's official forum. With no monsters to fight, he figured he might as well see what people were talking about. The first post that caught his eye was titled Blade Legion Recruitment. Curious, Zhao Yuan clicked on the post, only to be met with a pop-up message. Your divine level is too low to apply for the Blade Legion. Stop aiming too high. The phrase, aiming too high, was especially bold and glaring, a sharp reminder of his limitations. Zhao Yuan let out a wry chuckle, closed the post, and moved on to the second one. Beginner Support Program for DPS Players Large Relic Dungeon. This time, he entered a discussion area filled with speculation about the upcoming large dungeon. Since the official details hadn't been released yet, most of the posts were guesses, with many users fishing for any information about the dungeon. After reading for a while, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but feel exasperated. The discussions were lively, but no one seemed to know more than he did. The talk of this being the best dungeon for leveling up and a way to save years of effort left Zhao Yuan feeling indifferent rather than excited. The corners of Zhao Yuan's lips lifted slightly as he shared an important piece of information with the crowd. Large-scale relic dungeons not only yield relic points, but if your clearance score is high enough, it might unlock a relic shop filled with various rare items. However, the Human Alliance will likely inform everyone about this soon. This statement immediately sparked heated discussions on the forums. Some questioned its authenticity, while others zoomed in on the key point. For us, using relic points to level up is the best option. Exactly. Zhao Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he noticed the consensus forming in the comment section. The Human Alliance's primary goal in opening large-scale relic dungeons is to help us level up. If we exchange points for rare items instead, they might be disappointed. However, as Zhao Yuan browsed through the forums, he came across two thought-provoking topics. The first was about the Human Alliance's promise of worry-free leveling. Many were skeptical, pointing out that each large-scale relic dungeon was being explored for the first time, with no detailed information available. How could worry-free leveling be guaranteed? Despite the doubts, the fact that the Alliance made this promise suggested they were highly confident. The second topic was even more contentious, centering on the use of rule stones. Some argued that using such a valuable item to nurture newcomers was far too extravagant, considering rule stones were powerful tools capable of altering abyssal rules. While the debates raged on the forums, two figures stood quietly on the city wall, gazing out at the distant wilderness. Chu Linglong sat atop the wall, leisurely munching on an apple, her laughter bubbling up as she read the forum discussions. These newcomers are just hilarious, she said, laughing as she turned to Xiaomingxi, who stood beside her. They're actually arguing about whether rule stones should be used on them. They have no idea that this time, 15 of the top 100 teams from the Human Alliance were mobilized not to escort them, but to secure a large number of rare items to enhance our combat strength. The newcomers are just incidental, yet they're making such a fuss. He Tianxiong glanced at Chu Linglong, who was still laughing uncontrollably, and said flatly, "Just eat your apple. You're over 200 years old, and you're still entertained by the antics of rookies. Don't you find it tiresome?" He Tianxiong, with his jet black hair cascading like a waterfall, stood tall atop the city wall. The fierce wind swept past, sending his long hair flying in all directions. From the distance came the crisp laughter of Chu Linglong, making him shake his head with a faint sigh. It was hard to believe that this 200-year-old figure showed not a trace of maturity. This time, the Alliance is skewing resources toward offensive roles. In just a few years, a wave of powerful damage-dealing talents will emerge, and the difficulty of clearing challenges will drop significantly. He Tianxiong said solemnly, his gaze fixed on the horizon. Chu Linglong, biting into an apple, asked curiously, "Speaking of which, wasn't there a proposal to form a legion when the Alliance was first established? Didn't that get rejected? Why has it been approved now?" The establishment of the legion wasn't entirely rejected. It was simplified into the Enforcement Division. He Tianxiong turned to explain. In reality, the Human Alliance has been quietly developing its legion over the years, just not openly. Essentially, every human player is part of the legion. Haven't you noticed that we were summoned here by the Alliance with just one command? "All right, you're the boss. Whatever you say goes," Chu Linglong said nonchalantly, tossing the apple core over the city wall as she stood up. The efficiency of the Human Alliance was astonishing. By the third day after Zhao Yuan's arrival, the list of newcomers had been published. Zhao Yuan frowned as he stared at the roster distributed by the Alliance. Why are there 200,000 participants this time? The last large-scale relic dungeon he had entered only matched 20,000 people. Now, the number had increased tenfold. He couldn't help but wonder, had the rules changed, or was there something unique about this dungeon? How did a summoner get through? And such a low-level one at that? A sharp comment suddenly caught his eye, and Zhao Yuan's face darkened. How did you even find me among 200,000 people? Definitely rare. This is just unfair to those who didn't make it. Who's Zhao Yuan? Maybe he has, connections. It happens. Huh. Summoners who rise without support or tanks are the real deal. The rest of you are nothing. Exactly. If he made it, he must have something special. Why are you all so bitter? One day, I'll show all of you the true strength of summoners. Zhao Yuan muttered under his breath, closing the forum with a grim expression. Leaning against the wall, he shut his eyes, trying to calm the turmoil in his heart. Out of sight, out of mind, he thought bitterly. This feels just like when I was 16, standing there like a nobody. From a distance, Zhongping observed Zhao Yuan and sighed softly. As a beast tamer, his status was indeed higher than that of summoners. His companions were intelligent, endearing, and even capable of speech. Though similar in class, Zhongping didn't believe summoners were truly inferior. He understood that the early game wasn't everything. Once fully developed in the late game, summoners relied on sheer numbers to overwhelm their foes encircling them with an unstoppable army, leaving no escape. However, in the human-dominated environment, the early game was undeniably tough for summoners. This often led those with weaker resolve to give up and transition to support roles. True strength required enduring solitude, and those who couldn't endure it would simply fade into the crowd. Hey there, care to chat? Zhongping approached Zhao Yuan. He believed that a summoner who could pass the selection process must have more than just connections. Zhao Yuan opened his eyes, looking at Zhongping with confusion. Chat about what? Anything really. We're not exactly busy, Zhongping replied amicably. Zhao Yuan nodded in agreement. How many summoning skills do you have now? Zhongping asked directly. 4. What? Zhao Yuan replied, puzzled by the sudden question. That's not enough, Zhongping said, shaking his head. It was clear the young man hadn't realized the issue yet. 4 is plenty for now. I don't see the need for more at the moment, Zhao Yuan answered after a moment of thought. Zhongping shook his head, his expression tinged with helplessness. You just haven't needed them yet. Right now, 4 feels sufficient because everything has been going smoothly, and the Human Alliance has done a great job protecting newcomers. But what will you do if you face real challenges and all 4 summoned creatures fall in battle? Zhao Yuan fell silent, realizing that Zhongping had a point. He had indeed been complacent due to his smooth progress so far. Plan for failure first, then think about success, Zhongping continued. Stacking numbers mindlessly and forming an army of summons is the true path for a summoner. He had noticed some unfriendly comments on the forums and didn't want to see this rookie get criticized into quitting and moving to logistics. Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up as if a fog had lifted. You're right. I've been so focused on the elite route that I completely ignored the fact that numbers are the essence of a summoner's strength. He suddenly laughed. No, why choose? Why not have both? Isn't it just about spending money? Isn't it just about acquiring more skill expansion stones? What good is it for over 100 billion to just sit idle in my inventory? Sure, it still feels like there's never enough money, but that's the biggest obstacle. I need to make more money. Zhongping smiled in satisfaction. You have to cross the valley to reach the peak. He felt a quiet pride in having guided another young player. At that moment, a small green snake slithered out from Zhongping's collar and onto his shoulder. With a disturbingly human-like expression of disdain, it said, Zhongping, are you showing off again? A 5-star, level 9 player, and you have the nerve to teach others? Aren't you afraid of misleading them? Zhao Yuan stared curiously at the talking green snake. Unbothered, Zhongping grabbed the snake, tied it into a knot, rolled it into a ball, and stuffed it into his pocket. Haha, don't mind it. This little guy's brain got scrambled in its egg. Just ignore it. From inside the pocket, the snake raged. Zhongping, you jerk. Let me go, you scoundrel. Brothers, Zhongping's revolting come save me. Suddenly, several glowing figures materialized around Zhongping. Some were cold and indifferent, others angry, some confused, and even a large frog was laughing while patting its belly. Zhongping's face darkened instantly. He pulled the snake out of his pocket, used its tail to gag its mouth, and then kicked it into the air. The green snake exploded midair, scattering into tiny points of light that gradually disappeared. Zhao Yuan stared, dumbfounded. Is it okay? It's fine. It's used to it, Zhongping replied calmly. He then elaborated. These are all beasts I've bonded with in the talent space. As a beast master, I have to spend time and effort building relationships with them every day. That's one thing that's more troublesome for us than for you summoners. Zhao Yuan thought back to what he had just witnessed and couldn't help but mentally retort. This is what you call building relationships. Summoners don't rely heavily on equipment. You can just spam skills without much thought. Even if the summoned creatures die, it's not a big deal. Unlike us, when we die, we have to start all over again, and the cost is just too high. Zhongping shook his head with a sigh. A glimmer of thoughtfulness flickered in his eyes. This is only the first version of the game, and most people are still in the beginner village stage. Discussing class balance at this point is honestly quite laughable. As time passed, the deadline given by the Human Alliance drew closer. Everyone waited with anticipation until, on that day, A powerful divine pressure suddenly swept across the area, causing everyone to instinctively tense up. Everyone, the time has come. In the sky, a man stood suspended in midair. As soon as his voice fell, 15 well-equipped squads swiftly formed ranks on either side of him, their sharp gazes fixed on the newcomers below. Wow, they're all pros, an astonished voice exclaimed from the crowd. These aren't just ordinary max-level players. These are top-tier elite teams, someone said excitedly. With this lineup, they could not only help us level up, but even take down world bosses. Stop dreaming. These are true veterans, not those fake max-level players. The Manchi Wei frowned and stomped heavily in midair. A powerful wave of energy rippled outward, causing the people below to stagger. All chatter immediately ceased. You should all have some understanding of the ruins dungeon by now, Chi Wei said, his tone carrying a warning. But each ruin is unique. Even with us here, there's no such thing as a completely safe leveling experience. Losses are inevitable. If anyone wants to back out now, this is your last chance. No one in the crowd responded. Just then, Chu Linglong leaned toward He Tianxiong and whispered, Chi Wei has always had a habit of undermining the alliance. No wonder he hasn't managed to secure even a council seat all these years. A teammate behind her tugged on her sleeve, but when she looked up, she met Chi Wei's gaze. Unfazed, she straightened her posture confidently. Chi Wei scanned the group with a hint of disappointment. Seeing no one withdraw, he suddenly raised his voice. Then let's begin. Zhong Ping, step forward. Before the words fully settled, Zhao Yuan saw Zhong Ping rise into the air, not far away. To his surprise, Zhong Ping turned out to be the one initiating the dungeon. Zhong Ping flew to Chi Wei's side and retrieved a fragment of bone emitting a mysterious aura. It looked like the claw bone of some ancient creature. As he released it, the bone floated in midair, surrounded by swirling black and white energies. Suddenly, the rules were triggered. The black and white streams of energy expanded explosively, enveloping everyone present in an instant. A system notification followed. Large-scale ruins dungeon wrath of the ancient beast has been activated. Random matching in progress. Chi Wei acted swiftly, producing a rule stone. It transformed into a stream of radiant light and merged directly into the mysterious bone fragment. A blinding flash of light swept across the area, and all players vanished in an instant. In a mysterious void, an ancient beast, as colossal as a mountain, slowly opened its eyes. Has it begun? Its voice reverberated through the heavens, shaking the stars. With a single sweep of its massive claw, the skies darkened, and countless stars crumbled into ruins under its overwhelming power. Roar! A system notification rang in Zhao Yuan's ears. You have entered the large-scale dungeon wrath of the ancient beast. Currently, only the ancient beast faction exists. You have been automatically assigned to the human faction. Main quest defeat the primordial beast has been activated. As the light faded, Zhao Yuan found himself standing in an ancient forest. Towering trees reached into the heavens, their interwoven branches forming a natural canopy, and the dense forest stretched endlessly in every direction. Among the 20,000 players scattered across the vast expanse, human figures were sparse, almost impossible to spot. Chi Wei's voice echoed through the system, addressing everyone. Level up on your own for now. Be careful and don't wander off alone. Stick together in small groups and explore cautiously. Well, investigate the main quest. Turning to the 15 elite squads beside him, he gave a firm command. Your mission is to locate the primordial beast. They'll stay here to oversee the newcomers. Once you find it, engage immediately and complete the dungeon as swiftly as possible. Where's Zhongping? As the one who activated the dungeon, he should have access to the most critical information, someone asked. He's still in the exclusive quest space. He'll relay any updates the moment he's out. Chi Wei replied. Time is short, and the task is urgent. Move out now. The 15 squads nodded in unison. The Human Alliance had already gathered several relic keys for large-scale dungeons, and speed was of the essence. Each squad dispersed, opting to move on foot rather than flying to avoid exposing themselves in unfamiliar territory. Their first course of action was to clear out the giant monsters in the vicinity, ensuring that the rookie players wouldn't be overwhelmed later. Chi Wei kept a watchful eye on the newcomers while remaining alert to his surroundings. He was well aware that any heavy losses at the start would reflect poorly on him as the leader. The newcomers huddled together cautiously, knowing that without a proper frontline or supporting roles, damage-dealing classes were extremely vulnerable in the wild. Just then, Zhao Yuan chuckled softly and began walking off in a particular direction on his own. Before long, a sky-blessed bear materialized in the air, followed by 3 elegant rift butterflies fluttering gracefully by his side. 6 ferocious giant horned ants bared their fangs menacingly. Then, with a surge of blistering heat, the flame god mage emerged, magma flowing like tides and spreading outward. Whoa! Nearby players instinctively backed away, only to realize that the magma didn't harm them. However, it had already started setting the ancient trees ablaze. A summoner, huh? Someone murmured in awe. In the absence of a coordinated team, summoners really do have unparalleled survivability compared to us damage dealers. Some players began trailing behind Zhao Yuan, reasoning that following a summoner's lead was far safer. Others, however, scoffed at these so-called opportunists, mocking, "They're all over him now, but when they don't need him, they'll just call summoners useless." Chi Wei silently observed the unfolding scene. In a setting devoid of team coordination, the summoner class advantages were indeed undeniable. Even if the rookies banded together, they likely couldn't match the survival prowess of a seasoned summoner. Zhong Ping cautiously left the space, his steps hesitant and filled with unease. Behind him loomed an ancient beast of immense proportions, so vast that its sheer size rendered Zhong Ping's figure insignificant, like a speck of dust. The beast's eyes, as boundless as a starry sea, gazed calmly at Zhong Ping's departing silhouette. Each blink of its colossal eyelids seemed to reflect an entire world. Suddenly, the beast's nose twitched slightly. "I think I caught the scent of the stars," it murmured, tilting its massive head in curiosity. Its gaze locked onto a small, glowing orb radiating an otherworldly light. Peering through layers of space, its vision eventually settled on a lone human figure. "Heh." The beast let out a low, rumbling chuckle. "Who would have thought? You so-called noble beings couldn't escape land's reach after all. Weren't you all so arrogant back then? And now, even your functions have been dismantled." Memories of those who once commanded it with superiority surfaced, and the beast felt a long-standing resentment dissipate. As it scratched its massive chin with a claw, the beast continued to observe the glowing orb. The so-called stars, the pinnacle of divine evolution, reduced to this? Taken down so easily upon arrival. The more it thought about it, the more amused it became, its laughter echoing through the vast expanse of space. Above the beast's consciousness, the infinite presence of Lan blanketed everything, making even its massive form seem insignificant in comparison. A summoner of the stars? Following the divine path of the stars, the beast muttered. Such weak divinity completely incapable of sustaining the power of the stars. Suddenly, a mischievous idea sparked in the beast's mind. "The power of the stars has landed in my domain. How could I let this opportunity slip away? Didn't you claim the stars were the ultimate path of evolution? Let's see what kind of chaos I can stir up." With that, it raised its enormous claw and aimed a single talon at the glowing orb, releasing a beam of divine brilliance. However, the moment the light connected, a powerful backlash surged forth. "Arg!" The beast roared in agony, thrashing wildly in the starry void. Its massive body crushed countless stars as the entire cosmos trembled. Its form rapidly shrank, and in desperation, it swallowed an extinguished sun to stabilize itself. "Just a sliver of power, and it cost me 60% of my divine body." The beast panted heavily, glaring warily at the glowing orb. It cast a cautious glance at the omnipresent lawn above. "Taking hits on my own turf, what humiliation. Could this be some trap set by those little star-dwellers?" Meanwhile, far away, Zhao Yuan froze mid-step. A sudden, overwhelming sensation gripped him, as if a vast and powerful presence was now focused on him. Unbeknownst to him, a trace of divine brilliance had quietly seeped into his body, triggering countless rules within the abyssal game. When it comes to cunning and slyness, no gods can outmatch those little dwarves. A massive beast roared, its eyes blazing with fury. "Oof, damn it, just you wait." It opened its enormous maw, swallowing an entire distant galaxy, and then slowly closed its eyes. At that moment, a system notification suddenly rang out. "You have been targeted by the malice of a deity. The game has successfully expelled the harmful elements." As the voice faded, Zhao Yuan's Liver Emperor title emitted an unusual glow. At that instant, countless streams of luck ignited, causing the previously smooth system voice to briefly distort. Then, the system chimed again. "Your class has undergone a change." Zhao Yuan stood frozen, countless questions racing through his mind. The malice of a deity? Why would a deity notice him? Does this dungeon really have deities? And how could his class suddenly change? He quickly opened his class panel, and new information appeared before him. Stellar Summoner Awakening. Passive ability. Blessing of the Stars. All summoned creatures share talents. Divine Protection of the Stars. Limit break. Upon receiving fatal damage, a random summoned creature is sacrificed to absorb the damage. Fixed skill. Starlight. Click for details. Ascension Path of the Stars. Mid-level limit break. Divine rank 1 star. Version exclusive, non-upgradable. Union of Stars. Limit break. Can merge with summoned creatures. Current count 1. Sun and Moon Radiance. Not supported in the current version. Holy crap, Zhao Yuan exclaimed. This wasn't divine malice, this was a game-breaking upgrade. If this was malice, he'd gladly take more of it. Unable to contain his excitement, he decided to test his newfound abilities. His gaze fell on the nearby Flame Mage God. Union of Stars. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Flame Mage God transformed into a streak of light and merged into his body. Instantly, boundless fiery power surged through him, and with every step he took, scalding magma erupted beneath his feet. Next, he tried merging with a giant horned ant. As the flame mage god was forced to leave his body, the giant horned ant's strength flowed into him, making his arms feel capable of lifting mountains. However, 10 minutes later, the giant horned ant also had to depart. His divine rank simply wasn't high enough yet. In the distance, a group of players secretly observed Zhao Yuan's unusual actions. Why is he just standing there, not moving? Did a summoned creature just merge into his body? Since when do summoners have this kind of skill? Forget about him. It's not like we can't fight monsters ourselves. Kiting is our specialty. Exactly. Who says melee classes can't pull off some flashy moves? Eventually, the group gave up on the idea of teaming up with Zhao Yuan. In their eyes, unless someone was playing support, any other damage dealer in a party with someone like Zhao Yuan would just be dead weight. Zhao Yuan looked up at the sky and thought wryly to himself, is today the day the heavens decided to rain blessings on me? Meanwhile, in a mysterious realm, the massive beast furiously lashed its tail, shattering a galaxy into fragments as it roared. Damn it. This is outrageous. As Zhao Yuan looked up at the sky, a faint streak of light quietly emerged from the dust-wind tier inside his backpack. The light cautiously weaved through the rules of the game, unnoticed by the system since it posed no threat to its mechanics. Soon, the streak broke through an invisible barrier and entered a unique space. The light condensed, transforming into a towering figure human-like, with a serpent's tail and 4 arms outstretched, as if to embrace the entire cosmos. The Earth Mother Goddess, who had just lamented, "Surely I cannot be the only deity in existence," was suddenly confronted with a revelation that shattered her understanding. The presence of Lan made her acutely aware of her own insignificance. Suddenly, ripples spread across the void, and the head of a menacing beast emerged. Where did this little fledgling god come from? The beast sneered, its cold gaze fixed on the uninvited guest. The overwhelming divine presence it exuded froze the Earth Mother Goddess in place. Its divinity far surpassed hers. If not for the fact that this was only a faint projection of its divine essence, the beast would have devoured her in an instant. "Greetings, Divine One," the Earth Mother Goddess said softly. "I have crossed realms seeking your assistance." A trace of irritation flickered across the beast's face. "Divine One? Which backwater corner did you crawl out of? Haven't you connected to the network? Address me as His Majesty, the God King." It paused before continuing. But alas, ever since Lan appeared, all gods have been forced into submission. Even the title of God King has lost its prestige. What help could I possibly offer you against such power? It gestured with a claw toward Lan, who reigned supreme above all. "Your Majesty," the Earth Mother Goddess said, her gaze shifting to the small world before the beast. "Are we to be forever replaced by these mortals?" She had sensed that when Lan descended, the gods had been forsaken in favor of humanity. The beast's eyes gleamed. "No, that will not happen. Some of us were born at the pinnacle, while others climbed their way here. We overlook countless worlds. Even if mortals rise, what of it? Gods will always be gods. Those who cannot ascend to godhood will remain as dust beneath our feet." "But what if one day?" The Earth Mother Goddess began urgently. "There is no rush," the beast interrupted calmly. "We are all watching and waiting. The time is not yet ripe. This is only the beginning. Little god, I grant you permission to submit to me. In the future, you will witness everything you desire." The Earth Mother Goddess hesitated briefly before regaining her composure. "Yes, Your Majesty." The beast withdrew its tail and closed its eyes. "Leave your divine name and go. I suspect a group of meddling dwarves is watching us from the shadows, and now is not the time for further discussion." "Your Majesty, my name is Vina." The Earth Mother Goddess bowed and dissipated her divine form. After Vina departed, the beast immediately lashed its massive tail, erasing all traces of information from the area. The arrival of an unfamiliar deity so soon after the manifestation of the stellar forces left it on edge. Those dwarves were insidious and unpredictable, requiring constant vigilance. "Damn it. Every time I deal with those dwarves, they make me paranoid," the beast muttered to itself. The ancient forest stood vast and verdant, its lush greenery stretching endlessly. As time passed, the safety period of the dungeon finally ended. From the depths of the dense woods, a massive ancient beast emerged, turning its malicious gaze toward the skyboast bear in the air. Its eyes were filled with hostility, as if it had spotted a delectable prey. Zhao Yuan was utterly shocked, his heart skipping a beat. The monsters in this ruins dungeon were unimaginably enormous. The ancient beast before him towered like a colossal hill, making the 10-meter-tall skyboost bear appear as insignificant as a child in comparison. As soon as the two encountered each other, the skyboost bear charged forward with a thunderous roar, instantly drawing all the beast's aggression. The ancient creature opened its massive jaws and bit down on the bear, its sharp teeth grinding against the bear's sturdy armor, sending sparks flying. It didn't kill it? Pain. Zhao Yuan noticed 6 giant horned ants had already clambered onto the ancient beast's toes, ripping through its flesh with their razor-sharp limbs. Their size disparity allowed the giant horned ants to rapidly stack Zhao Yuan's innate abilities to their maximum. Their attack speed was dizzyingly fast, with their rapid movements leaving afterimages in the air, their ferocity unmatched. The ancient beast let out a pained howl, finally realizing the agony beneath its feet. At that moment, one of its legs was completely torn off by the giant horned ants. Losing its balance, the beast collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the earth. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened as he watched the ants in action, a new thought emerging in his mind. Looks like I need to collect more summoning scrolls for these giant horned ants. Suddenly, the space around them began to ripple. The ancient beast's flesh churned violently within its body, the excruciating pain driving it mad. The air was thick with searing heat and the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat. With a loud explosion, the ancient beast's flesh was torn apart by the spatial distortion. At that moment, the claw of the flame god mage began to emerge, but it was already over. Zhao Yuan grinned, his spirits soaring. This was exhilarating. It had been days since he last fought monsters, and his hands were itching for action. How could he bear to miss the chance to live up to his title as a grinding master? He turned his attention to a group of ancient beasts charging toward him in the distance. With a single thought, the flame god mage responded instantly. Streams of molten lava flowed out, engulfing a vast stretch of forest. Dozens of ancient beasts were swallowed by the lava, yet their resilience was astounding. They continued charging toward Zhao Yuan, their fury undiminished. The skybound bear and giant horned ants rushed forward without hesitation. Zhao Yuan's innate ability had stripped them of nearly all reasoning, leaving behind only an overwhelming impulse to confront the ancient beasts. Fearless and relentless, their iron-head talent ensured they felt no fear. The skybound bear collided head-on with one of the ancient beasts, and despite the stark size difference, it was the ancient beast that was sent flying. A faint taunt echoed in the air, and the other ancient beasts, their eyes blazing with rage, lunged at the skybound bear. Before anyone realized it, the 6 giant horned ants had already climbed onto their bodies. From above, molten rocks rained down like a storm, disorienting the beasts and evaporating their blood in the intense heat. Meanwhile, 3 riftwing butterflies worked together to create powerful spatial ripples, causing blood and flesh to scatter in every direction amidst the constant cries of pain. The fierce clash between the two sides eventually determined the victor. On a tree branch in the distance, Chi Wei stood with his hands behind his back, observing Zhao Yuan's actions. A flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. No wonder he's caught the Grand Speaker's attention. This summoner's power is not to be underestimated. Chi Wei murmured to himself. From Zhao Yuan's performance, he could see the beginnings of a terrifying army. Though seemingly inconspicuous now, once fully formed, it would be nothing short of a natural disaster. Fearless of death and impervious to control, these 2 traits alone set him far above other summoners. Suddenly, a friend request notification popped up. A faint smile appeared on Chi Wei's face. Finally, Zhongping's face appeared on the screen. Before Zhongping could say a word, Chi Wei eagerly spoke up. Organize all the information you have as thoroughly as possible. The more detailed and faster, the better. Zhongping was momentarily stunned but quickly nodded in agreement. He'll get right on it. He had initially thought this would be a simple report, but Chi Wei's stringent demands proved otherwise. Before long, Zhongping compiled all the information he had gathered and sent it to Chi Wei. Chi Wei glanced at it and was visibly startled, thinking to himself, this is going to be tricky. After a moment of contemplation, he forwarded the information to 15 squads. The awakening of the primordial beast required the elimination of 9 flesh buds to activate its power. However, none of the information disclosed the exact locations of these 9 buds. What initially seemed like a straightforward game had unexpectedly turned into an exploration mission. How could 15 squads possibly search such a vast area? Chi Wei sighed and decided to involve the newcomers. After all, as capable damage dealers, they should at least be able to escape in case of danger. With that, he shared the dungeon information in the faction channel. As soon as the message was sent, 200,000 players swiftly spread out in different directions to begin their search. Zhao Yuan glanced at the faction channel, frowning deeply. No locations, no distinct features. How were they supposed to find those 9 flesh buds? Even if everyone was instructed to report immediately upon discovery so that the human elite squads could handle it, how could they track anything in this endless forest? Zhao Yuan felt a sense of unease but ultimately shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it. He resolved to focus on clearing monsters for now. If he encountered the buds, so be it. Nothing could deter him from his grinding spree. As he swept through the forest, ancient beasts fell one after another before him, their corpses piling up like mountains. Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any stronger foes. These beasts seemed to be low-tier Kalami creatures. Zhao Yuan's kill efficiency was astonishingly high, and in just one day, he had earned 1,000 relic points, rivaling the pace of top-tier squads of his level. The term slow efficiency, which he once used to describe himself, was now a thing of the past. Emerging from the forest, he came across a massive lake. The murky water obscured any view of what lay beneath, and the lake's depth and potential inhabitants were unknown. Zhao Yuan's mind sparked with an idea. Glancing at the charred trees around him, he decided to put away the flame god, thinking it would be wasteful to use its full power here. Though the flame god could incinerate the heavens and boil the seas, this lake was merely a small challenge. So, Zhao Yuan chose to unleash the flame god at the lake center. In an instant, the flame god descended from the sky, and fiery magma spread from its feet, coming into contact with the water. A massive plume of steam shot upward as fire and stone clashed violently with the water, causing the lake's surface to churn wildly. At first, there was no significant reaction. The water temperature rose slowly, and the changes were subtle. But over time, the lake began to bubble, with larger and more frequent bursts. Suddenly, a massive fish leaped out of the water, splashing violently, as if sensing the intense heat. As it jumped, several others followed, frantically breaking the surface. These fish seemed to possess an innate resilience. Even as the water around them reached boiling temperatures, they fiercely attempted to fight back. Their target was clearly the flame god, but every fish that approached was engulfed by the surrounding magma, consumed by unrelenting fire and heat. From a nearby tree, Zhao Yuan observed the scene, his relic points climbing visibly. A faint smile crept onto his face. More fish emerged, spraying water in a desperate attempt to extinguish the flame god. Yet, the water droplets evaporated into steam before they even reached their target, rendered completely ineffective. The molten lava surrounding the flame god created an impenetrable barrier. One by one, more fish surfaced, trying in vain to overcome the flame god. However, their vitality paled in comparison to the flame god's relentless power. Their resistance seemed futile, and Zhao Yuan's relic points continued to soar without pause. The boiling lake was completely shrouded in steam. Amid the rolling white mist, a sea of flames roared above, unleashed by the terrifying power of the flame magus. On the lake's surface, countless ancient aquatic creatures writhed in agony under the intense heat, their mournful cries echoing in the air. Yet, deep within the lake, despite the rising temperature, a few water-element ancient beasts swam leisurely, seemingly oblivious to the changing conditions around them. In the distance, a small team came to a halt. Through the dense foliage, they gazed toward the mist-covered lake. Was the lake always like this? He Tianxiong asked. The team pondered for a moment before shaking their heads in unison. Probably not. Let's go check it out. He Tianxiong led the way into the forest. Considering the potential dangers lurking in the dense woods, they opted to run through the underbrush rather than flying overhead. Before long, the team stopped not far from the lake. The searing heat radiating from the flame magus made them frown in discomfort. Watching the fish thrashing in the lake, Chu Linglong remarked, "What an efficient way to farm ruins." There, He Tianxiong suddenly turned his head. Using his advanced sensory abilities as a top-tier support, he quickly locked onto a target. Perched on a thick tree branch was Zhao Yuan, grinning foolishly, clearly pleased with his gains. A newcomer? Why is his level so low? Chu Linglong asked, puzzled. He's probably that summoner the human clan leadership parachuted in, He Tianxiong explained. A mage at that level couldn't pull this off. That summoner's skills must be exceptionally high quality, commented an offense-oriented teammate, pointing at the flame magus in the lake. He Tianqiang's mind raced. I've heard there's a mythic-grade summoner skill in the human clan's treasury. Could it be? All right, since there's no special ancient beast here, let's move on and not disturb the newcomer's leveling, He Tianxiong said, signaling his team to leave. Not long after, another team passed through the area. After a brief observation, they too quietly departed. Due to the divine level interference and the thick mist, Zhao Yuan remained unaware that two groups had already been by. The lake continued to boil, and the air began to fill with the aroma of cooked fish. At first, it was mouth-watering, but over time, Zhao Yuan found it nauseating and had to block his sense of smell. As a dedicated grinder, he wasn't about to let this minor discomfort slow him down. The power of the flame magus seemed inexhaustible. As long as it wasn't destroyed or dismissed, it kept the lake water boiling relentlessly. As the water level gradually dropped, the blood and flesh of countless fish dissolved in the heat, forming a milky white layer of oil on the surface. Suddenly, a pair of enormous eyes opened deep in the lake bed. The water-element ancient beasts residing there began to panic, swimming frantically in search of safety. The owner of those massive eyes devoured the panicked creatures around it in one gulp. After swallowing, it revealed a peculiar expression. These cooked prey tasted far better than usual. As it continued to swallow a few more bites, it gradually developed a certain dependence on the taste. Strange how had it never noticed this before? Yet, for some reason, its food had stopped moving. Slowly, it felt its body rising, and waves of scorching heat began to spread across its skin. Not bad, actually quite comfortable. Just then, it suddenly noticed a group of people dumping trash into its home. The searing lava emitted a nauseating stench. Fury surged through it instantly. A massive figure burst out of the water, and in an instant, the sky seemed to darken as if eclipsed. One colossal head after another emerged. One, two, three. A total of 9 heads towered into the sky. Each head was as large as a 4-story building, and with all 9 heads looming above, every inch of the sky seemed occupied. They roared in unison, like 9 enraged dragons, stirring up overwhelming waves and winds. The terrifying sound waves reverberated in all directions, like a heavy blow, instantly extinguishing the fiery sea in the sky. After a brief pause, the 9 heads lowered slowly, their icy gazes locking onto the flame god. Their cold, piercing stares radiated endless ferocity and killing intent. Was it possible that they had been gone for so long that the ancient beasts of this lake had forgotten their name? Any ordinary creature caught under the gaze of these 9 heads would likely have been scared out of their wits. However, the flame god was not as intimidated as expected. Its intelligence had long been overridden by Zhao Yuan's innate ability, and as the enormous heads appeared, they triggered its passive trait of fearlessness. The 9 heads gradually seemed to diminish in size, no longer appearing as overwhelming. Fear? That simply wasn't in its vocabulary. The 9-headed beast kept its gaze firmly fixed on the flame god, internally plotting how to devour this enemy. But before it could make a move, the flame god struck first. It suddenly extended its claws, and countless streams of molten lava erupted, surging directly toward one of the heads. The scalding lava rushed into the beast's throat, sending waves of excruciating pain deep into the head. Roar! The head writhed violently, spewing the lava back out through its neck. The massive head turned crimson, as though it were burning, and it roared furiously. "It's burning me alive." It opened its gigantic mouth and swallowed the flame god in one gulp. But this act of swallowing didn't go as the beast had hoped. While the flame god's skin could withstand the scorching heat of fire, the beast's throat could not endure such intense heat. Before long, the flame god burned its way out, bursting through the beast's neck. "Idiot," Zhao Yuan muttered under his breath from afar, watching the scene unfold. "You actually jumped into its stomach? That intelligence reduction effect really is a pain. Are all my summoned creatures going to be this reckless from now on?" He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the flame god. The flesh on the burned head began to regenerate at a visible speed, showcasing an extraordinary healing ability. Though the pain was evident, its recovery was just as remarkable. The flame god quickly escaped, but the other 8 heads of the 9-headed beast were now seething with rage, launching a coordinated attack on their fiery opponent. This time, they seemed to have learned their lesson. They no longer attempted to swallow it outright, but instead began a frenzied onslaught of biting. Although the flame god stubbornly fought back, spewing molten lava into each head's mouth, it struggled to match the overwhelming strength of the 9-headed beast. Its attacks left cracks in the scales of several heads, but the gap in power was simply too great. Zhao Yuan refrained from summoning additional creatures, wary of revealing his location. After all, if a summoned creature died, he could always summon another. Despite its smaller size, the flame god displayed astonishing resilience. Under the immense pressure of the 9-headed beast, it managed to avoid being fully subdued, with only one head able to bite down on it at a time. The other heads could only watch, unable to join in effectively. Undeterred, the flame god relentlessly poured lava into the beast's mouths, causing them immense pain. The 9-headed beast grew increasingly agitated, desperately trying to crush the flame god, but it couldn't finish the job. Soon, one of the heads began to coil around the flame god, attempting to use its immense pressure to crush it completely. 9 enormous heads quickly converged, tightly enclosing the flame mage within. Molten lava erupted from the gaps between their necks, flowing in all directions. Despite the flame mage's desperate struggle, it had no ability to fight back. This summoned mythical skill was indeed extraordinary, possessing overwhelming power. The strength of the 9-headed beast grew increasingly taut until, at last, every gap was completely sealed. Each of its roars shook the earth, its skin scorched by the searing lava, the pain nearly unbearable. Yet this did not deter it. It clung tightly to the flame mage, refusing to let go. Ruthlessness was its sole law as the ruler of this land. At last, Zhao Yuan sensed the flame mage's aura gradually fading. The 9-headed beast slowly loosened its grip, revealing that the head which had first entangled the flame mage was now charred beyond recognition, reduced to blackened skin with no trace of flesh. 3 other heads also bore varying degrees of burns. Suddenly, one of the beast's heads lunged forward, biting the scorched head, tearing it off with a violent shake, and swallowing it whole. Roar! The remaining 8 heads tilted skyward, unleashing a deafening roar that proclaimed its continued dominance over the lake. Then, with a cold, sweeping glance around, it sank deep into the lake's waters. Zhao Yuan evaluated the situation briefly and chose not to retreat. As soon as the cooldown time ended, the flame mage's skill was ready again. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan summoned the flame mage into the center of the lake. Thousands of streams of lava poured into the water, while countless fiery rocks rained down from the sky. The already hot lake water quickly rose in temperature. The nine-headed beast, patrolling the lake, burst out once more. Its 8 heads were filled with shock and confusion, clearly not believing what it saw. It had thought that sacrificing a single head had been enough to completely eliminate the flame mage. How could another one appear so quickly? Yet this was its territory, and retreat was not an option. Once again, it coiled all its heads around the flame mage, determined to crush it, even if it meant losing another head. Its vitality was immense. Even if it lost another head, it could recover within a day. As it endured the scorching burns of the flame mage's lava, a massive bear suddenly descended from the sky, slamming into one of its heads with tremendous force. The skybossed bear roared in fury, pounding its chest and activating its taunt skill, launching a frenzied assault on the nine-headed beast's head. The taunt's irresistible effect took hold instantly, and the remaining 7 heads turned their attention toward the bear, lunging at it. Seizing the opportunity, the flame mage unleashed a torrent of lava onto the nine-headed beast's body. 6 colossal horned ants climbed up the beast's scales, burrowing into its body through one of its heads. Soon, the ants tore through flesh and disappeared inside. However, one of the beast's heads swiftly lunged forward, its massive jaws clamping onto the opening left by the ants, tearing out a chunk of flesh and flinging the ants away. Above, 3 riftwing butterflies flapped their wings, creating spatial distortions. Layers of cracks spread through the air, slicing through the beast's scales and causing blood to spray. Yet the nine-headed beast's vitality was astonishing, its wounds healing at lightning speed. The riftwing butterflies continued their relentless assault without pause. The center of the lake had reached a boiling point, the fierce conflict churning the water and sending it splashing into the surrounding forest. The lake's water level rapidly dropped. Ancient creatures dwelling in the lake's depths fled in all directions, but they were unable to escape to land and were trapped. Though the skybeast bear was incredibly resilient, it too had its limits. As its life force was depleted, its body suddenly swelled, unleashing a massive explosion that blasted off one of the nine-headed beast's heads. At that moment, the bear's death-triggered passive skill activated, instantly reflecting 50 of the damage it had taken. Another head was blown off in the aftermath. Blood and flesh flew everywhere as the nine-headed beast's necks gushed blood like fountains, spraying crimson in all directions. The remaining 7 heads of the nine-headed beast suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain, as though each head was being violently torn apart. It roared furiously, unable to comprehend these disgusting enemies before it. What kind of creatures were these, pouring molten lava into its mouth, or exploding themselves just before death? It was utterly revolting. Never before had it encountered such shameless opponents. A sharp, tearing pain radiated from its neck as the speed of its wounds healing fell far behind the rate of destruction. Panic began to set in. Its 7 heads glared angrily at the riftwing butterfly hovering by the shore. But before it could make a move, the giant horned ants swarmed up its massive body again. These tiny insects, like cats drawn to the scent of blood, rushed toward the wounds on its neck with astonishing speed. The swarm, wielding razor-sharp mandibles, moved like spinning wheels of fire, so fast that they were nearly impossible to follow. The beast, overwhelmed and defenseless, writhed in agony. One head lunged at the wound, biting down hard and flinging the ants away in the process. There was no way it would dare to swallow these disgusting little creatures. The searing pain drove the remaining 6 heads into a frenzy, thrashing wildly in the lake and churning up massive waves. The flame god mage struck again, unleashing torrents of molten lava. Flaming meteors rained down upon the beast, accompanied by fire, spatial rifts, and fiery showers. Even the severed limb from earlier launched itself at the creature once more. As the relentless assault continued, the nine-headed beast was finally gripped by sheer terror. Without hesitation, its 7 heads plunged into the depths of the lake. I'm done with this. Overwhelmed by an intense fear, it decided to retreat for now, swiftly disappearing underwater. Beneath the surface, the faint sense of safety allowed the beast to relax slightly. It cast a cold glance at the chaotic swarm of aquatic ancient beasts above the water, then opened its 7 massive, bloodied mouths wide. It desperately needed sustenance to heal its injuries. Its enormous body twisted violently, and soon, a swarm of foul-smelling aquatic creatures was swallowed whole. Bite after bite, the beast devoured them, paying no attention to taste, focused only on filling its stomach and regaining strength. With each gulp, its wounds began to heal, flesh regenerating at an incredible pace. Before long, 2 of its heads began to regenerate, their recovery astonishing. However, the beast failed to grasp that it was still underestimating the persistence and determination of its enemies. The one with the iron head, resilience, and unyielding spirit was not about to let it go so easily. Meanwhile, in the forest outside the lake, Zhao Yuan watched the beast's retreat with overwhelming delight. It fled. It couldn't beat me. I can win. A defeated foe, how dare it claim courage? He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Flame God Mage, dry up this lake for me." His voice thundered like rolling clouds, as if heralding the arrival of victory. Hidden within the forest, Zhao Yuan recalled the giant horned ants and riftwing butterfly, his heart filled with an insatiable hunger for triumph. The lake still teemed with numerous aquatic ancient beasts, and the relic site continued to yield resources. He had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. Though the rising steam enveloped him in a stifling sauna-like heat, he paid it no mind. Elsewhere, other teams were struggling in their battles. Without anyone to take the brunt of the enemy's aggression, they had to rely on agility and long-range attacks. They dodged and weaved, using their skills to evade attacks, but despite their nimbleness, they were clearly in a desperate situation, barely managing to hold their ground against the powerful ancient beasts. Amidst the chaos, some agile melee fighters darted and leapt through the throngs of beasts like carefree warriors in a game, their movements almost joyful. Yet everyone knew that a single misstep could spell their doom. In contrast, the assassins' tactics appeared far more covert. They lurked like shadows in the blind spots of the ancient beast's vision, their movements eerie and elusive as they continuously enhanced their own abilities. Once their power reached its peak, they would strike like arrows released from a bowstring, targeting the ancient beast with precision. Before the other creatures could even react, they would dismember their prey and vanish without a trace. Each member of the group utilized their unique skills, searching day after day, yet they still could not locate the bloodsprout. As time went on, Chi Wei's expression grew increasingly grim, his restlessness evident. For the first time, his concern was not about being unable to win a fight, but about not being able to find his target. The scenery around the lake was undergoing dramatic changes. Thick mist continuously rose, and occasional raindrops fell from the sky, nourishing the surrounding trees. The lake's water level was dropping at an astonishing rate, forcing water elemental ancient beasts to leap onto the shore. Weak and vulnerable, they were easily slain by the summoned creatures lying in wait. The nine-headed beast repeatedly poked its heads out to observe the flame god mage, but refrained from launching an attack. Its appearances were becoming more frequent, a clear sign of its growing panic. This was an unprecedented predicament for the creature, whereas it could previously ensure its safety by hiding underwater when faced with aerial predators. This strategy was now rendered useless. At the current pace, the lake would soon be boiled dry. The beast often contemplated fleeing, but some mysterious force within the lake held it captive. Each attempt to leave was met with an overwhelming sense of summoning, compelling it to return. Now, the entire lake seemed to be urging it to expel the intruder, and the pressure intensified with each passing day. Yet, it dared not act recklessly. Though its 9 heads had fully healed and could easily break the water's surface, this only highlighted the alarming drop in the water level. Every time it glanced toward the shore, the image of the massive bear that had self-destructed in its dying moments haunted its thoughts, triggering a splitting headache. It could only bury its heads back into the lake's muddy bottom, attempting to escape reality by avoiding what it could not face. Zhao Yuan maintained a state of extreme caution, unwilling to approach even those water elemental ancient beasts that had given up resisting. Who could say whether the 9-headed beast was lying in ambush underwater? If he were to approach the shore and fall into a trap, it would be an unbearable mistake. The more critical the moment, the more essential it was to remain composed. The air was thick with tension, as though the two beings existed in separate dimensions, each grappling with an invisible pressure. At last, the lake was entirely evaporated, revealing the beast's true form, a massive turtle with 9 long necks arching like gateways in a circle, each head buried deep in the ground. On the magma-scorched terrain, the beast's scales glowed red from the intense heat. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the silence. Finally pushed to its limit, the enraged beast yanked all its heads from the ground and charged at the flame god mage. However, as it opened its jaws to bite, the sight of the surging magma triggered painful memories. Instinctively, it snapped its mouth shut and opted for a direct collision instead. A deafening crash resounded as magma splattered everywhere, but the flame god mage remained steadfast, unmoved. The 9-headed dragon turtle was in utter disbelief. Such a tiny creature had collided with it, but hadn't been blasted away. In the moment it froze in shock, a black blur appeared in the sky, accompanied by a familiar bear's roar. Forcing itself to lift one of its heads, the dragon turtle saw a sky-bossed bear charging down like a bolt of lightning. The bear slammed one massive paw onto one of the dragon turtle's heads, then began pounding it relentlessly. The repeated strikes caused the head to shake violently, as though it might snap off at any moment. The other 8 heads, witnessing the scene, widened their eyes in alarm and quickly turned away to avoid the attack. It suddenly dawned on the dragon turtle this creature could explode. A wave of discomfort surged through its heart. These enemies were relentless. It couldn't swallow them, nor could it knock them away. Despite its immense power capable of overturning rivers and seas, it couldn't unleash any of it. A sense of helplessness and frustration overwhelmed the dragon turtle. Without hesitation, the dragon turtle twisted one of its heads and flung Skyboost Bear off with a violent shake. Its massive, mountain-like body swayed before it swiftly turned and bolted toward the lake's edge. If it didn't flee now, there might never be another chance. Its sudden retreat, however, didn't surprise Zhao Yuan. Based on its previous behavior, the creature wasn't entirely foolish, but it wasn't particularly cunning either. At that moment, the giant horned ant sneaked in from the side, climbing up one of the dragon turtle's massive legs. It raised its forelimbs and launched a fierce attack on the leg. "Let's see how you run with one leg gone," it seemed to say. However, the dragon turtle's legs were covered in tough, tightly packed scales, impervious to the assault. Even as it ran at full speed, the scales didn't budge an inch. The giant horned ant had no choice but to shift its focus, attempting to pry open the scales. As it desperately worked its forelimbs, the dragon turtle, entirely focused on escaping, paid no attention to the disturbance on its leg. It only cared about leaving this torment behind. A broken leg? A few days of rest would fix that. Seeing the ant making no progress against the scales, Zhao Yuan quickly recalled Skyboost Bear and deployed it ahead of the dragon turtle's escape route. At the same time, he released Riftwing Butterfly, using spatial ripples to slow the turtle's progress. Yet Zhao Yuan underestimated the dragon turtle's determination. Undeterred by any obstacles, it pressed forward toward the lake's edge. Its 4 powerful legs moved steadily, and its 9 heads endured Skyboost Bear's taunts, pushing onward with sheer grit. Even as waves of spatial ripples from Riftwing Butterfly rolled through the air, the dragon turtle's massive body barely slowed. Though the spatial distortions caused some damage, tearing at its scales and exposing wounds, they hardly hindered its escape. The giant horned ant seized the opportunity, desperately burrowing into the newly exposed injuries. At this point, the dragon turtle ignored everything else. Its sole focus was reaching the safety of the lake's edge. With a thunderous roar, it lunged toward the shore. But just as its feet were about to touch solid ground, an unexpected event unfolded. From the center of the lake, where the dragon turtle had been resting, countless blood-red threads surged forth. They spread rapidly, covering the entire lake in an instant. The threads, like venomous snakes, coiled tightly around the dragon turtle's body. This was bad. Pain and fury filled the dragon turtle's eyes. "I've nurtured you for so many years, and now you betray me in a moment of danger? No, this is unacceptable." The blood-red threads moved with astonishing speed, piercing through the gaps in the dragon turtle's scales. They glowed faintly, like veins of blood, wrapping around it tighter and tighter. The dragon turtle let out a deafening roar, struggling to free itself, but the threads were like a deadly web, constricting further with every movement. In just 3 minutes, the dragon turtle's massive body was consumed by the threads, leaving nothing but a shriveled skeleton behind. In agony, it lunged at Skyboost Bear, but the serrated edges of the threads tore into its flesh with every movement, scattering blood everywhere. Skyboost Bear roared back in fury. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan had already retreated to a safe distance, muttering to himself. Could this be the effect of the blood sprout? Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he watched the horrifying scene unfold. The enormous dragon turtle's sheer size and strength was reduced to a skeletal frame in mere minutes. Life and death, determined in an instant. Bang! A deafening explosion shook the heavens, and the sky beast disintegrated into nothingness amidst the violent blast. Moments later, the giant horned ant and the riftwing butterfly were ensnared by countless fine threads, vanishing into the void within seconds. The shockwave from the explosion scattered the threads in all directions, but they swiftly regrouped, as if alive, weaving through the scorching magma. The moment the threads touched the magma, crackling sounds erupted, revealing their extreme sensitivity to fire. In mere moments, the scattered threads coalesced into a massive spherical form, resembling a sinister ball of yarn. Countless threads writhed and twisted on the surface, eerily floating above the molten lake. The magma churned and gathered as the flame archmage stood proudly atop it. Deep beneath the surface, 2 formidable entities locked eyes in a brief, yet intense confrontation. The red thread sphere struck first, sending countless threads shooting out like arrows, aimed directly at the flame archmage. Unfazed, the flame archmage raised its claw, manipulating the searing magma to counter the attack. While the threads could pierce through the magma, they dissolved rapidly under the intense heat, only to be replenished by an unending stream of new threads. Simultaneously, the dense threads wove together at incredible speed, forming an impenetrable barrier of light. As the battle reached a stalemate, countless threads suddenly descended from the sky, targeting the flame archmage from above. However, the moment they made contact, the extreme heat radiating from the flame archmage incinerated them instantly. Clenching its claw, the flame archmage summoned a torrent of molten rocks, hurling them like a storm toward its opponent. Yet, the red thread sphere remained unshaken. with its threads precisely piercing through each falling magma stone, evading all attacks effortlessly. Perched atop a tall tree in the distance, Zhao Yuan cautiously raised his camera, capturing the breathtaking scene of the battle. He quickly sent the footage to the faction channel. Could this be the flesh bloom? He asked in the channel. Before his words could settle, a video call request popped up on his screen. Qi Wei. Zhao Yuan immediately answered. Where is it? Let me see. Qi Wei's urgent voice came through. Zhao Yuan adjusted the camera's angle to show the distant battlefield. Get closer. I need a better look. Qi Wei urged. No way. That thing is too dangerous. It can reduce an ancient beast to a skeleton in 3 minutes. I don't know its sensory range, and I can't risk it. Zhao Yuan replied cautiously. You're right. You're being prudent, and I was too hasty. Safety first. Send me your location, and I'll be there immediately. Qi Wei quickly added Zhao Yuan as a contact. After receiving the coordinates, Qi Wei mobilized 15 nearby squads, ordering the 2 closest teams to provide urgent support. 10 minutes later, Qi Wei arrived beside Zhao Yuan like a gust of wind. I'm not sure if this is the flesh bloom, Zhao Yuan said, pointing to the distant scene. Qi Wei's eyes lit up with excitement as he replied. Not sure? Let's kill it and find out. He turned to Zhao Yuan with a wide grin. Either way, you've done a great job this time. He felt a surge of excitement, convinced this must be the target they had been searching for. Qi Wei stood beside Zhao Yuan, his gaze sweeping across the vast pit where a lake once lay. His divine rank far surpassed Zhao Yuan's, allowing him to clearly see the transformed water body even from such a distance. This used to be a lake, right? Qi Wei murmured to himself. Yeah, it was. I boiled it dry, Zhao Yuan replied casually, as if discussing an everyday occurrence. What? Qi Wei was momentarily stunned, unable to process what he had just heard. Zhao Yuan chuckled, a hint of pride flashing across his face. Qi Wei quickly pieced it together. To harbor such deep resentment that even a lake had to be boiled dry? He silently marveled at the thought, but soon shifted his focus. Still, this place is perfect for farming relics. To boil an entire lake dry, Zhao Yuan really has some patience. With his abilities, not many could pull this off. About an hour later, a group emerged from the forest and appeared before Zhao Yuan and Qi Wei. Chu Linglong's eyes widened in shock. No way. This guy really boiled the lake dry. They had previously seen Zhao Yuan farming monsters in the area and assumed he had just dealt with some aquatic beasts. None of them had expected the entire lake to vanish. She couldn't help but exclaim, he's ruthless. He Tianxiong gave a slight nod as he glanced at Zhao Yuan. Is this the flesh sprout? He asked after a moment of contemplation. I think it is, but I'm not entirely sure. It certainly looks like it, Qi Wei replied. He Tianxiong frowned. It's been so long without any confirmation. Whether it is or not, we'll know once we kill it. Qi Wei nodded and smiled faintly. Let's wait for the others to arrive, then we'll take it down together. Zhao Yuan looked up at the standoff between the flame god and the red thread sphere. Should I recall my summoned creature? He asked. The flame god and the red thread sphere are still locked in a stalemate. It seems the flame god has an advantage over it, Qi Wei said, shaking his head to indicate there was no need to worry. Zhao Yuan nodded but still issued a reminder. This thing is terrifying for flesh-based creatures. Look at that skeleton on the shore. 3 minutes. No more than 3 minutes. And a living person could end up like that. The others followed his gesture to the skeleton. They had noticed it earlier, but now, faced with the grim sight, their expressions subtly shifted. While they outwardly remained composed, a trace of wariness crept into their hearts. No matter. Once Qi Tsung's team arrives, we'll focus our firepower and take it down, Qi Wei said calmly, his voice steady as if everything was under control. Zhao Yuan said no more, simply nodding. He understood his role was to wait and let them handle the decisions. Moments later, Qi Tsung's team arrived as expected. This was the second group to come looking for Zhao Yuan. Qi Tsung scanned the area and couldn't help but exclaim, I never would have guessed the flesh sprout was hiding in the water. No wonder we couldn't find any trace of it despite searching high and low. He turned to Zhao Yuan, surprise evident in his eyes. We only caught a glimpse of you farming earlier, and who would have thought you'd actually trigger the flesh sprout? Luck really is unpredictable. We've been searching tirelessly and came up empty-handed, while you stumbled right onto it. And to think you boiled an entire lake, dry impressive. Qi Tsung added with a smile, giving Zhao Yuan a thumbs up, admiration evident in his expression. You're clearly a stubborn one. Another team member chimed in, unable to resist commenting. Zhao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Wait, does everyone here know me? Enough talking. Let's move. Qi Wei's tone left no room for hesitation. Take it down and confirm if it's the flesh sprout. At least then we'll have a clearer direction for our next steps. Zhao Yuan nodded silently, refocusing his mind and preparing for battle. All right. He replied simply, gripping his weapon tightly as a resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes. Qi Tsung shrugged. He had initially intended to chat a bit more, knowing their target was right in front of them and had no chance of escaping. Without hesitation, he took the lead and flew toward the lake. At this point, There was no need for concealment. The two squads were more than capable of handling any unforeseen situations. In the blink of an eye, the 12 team members were neatly arrayed in formation above the lake. Qi Wei and Zhao Yuan stood by the shore, observing the scene without stepping forward. Aren't you going to join them? Zhao Yuan asked. Qi Wei shook his head with a smile. There's no need for me to step in. He paused before adding, I get the sense you don't fully trust in our capabilities. You're always worried something might go wrong. Zhao Yuan thought for a moment and realized that was indeed the case. Look at those 12 up there, Qi Wei said, pointing to the sky. Every single one of them was a veteran before the apocalypse. Since the abyss first emerged, they've been fighting on the front lines. Anyone who has survived through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood is no ordinary fighter. This is a true elite squad. If even they can't handle a minor relic dungeon like this, then humanity might as well give up on trying to conquer the abyssal game. Fair point. For the abyssal game, simply keeping up with the main force in terms of divine rank is just the starting point. The power gap between top-tier players and regular players is no less significant than the gap in divine rankings, Qi Wei stated with unwavering confidence. Above the lake, the two squads had already begun their operation. Though the distance was vast, the two frontline warriors simultaneously activated their taunt abilities, instantly drawing the red-threaded sphere's attention. Support roles quickly cast a series of buffs on their damage dealers. Flames, freeze. With two thunderous shouts, a massive fireball rose into the air, covering half the lake in an instant. On the other side, an overwhelming chill swept across the area, freezing the ground so swiftly that even the magma summoned by the flame mage solidified in moments. Faced with the dual assault of fire and ice, the red-threaded sphere sensed danger. The thin threads on its surface thrashed wildly as countless shards of ice assaulted it, snapping the threads one by one. As the sphere became fully encased in ice, the long-prepared fireball came crashing down. Boom! The extreme clash of heat and cold triggered an earth-shattering explosion. A powerful shockwave tore the flame mage to pieces in an instant. Oh! The spectator got taken out first. Qi Wei reacted quickly, casting a protective shield over Zhao Yuan. The shockwave struck the shield with a deafening roar. Qi Wei reached out to grab Zhao Yuan, worried he might be blown away. But to his surprise, Zhao Yuan stood firm, unmoving. Only then did Qi Wei lower his hand, realizing Zhao Yuan's innate passive ability rendered him immune to knockback effects, while the shield perfectly absorbed the damage. Looks like control-based opponents are going to have a hard time dealing with you, Qi Wei remarked with a grin. A strong, knockback immune damage dealer was indeed formidable, though as a support role, Qi Wei had little to worry about. At the center of the battlefield, the red-threaded sphere let out a piercing wail after the collision of fire and ice. Thunderstorm now. The warlock beside He Tianxiong raised his hand sharply. In an instant, the sky darkened, and a fierce wind howled. Lightning gathered within the storm clouds, and a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the red-threaded sphere directly. Moments later, a deluge of lightning rained down, turning the entire lake into a nightmarish spectacle of crackling electricity. Blade storm. A powerful shout rang out as countless sword auras erupted from the caster, glinting with deadly intent amidst the storm of lightning. The ground was torn apart, leaving gaping fissures that seemed bottomless. The entire scene was more terrifying than any apocalyptic vision. The crimson orb was engulfed in black smoke under the relentless onslaught of flames, frost, thunder, and sword energy. In an instant, the red thread began to darken, then disintegrated inch by inch, turning into ashes. The next moment, smiles spread across everyone's faces. You have slain the flesh sprout, cutting off the ancient beast's supply. You have completed 1/9 of the task. The system's voice echoed. Good. Very good. We've finally confirmed what the flesh sprout is. It'll be much easier to locate them now. Qi Wei's voice carried a note of excitement. His eyes sparkled, as if he could already see the dawn of victory. Looks like these things must be hiding underwater. He Tianxiong led his team down from the sky, scanning the surroundings. As long as we find lakes, we should be able to eliminate all of them quickly. Qi Tsong and his team landed beside He Tianxiong, frowning slightly. Lakes are easy to find. I spotted 4 or 5 on the way here, but wait, there are too many lakes. It's impossible for every single one to have them, right? He Tianxiong immediately caught on and nodded. That's a valid point, but it's not a big issue. Qi Wei thought for a moment, then pulled out a peculiar item from his pocket. The Immortal's guiding frog. He introduced it with excitement. Type, utility item. When you point to a specific location or direction, you can ask it a simple question. If it croaks once, it means yes. If it croaks twice, it means no. If it keeps croaking non-stop, it might be cursing at you. The catch is, if it refuses to answer, you have to kiss it to get its attention. Review. Sometimes, the Immortal's sense of humor is beyond comprehension. Qi Wei had used this item before. For instance, when he asked it, "Where's the flesh sprout?" while pointing in a general direction, it completely ignored him and even spat at him. Only when given a very specific range would it provide an answer, and that range wasn't large. In this situation, it was the perfect tool. I've got one too. A man from Chi Tsung's team stepped forward, holding a small toy-like bow with heart-shaped arrows. The others immediately gave him strange looks. Cupid's love arrow, he announced proudly. Type, utility item. When you ask a heartfelt question and shoot the arrow, it will hit a target within a certain range. If the target doesn't love you, it will kill you without hesitation. The catch is, whether or not it hits the target, you'll enter a state of euphoria. If the target doesn't love you, you'll fall deeply in love with everything around you that isn't the target. And if you overuse it in a short time, you'll enter an uncontrollable frenzy. Review. Oh, I forgot to mention Cupid's arrows don't discriminate by species. Whoa, what a terrifying item. Zhao Yuan exclaimed, glancing at it in shock. He Tianqiang's team instinctively distanced themselves from the item, while members of Qi Tsung's team rolled their eyes. Huh. Do you guys even know how many times the Human Alliance's top brass begged me to donate this item to their genetic hope project? I never gave it to them. Lu Feng declared smugly. Oh, please, stop bragging. I've heard about that. After the news broke, someone got ambushed by 10 groups in a single day, getting beaten up dozens of times. They didn't even dare step outside alone afterward. Chi Wei teased with a smirk. Don't think I don't know some of you were definitely among those groups. Lu Feng retorted angrily, glaring at everyone around him, including his teammates. Deep down, he suspected there had to be an informant among them. Otherwise, how could his location have been exposed so quickly and precisely every time? The others, however, simply turned their gazes to the sky, avoiding eye contact with him. Even now, Lu Feng occasionally receives a few anonymous threat letters, warning him that if he hands over the artifact to the Human Alliance, he'll be beaten every time they see him. Each time he reads these letters, Lu Feng fumes with anger, almost ready to explode. If you've got the guts, face me directly. Sneaking around and ambushing me is just pathetic. He pointed Cupid's heart arrow sharply at Chi Wei's nose. Chi Wei's eyelid twitched as he quickly pushed the arrowhead away and turned to He Tianxiong. Don't point that at me. But He Tianxiong wasn't one to back down. With a quick motion, he redirected the arrowhead back toward Chi Wei, and it ended up right in Chi Wei's face. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Ahem ahem. Let's not do this. Chi Wei coughed lightly, speaking in a low voice. There are newcomers here. Let's not bring up the embarrassing stuff from our generation. He quickly pressed Cupid's heart arrow down. Lu Feng glanced at Zhao Yuan, who was listening intently. But as soon as Zhao Yuan noticed Chi Wei's gaze, he hurriedly looked away. Lu Feng, unable to meet his eyes, sighed a little in exasperation. All right, let's not waste time, Chi Wei said, waving his hand and shifting the topic. You guys get moving. With that, he handed the artifact to He Tianxiong. They'll notify the other squads. You just proceed as planned, he added. He Tianxiong and Qi Tsung nodded, and Qi Tsung signaled the team to follow as they set off in the original direction. On their journey, they had passed by several lakes. Qi Tsung pointed ahead and said, stick with us. You can handle the lakes without flesh bloom. It'll be quicker for you to clear the monsters. Zhao Yuan nodded, his eyes gleaming. That works. This guy has great potential, He Tianxiong remarked, glancing at Zhao Yuan with a tone of certainty. Once he levels up, he'll definitely be a big help. Chi Wei nodded in agreement. I've already vouched for him. Thank you. Zhao Yuan immediately expressed his gratitude, though he quickly spoke in a worried tone. But finding a lake like that will probably take a lot of time. They'll take you there, He Tianxiong said with a smile, grabbing Zhao Yuan's arm. With a gentle pull, Zhao Yuan felt himself being lifted, as if he were floating. You've received He Tianqiang's speed or movement speed increased by 150. You've received He Tianqiang's lightness or movement speed increased by 72 and ignores unit collision. Duration, 5 minutes. Several glowing auras enveloped them, and Zhao Yuan experienced an unprecedented sense of speed, as though his body was gliding above the ground. He Tianxiong added a few layers of shields on him before pulling him decisively toward the distance. As the sensation of rapid movement engulfed Zhao Yuan, the scenery around him blurred, and the wind howled past. So fast, too fast, he exclaimed in amazement. The aura effects also allowed them to pass through any obstacles seamlessly. Trees and ancient beasts posed no hindrance, as if everything had vanished. However, the speed was so incredible that Zhao Yuan couldn't help but lament. It's a pity it only lasts 5 minutes. As soon as he said it, He Tianxiong promptly renewed the auras for him. Well, it's clear that being with someone as skilled as him is on a whole other level. This speed is unreal. The group traveled countless miles in what felt like an instant before finally coming to a stop. Before them lay a lake that resembled the one Zhao Yuan had drained earlier. Who's up? He Tianxiong asked, pulling out the immortal guide frog and signaling to his teammates with his eyes. He'll do it, Chu Linglong said curiously, taking the artifact. Frog, tell me, is there any flesh bloom in this lake? She pointed toward the lake, and the immortal guide frog began croaking loudly, as if in an intense debate. Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit. It wouldn't stop croaking. Chu Linglong froze for a moment. Is it scolding me? She asked with a helpless laugh. This is pointless. You do it, Chu Linglong said, handing the immortal guide frog back to He Tianxiong. He Tianxiong thought for a moment before flying to the center of the lake. He circled it several times, the immortal guide frog in his hand guiding him and occasionally letting out a croak. Eventually, He Tianxiong returned, shaking his head. Nothing. I didn't find anything. Don't lose here on to the next one. This spot is yours. Focus on leveling up and stay safe. Qi Wei said to Zhao Yuan. Got it, thanks. Zhao Yuan nodded gratefully. He knew full well that without their help, he wouldn't have been able to find the lake so quickly. Goodbye. Zhao Yuan waved as the others disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yuan watched their retreating figures disappear into the distance, then turned his gaze to the calm lake. No one could help him level up. It was something he had to achieve on his own. Without hesitation, he summoned the flame mage to the center of the lake and skillfully began his task. The intense heat quickly evaporated the lake's water, sending up billows of steam that shrouded the entire area in a dense white mist. As the water temperature rose sharply, ancient aquatic beasts scattered in all directions, and the number of relic points surged. From a safe distance, Zhao Yuan waited patiently for the rewards. This effortless method of gathering relic points truly showcased the power of a summoner. Meanwhile, under Qi Wei's coordination, 15 teams swiftly launched a thorough search of the lake. Each member utilized their unique skills, employing a variety of tools and techniques. Within just a few days, they successfully located and eliminated 5 flesh buds. These terrifying creatures, which struck fear into the hearts of ordinary people, were no match for the elite forces. However, the vastness of this world posed a significant challenge. The remaining 3 flesh buds were nowhere to be found. Qi Wei began to suspect they might have left the lake area, but he quickly dismissed the thought. The only option was to expand the search radius and systematically investigate every possible lake. As Zhao Yuan focused on collecting relic points, a massive beast hidden in another dimension grew increasingly restless. Watching the inheritor of the star power brazenly plunder its domain, the beast seethed with rage. Unpleasant memories resurfaced in its mind. The relic points were, at their core, fragments of divine essence, converted into a game resource. To the gods, this divine essence was negligible, and to the beast, it was even less significant than a single breath. Yet, it was still its power, and losing Idavan to a rival was intolerable. However, bound by the rules of the game, it was unable to directly harm Zhao Yuan, and could only watch helplessly as he flaunted his actions. The enmity between the beast and those little mortals was beyond reconciliation. Since Zhao Yuan's arrival, the beast had lost all interest in other matters within the dungeon, its focus fixed solely on him and the stars he represented. I am a god king, how can I endure such humiliation? A sudden thought sparked in the beast's mind. In an instant, a sharp killing intent flared in its eyes, and a terrifying divine radiance erupted from its colossal form. With a single swipe of its claw, it tore through the fabric of space, shattering an entire world. A wisp of black mist drifted out, carrying a familiar aura that ignited the beast's fury. Shenqi, how dare you? The beast roared in disbelief. Within the fragmented space, time began to rewind, revealing a shadowy figure cowering in a corner. Calm down, beast god king. I'm just here to observe, pay me no mind. Shenqi quickly explained, hastily tucking away a small notebook. Regret washed over him for being too curious, as his presence was now exposed after sensing some explosive news. The beast roared in anger and raised its claw to strike. Realizing there was no way to hide, Shenqi resigned himself and stepped forward, facing the wrath with a calm demeanor. Go ahead, kill might's not my main body anyway. Everyone wants to attack me on sight. I've long grown used to it. What a life. The immense divine power obliterated the shadow completely, leaving no trace behind. Damn it, just damn it. Why are these tumors all targeting me? The beast's eyes burned with raging flames as beams of divine radiance swept across every dimension it occupied, like searchlights probing the darkness. When the search reached land's domain, it decisively skipped over it. There was no need to check there. As it continued its relentless search, the beast once again spotted the figure of Shenqi in another dimension. This time, it was really an accident. Do you believe me or not? Shenqi tried to argue, his tone betraying a guilty conscience. Die, you filthy animals. You're not even worthy of being called gods. The beast gave no chance for explanation. With another powerful strike, it shattered the dimension where Shenqi resided into fragments. The beast continued its search over and over, repeating the process hundreds of thousands of times before finally halting. Countless divine lights surged from its body, enveloping its entire world and forming an impenetrable protective barrier. I knew it whenever the stars appear, nothing good follows. Damn it, have the 3 great tumors of the multiverse all set their sights on me? The beast roared in fury, then destroyed the universe it inhabited. Countless beings vanished in an instant, unaware of what had transpired, their lives extinguished without warning. After a long while, the beast's emotions began to settle. It gazed over the shattered remains of the universe, and with a single thought, the ruins transformed. The heavens and earth shifted, and from the void, a new universe was born. Life began to sprout once more, and as time accelerated, the new cosmos quickly became vibrant and flourishing. Having accomplished this, the beast lay down again. Trapped by Lon within this universe, it had no way to leave. Otherwise, it would rather perish than allow those tumors to continue existing. The three great tumors of the multiverse seeming the gods, the stars, among the celestials, the wandering immortals, and among the chaotic faction, Shinchi. They were the bane of countless gods, who loathed them with a passion, yet they continued to thrive. The stars were obsessed with dissecting and analyzing everything. Their sole pursuit was omniscience and omnipotence, treating gods and celestials alike as mere subjects for their experiments, regardless of consent. Sometimes, without your knowledge, they would knock you unconscious and conduct bizarre experiments on you. Who could tolerate that? The beast itself had been one of their unfortunate victims. The wandering immortals were infamous among the celestials, as detested as the stars. As for Shinchi, he was once a legitimate deity, but his peculiar hobbies led to his expulsion by both gods and celestials, forcing him into the chaotic faction. Of course, this was not by his choice. Even the chaotic faction was reluctant to acknowledge him. Shinchi had a unique divine ability. He could peer into the dreams of all living beings and even uncover their innermost thoughts. As long as a thought had ever crossed your mind, Shinchi could find it. On its own, this ability wasn't particularly terrifying. Even if everyone knew about it, they might simply ostracize him, disdain him, avoid him, or secretly try to eliminate him. However, Shinchi's greatest passion was writing little essays, embellishing and recording others' secrets before spreading them far and wide. His infamous work, The Multiverse's Top 10 Scandalous Tales, had inflicted immense psychological torment on countless righteous celestials and holy gods. Even mortal worlds had copies of his writings, revered by many as divine texts. He was a figure who could provoke fury in anyone who encountered him. If you crossed paths with Shinchi, you could be sure that all your secrets would soon be known to every divine being. Damn it! The beast's eyes were bloodshot, convinced that its secrets had already been exposed. In a small space outside the beast's universe, Shinchi was furiously scribbling away with excitement. The renowned beast god king, humiliated by the stars. This is too thrilling. Just imagine, the mighty beast god king, being toyed with by the diminutive stars like this. No. It should be written this way. The beast god king stared in horror as the tiny figures climbed onto its massive form. 1, 2, and finally, the group of tiny figures smiled in satisfaction. While the beast god king shed tears of humiliation when I discovered the beast god king, it was already mentally unstable and subjected me, the author, to unspeakable persecution. This shows just how deeply the experience scarred it. Shinchi gleefully waved his pen, and a twisted, grotesque story took shape on the page. In the universe of colossal beasts, the beast god king, lying in a dormant posture, suddenly sensed countless malicious intents from the void. Its divine consciousness pierced through time and space in an instant, witnessing the future filled with petty essays being scrutinized by countless individuals. Smoke began to rise from its massive ear cavities as its once glorious image crumbled in a fleeting moment. A destructive urge surged within its heart, but in the era following Lan's arrival, even it had lost such capabilities, let alone the fact that other deities would never allow such actions to occur. The beast god king's gaze gradually turned icy cold as it shifted its attention to the replica world. Vina. Its voice, imbued with the power of rules, reverberated across time and space. In an instant, a projection of the Earth Mother Goddess was forcibly summoned. Your Majesty. The Earth Mother Goddess froze momentarily upon her appearance, then bowed respectfully. He carries your aura, the Beast God King stated, staring directly at Zhao Yuan within the replica. The Earth Mother Goddess looked toward Zhao Yuan and nodded in confirmation. Indeed, he once visited my world and carries my tear of dust wind, which contains a trace of my divinity. By any means necessary, make him believe in me and willingly offer the power of the stars. The Beast God King's tone was absolute and commanding. The terrifying killing intent made the Earth Mother Goddess tremble as she struggled to speak. Your Majesty, as you know, the interference of the game prevents us from directly. Before she could finish, the Beast God King sent her hurtling toward a star. The massive impact shattered the star instantly. This is not a negotiation, it is an order. Should you fail, you and your world will be devoured by me. The Beast God King was determined to make the stars pay the price. They had analyzed it, while it knew nothing about them. This mortal was the perfect breakthrough point. By obtaining the power of the stars and finding their location, the gods and immortals would storm their lair without hesitation, washing away the shame of countless years. Understood. The Earth Mother Goddess rose and bowed deeply before the Beast God King. Make it swift. I won't wait a moment longer. The Beast God King roared before vanishing. Once the Beast God King departed, The Earth Mother Goddess's expression instantly changed, her boundless fury and hatred erupting. Such humiliation. Being born lowly is no disgrace, but the ability to endure and rise is the mark of a true deity. God King. Merely a beast. When I ascend to the throne, I will make you grovel at my feet. Her expression quickly returned to calm, and a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she looked toward Zhao Yuan. Her gaze grew unfathomable. The light of the gods. Her figure dissipated as a divine light flickered from the tier of dust wind in Zhao Yuan's backpack, then faded into tranquility. As time passed, Zhao Yuan once again depleted the resources of the lake, but found no creatures like the nine-headed dragon turtle. He calculated silently to himself. If he could hunt more creatures like that, how many relic points would he gain? So far, he had earned 350,000 relic points from just 2 lakes, even without triggering a boss. This was already nearing the total gains from his previous relic replica. Zhao Yuan's spirits lifted as he inched closer to his goal of reaching 17 star level 9. At this pace, he might not even need the full 12 years to catch up with the main forces, potentially completing the task set by the Human Alliance within just a few years. Without lingering any longer, he turned and headed in the direction where He Tianxiong had departed, convinced that new lakes awaited discovery there. All along the journey, the Skyboost Bear led the way, followed closely by the giant horn ant, while the Flame God and the Riftwing Butterfly flanked Zhao Yuan on either side. Every ancient beast they encountered along the way was swiftly eliminated, achieving the dual goals of leveling up and maintaining their pace. Wherever the Flame God passed, scorched earth was left in its wake. Like an unrelenting bulldozer, it left no greenery intact. Ancient trees turned to ash, and the ground cracked open in its path. Several days later, Zhao Yuan came upon a massive crater. At its center, a shattered mountain peak was embedded upside down in a shallow lake, leaving only a thin layer of water. A few dying water element ancient beasts struggled feebly on the surface, but Zhao Yuan's summons quickly finished them off. The Flame God was thorough, evaporating the remaining water to ensure no stragglers escaped. In this world, even the weakest ancient beasts were as formidable as elite monsters, making every bit of experience invaluable. Surveying the surroundings, Zhao Yuan saw only endless forests and rolling mountains with no discernible landmarks. Without a clear direction, he decided to proceed randomly, hoping to stumble upon another lake as he had before. Meanwhile, the other 15 teams had already discovered one flesh sprout at a distant lake, leaving just 2 more to be located. As he traveled, Zhao Yuan encountered a peculiar mountain. Its upper half had been artificially sheared away, leaving a smooth, mirror-like surface. Even more striking was the giant arrow etched into the smooth face, clearly left as a guide by someone who had passed through earlier. Could this have been left specifically for me? Zhao Yuan murmured to himself, a hint of warmth rising in his chest. He felt touched that those powerful predecessors had taken the time to leave a path for others. Following the arrow's direction, Zhao Yuan pressed on. By now, he was far from his original landing point, the only newcomer to have ventured this deep into the region. After dozens of days, another massive lake came into view. This one remained pristine, untouched by destruction, suggesting no flesh sprout was present. On a towering peak across the lake, another giant arrow was etched into the rock. Just as Zhao Yuan prepared to command the Flame God to investigate the lake, ripples began spreading across the surface of the water. He quickly retreated behind a large tree, using its shade as cover to observe. The ripples grew into waves, and a colossal figure slowly emerged from the lake, filling the air with an ethereal, entrancing melody. Instinctively, Zhao Yuan felt an urge to step out of his cover, but system notifications flashed in rapid succession, affected by enchanting song. Ironhead talent activated. Sanity decreasing. Negative effect removed. Gained overlord state. Resistance increased. His body grew hot, and an impulsive urge surged through him, compelling him to charge forward and fight the creature. Suddenly, Zhao Yuan realized that his talent only triggered in the presence of enemies. This meant he had already been discovered. Fighting to maintain control of his mind, he quickly summoned all his creatures to attack the lake monster while he retreated further. The Skyboost Bear roared, its body cloaked in a hardened armor, successfully drawing the monster's attention. The song abruptly ceased, and Zhao Yuan's mind cleared. He gasped for breath, struggling to suppress the lingering agitation within him. If not for his quick reaction and the timely intervention of his summons, he might have recklessly charged to his death. After breaking free from the control, Zhao Yuan quickly turned his gaze toward the lake. He wanted to see which creature dared to ambush him. If others with offensive professions were here today, without any escape skills, they'd probably meet their end on the spot. On the lake's surface, a massive figure slowly emerged. The creature's upper body resembled a human, but it was covered in countless tiny black scales. Its 2 arms were unnaturally long, even exceeding the length of the portion of its body above water. One of its enormous claws gripped a blood-drenched, freshly caught fish, with razor-sharp talons glinting ominously. Around its neck grew thick, spiked protrusions the size of fists, reflecting a cold, menacing light under the water's surface. Its face was even more horrifying. Tiny scales enveloped its entire visage, and a massive, gaping mouth took up half of its face. Two protruding tusks curved forward like hooks. Its eyes were so small they were nearly invisible, overshadowed by that grotesque maw. Atop its head grew long, hair-like strands that floated eerily with the rippling water. Ugly, Zhao Yuan cursed inwardly. Absolutely hideous. The creature's grotesque appearance made him feel as though his eyes had been sullied, and he wished he could wash them clean immediately. At this moment, the Skyfire bear had already landed atop the tusked beast's head, grabbing its long hair and yanking furiously. The pain made the tusked beast swipe at the Skyfire bear, trying to pull it off, but the bear clung tightly to its hair. The more the beast struggled, the more its scalp throbbed in agony. The air suddenly grew scorching hot. The flame god extended its claws and summoned streams of molten lava, pouring them directly over the tusked beast's head. The searing lava instantly engulfed the creature's head, burning through its hair while splattering onto both the Skyfire bear and the tusked beast. The bear's grip was broken as the hair it clung to was incinerated. The tusked beast lashed out with one claw toward the flame god, while the other tried to fling the Skyfire bear away. However, the bear was completely unfazed by the counterattack. Bolstered by Zhao Yuan's talent, the Skyfire bear was like an unstoppable mad beast, biting down fiercely on the tusked beast's claw. The tusked beast's other claw, which had just grabbed the flame god, suddenly recoiled. It hadn't anticipated that the flame god's body was even hotter than molten lava, rendering it impossible for flesh to touch. In an instant, its claw was scorched raw, emitting wisps of white smoke. Staring at the tusked beast's nauseatingly grotesque mouth, Zhao Yuan had an idea. He immediately directed the giant horned ants, which were scurrying all over the creature's body, toward its mouth. Without hesitation, one of the horned ants dove in, sliding down the creature's throat and into its stomach. A surge of corrosive stomach acid rose to meet the intruder, but under Zhao Yuan's talent-enhanced resistance, the horned ant remained unharmed. It quickly targeted a vulnerable internal organ and, with its sharp forelimbs, unleashed a flurry of slashes, leaving countless afterimages as it began its frenzied attack. The tusked beast let out a blood-curdling scream. The excruciating pain from within made it completely disregard the two smaller foes on the outside. Its massive fish-like tail thrashed violently against the water, creating towering waves as it rolled and writhed, desperately swimming toward deeper waters. Despite its primal ferocity, the tusked beast possessed a degree of intelligence. It understood that a living creature had invaded its body. Ruthlessness was a trait shared by all ancient beasts of this land, whether directed at others or themselves. Without hesitation, it extended its razor-sharp claws and tore into its own abdomen, ripping out an organ along with the horned ant inside. Instantly, a vivid crimson spread across the lake's surface, staining it with blood. The skyboss bear clamped its jaws tightly around the buck-toothed beast's claw, refusing to let go even after plunging into the water. As it bit down relentlessly, it furiously pounded the massive claw with its sharp talons. The buck-toothed beast, ignoring its ensnared limb, was focused solely on retreating to its lair to heal. This decision proved to be its most fatal mistake. As the water pressure increased, the skyboss bear's body began to give way. With a deafening boom and an explosion of water spraying skyward, the bear's body burst apart under the immense pressure, tearing off the entire front limb of the buck-toothed beast in the process. The buck-toothed beast howled in agony, panic flashing through its eyes as it desperately fled to the depths of the water. Watching the bloody spray on the surface, Zhao Yuan knew the skyboss bear had fulfilled its mission. He scanned the battlefield, seeing the rift-winged butterfly still flapping its wings to generate spatial shockwaves, while the giant horned ant emerged from the carnage. A confident smile spread across his face. This is a crushing victory. The skyboss bear may have fallen, but I can resummon it in 10 minutes, Zhao Yuan thought. Next, he planned to let the flame god mage finish the fight. The intense battle had already scared off all nearby aquatic beasts, allowing Zhao Yuan to ascend into the air without worry. Carefully, he recalled his other summoned creatures and resummoned them to his side. With his divine rank increasing, the auto-targeting range of his summons had expanded from 30 meters to nearly 100 meters, ensuring their reactions were always faster than his own. Zhao Yuan flew to the buck-toothed beast's severed limb, grasping the massive floating appendage and dragging it toward the shore. Most of the limb remained submerged, making it easier to move. Once ashore, he immediately deployed the flame god mage to the center of the lake. If I drain this lake, the buck-toothed beast will have nowhere to escape. Molten lava cascaded down, colliding with the lake's waters and generating dense clouds of steam. The severed limb, stretching 50 to 60 meters long, lay on the ground, towering over Zhao Yuan. Blood continuously oozed from the stump, releasing a strong, pungent odor. Zhao Yuan was pleased this was exactly the outcome he had hoped for. While the flame god mage evaporated the lake, he intended to use the severed limb as bait to lure terrestrial ancient beasts, doubling his rewards. Finding a concealed spot that allowed both offense and retreat, he patiently waited. As time passed, the scent of the limb spread further and further, successfully attracting numerous ancient beasts. Drawn by the tempting aroma, they arrived expecting a rare feast, unaware they were walking into a death trap. As more beasts gathered, Zhao Yuan refrained from acting immediately. Once their greed for the high-grade bait clouded their judgment, and they began tearing into the severed limb, he finally revealed a satisfied grin. It's time to close the net. The skyboast bear suddenly reappeared, unleashing a thunderous roar that activated its taunt ability. Every feeding beast was forced to look up, and due to their lower evolutionary levels, the taunt's effect was significantly prolonged. Enraged, the beasts charged at the skyboast bear, unaware that behind them, the rift-winged butterfly had silently spread its wings. A spatial shockwave erupted in an instant, with rifts slicing through the crowd of beasts. The weaker ones perished on the spot, while even the larger ones suffered devastating injuries. This was Zhao Yuan's pride the crowd lure, one-wave strike tactic. As Zhao Yuan continued to slay wave after wave of ancient beasts, the dynamics of the battlefield began to shift subtly. Although these newly arrived creatures weren't particularly intelligent, they weren't entirely devoid of instinct either. The thick stench of blood in the air caused them to hesitate. Zhao Yuan was in no hurry to make a move. He was well versed in the art of harvesting the bold in any species. There were always a few particularly audacious individuals. Sure enough, it wasn't long before one ancient beast, ignoring the corpses of its kind around it, lunged greedily at the severed arm. Once the first pioneer made its move, the others quickly followed suit. When the number of gathered beasts reached his expectation, Zhao Yuan sprang into action. His well-practiced combat techniques unfolded once again, leaving yet another field of corpses in his wake. Day after day, the elite squad finally discovered another flesh sprout. Now, only one more remained before they could track down the primal beast. The scene by the lakeshore was gruesome. Blood had soaked the ground, and the severed arm had been gnawed down to bare white bone. Even more horrifying, the guests, who had come from afar, turned on each other after devouring the arm. When the chaos subsided, only piles of bones remained, dripping with water in the mist, merging into the blood-soaked earth. Standing atop a tree branch, Zhao Yuan turned his back to the bone heap, his gaze fixed on the center of the lake. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the flame god, the water level was nearing the bottom. The skyboast bear stood at the shore, crushing the skull of a water-type ancient beast that had attempted to flee. Its once pristine white fur was now stained crimson, resembling a bloodthirsty demon bear. Finally, the lake bed was exposed, revealing the buck-toothed beast. Its wounds had slightly improved, but blood still oozed from its injuries, and the regrowth at its severed limb was far from complete. Zhao Yuan silently assessed that this creature was indeed no match for the nine-dragon tortoise. With a mere thought, Zhao Yuan commanded the skyboast bear to plummet from the sky with a thunderous crash. The flame god approached, stepping on molten lava, while the giant horned ant revealed its menacing forelimbs, and the rift-winged butterfly hovered, ready to strike. Terror flickered in the buck-toothed beast's small eyes as it let out a sorrowful, melodic cry. The sound was hauntingly beautiful, resonating deep within the soul. If one hadn't seen it firsthand, they might have mistaken it for the plea of a sorrowful maiden. What a waste of a voice, Zhao Yuan remarked. But his summoned creatures were unmoved. The skyboast bear interrupted its wail with a taunt, followed by a relentless barrage of attacks. By now, the buck-toothed beast had been scorched beyond recognition by the flame god, its appearance even more grotesque. Zhao Yuan sent the giant horned ant hurtling toward its iconic large mouth once more. This time, the beast dared not regurgitate its organs. It knew all too well that doing so would result in its immediate death, even before the giant horned ant could strike. A massive fishtail thrashed wildly into shallow lake water, but it could no longer stir up much of a splash. The magma had nearly consumed all the water, and half of the buck-toothed beast's body was already submerged in the boiling molten rock. The spatial tear attack from the rift-winged butterfly had left its scales shattered, with flesh torn open and exposed. After a brief struggle, the creature finally went still, no longer moving. The flame mage retracted its spell, and the countless streams of magma surged back to its feet like obedient soldiers, while the fiery sea in the sky dissipated as well. Meanwhile, the skyboast bear continued relentlessly pounding on the buck-toothed beast's head with its massive fists, each strike causing a portion of the enormous skull to cave in. Bang! 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 The dull, heavy blows echoed as a large section of the beast's skull collapsed. At the same time, a few giant horned ants tore open a gaping hole in the buck-toothed beast's abdomen, spilling shredded organs and flesh onto the ground as its belly split apart. Of the original 6 ants, only 3 remained. Their bodies were corroded and mangled by stomach acid, with even their legs broken. Yet they persevered, fiercely waving their forelimbs to further disembowel the beast and extract more of its innards. Despite standing only 30 centimeters tall, these tiny creatures displayed a savagery that rivaled beasts towering 300 meters high. Zhao Yuan quickly retrieved the surviving giant horned ants, planning to summon 6 fully intact ones again once they had cooled down. He flew toward the buck-toothed beast, but was forced to dodge suddenly. "You idiot!" Zhao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. The skyboast bear had finally smashed the beast's skull completely, one of its massive paws sinking deep into the brain matter. Instantly, bits of brain splattered everywhere, narrowly missing Zhao Yuan. As its rage subsided, the skyboast bear gradually ceased its assault, as if regaining a sliver of its limited intelligence. It extended its enormous tongue, lazily licking off the brain matter splattered on its face, then blankly stared at Zhao Yuan. With no hostile targets in sight, summoned creatures would often stay idly by their summoner's side until their next deployment or until an enemy appeared within their detection range. Zhao Yuan deliberately kept his distance from the skyboast bear, disgusted by the brain matter still dripping from its fur. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Good, keep it up. Someday, this look of yours might scare off plenty of outsiders. One day, your ferocity will become so feared that even foreign children will cry at the mention of your name. Keep working hard, and you'll be the vanguard of my summoning army, leading the charge at the forefront." Whether the skyboast bear understood him or not, Zhao Yuan didn't care. After speaking, he began inspecting his handiwork, circling the massive corpse of the buck-toothed beast. Leaving it here to rot would be a waste. It could make excellent bait. A corpse this massive should attract plenty of ancient beasts. He pondered. Instead of traveling to find the next lake, why not stay here and guard this body? Zhao Yuan had a hunch that it wouldn't take long to locate the final blood sprout. Draining another lake seemed inefficient. It made more sense to extract every last bit of value from the buck-toothed beast's remains right here. Suddenly, Zhao Yuan noticed a glimmer of light on the protruding tusk near the beast's mouth. Driven by curiosity, he approached for a closer look and reached out to pull the tusk from the creature's jaws. Surprisingly, it came out effortlessly, likely because the buck-toothed beast was already dead. As the tusk fell into his hand, a game notification sounded in his ears. "You have obtained the heavenly beast tusk." Wow, it dropped something. Zhao Yuan exclaimed in delight. It was commonly believed that wild creatures in large relic dungeons only provided relic points. Yet here was a physical item drop. The system immediately displayed the item's details. Heavenly beast tusk. Type, material. Effect 1. When ground into powder and consumed, it can make the user's voice irresistibly alluring and exceptionally captivating. One-time use with lifelong effect. Effect 2. When crafted into a special item, it can automatically play various music based on the user's mood, providing a certain boost to allies within the music's range. Effect 3. Instruments made from it can enhance the effects of voice-related skills. Evaluation. No complaints here. This was once the raw material for top-tier luxury goods, used to craft extravagant musical or ceremonial instruments. Its supplementary value far exceeds its intrinsic worth. Top-tier luxury material? That must be worth a lot, Zhao Yuan murmured, his eyes greedily fixed on another tooth in the mouth of the Tianlai beast. Without hesitation, he reached out and pulled it out as well. Carefully, he tucked the 2 faintly glowing teeth into his backpack, already calculating their value in his mind. "So, you're not called Bucktooth Beast, but Tianlai Beast? That's actually a pretty good name," Zhao Yuan muttered to himself, running his fingers over the intricate patterns on the tooth's surface. "Once I get out of here, I'll see how much they can sell for." Though with the current state of the human world, getting luxury prices might be unlikely. Still, the material itself is excellent. A thought flashed through his mind. "I'll grind them into powder and sell them in bulk." Excited by the idea, Zhao Yuan grinned. Yes, these 2 teeth will determine whether I can acquire more skills out there." He began meticulously searching the massive corpse of the Tianlai beast, examining it from head to tail, inside and out, leaving no potentially valuable part unchecked. "Why did I even give you a random nickname?" He chuckled self-deprecatingly. Unfortunately, after a thorough inspection, he discovered that apart from the 2 teeth, the rest of the beast's body was of no value. Quietly, Zhao Yuan concealed himself in the bushes by the riverbank, preparing to lie in wait. The massive corpse, now gutted and exposed, was releasing a thick, bloody scent that permeated the jungle. It was sure to attract plenty of predators. Sure enough, before long, a large ancient beast cautiously approached, following the scent. However, it stopped a few meters away from the corpse, seemingly sensing some kind of threat, hesitant to move closer. Even in death, the Tianlai beast retained its imposing presence like a tiger whose majesty persisted even after death. As time passed, the odor emanating from the Tianlai beast's corpse grew even more pungent and overwhelming. In the depths of the jungle, shadowy figures began to emerge, their greedy eyes glinting in the darkness. For the ancient beasts and for Zhao Yun, it seemed another grand feast was about to begin. Meanwhile, far from Zhao Yuan's location, a blood-red sphere suddenly burst out of the water. However, it was immediately sliced into pieces by a group of agile humans wielding swords and knives. Damn, that was exhausting, one man, his face weary, complained as he panted heavily. It took us half a month to find it, and only 10 minutes to kill it. Ugh, what a waste of time. The rest of the team nodded in agreement, their expressions equally fatigued. Over the past few weeks, they had either been on the move or searching for their target, scouring dozens of lakes to no avail only to stumble upon their objective when they least expected it. Notify Chi Wei, we got the last one, the team leader said with a sigh of relief. It wasn't physical exhaustion that bothered him. His purification technique could easily wipe away fatigue, but the mental strain of Chi Wei's incessant 10-minute interval reminders had worn him down. Chi Wei had been understandably anxious, juggling the responsibility of guiding newcomers while trying to maximize mission efficiency. I don't think we need to notify him. Look, one team member suddenly pointed to the sky, prompting everyone to raise their heads. The once clear sky had become shrouded in dark clouds, crisscrossed with eerie red threads that stretched across the heavens. The black clouds grew denser, with flashes of lightning darting and crackling within, occasionally striking the ground. A suffocating sense of oppression descended over the world. In that instant, every living creature in the jungle, the ancient beasts or humans, instinctively looked up, all frozen in the same posture as they stared skyward. The ancient beasts reacted more swiftly than the humans. Instinctual fear coursing through their veins told them exactly what was happening, and they scattered in panic, rushing back to their lairs. Some even collapsed to the ground, burying their heads deep into the dirt, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Meanwhile, elite human squads scattered across the land exchanged knowing smiles. It's about to end. Suddenly, a blood-red pillar of light shot up from the distant horizon, its immense energy piercing through the thick layers of cloud. Sunlight streamed through the resulting cracks, illuminating the earth below. The primordial beast has appeared. Eliminate it immediately. In an instant, countless figures across the jungle leaped into the air, all turning their gaze toward the direction of the towering light. Without hesitation, they began converging on the target location. At this moment, safety was no longer a concern. The emergence of the primordial beast had sent every ancient creature into hiding, halting all predatory activity. The jungle had temporarily become a safe zone, and everyone moved swiftly to join the final confrontation. Chi Wei was brimming with excitement as he waved his hand, signaling the newcomers to rush toward the beam of light. Yet deep inside, he was filled with regret. 3 whole months had been wasted just searching for the boss in an attempt to speedrun the dungeon. According to his plan, with the strength of this team, 3 months should have been enough to clear 3 large ruins dungeons. This was nothing short of a complete waste. Not far away, Zhao Yuan stood gazing at the half-preserved corpse of the celestial beast before him, a look of helplessness on his face. The situation had escalated too quickly. Once the primeval beast appeared, all the ancient beasts scattered like frightened birds, leaving behind even their prey. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan leaped into the air and flew toward the blood-red light pillar. Although his prey had escaped, he didn't feel disappointed. At this point, his accumulated relic points had reached 600,000, likely unmatched by anyone else in the entire large ruins dungeon. The flame mage trailed closely behind him, taking the opportunity to deliver fatal blows to the terrified ancient beasts frozen in place. Even small gains were better than none. Zhao Yuan, wait for me, a familiar voice called out. Zhao Yuan stopped and turned to see Zhong Ping riding atop a massive, 40 to 50 meter long azure flood dragon. Standing on the dragon's head, Zhong Ping cut a dashing figure, like an immortal riding a dragon in legend. Wow, that's a pretty impressive look. Zhao Yuan flew closer for a better view, circling around the dragon. Haha, not bad, right? This is Shao Qing. You've seen him before. Zhong Ping replied smugly, stomping his foot out of habit with a grin. Zhong Ping, can you stop stomping your feet all the time? You're not suffering from Parkinson's. The flood dragon suddenly spoke, its tone tinged with irritation. Zhong Ping's expression froze instantly. Zhao Yuan burst out laughing, surprised that the dragon even knew about Parkinson's. Forget it, I don't feel like flying anymore. The flood dragon sighed, its body flashing with azure light as it transformed into a small snake and coiled itself around Zhong Ping's shoulder. You carry me. You keep showing off like this in front of people, I'm losing face. The two continued on their journey, laughing and chatting, taking several full days to catch up with the main group. Some players recognized Zhao Yuan, the summoner who dared to leave the team and hunt monsters alone. Surviving unscathed for 3 months was a feat that drew envy from many. Most players only dared to move in groups, afraid of facing danger without anyone around to help. Chi Wei has invited you to join the team. Barely had Zhao Yuan accepted the invitation when he heard Chi Wei's urgent voice. Everyone, pick up the pace. We're almost at the boss. Let's finish it and get out of this dungeon. This has taken way too long. Who chose this dungeon in the first place? What terrible luck. Among the crowd, the top-tier players voiced their complaints one after another. To them, These 3 months had been an utter waste of time. It was clear that the goals of beginners and experts were worlds apart. Qi Wei urged everyone impatiently, and the group accelerated, quickly advancing with the crowd. Zhao Yuan and Zhongping stayed at the back. Suddenly, Zhao Yuan asked, "When you donated your token back then, what did the Human Alliance say?" Zhongping smiled sheepishly, a hint of embarrassment on his face. "Well, you wouldn't believe it, he praised me so much that I felt a little awkward. But they did promise to let me choose an item from the human treasury." Zhao Yuan nodded, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. After all, when large ruins dungeons open, they always match random participants. Instead of keeping it, why not donate it to the Human Alliance? They handle the arrangements, and you still get to join in. It's a win-win, isn't it? Zhongping nodded in agreement. That's exactly what I thought. You've got a token too, right? After this is over, you should donate it to the Human Alliance as well, and check out the human treasury, there might be some good skill books there. The group flew for over half a day before finally reaching their destination. 15 teams were already waiting in the air, engaged in quiet conversations as they patiently awaited the newcomers. As soon as they spotted the arriving group, they swiftly joined the formation. Qi Wei glanced at everyone, his tone urgent. "All right, can we begin?" Qi Tsung replied with a smile. "We're good to go, but let them rest for a bit. A little delay won't hurt." The newcomers varied in their levels of divine energy, which resulted in different flying speeds. Qi Wei led the way, with the others following closely behind, pushing themselves to the limit. The ones at the back were gasping for breath, their faces pale and exhausted. "You all get an hour to rest. After that, we're taking on the boss," Qi Wei instructed over the voice channel. The newcomers began to descend slowly, taking a much-needed break. Qi Wei led the 15 teams to the mountaintop, where he gazed at the distant red glow. The crimson beam of light appeared calm for now, but the closer they got, the clearer its true form became. The so-called red pillar was actually a mass of red threads entangled in the air, stretching out in all directions. Looking downward, countless red lines could be seen emerging from the ground, like a swarm of snakes breaking through the earth, racing outward in all directions. So this is the ancient beast? Qi Wei's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected it to take this form. The others arrived shortly after. Although they were still somewhat surprised, they had grown accustomed to encountering mysterious creatures like this, and showed little reaction to the sight. "What do you think these red lines resemble?" He Tianxiong asked, frowning in thought. Someone immediately responded. "When we killed the flesh sprouts earlier, the system mentioned these red lines were supplying the ancient beast. I'm guessing there's something like blood vessels." Qi Tsung studied the red threads emerging from the ground and mused. "Do you think these red lines might be searching for the flesh sprouts we just destroyed?" "It doesn't matter. No point overthinking it. We'll find out when the boss appears." Qi Wei shook his head and continued scanning the surroundings. However, some failed to notice or perhaps noticed but dismissed a crucial detail. There were no ancient beasts beneath their feet. Far away, beyond their line of sight, countless red threads crept silently, swiftly hunting down ancient beasts. These crimson lines, as sharp as arrows, descended from the sky, piercing into the beasts' nests and their bodies. Within mere seconds, the corpses of ancient beasts began to pile up, their skeletons exposed, their marrow drained completely. Interestingly, not all ancient beasts were targeted. The smaller or younger ones were left untouched. It was as if the red threads sensed their weakness and decided to spare them. This land is essentially a breeding ground for the primordial beasts. The blood sprouts hunt ancient beasts day after day, providing nutrients for the slumbering primordial beasts. However, when a blood sprout dies, the starving primordial beast awakens to hunt its prey personally. Each time this happens, it devours over 90% of the ancient beasts on the land before falling back into a deep slumber, waiting for hunger to awaken it once more. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. One after another, people began to rise into the air, gathering at higher altitudes. "Let's begin." Qi Wei's voice rang clearly over the team's communication channel. Everyone's expressions immediately turned serious. "Let me reiterate, strike when you get the chance, but don't get greedy for damage. As long as you contribute to taking down the boss, you'll earn a considerable amount of relic points," Qi Wei continued, addressing the newcomers. "Safety comes first. Leave the main damage output to us." Though these so-called newcomers weren't complete novices like Zhao Yuan, some of them had been navigating the Abyss game for over a decade. It's said that just participating in the boss kill guarantees at least 100,000 relic points. Added to what you've already accumulated, everyone here should be able to rank up 1 or 2 stars. That puts you ahead of your peers by 1 or 2 years, Zhongping explained enthusiastically. He then turned to Zhao Yuan and asked, "As a summoner, your rewards should be even higher, right? Have you hit 200,000 yet?" Zhao Yuan nodded in confirmation, silently calculating that he had already amassed 600,000 points, but chose not to disclose this. "What about you?" Zhao Yuan asked in return. "As a beast tamer, you must have earned quite a bit too." 290,000, Zhongping replied, his tone a mix of excitement and regret. "Give me a little more time, and I could save up even more. Large relic dungeons truly lived up to their reputation once inside. It was hard to stop. Watching the relic points steadily increase, symbolizing a gradual rise in divinity levels, was undeniably exhilarating. Unfortunately, you couldn't stay forever. Without clearing the dungeon, you couldn't leave. And once a divinity level reached 17 stars and 9 levels, relic points would lose their value, leaving players trapped in the dungeon indefinitely. At the forefront, Chi Wei surveyed the elite team. The members nodded in unison, signaling their readiness. "He'll go first." A man leaped into the air, drawing his long blade. The blade's energy surged like a vast ocean, sweeping toward the red lines high above. The others kept their eyes fixed on the ground. The blade's energy slashed through the air, severing a large swath of red lines. Though the light pillar trembled, it remained standing. The man struck again, this time cleaving straight into the red light pillar. The sharp blade energy split it apart instantly. The pillar shook violently, collapsing like a kite with its string cut, and began to disintegrate. The red lines in the sky withered rapidly, and those in the distance, which had been devouring ancient beasts, abruptly halted before turning to dust. A thunderous roar erupted as the light pillar broke. The ground trembled, mountains crumbled, and massive fissures tore through the earth. Chi Wei and the others quickly ascended into the air, watching as the mountain beneath them turned to ruins in mere moments. From deep within the earth came a series of enraged, ravenous howls, like a starving beast interrupted mid-meal. The fissures on the ground widened, eventually forming an abyss so deep that its bottom could not be seen. Suddenly, the tremors ceased. Boom! A massive black hand, covered in red fur, emerged from the abyss, gripping the cliffside tightly. The arm alone was as wide as a river. Moments later, a second hand followed, and with a slight exertion of force, the rock wall it held began to crack. A shadow as colossal as a mountain leaped out of the abyss. "The boss is he writes huge," someone murmured in awe. Its sheer size was overwhelming. As it leaped, it blocked out the entire sky. Its red fur rippled in the wind, raising whirlwinds amidst the swirling dust. It let out an earth-shaking roar, scattering the clouds within a 1,000-mile radius in an instant. The true master of this land had finally revealed itself. The world was silent, the vast expanse of heaven and earth reduced to a single towering figure. Crimson fur billowed in the wind, spreading across the entire field of vision like a sea of blood. "Is this guy shedding?" Someone murmured under their breath, only to be met with a sharp glare from their companion. "Don't ruin the atmosphere." The ancient beast's silhouette resembled that of a monkey, magnified countless times over. Its most striking feature was the blood-red strands atop its head, splaying out like the petals of a blooming chrysanthemum. As its earth-shaking roar subsided, the colossal creature lowered its head, its massive body moving like a living mountain. Rays of sunlight cascaded behind its forehead, forming a divine halo, as though an ancient deity had descended upon the mortal realm. The beast's fiery gaze locked onto the tiny humans hovering midair, barely reaching the height of its feet. Its eyes burned with unrelenting fury. With a sudden whoosh, 2 blazing jets of fire erupted from its pupils. Simultaneously, a health bar appeared, in everyone's view 3 billion HP. "That's surprisingly low for something this size," someone remarked, astonished. "I thought it'd have at least tens of billions." Chi Wei took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Let's go? Take it down. I've got this." Chu Linglong stepped forward without hesitation. In her hands materialized a massive purple warhammer wreathed in flames, its size dwarfing her own. With a powerful stomp, she launched herself like an arrow toward the ancient beast. Behind her, the support team sprang into action, casting speed and shield buffs in quick succession, propelling her forward at an incredible velocity. "Take this," she bellowed, raising the giant hammer high before smashing it down toward the beast's knee. At the same time, she activated her taunt skill. A deafening clang rang out, accompanied by a shower of sparks. The taunt succeeded, and the beast's attention shifted to the tiny figure attacking its knee. The ancient beast, indifferent, lifted its colossal foot, ready to crush this insignificant pest into the ground. To it, such a small creature wasn't even worth the effort of swallowing. The moment the taunt succeeded, the others sprang into action. "Divine grace." He Tianqiang's voice carried a hint of sacred authority. As his chant concluded, radiant halos spread outward, encompassing every fighter on the battlefield. Zhao Yuan glanced at his status bar, where a notification appeared. "You are under the Divine Grace aura." All damage dealt increased by 37, attack speed increased by 18. More buffs followed in rapid succession: Divine Blessing, Sanctity, Unyielding Halo. As He Tianqiang unleashed his powers, the 15 squad leaders simultaneously activated their own Halo skills. The dense waves of buffs rained down on the fighters like a torrent. You received increased damage output. You received a speed boost. You received armor penetration. You received damage reduction. You received health regeneration. You received the Berserk aura. You received collision immunity. You received elemental enhancement. You received shield reinforcement. The system notifications came so rapidly, they almost blurred together. Zhao Yuan could feel an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, every muscle brimming with unprecedented strength. Among all support classes, aura-based supports were undeniably the most powerful. Other supports either had limited effects or could only target a fixed number of allies. Aura supports, however, affected every teammate within range, whether it was 1,000 or 1,000,000,000. This unparalleled utility was the key to humanity's ability to wear down even the most formidable bosses in the early stages. Especially in battles involving tens of millions of players swarming a single boss, the collision immunity effect was nothing short of divine. However, aura support classes were exceedingly rare. Among hundreds of thousands of support players, finding even one was a stroke of luck. Yet here, in this single ruins dungeon, 15 aura supports had appeared, each one seasoned and highly skilled. The sheer volume of stacked buffs exponentially amplified the damage output of every offensive player. Zhao Yuan gazed at the shield in front of him, which had a health pool dozens of times thicker than his own, and an overwhelming sense of security surged within him. Ahead, 15 squads had launched a full-scale attack, their terrifying supernatural powers seemingly capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart. During the last dungeon raid, Zhao Yuan had thought Lu Jian was already incredibly strong, but witnessing this scene now, he finally understood the gap between top-tier players was truly unimaginable. As an off-tank, Zhao Yuan observed that every member of these 15 squads was exceptionally powerful. Blades clashed, spears and halberds intertwined in the air, almost blotting out the sky. The frontline warriors braved the boss's attacks heat-in, each strike of their weapons delivering critical hits. The damage-dealing classes were even more astonishing. Warlocks summoned storms of lightning, mages froze vast expanses, and archers unleashed volleys of arrows. Despite having only 30 damage dealers present, their output far surpassed the combined efforts of the 200,000 new players behind them. The primordial beast barely bothered to evade attacks from others, but whenever it turned its attention to Zhao Yuan and his group, it was forced to dodge. In mere seconds, the beast had been driven into retreat. Let's join the fight. Stop just watching. Zhong Ping suddenly spoke. As soon as he finished, a green dragon materialized behind him, followed by a swarm of fierce beasts emerging from his body, charging forward to join the ranged assault. However, the giant frog responsible for melee combat appeared hesitant. It didn't rush forward with the others. Its heightened intelligence now brought with it a sense of fear. My turn, Zhao Yuan murmured softly. Gathering all his strength, he swung forcefully toward the distance. Instantly, the sky-bossed bear roared into existence, letting out a thunderous bellow before charging unhesitatingly at the colossal primordial beast, which was several times its size. The bear's massive body barreled forward, ignoring other players in its path, forcing everyone to quickly dodge out of the way. Clear the way now! An urgent shout rang out from the crowd. Chi Wei, the commander, recognized the danger and raised his hand to cast a halo of light. The halo enveloped the obstacles around the bear, allowing it to pass through effortlessly as if nothing was there. As the sky-boost bear lunged at the primordial beast, everyone's eyes followed its movements. Without hesitation, the bear leapt and grabbed onto the beast's red fur, swiftly climbing toward its head. The speed boost from the halo made its movements even more ferocious, and before long, it had reached the top of the beast's head. A deafening roar erupted as the bear activated its taunt skill, attempting to draw the primordial beast's attention. However, its taunt level couldn't compare to that of the players holding the front lines, and the beast largely ignored it. But the bear didn't care. It relentlessly swung its massive paws, pounding on the beast's head. Despite the enormous size disparity, the bear's attack speed was so rapid that it became a blur. Each strike sent tufts of red fur flying, scattering in all directions. Is that bear insane? Chu Linglong muttered in astonishment as she repositioned herself from afar. The bear exuded a wild and fearless aura, as if it intended to completely tear off the primordial beast's head. Every attack was brimming with raw power and unwavering determination. Its ferocity left even the seasoned players present in awe. Despite its relatively small size compared to the beast, each blow caused the beast's skin to crack. Meanwhile, activity stirred beneath the primordial beast's feet. 6 giant horned ants scurried around, using their forelimbs to swiftly strip patches of fur from its legs. Elsewhere, an endless stream of magma cascaded down from above, targeting the beast's rear. The flame god, true to its mythical quality, unleashed lava that forced the primordial beast to clutch its backside in pain, its expression momentarily flashing with anguish and its gaze sharpening. Standing off to the side, Zhao Yuan watched calmly as the rift-winged butterfly beside him appeared, eager to join the fray. Are these the 4 summoned creatures you mentioned? Zhongping stiffly turned his head and asked Zhao Yuan. With his hands clasped behind his back, Zhao Yuan stood at the rear of the group. Hearing the question, he smiled faintly. All the players' attention shifted from the skyboost bear to Zhao Yuan. their actions momentarily halting as they turned to look at him. What incredible summons, someone muttered in amazement. For the first time, Zhao Yuan found himself the center of attention for a crowd of 200,000 people. Their gazes were filled with shock and disbelief. In that fleeting moment, he seemed to transform into the one and only summoner in everyone's hearts. Those stares, like blazing flames, ignited a fire in the river of fate. If the human race's fortune flowing toward Zhao Yuan had been a gentle stream before, it now surged into a mighty torrent. In a way, this was a small-scale recognition of a species. If a deity were watching from above at this moment, they would surely witness a golden dragon of fortune breaking free from its shell on Zhao Yuan's body. The human race's luck seemed to flicker with a final burst of brilliance, as though preparing for one last gamble. In the unseen realm, Zhao Yuan's title radiated with dazzling light. The beast god king cast a glance over the dungeon world, then turned away, muttering to himself about his misfortune. Just then, an earth-shattering roar shattered everyone's thoughts. Perhaps the magma flame god's lava had touched a sensitive spot on the ancient beast, for the starving creature roared in fury. Its massive palm, like a fly swatter, swung down toward the magma flame god. On the side, Chu Linglong rushed forward, her hammer growing larger as it caught the wind. "Buff me up," she shouted. Instantly, dozens of glowing auras enveloped her. "Take this hammer," she bellowed, swinging her colossal weapon down hard on the ancient beast's wrist. The beast's enormous hand trembled violently, then instinctively swiped at Chu Linglong. But she was already surrounded by layers of protective shields, safeguarding her. Excited, she yelled, "Bring it on," and swung her hammer again at the ancient beast. However, in the next moment, both she and her hammer were swatted away, crashing heavily into a towering mountain, which collapsed with a thunderous roar. Yet, Chu Linglong emerged from the rubble, her hair disheveled but completely unscathed. She charged forward again, hammer in hand. By now, the others had joined the fight, unleashing a barrage of skills on the ancient beast, causing it great agony. As for the culprit who had scorched its rear, the magma flame god had no time to care anymore. The ancient beast's colossal size made it a target for the frenzied onslaught of 200,000 rookies, their momentum unstoppable. At the forefront, the top 15 teams delivered devastating attacks. Every blow forced the ancient beast to defend itself, especially those percentage-based damage skills, which felt like each strike was severing its vital arteries. Meanwhile, the rookies' attacks, though relentless, had only managed to slightly thin the ancient beast's fur after all this time. Amid the chaos, Skyboast Bear seemed particularly isolated. The lone bear was perched atop the ancient beast's head, persistently thumping away. Its attacks weren't powerful, but the repeated strikes on the same spot drove the ancient beast to its limit, leaving its head itchy and sore. Finally, the creature freed up a hand to grab at the Skyboost Bear on its head. Against the massive palm, the 10-meter-tall bear appeared minuscule. Caught between two fingers, Skyboast Bear faced the sudden danger without fear, biting into the ancient beast's hand and clawing furiously, leaving streaks of wounds. Before the ancient beast could even make out what it had caught, Chu Linglong appeared out of nowhere, hammer in hand, and delivered a devastating blow to its left eye. Despicable. The ancient beast quickly raised its hand to cover its eye, inadvertently squashing the Skyboost Bear against it. The Sky Explosion Bear lunged at the ancient beast without hesitation, striking its eyes with two powerful blows. The intense pain drove the already enraged ancient beast completely out of control. With a burst of ferocity, it opened its massive jaws and swallowed the bear whole. As the sharp teeth made contact with the bear's body, its passive ability was triggered. The 10 true damage effect, usually insignificant, became remarkably effective against such a colossal creature. While the bear endured the damage, there was a chance for it to inflict 10 of the target's current maximum health as true damage. A tremendous force erupted from the ancient beast's mouth, sending several sharp teeth flying like bullets. A massive gash appeared across its face, blood gushing out like a breached dam, cascading in torrents. The ancient beast's health bar plummeted, with damage numbers flashing wildly. The Sky Explosion Bear, propelled by the force of the blood surge, was violently ejected from the ancient beast's jaws. It landed on the ground, quickly got back on its feet, and without hesitation, turned to grab the ancient beast's crimson fur, charging fearlessly once more. What on earth did I just witness? Nearly everyone was stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The ancient beast's mouth had suddenly burst open, unleashing devastating damage. What a bear! What a bear! Truly an incredible bear. Chi Wei, the team's leader, quickly grasped the shift in the battle and couldn't help but shout out loud. The others were busy attacking and hadn't fully registered what had just happened, but the rapid drop in the ancient beast's health was undoubtedly a good sign. The Sky Explosion Bear landed steadily, and after getting back up, it once again leapt toward the ancient beast without any hesitation. That bear of yours is unbelievably brave. Are all summoners creatures this fearless? Zhongping asked quietly, his tone full of disbelief. He couldn't help but wonder this was unlike any summoner he had ever known. Meanwhile, his own class, along with another, often found themselves idly coasting through battles while occasionally exchanging a few words. Don't Beastmaster's creatures act the same way? Zhao Yuan replied with a smile. Zhongping ignored him and turned his attention back to the battlefield. As the frontline tank, his giant frog lagged far behind the damage-dealing group, lazily flicking its tongue for ranged attacks. The sight filled him with embarrassment. How humiliating, Zhongping muttered, covering his face. The frog's performance was entirely unbefitting of its role. Faced with such a formidable foe, it lacked even the courage to move forward, leaving Zhongping feeling deeply ashamed. At least try to look the part. Don't make me look bad. Zhongping hurriedly used the Beastmaster's exclusive communication system to urge the frog to step up and act more assertively. Yet the frog seemed completely unbothered, maintaining its leisurely demeanor. Zhongping was so frustrated he nearly spat blood. Despite the Sky Explosion Bear's earlier jaw-dropping performance, Zhao Yuan's other summoned creatures were far less impressive. Aside from occasional attacks, their overall impact was minimal, akin to scratching the surface. Even so, Zhao Yuan's four summons, no matter how underwhelming, still outperformed Zhongping's nail-filivel contributions. Zhongping was seething with frustration, his heart filled with confusion and resentment. Why were Zhao Yuan's summons so fearless and relentless? The Sky Explosion Bear, its eyes glowing red, clung tightly to the ancient beast's crimson fur, climbing tirelessly toward its head. Chi Tsong, who had just leapt over the ancient beast's back, was awestruck by the bear's sheer tenacity, his gaze fixed on it. The bear exuded an unyielding aura, as if no challenge could make it falter. Truly, it was an extraordinary bear. What an extraordinary bear! Chi Tsong exclaimed, casting a speed-boosting spell on the Sky Explosion Bear, causing its movements to accelerate dramatically. Zhongping, once again airborne, couldn't help but ask, why does your bear always climb toward the head? Zhao Yuan paused for a moment before recalling his summon's fearless, passive ability. A thought crossed his mind. Perhaps when the Sky Explosion Bear reached the ancient beast's head, it no longer perceived the giant creature as a threat. Instead, in its own eyes, the ancient beast might appear smaller than itself. Perhaps, to the strong, the weak are destined to be trampled underfoot. The primeval beast was seething with rage. Though the tiny humans before it seemed insignificant, barely worth noticing next to its massive form, their attacks inflicted searing pain. The relentless pressure from the 15 squads directly in front of it only fueled its anger. Blow after blow missed their mark, and despite being both hungry and exhausted, the primeval beast found itself entangled by this persistent group of small, yet determined foes. As time dragged on, its patience wore dangerously thin. Suddenly, Chi Wei's urgent voice echoed through the team channel, followed by a sharp command, retreat. Almost instantly, everyone reacted, pulling back swiftly without hesitation or greed for more damage. While the others withdrew, Zhao Yuan's summoned creatures continued their assault, undeterred and fearless even as their master retreated. Zhao Yuan, trusting the commander implicitly as always, decisively led his team to fall back. As a damage dealer, he placed complete faith in the leader's judgment. As for his summoned creatures, no worries. Even if they perished, they would regenerate fully within minutes. Once the team had retreated far enough, they turned to observe the primeval beast from a safe distance. The beast slowly straightened its colossal frame, and the health it had lost during the assault rapidly regenerated. An invisible current swirled around its enormous body, and the red fur covering it suddenly grew explosively. The withered red strands atop its head began to extend wildly, cascading down like a fountain. These threads wrapped themselves around the Skyboost bear, which had been relentlessly attacking, tightening viciously. The bear struggled, clawing and biting at the threads, but to no avail. With a thunderous explosion, the Skyboost bear detonated, the blast tearing through a large patch of the primeval beast's fur at the top of its head. From afar, the top of the beast's head now appeared bald. The red threads only multiplied, and soon they could be seen writhing even within the massive creature's eyes. Roar! The primeval beast unleashed a deafening roar as a colossal shadow emerged behind it. This shadow, composed entirely of intertwining red threads, clung tightly to the beast's back. At that moment, the primeval beast itself seemed to have become a puppet of the monstrous entity woven from the crimson threads. Which one is the real primeval beast? Chi Tsung's voice broke the tense silence in the team channel, where only the team leaders were permitted to speak. Could this be some kind of symbiosis? He Tianxiong speculated uncertainly. Doesn't matter. Whether it's one or two, we'll kill them all. Chi Wei's cold eyes locked onto the primeval beast as his voice rang with determination. No holding back. Finish this fight quickly. We've been dragging this out too long, and the missions outside are piling up. We're the main combat force for humanity, and the longer we take, the harder it'll be for the others. 3 billion health points. Not much. We'll take it down within half a day, one squad leader declared. Make sure the rookies don't get too close. We can't afford to lose anyone. All leaders, focus on protecting your teams. We need to be out of this instance in 6 hours at most. Got it. Prioritize the safety of the team, and let's end this quickly, another leader responded. Our scores are nearly complete. Well, handle the rest. After finalizing the plan, Chi-Wei swiftly relayed it to all team members over the voice channel. Some in the group were eager to charge back into the fight, while others cautiously stepped back, preparing themselves for what was to come. 1,000 people, 1,000 faces, each unique, yet all acutely aware that in the battle to come, the auxiliary team's efforts would be devoted to their own members. Whether or not everyone would receive comprehensive support remained uncertain. Even if the skills were applied to them, survival was far from guaranteed. Team captains reminded their members to stay vigilant, and the DPS players across the squads exchanged knowing smiles before swiftly swapping out their gear. Previously, their equipment had been survival-oriented, as the captains had to split their attention to care for newcomers. To avoid being a burden, they had opted for setups focused on durability. But now, with the captains fully backing them, they brought out their most powerful offensive gear, ready to face the challenges ahead. For a dungeon raid, support was sufficient. There was no need to confront a main storyline world boss. Only elite human squads, who had survived over 2 centuries in the abyssal game, could afford such confidence. For other teams, obtaining even a single set of adequate equipment was a daunting task. At that moment, in the distance, the ancient beast had completed its evolution. Behind it, a blood-red figure, even taller than the beast itself, suddenly materialized. This figure was far more terrifying, its entire body entwined with countless crimson threads, resembling a colossal, grotesque monkey with exposed blood vessels. The stench of blood filled the air, so overwhelming that everyone instinctively covered their noses, only to realize it was futile. They had to shut off their sense of smell entirely. The red figure abruptly opened its eyes, its icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. The ancient beast suddenly bent its massive legs. Chi-Wei turned to the newcomers and shouted, "Run back!" But Chi-Wei's warning was hardly needed. Many had already sprung into action. The beast's bent legs uncoiled in an instant, launching it into the air as it hurtled toward the group, seemingly intent on crushing them into pulp. As it descended, countless crimson threads rained down like a storm of arrows, aiming to drain the blood from their bodies. Icebound world. The mage's voice rang out, sharp and chilling like a winter gale. As the incantation echoed, the ground was instantly covered in a thick layer of ice. Snowflakes began to swirl across the vast expanse, blanketing the land in white. Trees were cloaked in frost, and the biting cold surged like an unstoppable tide, altering even the heavens. The red threads, unable to approach, froze midair and shattered one by one. The ancient beast's massive body was quickly encased in a thick layer of frost and snow. The overwhelming cold made both the beast and the crimson figure behind it visibly recoil. But the red figure responded swiftly. Crimson threads erupted once more from its body, shooting into the ground on either side to anchor itself and stabilize its position midair. At the same time, sharp ice spikes emerged from the ground, their glinting tips like swords pointed skyward, as if heralding the arrival of death. What a death wish! Chi-Wei sneered as he looked up at the ancient beast. Go! At his command, 15 frontline warriors shot upward like meteors, targeting different parts of the beast. Close behind were the off-tanks, their blade auras and sword energy slicing through the air ahead of them. Auras shimmered around their bodies, their momentum unstoppable. Thunder! Come forth! The warlock from Chi Tsung's team raised his arm, and the sky darkened with swirling storm clouds. Lightning crackled and danced across the heavens. As the warlock gestured, bolts of lightning descended in a torrential cascade, tearing through the darkness and illuminating everything in sight. The blood-red monstrosity behind the ancient beast seemed particularly vulnerable to the onslaught of thunder. Each strike caused countless crimson threads to explode, spraying blood in all directions. The ancient beast was engulfed in a sea of lightning, the sheer power of which shattered the icy prison that had encased it. Within the thunderstorm's reach, an entire frost-covered mountain vanished in an instant. This battle was destined to be a fight to the death. The archer swiftly readied his bow and arrows. As he drew the bowstring, his entire body was instantly engulfed in flames. A fiery arrow materialized on the string, its tip radiating a blinding light. The moment he released the string, countless arrows suddenly multiplied on either side, pouring down like a torrential rain. His hands became a blur, each draw of the string unleashing a relentless storm of arrows, creating an unending assault. At the same time, 2 figures leapt into the air, a man and a woman, both clad in mage robes. The male mage's staff glowed intensely as his eyes snapped open, and a booming meteor descent echoed across the sky. In an instant, the heavens lit up, and a massive meteor tore through the atmosphere, followed by a cascade of smaller meteors. Their destructive aura forced the ancient beast to lift its gaze in alarm. Almost simultaneously, the female mage cast Dark Devour. The space surrounding the ancient beast was immediately engulfed in endless darkness. A giant mouth materialized out of nowhere, swallowing half of the beast's body in one swift motion. The ancient beast let out a terrified roar, and although countless threads of energy rapidly repaired its form, its health had visibly declined. Next, meteors rained down like a storm, each one as massive as the beast's head. The monster was slammed from the sky to the ground, while countless ice spikes pierced through its body. Though crimson threads continued to mend its wounds, the relentless assault showed no signs of abating. A fire mage raised his staff high, and the air was instantly filled with searing heat waves. Chanting the spell for infernal sea of despair, he unleashed a surge of flames from the earth itself. The inferno ignited even the air, reducing the crimson beast to agonized howls as it was consumed by the blazing fire. An assassin darted through the chaos like a streak of lightning, executing Blade Lotus. Golden lotuses filled the sky, and the moment he struck the ancient beast, the blossoms froze in place before erupting into a whirlwind of sword energy, slicing in all directions with no blind spots. 3 seconds later, the lotuses dissipated, and the assassin had already disappeared. A clear cry of crescent strike resounded as a woman wielding a curved blade emerged. Bathed in moonlight, she swung her blade, seemingly splitting the world in two. A massive wound opened on the ancient beast's body, blood gushing out like a torrent. In a flash of a crescent moon, the woman vanished as quickly as she appeared. This elite squad was now displaying their true power, the pinnacle of humanity's offensive might. For nearly 3 centuries, they had been the spearhead of humanity's push into the abyss. From a distant mountaintop, Zhao Yuan and Zhong Ping watched the apocalyptic scene unfold, utterly awestruck. Zhao Yuan's summoned creatures had all been annihilated, leaving him to wait for their revival, while Tai Hanhang remained oblivious and failed to take cover. If such a scene were to occur in the modern world, it would be nothing short of the annihilation of nations. Zhong Ping stood on the solid ice beneath his feet, watching the raging flames around him. The true juxtaposition of ice and fire played out vividly before his eyes. Meteors continuously fell from the sky, turning the area where the ancient beast resided into a massive crater. Even though they were far from the battlefield, they could still feel the residual shockwaves from the attacks of the damage-dealing professionals. Without the team's damage reduction effects, they would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Terrifying. The frog on Zhong Ping's shoulder smacked its lips repeatedly, its eyes filled with awe. We're still far from being on the same level as these top-tier damage dealers, Zhao Yuan said, staring at the distant battlefield with a tone full of admiration. Don't worry, we're still young. One day, we'll be able to do the same, Zhong Ping said excitedly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. 300 years in the abyss, soon, Zhao Yuan murmured, as if calculating the time needed for his growth. The grand yet terrifying scene instantly quelled the eagerness of the rookies who had been itching to showcase their skills. Just watching seemed to become the unspoken consensus among everyone. On the battlefield, the frontline warriors continuously provoked and distracted the ancient beast, forcing the massive creature to focus on them, leaving no opportunity to attack the damage dealers in the back. Whenever it attempted to target the rear, it was immediately pulled back by relentless taunt skills. The mandatory nature of the taunts prevented the ancient beast from bypassing the front line to attack the back line. By the time it managed to break free of the taunts, the damage dealers had already moved to a safe distance. The warlock's lightning attacks effectively suppressed the red creatures, eliminating them as soon as they appeared. On top of that, frost and fire mages followed up with relentless strikes, leaving no chance for the enemies to advance. Zhao Yuan summoned his creatures again and turned to Zhong Ping, his eyes carrying an invitation. Join me. Zhong Ping's expression darkened as he glanced at the large frog on his shoulder. The creature, as if sensing his thoughts, turned its body in sync with Zhong Ping and pretended not to see. Zhong Ping looked around at his other beasts, only to find them all avoiding his gaze. The small green snake, however, opened its mouth wide as if preparing to spit water at him. Why don't you go? Before the small green snake could utter a word, Zhong Ping quickly inserted his finger into its mouth, silencing it. Ignoring the snake's indignant glare, he calmly replied to Zhao Yuan. Not this time. Our damage output isn't worth embarrassing ourselves. But inwardly, he was screaming, do you think I don't want to? Every hit would earn relic points. But these so-called mighty beasts of mine are all acting like cowards. Seeing that Zhong Ping had no intention of joining, Zhao Yuan didn't insist. He immediately sent his summoned creatures into the fray. The damage dealt would be calculated into a score that would later be converted into relic points. Such an opportunity couldn't be wasted. Besides, it didn't matter if the summons died, they could be re-summoned in a few minutes as long as he himself remained alive. The Skyboust Bear charged toward the ancient beast first, with the giant horned ant following close behind. The flame mage strode across molten lava, bringing up the rear. Zhao Yuan, however, kept the skywing butterfly hovering near him. It was his insurance as a fragile summoner. Being so far from Chi Wei and the others, anything could happen. Staying cautious was always wise. The three summoned creatures marched forward with steadfast determination, brimming with confidence as they advanced toward the ancient beast. The rookies observing from a distance couldn't help but feel a sense of tragic heroism, as if they were witnessing warriors heading to certain doom. "These guys have some nerve," someone suddenly exclaimed. "Seems like it." That single comment instantly shifted the somber mood into one of humor. "What kind of summoner is this? Something seems off," another person muttered in confusion. Summoners were rare, but a few enrolled every year. Typically, summoned creatures had low intelligence and acted on instinct. Unless directly commanded, they wouldn't willingly engage in high-risk situations. But these particular summons showed no fear. Instead, they charged forward eagerly, not as if heading to their deaths, but as if they were rushing to a feast. It was baffling to everyone watching. The Skyboast Bear charged forward with its brethren. The focus of the battlefield was high in the sky, where various forces clashed fiercely. Yet, compared to the immense form of the primeval beast, the ground-level skirmishes seemed insignificant. Only Chi Wei remained composed, surveying the entire battlefield with sharp judgment, constantly on guard for any sudden changes. He glanced at the Skyboast Bear and its companions, understanding that these massive creatures posed no threat to the main battle, and chose not to intervene. Chi Wei quickly discerned the true intent of these extraterrestrial visitors. They were merely here to seize the relic sites. He silently approved of Zhao Yuan's approach, fighting valiantly and relentlessly, embodying the spirit revered by humanity. At that moment, the anguished wails of the primeval beast echoed through the skies. Despite its overwhelming power, it was helpless against its fate. Each of its lumbering steps caused the earth to quake, yet these tremors held no real significance. Bound alongside the red creature, the primeval beast's attacks failed to land on the small, but daring foes challenging it. Every swipe of its claws was either dodged or shattered by extraordinary powers. The red creature, in particular, had originally believed its presence would tip the scales in favor of the primeval beast, annihilating the defiant intruders. Yet, under the relentless strikes of thunder, it teetered on the brink of collapse, unable to offer any meaningful assistance. The Skyboast Bear once again climbed atop the primeval beast's head, hesitating briefly, as if contemplating whether it could find a higher vantage point. However, it quickly shifted its focus to the equally menacing red creature behind it. Without hesitation, the bear lunged like an arrow toward the red creature, swiftly scaling its body, which was woven from countless crimson threads. The red creature retaliated, unleashing its fine threads like a raging storm toward the bear. But once again, lightning struck, obliterating the threads before they could reach their target. The Skybeast Bear's movements were increasingly restricted. Every point of contact with the red creature was ensnared by the sticky threads, as if countless ravenous maws were tearing at its flesh. Sensing the dire shift in the situation, the bear grew more frantic, biting back at the threads with its massive jaws, each snap echoing with the sound of flesh and sinew tearing apart. Meanwhile, the combat styles of the flame mage and the giant horned ant could not have been more different. The giant horned ant charged directly at the primeval beast's feet, launching a fierce assault, while the flame mage circled the beast, continuously unleashing streams of molten lava that surged toward its colossal body. As time passed, the primeval beast's defenses weakened, and the battlefield expanded rapidly. Ancient trees and hidden beasts were drawn into the chaos, becoming casualties of the devastation. The ground was littered with rubble and scars, while the Skyboast Bear was repeatedly summoned by Zhao Yuan, exploding with relentless fury. The primeval beast's vitality diminished rapidly. Meanwhile, the red creature's form began to deteriorate, losing its initial brilliance. Its threads dulled to an ashen gray, devoid of any signs of life. At that moment, three assassins swiftly approached, launching a synchronized attack. All support skills were ready, and the damage-dealing classes unleashed their full arsenal without hesitation. A piercing wail shattered the air as the red creature let out a pained roar. Its body gradually turned black before disintegrating into ash, vanishing entirely from existence. With the red creature gone, the primeval beast was left utterly defenseless. No longer able to sustain itself, it staggered and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Blood gushed from its neck like a torrential flood, engulfing the surrounding land and forming a river of crimson. A single streak of sword light, like a meteor cutting through the heavens, descended with precision, severing the massive head of the primeval beast. The colossal head fell with a deafening boom, rolling like a boulder. The ground trembled under the impact, and the primeval beast's enormous body followed suit, crashing heavily onto the earth. The large dungeon, Ancient Beast's demise, was finally cleared. The system's voice rang out right on time. As the primeval beast collapsed, a crisp notification sound echoed in everyone's ears. Chi Wei let out a sigh of relief. Finally, the mission was over. The gloom in the sky began to dissipate, and in the distance, the rookies following him hurriedly rushed over. Zhao Yuan noticed a fleeting glimpse of Zhong Ping in the distance. As expected, he must have entered the exclusive tasks Basea's special reward for the dungeon initiator. Hello, dear players. I'm the Ruins Merchant, but you can call me Little Hong Hong. Congratulations on clearing the Ruins dungeon. I've prepared a wide array of goods for you to choose from. Of course, don't forget to bring your Ruins points. Without them, I won't welcome you. A strange creature, covered in red threads fluttering around its body, suddenly appeared. Its face bore the same permanent smile, its voice carrying an undeniable enthusiasm. This was none other than the legendary Ruins Merchant. With its arrival, the members of the 15 teams instantly lit up with joy. This was precisely the goal of their journey. Without hesitation, they rushed toward the light portal, leaving Qi Wei standing aside, looking helpless. Qi Wei watched the crowd rushing in and couldn't help but sigh. Turning to the rookies still lingering nearby, he reminded them, "All right, don't push. The Ruins shop won't be of much use to you. Your Ruins points won't get you anything worthwhile. Focus on leveling up, that's the real key. We're not buying artifacts, just looking," one excited player exclaimed. "Yeah, we just want to take a look. It's our first time seeing the Ruins shop," another chimed in. "Exactly, just looking, not buying," echoed the enthusiasm of the group. Most of them had never entered a large dungeon before, let alone seen the Ruins shop. Some had never even encountered rare artifacts. How could they pass up such an opportunity? Qi Wei spread his hands helplessly. "I've said all I can say. The rest is up to you." He didn't stop them, there was no need. At this point, there was nothing more he could do. Turning around, he stepped into the light portal. For him, this was also a rare chance to grab some artifacts. Truth be told, opportunities like this didn't come often, miss it, and it was gone. As Qi Wei's figure disappeared into the portal, the group eagerly followed. Among them, however, Zhao Yuan decisively chose to exit the dungeon. Looking at the 950,000 Ruins points in his hands, soon to be converted into Divinity points, Zhao Yuan felt a surge of joy. His only thought at that moment was, level up. Staring at the massive amount of Ruins points, he couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Zhao Yuan frowned slightly, sensing a low, rumbling sound near his ear. He stopped in his tracks and looked back, but there was nothing to be seen. Was it just his imagination? He muttered to himself, shook his head, and refocused on the Ruins points in his hand. Unbeknownst to him, as the light flashed, the dungeon space began to solidify. Zhao Yuan had fully exited the dungeon. Meanwhile, in a distant, unfamiliar space, a giant beast opened its eyes wide, staring at Zhao Yuan's fading figure as he prepared to leave its domain for good. The beast raised its heavy paw again and again, seemingly ready to strike, but each time, it held back. It knew that if it acted now, its paw might not be enough to end this wielder of the power of the stars. Worse yet, it would risk being struck down by an even greater force. Finally, the beast lowered its head and slowly closed its eyes. It understood that the power of the stars would become Zhao Yuan's curse. No mortal could escape the relentless pursuit of the gods. After exiting the dungeon, Zhao Yuan touched his ear, glanced around curiously, and muttered, "Was there really a sound just now?" He tried to recall, but nothing came to mind. Was it truly just an illusion? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. At the same moment, an immense surge of power began coursing through his body. With the conversion of the 950,000 Ruins points into Divinity points, an invisible force flowed within him. One by one, the shackles of his body loosened, and his genes began evolving rapidly. Qi Wei's earlier reminder seemed to echo in his ears. 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, 7-star. The rewards from this dungeon were truly overwhelming. Not only did the primeval beast drop 35 Ruins points, which thrilled him, but the earlier fish soup he had painstakingly prepared had also contributed an astonishing 600,000 points. This journey had indeed been a tremendous success. With such a massive amount of relic points, it's estimated to be slightly less than those of the 15 elite squads, but far more than what the other newcomers who entered at the same time could achieve. After a while, Zhao Yuan felt the evolutionary energy within his body gradually calm down. He slowly opened his eyes, unable to hide the excitement on his face. Before entering the relic instance, he had just reached 4-star level 7. Now, with 950,000 relic points gained, he had directly leapt to 14-star level 2. He was not far from the current maximum level of 17-star level 9. In just over a year, he had caught up with what would normally take others 200 years to achieve. This was an unprecedented accomplishment. Without the perfect combination of timing, environment, and opportunity, such speed would have been impossible. In the distance, a team of official personnel from the Human Alliance was rapidly approaching. Since Zhao Yuan was the first person to step out of the instance, they naturally had to come and inquire about the situation immediately. This large-scale relic instance had been open for more than 3 months, significantly exceeding the Human Alliance's expectations. If it weren't for the presence of the 15 elite squads of the Human Alliance inside, the higher-ups might have already feared a complete annihilation. This operation wasn't randomly assembled, but was a carefully organized large-scale mission by the Human Alliance. With a lineup so luxurious, it was almost unmatched. 15 rare ore support specialists were dispatched. If even such a lineup were to fail, it would be a severe blow to the human alliance's reputation. As days passed, and the duration far exceeded expectations, many people began to grow restless. Fortunately, special tools detected no major incidents within the instance. Otherwise, the human alliance might have already used powerful resources to forcibly break into the Relic instance. Forget the 20,000 newcomers, just the loss of the 15 elite squads would be a blow the human alliance couldn't afford in the current situation. Hello, has the instance ended? Is everyone okay? A man led the way, his tone filled with urgency. After all, since the instance time had exceeded expectations, he had been waiting here for nearly 2 months, constantly bombarded with inquiries, and even questioned personally by the speaker recently. How could he not be anxious? It's over. Everyone's basically fine. Zhao Yuan responded. He hadn't noticed any significant casualties during the instance, at least not during the boss battle phase. Before the boss fight, everyone had been acting separately, so he wasn't entirely sure if there had been large-scale losses. Hearing Zhao Yuan's reply, the man finally let out a long sigh of relief. That's great. At least it's not the worst-case scenario. He then asked further, why did this Relic instance last so long? Was the boss excessively powerful? Realizing he was being overly eager, the man adjusted his tone slightly and introduced himself seriously. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Qin Shaoling, Deputy Director of the Human Alliance's Enforcement Division and head of the Newcomer Guard Enforcement Team. Deputy Director of the Enforcement Division? That was a significant position within the Human Alliance, considered part of its upper echelon. Zhao Yuan's thoughts raced as he quickly responded. Hello, Director Qin. My name is Zhao Yuan. The boss wasn't excessively powerful. It was dealt with in under 10 hours. Hearing the name Zhao Yuan, a peculiar glint flashed in Qin Ziling's eyes. This name had recently been brought up frequently in high-level meetings of the Human Alliance, but it was his first time seeing Zhao Yuan in person. He discreetly gave Zhao Yuan a once-over, thinking to himself, there's definitely a resemblance. 10 hours? Then why did it take so long for you to come out? Qin Shaoling took a deep breath, his tone carrying a trace of anger. His first thought was that Qi Wei had been negligent and deliberately delayed, but he immediately dismissed that idea. Impossible. Qi Wei wasn't that kind of person. Known as a rebel within the Human Alliance, he was a notorious troublemaker. Before the apocalypse, he would have been considered an outspoken critic, often publicly criticizing certain decision-makers within the Human Alliance. It's possible he might cause trouble over trivial matters, but in this situation, he should be more proactive than anyone. Zhao Yuan explained seriously as he looked at the anxious Director Qin. Although it only took 10 hours to kill the boss, finding it took a whole 3 months. Hearing this, Qin Shaoling's expression darkened instantly. As the one who had chosen this large-scale ruins dungeon, he could already foresee the consequences he was about to face. The originally planned speedrun strategy, for which 15 elite squads had been specially deployed, had turned into such a mess. In his mind, he could already picture Qi Wei pointing at his nose and berating him. Why aren't they out yet? Qin Shaoling hastily changed the subject. They went into the ruins shop. They should be out any minute now, Zhao Yuan replied. Just as he finished speaking, figures began to appear one after another. Most people only took a quick glance inside out of curiosity before retreating, since ruins points were precious, and the items in the shop were outrageously expensive. Few were willing to make a purchase. Noticing that the members of the 15 squads hadn't appeared yet, Qin Shaoling seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation with Zhao Yuan. Why did you come out so quickly? Didn't you want to check out the ruins shop? Leveling up is the priority. Zhao Yuan answered decisively. Well said, you have a clear head. Qin Shaoling nodded approvingly. Rare items may be great, but they're secondary compared to divine level progression. No matter how good an item is, it can't compare to the overwhelming advantage of a higher divine rank. At that moment, Qi Wei noticed Zhao Yuan's level change and spoke with satisfaction. You've already reached 14-star level 2? Looks like you gained a lot this time. Using the rule stone to send you in wasn't a waste after all. To him, this was the best proof of success. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Shaoling spotted a familiar figure approaching quickly. He hurriedly said to Zhao Yuan, since you've reached 14-star, the 13th layer of the abyss isn't suitable for you anymore. Head to the 14th layer, now we'll chat later. Shaoli, please escort him. A young member of the newbie protection enforcement team quickly flew over to accompany Zhao Yuan. These enforcers were responsible for protecting players below the 17th layer of the abyss from harassment by higher-level players, a rule that no one could break. As soon as Zhao Yuan left, a furious figure stormed up to Qin Shaoling. Qi Wei wasted no time and demanded, who chose this dungeon? Do you even know what kind of terrible place this is? It took 3 whole months just to find the boss. Calm down. The dungeons are randomized. No one could have predicted this outcome. It's perfectly normal, Qin Shaoling replied, feigning composure. I know they're randomized, and I'm not angry, Qi Wei sneered. I just want to know who's this unlucky, so I can steer clear of any dungeon they pick in the future. Qin Ziling's expression froze instantly. This was exactly the kind of thing he couldn't admit to. When Zhong Ping stepped out, he caught sight of Zhao Yuan's departing figure. He was about to call out to him, but before he could say a word, Zhao Yuan had already left the temporary town. Members of the Human Alliance's rookie guard squad had already gathered around Zhong Ping, and he felt a tinge of regret hadn't even added Zhao Yuan as a friend yet. During this dungeon run, he had earned over 400,000 relic points, reaching level 1 of 10 stars. He wondered when Zhao Yuan would catch up to his level, as he felt a sense of camaraderie with him. What a pity! What a pity! Level 1 of 10 stars, not bad. You've made significant progress among the rookies in this dungeon. You might even rank in the top 3, though the first place is out of reach. Alright, it's time to leave. You should head to the 10th abyss, one of the rookie guard squad members said to Zhong Ping. Who's the top rookie? Zhong Ping asked. Zhong Ping was quite satisfied with his level progression 4 stars in 3 months, something he couldn't have imagined before. Hearing that he wasn't ranked first, he was momentarily stunned. Before the boss battles, he had already earned 200,000 relic points, far outpacing other professions. Was there really another damage-dealing profession that had outperformed his score? Zhao Yuan's image flashed through his mind. Could it be him? It's a summoner. He jumped up 9 stars. Summoners do have an advantage in this kind of scenario, but managing to grind so much in just 3 months is still astonishing. It might even be a new record, the guard squad member said with a hint of admiration. 900,000. Zhong Ping exclaimed in shock. Alright, stop lingering here. I need to ensure you safely leave this 13th abyss so you don't get one-shot by some wild monster, the squad member urged. Since Zhong Ping was the only one heading to the 10th abyss, the squad member quickly escorted him to the teleportation array before moving on to other tasks. A flash of light later, Zhao Yuan appeared in the 14th abyss. Looking around, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Before entering the abyss game, he would never have imagined that he could reach the 14th abyss in just over a year. It was almost unbelievable. No one would believe him if he said it out loud. Zhao Yuan headed toward the human main city in the 14th abyss. The nearest one, Wan City, lay ahead. Wan City was built on a towering mountain. More accurately, the city itself was the mountain. Long ago, humans used this vantage point to observe the 14th abyss's world boss, the Thunder Wrath Python. After the Python was defeated, the mountain was hollowed out, becoming the site of the 14th abyss's third main city, Wan City. Flying toward the city, Zhao Yuan entered without stopping to find an inn to rest. Now that he had evolved to level 14 stars, rest was rarely necessary unless his divine energy was severely depleted. For normal activities, rest was no longer needed. He opened his map and located the Life Profession Hall. The route was marked, and Zhao Yuan flew along, weaving through a series of tunnels. Sunlight streamed in through openings carved into the tunnel walls, illuminating the passage brightly. For those with extraordinary professions, hollowing out a mountain was no challenge. Zhao Yuan himself could now accomplish such a feat. The tunnels were vast and spacious. Compared to the 4th abyss, the 14th abyss had a relatively higher population. Many people lingered in this abyss for various reasons, unable or unwilling to advance further. The higher the abyss level, the more individuals chose to pursue life professions instead of combat-focused paths. Not everyone is destined to brave the raging currents. There will always be a small number of people who choose to step away, opting for civilian professions instead. The Human Alliance neither encourages nor opposes this decision. While the Alliance requires more individuals to head to the front lines and complete mainline missions, it also recognizes the indispensable role of logistics in any war effort. Before long, Zhao Yuan arrived at the Life Profession Hall. Here, one could learn nearly every life profession imaginable, whether it was one provided by the Abyss game, a traditional human profession, or even a self-invented one. The Abyss game acknowledged them all. Scanning the hall briefly, Zhao Yuan had no intention of switching to a life profession, especially since he lacked the skills for any. Instead, he turned his gaze to a side area and walked in. The path led to a long street lined with densely packed shops on both sides. However, these shops didn't sell items. Most valuable goods in the Abyss game were traded through the game marketplace or auction houses, making street vendors a rarity. Instead, these were stores run by life professionals, most offering custom-made services. As Zhao Yuan walked, he observed the shopkeepers introducing their services. Unlike the tense, battle-ready atmosphere outside among the Human Alliance, the people here exuded a sense of calm, as if they had retreated into their own tranquil world, indifferent to the changing seasons or the chaos beyond. Zhao Yuan stopped in front of a shop advertising the crafting of various musical instrument-like equipment. Curious, he stepped inside. There, a young woman was fully engrossed in her work at a crafting station. She was creating an instrument resembling a flute. Under her meticulous movements, the flute gradually shifted from blue to yellow. Unfortunately, before the transformation was complete, a crisp cracking sound echoed through the room, and the flute broke apart. What a pity, just a little more, and it would have been a fine quality flute, Zhao Hui lamented regretfully. Currently, The highest quality items human life professions could craft were of fine quality. The levels of legendary, epic, and mythical remained unattainable, as if an invisible barrier prevented anyone from reaching them. Noticing Zhao Yuan, Zhao Huihui looked up and approached him with a smile. Hello, is there something you need? Can you craft a device that plays music autonomously? Something small in size, but with loud sound output, Zhao Yuan asked. Zhao Huihui's expression turned a bit odd. She turned around and pulled out a large box from the side. MP12s, phones, speakers, all kinds of Bluetooth devices, take your pick. These pre-apocalypse items are really hard to find nowadays. There's little demand for them, though, so if you need one, you'll have to find someone with a lightning-based profession to charge it, she said with a sigh. Growing up, she had loved music and collected all kinds of tunes from the old world. However, her talent had dictated her profession. If only she had become a sound-based support or musician-type output profession instead of a relatively useless control type, she wouldn't be stuck here in semi-retirement. No, I'm not talking about electronic devices. I mean crafted equipment or tools with quality craftsmanship, Zhao Yuan clarified, gesturing toward the box of electronics. Oh, I see. Well, it's not impossible, but crafting instruments with transcendent properties requires transcendent materials. Honestly, you'd be better off buying equipment directly. The quality is far superior to anything handmade, Zhao Huihui advised, assuming Zhao Yuan was a music-based professional. Zhao Yuan didn't bother explaining further. Instead, he pulled out the tooth of the celestial beast. In an instant, a massive fong filled the shop, with part of it even sticking out into the street outside. Heads popped out from neighboring shops, and curious passers-by began gathering to see what had caused the commotion. Zhao Huihui stood frozen in shock, staring at the colossal fong radiating transcendent energy. Zhao Huihui quickly activated the spatial adjustment mechanism in the shop. In an instant, the shop's space folded, expanding the interior several times over. She then walked to the entrance and blocked the curious neighbors who were trying to peek inside, waving her hand. A line of text appeared on the sign at the door. Temporarily closed. An invisible barrier formed, ensuring no outsiders could enter the shop. After completing these tasks, Zhao Huihui excitedly approached the massive tooth and began to examine it closely. The giant tooth was milky white, smooth and flawless, with streaks of shimmering light flowing across its surface, clearly no ordinary item. She used her appraisal skill, and soon the information about the heavenly melody beast's tooth revealed itself. Will this material work? Zhao Yuan asked. Of course. This material is simply top tier for crafting musical instruments. I haven't seen anything this good in years, Zhao Huihui exclaimed with excitement. What kind of instrument are you planning to make? She quickly inquired. As a skilled instrument maker, using such a rare material was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. Not an instrument, Zhao Yuan clarified. I want to create a device that can automatically play various kinds of music. He wasn't about to let Zhao Huihui steer him into making instruments she didn't know the first thing about them. That would be such a waste. Just think about how exceptional an instrument made from this material would be an invaluable treasure for anyone in the music profession. Zhao Huihui tried to change his mind. She even pushed a large box of old electronic equipment from the table toward him, saying, "Take these as a gift." Looking at the pile of outdated gadgets, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What was he supposed to do with these? However, the shopkeeper's suggestion gave him an idea. Perhaps he could turn this tooth into a batch of instruments and sell them for a good profit. After all, he needed substantial funds to assemble his summoning army. Not a bad idea, Zhao Yuan said. But first, make a batch of playback devices according to my specifications. Then, we can consider your suggestion. All right, deal. What are your requirements? Zhao Huihui's lips curled into a slight smile, sensing she had made progress. Make them about the size of a bell. Record some high-energy, battle-rousing music inside, none of that sappy, romantic stuff. It needs to be the kind of music that makes people want to charge into action the moment they hear it. Zhao Yuan explained his vision. And don't ruin the material's amplification effects while you're at it. Rolling her eyes at him, Zhao Huihui replied. The material's amplification is its key feature. Do you think I'd mess that up? Relax, I'm a professional. She emphasized the word professional with a hint of exasperation. Bells come in different sizes. Do you have a specific size in mind? She asked. Just make them roughly the same size. Close enough will do. Start with about 100, Zhao Yuan instructed. 100? What do you need so many for? Zhao Huihui's jaw dropped in disbelief. I'm the customer. Stay professional, Zhao Yuan said, slightly annoyed. All right, my bad. I shouldn't have asked. Zhao Huihui quickly apologized, realizing she had overstepped. Also, make sure the music plays in sync. They all need to play together, not individually, Zhao Yuan reminded her. Imagine a whole army charging into battle with each device, playing something different. How ridiculous would that be? Got it. That's easy, she assured him. That's about it for the requirements. After making these, there should still be plenty of material left from the tooth, Zhao Yuan said, pointing at the heavenly melody beast's tooth. Hearing this, Zhao Huihui perked up, nodding enthusiastically. The tooth was enormous, and crafting 100 small bells wouldn't use much of it at all. She had no idea that Zhao Yuan had another one. What kind of instrument are you planning to craft? Zhao Hui's eyes lit up as soon as it touched on her area of expertise. Whatever instrument makes money. That's what I'll have crafted, Zhao Yuan said bluntly. His goal was simply to sell it for profit. He didn't care at all about what kind of instrument it would become. Unbelievable. It's like a cow chewing on peonies, completely tasteless. Zhao Hui's temper flared instantly, but she quickly suppressed it. He was a customer. She silently repeated this to herself 3 times, keeping a smile on her face. If it weren't for the extraordinary quality of Zhao Yuan's material, she would have thrown him out already. How much? Zhao Yuan asked, unfamiliar with the going rates. I take a commission, Zhao Hui responded decisively. A commission? Zhao Yuan hesitated. He hadn't done his homework and had oversimplified things, leaving himself in a passive position. Haggling was not his strong suit. Don't worry, my shop has been here for almost a century. Calling it a century-old establishment is no exaggeration. My reputation is rock solid, Zhao Hui said confidently. Many customers came to her specifically because of her credibility. She assumed Zhao Yuan had sought her out for the same reason, especially with such high-quality materials. In the field of instrument crafting, claiming to be the best among humans might be overreaching, but she could modestly say she was in the top 10. In reality, Zhao Yuan had never even heard of her. Her words made Zhao Yuan think for a moment. Finally, he stopped hesitating and said, "All right, how much is the commission?" 1%. Doesn't sound like much, right? Zhao Yuan nodded reluctantly. He accepted it for now. After all, he still had one more of these materials. If this woman tried to cheat him, he'd make sure not to return for the next one. In truth, the rate was fair, and Zhao Hui would only make a modest profit. With materials like this, the differences in craftsmanship between artisans would be negligible. Her focus was on achieving perfection. All right, but make it quick, Zhao Yuan demanded. Shaking her head, Zhao Hui replied. Here's the thing, if you want to sell it at a good price, it needs proper promotion, and promotion takes time. Rushing won't make much of a difference. She had a point. Fine. Then start by crafting the bell for me. The rest can follow as quickly as possible. Let's put it this way. I have another one of these teeth. If you can satisfy me with this one, I'll bring the next one to you as well, Zhao Yuan said, pointing to the celestial beast Fong. Hearing this, Zhao Hui almost jumped for joy. Another one? This was amazing. Rest assured, we'll make sure you get your money's worth. 3 days from now, you can pick up the bell. As for the rest, they should all be sold within 3 months. At that time, you can come to collect your payment and review the accounts, she assured him. All right, Zhao Yuan agreed. Raising her hand, Zhao Hui summoned the game interface, where a contract appeared. Zhao Yuan carefully read through it 3 times to ensure there were no issues he could detect. Once satisfied, he signed it. Under the Deep Abyss Game's witness, neither party could breach the contract. By the way, make sure to grind the scraps into powder. Don't waste anything, it can also be sold. Include it in the total, Zhao Yuan added quickly, suddenly remembering. As a summoner, his resource consumption was immense. He couldn't afford to waste anything. Got it, no problem. Zhao Hui was highly professional. She immediately pulled out another contract, wrote down the additional terms, and appended it to the existing agreement. Thank you. Zhao Yuan signed again, expressing his gratitude to Zhao Hui. After all, if she had refused, the previously signed contract would have been irreversible. No need to thank me. We operate on trust and integrity. I wouldn't ruin my century-old reputation over a few coins, Zhao Hui replied with a smile. Zhao Yuan nodded and left. He still needed to head to the Human Alliance. Watching him walk away, Zhao Hui turned her attention back to the celestial beast Fong. She jumped and danced with excitement. This was incredible. Soon, her name would be unmissable among instrument crafters. On the 14th level of the Abyss, at the Human Alliance office, Zhao Yuan stepped inside. The decor was unexpectedly modest. Even less impressive than a standard hotel outside, simple stone structures with no luxurious embellishments, and only a single receptionist, a young woman in uniform, standing behind a wide stone desk. In the Abyss, no one dared cause trouble here. Though the office was more symbolic than functional, it was fully equipped to handle its responsibilities. Zhao Yuan approached the front desk, meeting the receptionist's blank stare. Hello, Zhao Yuan greeted first. Hello, how can I assist you? The woman responded in a formal tone. Could you tell me the process for the bounty related to the large Relic instance token? Zhao Yuan got straight to the point. His real objective was to gain access to the Human Alliance's treasury. This question immediately lit up the receptionist's eyes, and her demeanor became noticeably warmer. One moment, please. Your name? Zhao Yuan. Her fingers flew across the console with astonishing speed, her movements almost a blur. After a few seconds, she looked up and said, All set. Please wait 5 minutes. Someone will come to guide you shortly. She gestured toward a row of stone chairs nearby, indicating that Zhao Yuan could rest there. Zhao Yuan nodded and turned toward the seating area. However, before he even reached the chairs, 2 staff members in Human Alliance uniforms quickly entered the hall and walked straight toward him. The receptionist also stepped out from behind the desk, nodded to the two staff members, and then explained to Zhao Yuan. You can follow them. The bounty task handover will take place at the Human Alliance headquarters on the 17th level. Once you're done, they'll ensure you're safely escorted back. She added, the so-called headquarters of the Human Alliance is always at the front lines of the abyss. Currently, it's on the 17th level, but in the future, it will move to the 18th. Understood. Zhao Yuan replied succinctly before following the two staff members out of the office. They headed straight to the outskirts of the city and stepped onto the teleportation array leading to the 17th level. As soon as Zhao Yuan arrived on the 17th level, he immediately felt the stark difference in atmosphere compared to the 14th level. The tension was palpable. Everyone seemed to be rushing toward the city gates. In just a few seconds, at least 10 squads passed by them, each moving at an incredible speed. The tallest building in the 17th level city was the Human Alliance headquarters. The two staff members guided Zhao Yuan through several bustling streets before stopping in front of a grand hall. Zhao Yuan looked up to see a signboard that read, Human Alliance Education and Propaganda Department. At that moment, another staff member approached and directly asked, are you here to submit a large relic instance token? Seeing Zhao Yuan nod, the man's face broke into a smile. Follow me. Zhao Yuan followed him into an office. Inside, several other staff members were busy working. They only glanced at Zhao Yuan briefly before returning to their tasks. Here, place the token on this, the man instructed, pointing to a triangular stand on the desk. Zhao Yuan took out the lost chapter and carefully placed it on the stand. The moment he let go, the stand emitted a dazzling array of colors, and a mechanical voice announced, exclusive mission item, lost chapter of the forgotten civilization. Exclusive mission item? The man frowned, his expression a mix of frustration and barely concealed excitement. What's wrong? Isn't this a large relic instance token? Zhao Yuan asked, puzzled. It is, but an exclusive mission item isn't just a regular token. It's primarily a mission, and only secondarily a token, the man explained regretfully. Is there a difference? Zhao Yuan still didn't understand. It's for opening a large relic instance, right? Everyone goes in together, it's all the same, isn't it? The matching rules for large-scale relic dungeons are quite simple, the man patiently explained. As long as you hold the token and complete the designated ritual, anyone can open a multiplayer dungeon. Meanwhile, exclusive quest items unlock single-player large-scale relic dungeons. Of course, you also have the option to donate, he continued, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Doing so will not only grant you the privilege to choose from the human treasury, but will also arrange another large-scale relic dungeon for you. If you're not interested in entering a dungeon, you can convert it into honor points to exchange for items in the human treasury. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to agree, a deep voice interrupted the conversation. A man in a gray mage's robe strode into the office, and everyone immediately stood up. Even the man speaking with Zhao Yuan stepped aside respectfully. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened as he recognized this man. It was none other than Su Tianjiao, the Minister of Human Education and Propaganda, who had introduced him to the Abyss game when he first entered it. You must be Zhao Yuan. Su Tianjiao's gaze landed firmly on him. Greetings, Minister. Zhao Yuan bowed respectfully, inwardly marveling at the minister's lofty status. Figures of this rank were second only to the speaker. With a wave of his hand, Su Tianjiao summoned a force that swept Zhao Yuan off his feet, carrying him to the rooftop. High above, Su Tianjiao smiled at Zhao Yuan. Over the past 6 months, I've heard your name quite often. That summoner gear set from Feng Wujin, I personally applied for it on your behalf, Su Tianjiao explained. It was the first complete legendary set of equipment for humans. It originally belonged in the Human Memorial Hall, as it was left behind by Feng Wujin during one of humanity's darkest times. While its level may no longer keep up, its significance is unparalleled. Thank you, Minister. Zhao Yuan quickly expressed his gratitude, realizing that the reward he had received by mail back then had been arranged by Su Tianjiao himself. Su Tianjiao mused aloud. I thought that set would last you a few years, but in just half a year, you've already reached 14 stars. In the past 3 centuries, such rapid progress is unheard of. Titles, legendary equipment, interspecies relations, mythic skills, the discovery of the flesh sprout, exclusive quest items. Su Tianjiao listed thoughtfully. There have been far too many convenient coincidences. Especially that Grind Emperor title. Just the word Emperor alone is intriguing. In this age where gods manifest, some of the ancient mythological titles might indeed carry special meaning. Zhao Yuan remained silent in the face of Su Tianjiao's question. He recalled the warning from Tian Shangtian. Titles are the most crucial aspect of any game, and one must never reveal them without sufficient means of self-defense, especially when the other party possesses an impressive 10 points of luck. Seeing Zhao Yuan unwilling to answer, Su Tianjiao chuckled softly and shifted the topic. Qi Wei has already applied for a reward on your behalf, saying you made a significant contribution in the dungeon. Without you, they might have been stuck in there for who knows how long. What kind of reward? Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up. He was currently fretting over his lack of funds to purchase skill expansion stones and new abilities. A peculiar glint flashed in Su Tianjiao's eyes, and he immediately raised the reward level. You can pick any item from the human treasury. That's amazing. Zhao Yuan clenched his fist in excitement. He hadn't expected to gain such an opportunity, something even unattainable in a major ruins dungeon from the last dungeon. Turns out, it's not fulfilling planned desires that defines life, but the unexpected detours. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly asked, "Then why didn't you let me donate the relic earlier? Wouldn't that allow me to pick 2 items?" Su Tianjiao explained, "That's unnecessary. It's better for you to keep the exclusive mission item for yourself. We offer rewards for large ruins relics to nurture newcomers like you, and you're one of our key trainees." Zhao Yuan was stunned. While the explanation made sense, he still wished he could exchange the relic for another chance to choose from the treasury or join another major ruins dungeon. Su Tianjiao noticed that Zhao Yuan didn't fully grasp the true value of the exclusive mission item, but chose not to elaborate. Zhao Yuan would understand once he used it himself. After Zhao Yuan left, a figure emerged behind Su Tianjie, a shadow of the minister's assistant, someone second only to the deputy minister in authority. "Minister," the assistant hesitated before speaking. "Isn't the reward too generous? Access to the human treasury requires approval from at least 1 counselor, and you're well aware of the value of an exclusive mission item." Su Tianjiao replied calmly, "Rest assured, the counselor will approve it. Since we've already granted him a mythical skill, why would we be stingy with anything else? Otherwise, what's the point of giving the skill in the first place?" As he spoke, he opened his friend messages, revealing the second counselor's approval. "You've already given him a mythical skill, what's the harm in giving this too?" The assistant was stunned into silence. In that moment, he finally understood the human council's attitude toward Zhao Yuan. Watching Zhao Yuan's departing figure, Su Tianjiao murmured to himself, "You only see him as a lucky individual, but you fail to notice that he's a fledgling eagle, spreading its wings and preparing to soar into the skies." The current strategy of the human race is to spare no effort in cultivating new talents. Standing on the rooftop of the council building, Su Tianjiao gazed into the distance, a contented smile spreading across his face. He could clearly see that Zhao Yuan was riding the crest of this surge. This young man's luck was truly extraordinary. Every step he took brought him maximum benefit. First, he earned a title, then mastered mythical skills, and finally, due to an incident involving an external race, he gained the favor of the Grand Speaker, who used special privileges to send him into a large-scale relic dungeon for rapid advancement. These opportunities were the kind that others could only dream of. With the right timing, favorable circumstances, and the right people on his side, he has it all. As long as nothing goes wrong, he will soon become another pillar of the human race, Su Tianjiao remarked with admiration. Right now, he's like a koan in the water, ready to leap out and soar high into the sky. The assistant standing beside him hesitated and asked, "Won't this approach provoke dissatisfaction from others?" "It won't," Su Tianjiao replied, shaking his head. "Maybe at another time, yes. But not now. Everyone understands, don't have the luxury of time anymore. In this situation, even the slightest chance must be seized with everything we've got. It's the pressure of survival, and this era has left us with no other choice." The assistant seemed thoughtful. Indeed, if it weren't Zhao Yuan today, anyone else in his position would receive the same treatment. This was the choice made by the times and the prevailing circumstances, like a rock rising with the wind, soaring to heights of 90,000 miles. Su Tianjiao spread his arms wide, embracing the powerful gusts on the rooftop. "What we must do is ensure that every Kunping in the vast ocean of humanity can spread their wings and soar. We need to help their wings grow stronger, and we need the winds of this sky to blow fiercer and stronger, until they all ascend to the heavens and use their wings to shelter the entire human race." The strong winds howled, making their robes billow and snap. The 2 men exchanged a hearty laugh, their voices filled with hope for the future. Over the past 300 years, from the fledgling wings of the early pioneers to the protective wings of the council leaders, and now to the rise of a new generation, the wings of humanity were growing stronger with each passing era. After leaving the rooftop, Zhao Yuan was approached by the man who had initially welcomed him. With a peculiar expression, the man said, "You've been granted access to select from the human race's treasure vault. You can go in and make your choice right away. Additionally, the minister has instructed us to arrange assistance for your exclusive mission." Assistance for me? Zhao Yuan's thoughts stirred. He wasn't yet certain of the exact location of Leji Canyon, so he could leverage the resources of the Human Alliance to investigate. The man explained, "Yes, Minister Su hopes you can enhance your divinity level as quickly as possible." "Is it that urgent?" Zhao Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. "He'll likely need to spend at least 3 months in the 14th layer of the abyss. How about we set off in 3 months?" He planned to use this time to convert all his resources into tangible combat power. 3 months. The man in front of Zhao Yuan frowned deeply, his tone filled with hesitation. "The minister instructed us to act quickly. Zhao Yuan remained unfazed, meeting the man's gaze directly. Yes, and you also need to find out where Leji Canyon is. That's where we're heading. His tone was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Seeing Zhao Yuan's resolute attitude, the man's shoulders slumped slightly as he reluctantly nodded. All right. After escorting Zhao Yuan to the door, the two escorts who had been waiting stepped forward immediately. Accompanied by them, Zhao Yuan quickly returned to the 14th floor of Wan City. Inside a modest hotel room in Wan City, Zhao Yuan's hands trembled slightly, his heart racing as he finally opened the legendary human treasury. A system notification popped up instantly. You have unlocked the human treasury. Your current glory points are 0. The system has detected that you possess one opportunity to select an item from the human treasury. Would you like to use it? Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan selected yes. A sleek interface appeared on the screen. Greetings, human Zhao Yuan. You currently have one opportunity to make any selection, but we strongly encourage you to use this chance to choose something that enhances your survival or offensive abilities. Please do not prioritize value as your main criterion. Items from the human treasury cannot be privately traded or listed in auction houses. Any violations will result in the item being reclaimed. Please make your choice based on your personal needs. Disappointment flickered across Zhao Yuan's face. He had originally planned to select the most valuable item, sell it, and use the proceeds to purchase summoner skills after all. Compared to other professions, summoner skills were relatively affordable. However, this plan was immediately thwarted by the system's restrictions, significantly diminishing the value of this opportunity. Left with no other choice, Zhao Yuan abandoned his initial plan. Navigating the interface skillfully, he soon entered the skills section of the treasury, deciding to first explore what summoner skills were available. So many, Zhao Yuan exclaimed. After setting the quality filter to legendary, the screen was instantly flooded with countless skill descriptions. He began browsing through them carefully. Since gaining the Blessing of the Stars skill during his last dungeon, which had expanded his profession's limits, Zhao Yuan had a clear direction for his development, focusing on acquiring as many skills as possible. Each additional skill was akin to an extra life. Why hesitate? As a relatively rare profession, summoner skills were not particularly popular in the market. Many players who acquired summoner skills would, unless in dire need of money, opt to exchange them for glory points instead. Over the past 3 centuries, due to the low demand for exchanges, the treasury had accumulated a vast number of summoner skills. A quick glance revealed over 1,000 skill books, far exceeding the quantity available in auction houses. Zhao Yuan sifted through the options casually until one skill book caught his attention and made his eyes light up. Gate of the Infernal Swarm. Quality, legendary. Skill description. Ancient legends speak of a place known as the Inferno, a realm where countless sins and endless malice converge. You will open the gate of the Infernal Swarm, summoning a horde of infernal insects. The more slaughter you cause, the larger the swarm you summon. Evaluation. The Inferno embodies all things malevolent, and thus loyalty is alien to its creatures. They are hostile to all of existence. As their numbers grow, so does their intelligence, increasing the risk of them turning against you. Summoners must carefully control their numbers, or you may become their next target. Zhao Yuan stared at the description of the skill book, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light as he fell into deep thought. Interesting, very interesting, he murmured to himself, a subtle, enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. It's indeed rare for summoned creatures to attack their own master, unless they're under external control. Zhao Yuan's lips curled into a faint smile, showing no concern over the issue. With his innate ability to lower the intelligence of enemies, even if something was secretly manipulating these insect-like creatures, triggering his passive effect in a hostile situation would actually be an advantage. He carefully reviewed the skill details. This particular skill was undoubtedly the most valuable in terms of summoning quantity. However, he didn't make an immediate decision. Instead, he exited the human treasury and opened the auction house to start searching. If he could simply buy it with money, then he could save the treasury's resources for something else. Summoner skills remained scarce in the auction house, most of them being skills for frontline summons. Shaking his head at the options, Zhao Yuan closed the interface. He then took out the 6-star Angel's Tear. Originally reserved as a life-saving treasure, its value had significantly diminished after acquiring the Blessing of the Stars skill. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made up his mind. If the number of summoned creatures was high enough, there would be no need to worry about survival, especially with the Moonfall Pearl in hand. Without hesitation, he listed the 6-star Angel's Tear on the auction house, estimating that if a 4-star item could sell for over 40 billion, this 6-star one should be worth no less than 60 billion. Next, he set up an automatic message in the world chat. Looking to buy high-quality summoner skills? DM me if you have any. The message was set to repeat 10 times every half hour. With everything arranged, Zhao Yuan immediately headed out to grind monsters. As someone who hated wasting time, he decided to keep improving himself while waiting for Zhao Weihui's results, which were expected in 3 months. Even though his divinity level had already reached 14 stars, there was still room to grow at the peak level of 400. Every bit of progress, no matter how small, was worth pursuing. The world chat quickly erupted with excitement. The appearance of a 6-star angel's tier caused a stir. Typically, only one would appear each year, yet this was the second one to surface in less than a year. People marveled at the seller's extravagance and flooded the chat with private messages asking to borrow money. Meanwhile, in the voice-related profession circles, another matter was gaining traction. Thanks to Zhao Weihua's efforts, news of the celestial beast Fong began to spread. This material, capable of amplifying the effects of voice-based skills, was highly sought after by both support and damage-dealing classes. With Zhao Weihua's reputation in the musical instrument crafting industry, more and more people were taking notice. Even non-voice-related professionals started reaching out to her, eager to purchase celestial beast powder. As soon as the news of the heavenly beast's Fong spread, countless female professionals flocked to acquire it, offering jaw-dropping prices. This surge in demand even temporarily overshadowed the market share of voice-related professions. The phenomenon was not surprising after all. The unique trait of the heavenly beast, which could make one's voice extraordinarily beautiful when consumed, was irresistibly alluring to many. If Zhao Yuan were to obtain these materials, he would undoubtedly grind the entire heavenly beast's Fong into powder and sell it at a high price. But Zhao Huihui was different. As a dedicated instrument craftsman with aspirations, her primary goal was always to create exquisite instruments. That said, she didn't completely dismiss the requests of these female buyers. Inevitably, the process of crafting instruments would produce some leftover scraps. Selling these remnants to them would be a mutually beneficial option. Of course, the leftovers would be smaller in quantity and slightly less effective, but they still held considerable value. Zhao Huihui quickly sprang into action, leveraging her network to invite a group of renowned voice-related professionals into a dedicated chatroom, where she planned to host a custom instrument auction. The news spread like wildfire, drawing more and more participants. Although voice-related professions represented only a small fraction of humanity's myriad occupations, the sheer size of the human population meant that, in no time, the number of auction participants soared to nearly 100,000, creating a spectacular scene. Over the next 3 days, Zhao Huihui balanced handling the auction preparations while also completing a music playback device commissioned by Zhao Yuan. She informed Zhao Yuan about the auction and asked if he wanted to attend. Zhao Yuan simply instructed her to keep the bell secure until he could retrieve it later and mentioned that he might check in on the auction if he had time. Time flew by, and while Zhao Yuan was engrossed in slaying monsters in the wilderness, the Angel's Terror auction concluded. Despite the auction's staggering total of hundreds of billions of gold coins, only a small handful of individuals actively participated in bidding. The majority were merely spectators. Meanwhile, the situation in the wilderness was evolving. As Zhao Yuan delved deeper into the abyss, the monster's intelligence noticeably increased, and his grinding pace was no longer as swift as it had been on the 4th layer of the abyss. However, Zhao Yuan was in no rush, knew that once his resources were replenished, he would soon reach another breakthrough. At that moment, Zhao Weihua's custom instrument auction officially began. Zhao Yuan took a brief moment to enter the chatroom and was stunned by what he saw. There were nearly 170,000 people in attendance. Naturally, this wasn't the entirety of voice-related professionals, as the limited time for spreading the news meant some had likely missed the announcement. Given more time, the turnout could have been even greater. During breaks from grinding monsters, Zhao Yuan noticed that most of the custom instruments requested by these voice-related professionals were small-scale and typically designed as tool-type items. This choice made sense given humanity's current crafting capabilities. Creating equipment-type items would likely fail to harness the full potential of such precious materials. After observing for a short while, Zhao Yuan exited the auction chatroom. To him, as long as he could make money, the finer details didn't matter much. With the Angel's Terror auction concluded, the world chat channel returned to its usual pace. Casual chatter resumed among the community, and the overwhelming flood of messages subsided. Zhao Yuan's posted offer to purchase voice-related skills also began yielding results, with occasional contacts showcasing their skills. However, most of the skills were of legendary quality and fell short of his expectations. Zhao Yuan responded to each one with a non-committal "I'll think about it." At the same time, at a temporary rest point on the 17th layer of the abyss, a man gently pushed open the door of a makeshift room. Inside the room, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. On the bed lay a beautiful woman, her condition nothing short of horrifying. Her pale body was missing an arm and a leg, and 2 fist-sized, gaping wounds pierced through her abdomen, soaking the sheets beneath her in blood. The support specialist was tirelessly casting healing skills, while another teammate carefully fed her health potions. Without their swift intervention, she would have undoubtedly succumbed to her injuries on the spot. Ordinarily, for someone with a 17-star, level 9 evolution in the human race, such injuries should not have been a major concern. Limb regeneration, after all, was commonplace even at the 3-star level, let alone for a 17-star powerhouse. Yet, this situation was proving to be exceptionally dire. She had been unconscious for an entire day. Her wounds showed no signs of healing, and there was no trace of her limbs regenerating. What the hell was that thing? It was so fast I couldn't even see it. The frontline fighter slammed his fist against the wall in frustration. As the main tank, it was his job to handle incoming threats, yet he had failed to detect the lurking enemy. The captain's expression was equally grim. As a support, his primary duty was to protect the damage dealers, but now a teammate had suffered such devastating injuries under his watch. If not for his quick reaction, their main damage dealer might have died on the spot. Every teammate was a vital partner who had fought by their side through countless battles. Such a loss was unbearable for anyone. What's going on? Why hasn't she woken up yet? Someone asked anxiously. The captain's voice was heavy as he explained. That's the problem. If she could wake up, her recovery ability combined with our support would ensure she heals in no time. But right now, there's a mysterious force not only preventing her body from recovering, but also dragging her into a nightmare. Purification spells can barely suppress this force, let alone eliminate it. The team's expressions darkened further. What's the Human Alliance saying about this? The captain asked, turning to a teammate who had just entered the room. The Alliance says this is the front line, and recently many have reported that purification spells are no longer fully effective against negative conditions. This is the first time something like this has happened, and they're still investigating, the teammate replied. After a brief pause, he added, currently, only those in berserk mode are fully immune to these effects. That's obvious, the captain snapped. Everyone knows berserk mode can negate negative conditions, but damage dealers don't have that ability. Give me something useful. There is one piece of good news, the teammate quickly responded. There's a special item that can effectively remove these conditions, but it's been hoarded recently, and the price has skyrocketed to at least 1 billion gold coins. Buy it, the captain ordered without hesitation. A billion gold coins was a steep price, but it was nothing compared to the life of a teammate. As humanity advanced to the 17th layer, the effectiveness of purification spells began to diminish significantly. Many negative conditions became increasingly difficult to remove and could only be suppressed at best. In such circumstances, items capable of clearing negative effects naturally became highly sought after. After all, aside from the few professions with berserk mode immunity, most people relied on such items to survive. Soon, the man sent over 1 billion gold coins. The response from the other side was swift, as a small vial appeared in his hand. The captain took the vial, his gaze sweeping over the liquid inside. He frowned and asked, just this one drop, for 1 billion gold coins? He seemed momentarily uncertain. The man nodded helplessly. Upon seeing this, the other team members immediately began to grumble in dissatisfaction. The captain said nothing more and gently poured the drop of liquid into the woman's mouth. As the droplet entered, the woman's complexion visibly began to improve. Her previously pale face slowly regained a hint of vitality. The captain quickly activated a purification spell to expedite the healing process. Within moments, wisps of black mist began to seep from the woman's wounds, dissipating rapidly into the air. As the black mist vanished, her wounds started to heal. Tiny granules of flesh wriggled as if alive. Severed limbs regrew rapidly, and the speed of her recovery was astonishing. She should wake up soon, the captain said with a sigh of relief, finally easing the weight in his heart. What's this stuff called? He asked, turning to the others. 3 light divine water, a teammate replied. It's dropped by those sneaky little creatures that ambushed us. The Human Alliance named them nightmare blades. Killing those creatures has a chance to drop this water, but the odds are really low. That's why it's so rare on the market. Ugh. As we push forward, the boss minions are becoming harder to deal with. One team member sighed, shaking his head. The captain frowned and asked, how much funding does our team have left? Let's stock up on more 3 light divine water. We might need it again. We can't keep waiting until something happens to buy it. Just over 1.9 billion, not even 2 billion, another teammate replied. Ugh, we're short on funds. Looks like we'll have to pause for now. Pushing forward is getting a bit tough for our team, the captain said after a moment of contemplation. Agreed. The captain nodded, a trace of concern in his eyes. We're already at the front lines, and things are getting more complicated. A temporary pause won't hurt. Based on how the Human Alliance operates, they'll probably send elite squads to support us soon, focusing their efforts on taking down the nightmare blades. When that happens, the price of 3 light divine water should drop. Waiting a little won't make much difference. He muttered to himself. Still, we're so short on funds. Captain, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. A team member stepped forward, his tone hesitant. What is it? The captain asked, looking at him. Recently, we picked up a skill book, didn't we? And there's that information gathering task. How about we sell the book? The teammate suggested. The captain's expression shifted, his brows furrowed slightly. You mean the summoner skill book? That book is high quality and has unique content, but didn't you already ask a few summoners about it? Either their offers were too low, or they couldn't afford it. Which summoner on the 17th floor could even afford it? It's probably not someone from the 17th floor, the teammate replied. I saw someone advertising for it on the World Channel for over 2 months. There were rumors about angel-related intel being buried back then, right? I noticed the ad while looking into the 3 light divine water. If they're bold enough to advertise on the World Channel like that, they're probably not short on money. The captain paused briefly, then understood. All right, in that case, get in touch with them. The summoners on the 17th floor have all turned stingy, exploiting the rarity of summoners to drive prices down. Such greedy behavior, the captain said, pulling the skill book out of his bag and handing it over. Set a price, but don't be too ruthless. The teammate nodded, taking the book with a determined glint in his eyes. The team members nodded in agreement. This skill book was indeed special and extremely rare in the auction house. The price offered by those summoners from the 17th floor was less than half of what similar professions would pay. Instead of selling it at such a low price, it seemed better to donate it directly to the human treasury in exchange for honor points. While farming monsters on the 14th floor, Zhao Yuan received an unfamiliar message. He had grown accustomed to such interruptions lately and was about to glance over it casually as usual, but this time, the content made his heart race. The conversation quickly unfolded. Zhao Yuan, how much are you offering? 12 billion. 15 billion. 20 billion. That's my absolute limit. Zhao Yuan anxiously awaited a reply. This amount far exceeded what he had ever spent on other skills before. Meanwhile, Lu Wei looked up at the captain with a blank expression. What's wrong? Don't even want to offer 10 billion? The captain asked gruffly, his tone irritated by recent frustrations. Lu Wei shook his head and directly enlarged the chat interface for everyone to see. A collective gasp filled the room as everyone stared in shock. It was well known that legendary summoner skills typically sold for 8 to 9 billion in the auction house, with other professions ranging between 12 to 17 billion. Even if this skill book was indeed special, 10 billion would have been a reasonable price for a summoner. Who could have imagined this newcomer would start 2 billion above expectations and now raise it straight to 20 billion? Are all newcomers this rich these days? Someone muttered in disbelief. We've been grinding in the Abyss game for 70 to 80 years, and after all the investments in our own progress, saving 3 to 4 billion is already an achievement. And this newcomer just casually offers 20 billion. Absolutely insane. Captain, should we sell it? Lu Wei asked. The other team members' eyes sparkled with anticipation. This deal could bring them all a significant share. As the captain hesitated, another message from Zhao Yuan popped up. Why aren't you responding? Is it not enough? 22 billion. I really can't afford more than this. The words can't afford struck a chord in the captain's heart. Sell it to him for 20 billion, he declared. Got it. The team erupted in excitement. Lu Wei immediately replied. 20 billion, final price. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan transferred the 20 billion. When Lu Wei opened the mail and saw the dazzling number of gold coins, he froze for a moment. Captain, the payment's in, Lu Wei said, his voice trembling slightly. The team gathered around, staring at the mail in stunned silence. Newcomers are so straightforward, the captain quickly exclaimed. Send the skill over right away. We can't risk being accused of scamming and getting reported to the Human Alliance. The Enforcement Division's tea is not something we want to taste, especially since newcomers have special protection. Lu Wei nodded and followed through. Soon after, Zhao Yuan received the skill book and smiled brightly. What a steal, he said with satisfaction. Zhao Yuan stared at the newly acquired skill, overwhelmed with excitement. It was the first time in his life he had encountered a support-type summoning skill, something even the human race's treasury had never possessed. Perhaps it was due to his limited experience, but this was undeniably the first support summoning skill he had ever seen. The skill's description appeared before his eyes. Blessed Archangel, legendary quality. According to legend, the Lord of Heaven once faced relentless attacks from a group of ruthless bandits. These bandits eventually targeted a 12-winged archangel. During the pursuit of the bandits, the archangel never returned. Its 12 wings were broken, leaving only 6. A summoner can summon this archangel from the void. It not only provides buffs to summon creatures, but also grants support effects to the summoner themselves. The effectiveness of these abilities increases with the level of divinity. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan immediately activated the skill. Glancing at the 2 billion gold coins remaining in his inventory, he felt no concern. Despite the fact that his previously acquired 40 billion had dwindled to this amount, he was confident he could quickly earn more. At present, he possessed 6 skills: Giant Horned Ant, Skyboast Bear, Flame God, Skytear Butterfly, Phantom Dance, and Ghostly Step. Starting from the 6th skill, unlocking each new one required skill expansion stones. Of the 12 stones he had obtained from dungeons, he had already used 3, 1 for Flame God and 2 for Blessed Archangel, leaving 9 remaining. The next skill, however, would require 4 stones. Zhao Yuan checked his chat messages and the auction house, only to find that the Hellworm Gate skill was still nowhere to be found. For most people, the skill was too risky to use, but for someone like Zhao Yuan, with his Ironhead Child trait, it posed no issue at all. "Come forth, Archangel," Zhao Yuan called softly. In an instant, countless white feathers drifted down from the sky. A pair of slender legs appeared first. Amidst the cascading feathers, a tall figure slowly emerged. 6 pairs of pristine white wings spread open, surrounded by radiant halos. Her breathtakingly beautiful face exuded an otherworldly brilliance. Zhao Yuan's gaze moved from her elegant legs, past her graceful curves, and finally settled on her wings. The 6 pairs of wings bore gruesome wounds, with blood staining the once pure feathers. Judging by the jagged tears, it was clear that her wings had been brutally torn off by some creaturian unimaginable agony. Yet no matter how glorious her past might have been, as a summoned creature, that was all behind her now. At this moment, this stunning angel had become an iron-head child archangel. Zhao Yuan looked into her eyes, which, though dim, still carried an air of undeniable majesty. Just then, a wave of intense heat surged through the air as the flame god returned to Zhao Yuan's side after defeating some wild monsters. It forcefully claimed the closest position to him, pushing the archangel aside. The archangel gracefully fluttered her wings and instinctively bowed slightly to the flame god. The latter, however, remained motionless, staring blankly into the distance, waiting for its next battle. Zhao Yuan pondered deeply, recalling that the flame god of wrath had once been revered as a deity, while the archangel, as a 12-winged angel of the heavens, clearly held a high rank. What surprised him, however, was that even such a powerful archangel had to bow before the flame god of wrath. It made sense after all. One was of mythical quality, while the other was merely at a legendary level. Perhaps I haven't yet fully unleashed the true power of the flame god of wrath, Zhao Yuan thought to himself. Even though it was once a deity, now it's nothing more than a fallen phoenix inferior to a chicken. But he wasn't worried. He firmly believed that as his divinity improved, the flame god of wrath would one day reclaim its place among the gods. A new wave of monsters appeared, and all his summoned creatures immediately sprang into action. Zhao Yuan turned his gaze to the archangel, watching as it gracefully flapped its wings, causing divine halos to appear over all of his summoned creatures, including himself. System notifications flashed one after another. You have received the speed aura. Movement speed increased by 45, and unit collision is ignored. You have received the lightness aura. Movement speed increased by 25, attack speed increased by 35. You have received the divine blessing aura. Damage increased by 25. You have received the grace aura. Recover 1 of health every 10 seconds. Excellent. I didn't expect there to be aura support effects. What a pleasant surprise. Zhao Yuan exclaimed with delight. The person who sold this skill probably didn't realize it either. This 20 billion was totally worth it. Aura support held an undisputed position in the support class and was once called the light of hope for humanity. It was thanks to aura support that grinding down bosses became possible. If the seller had known that this summoning skill came with aura effects, they likely would have listed it at a sky-high price as a mythical skill, and summoners would still have considered buying it. Unfortunately for the seller, no one knew beforehand, leaving Zhao Yuan to reap the benefits. Truly a matter of timing and fate. Zhao Yuan thought to himself with satisfaction. He had been in need of a support-type summon, and now he finally had one. On the battlefield, the addition of the Archangel significantly enhanced the killing power of the summoned creatures against the monsters. Zhao Yuan glanced at the time. With only a few days left until the 3-month deadline, he decided to return to the city to check on the harvest from the tears of the angel and see how Zhao Huihui was doing. He estimated that several billion more would soon flow into his account, and the thought filled him with joy. However, Zhao Yuan also planned to acquire a few more skills. Currently, his front line relied solely on the Skybeast bear, which was struggling to hold its own. Against major bosses, the Skybeast bear often ended up as a self-destructing bear. Self-destructing bears aren't so bad, actually. If I get a few more, the explosions could at least be spectacular, Zhao Yuan thought. Money wasn't an issue for him. Better to spend it than to die unexpectedly one day and leave behind a fortune unused. As the saying went before the apocalypse, the greatest tragedy in life is dying with unspent money. Zhao Yuan took to the skies, the scene behind him awe-inspiring. The flame god of wrath and the archangel flanking him on either side. 3 rift-winged butterflies fluttering gracefully, and the towering 20-meter-tall Skybeast bear lumbering along close behind. The giant horned ants, being much smaller, were barely noticeable. Amidst the sea of lava, the pure white feathers floating down, and the black and white butterflies dancing in the air, Zhao Yuan strolled with ease, drawing every gaze his way. The spectacle left passers-by stunned. Before the apocalypse, such a scene could easily have been described as a god descending to Earth. Zhao Yuan's strength alone rivaled that of an entire team. Wherever he went, individuals and groups alike instinctively made way for him. Especially when they caught sight of the towering, terrifying Skybeast bear, its face smeared with blood as it occasionally licked its wounds, they shuddered and quickly stepped aside. As soon as Zhao Yuan entered Wan City, He quickly opened the auction house interface. Seeing the post-tax amount, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. 69.2 billion gold coins, even more than he had anticipated. To think that back in the day, the 7-star Angel's Tear only sold for 72 billion. For his 6-star item to fetch this price, it was clear how fierce the competition had been. He promptly transferred the gold coins into his inventory, feeling significantly more at ease. With this windfall, his upcoming plans could proceed smoothly. As he flew toward the craftsman district, Zhao Yuan had already informed Zhao Huihui in advance. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived at the shop, he saw her waiting at the entrance. Zhao Huihui quickly ushered him inside and casually hung up a closed for business sign. How did it go? Zhao Yuan asked directly. Almost everything sold out. All that's left is the delivery, and I'll handle that, Zhao Huihui said as she opened the contract they had previously signed. Here's the ledger. Take a look. The contract's glow illuminated each line of the transaction list, confirming that all deals complied with the rules. Zhao Yuan skimmed through it and noticed that the powdered teeth of the Tianlai beast constituted the largest quantity. Although the unit price couldn't compare to musical instruments, the sheer volume was staggering. His gaze finally landed on the total at the bottom after deducting the commission. Just this batch of teeth had earned him 18.4 billion gold coins. Seeing that Zhao Yuan had no objections, Zhao Huihui let out a sigh of relief and then brought out the 300 bells he had requested. These bells were thumb-sized, pristine white like jade, with intricate musical notes carved on their surfaces, exuding an extraordinary aura. Zhao Yuan took them and gave them a gentle shake. Immediately, a powerful melody resounded in all directions, as if a tidal wave of sound had swept over the area. He quickly stopped, and the sound abruptly ceased. All the specified songs are encoded in these. You can switch between them at will, Zhao Huihui explained, pointing to the largest bell among them. This is the main controller bell. It can manage all the others. Zhao Yuan picked up the main controller bell, which was only slightly larger than the others. It felt almost weightless in his hand. As he examined it with satisfaction, the item's attributes appeared before his eyes. Resounding Bell of Valor, an item of excellent quality that allows the user to switch tracks at will. The melodies played can enhance the courage and abilities of allies within its range. However, when his eyes fell on the final evaluation, his expression darkened. What a waste. Such luxurious materials, if placed in the hands of a true master, could have been crafted into a treasure that even deities would admire. And now, it's been reduced to a pile of garbage. Are you implying I gave you garbage? Zhao Yuan asked, his face cold and stern. Noticing the change in his demeanor, Zhao Huihui was instantly at a loss for words, her embarrassment evident. To be honest, when she first succeeded in crafting it and saw the evaluation, she almost spat out blood in frustration. It was simply too insulting. If the materials weren't so precious, she would have been tempted to destroy it entirely. Sorry to disappoint you. I might have overestimated my own abilities, Zhao Huihui said, her gaze downcast, her voice filled with dejection. These past days had been torturous for her. Even though she poured her heart and soul into crafting the instruments, the evaluation still barely ranked above trash. Zhao Yuan quickly composed himself. After handing over the materials to Zhao Huihui that day, he had done some digging. Zhao Huihui was indeed one of the most renowned instrument makers among humans today. While not the absolute best, she was undoubtedly among the top tier. The fact that this was all she could achieve wasn't a reflection of her skills, but rather a testament to the current limits of human craftsmanship. Even if someone else were to try, the results likely wouldn't be much better. It's fine. As long as it's functional, that's all that matters, Zhao Yuan said with a reassuring tone. He wasn't looking for luxury goods, but prioritized practicality above all else. As long as it met his needs, it was enough. Given the dire situation humanity was facing, even if they managed to create some kind of top-tier luxury item, it likely wouldn't fetch a good price. Few would be willing to buy something that was all style and no substance. Moreover, for most people, the true value of these instruments lay in the materials themselves, not the craftsmanship, which was a particularly hard blow to Zhao Huihui. She had hoped to make a name for herself through this endeavor, but instead, she had become something of a laughingstock within her circle. The second heavenly beast Fong, I suggest you hold on to it for now, Zhao Huihui said, looking Zhao Yuan straight in the eye. With humanity's current level of craftsmanship, using it now would just be a waste of materials. But if we somehow survive this 300-year deadline, I believe that it'll be able to create the kind of masterpiece that even the gods would stop to admire, just like the evaluation described. With that, she bowed deeply to Zhao Yuan, apologizing for wasting the precious material. Looking at the solemn expression on Zhao Huihui's face, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. Perhaps this wasn't the ultimate limit of human capability, just the limit for now. If you're really in urgent need of money, I'd like to buy the second heavenly beast Fong from you, Zhao Huihui said after straightening up, her eyes gleaming with determination. She had a strong premonition that her future was tied to this heavenly beast Fong. Like the legendary artifacts that helped achieve enlightenment, This was her defining treasure. How much are you offering? Zhao Yuan didn't reject her outright. In his hands, the Fong was just a raw material, but in hers, it might one day become a true masterpiece. That in itself would be a story worth telling. The first heavenly beast Fong only earned you 18.4 billion, which caused significant losses. That was my fault, Zhao Huihui admitted, her face pale. But if you're willing to sell me the second heavenly beast Fong, I'm prepared to pay you 50 billion gold coins. Her voice trembled slightly. This was the best she could offer. She feared that Zhao Yuan might refuse and instead find someone else to hastily craft another batch of instruments or even sell the whole Fong to someone else. After all, with the 300-year deadline looming, everyone was scrambling to enhance their abilities and survive. Keeping a material that held no value to him didn't make much sense. You have 50 billion? Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised. As someone who had tirelessly grinded his way to 90 billion, he found it hard to believe that a lifestyle player like her could amass such wealth. Was the crafting profession really that lucrative? 50 billion? No, I don't have that. Zhao Huihui replied firmly, her gaze unwavering. Zhao Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. But don't worry, she continued resolutely. If you're willing to sell me the heavenly beast Fong, I'll sell this shop immediately, liquidate all my assets, and combine them with my savings from the past century. That should amount to 15 billion. For the remaining 30 billion, I'll write you an IOU. An IOU guaranteed by the Abyssal game was indeed reliable. But how exactly did she plan to repay the rest? Zhao Yuan was at a loss for words. He never thought there'd come a day when someone would hand him an IOU. Looking at Zhao Huihui in front of him, he couldn't help but shake his head. Her voice grew softer as she continued, seemingly realizing how naive her thoughts had been. Don't worry, I won't stick to life professions anymore. I'll level up and grind monsters, Zhao Huihui said, her voice fading away, a trace of helplessness flickering in her eyes. She knew all too well that she was already over 100 years behind her peers in the game. In just a few days, the Abyss would reach the year 274, leaving only 26 years remaining. Even if she worked tirelessly to grind monsters, her control class profession couldn't keep up with the main group on her own. She'd be nothing more than a foot soldier at best, let alone achieving the goal of 35 billion. At worst, I'll leave my will to you. If I fall in battle, you'll inherit everything I have, including the celestial beast Fong. How about that? Zhao Huihui said passionately, her eyes glimmering with a desperate hope. It was as if she had pinned all her last hopes on obtaining the celestial beast Fong. If she couldn't get it before her death, how could she possibly rest in peace? Watching Zhao Huihui, who seemed ready to give up everything she had, Zhao Yuan remained silent for a long time. For a player to abandon combat and turn to life professions usually meant they were disheartened or out of options. For Zhao Huihui, a life profession player, to now choose the grueling path of leveling up again, it was clear that her desire for the celestial beast Fong had reached an extreme. Seeing Zhao Yuan's lack of response, a wave of sadness quickly spread through Zhao Huihui's heart. She had truly laid everything she had on the line. Suddenly, Zhao Yuan broke the silence with a laugh. All right, I'll sell it to you, he said, pulling out another celestial beast Fong from his pocket and handing it to Zhao Huihui. You don't need to sell your shop or grind monsters. With your control class physique, you'd probably leave today and be back by tomorrow if you even make it back alive. You're a master instrument craftsman. To die in battle would be a waste. Your value as a life profession player is far greater for humanity. Even if humanity lacks damage output, one control class profession won't make much of a difference. Zhao Huihui froze, stunned by the sudden turn of events. She hadn't expected Zhao Yuan to agree. Write an IOU, Zhao Yuan said casually, his tone light but calm. If we survive past the 300-year version limit, I trust you'll be able to repay the debt. If we don't make it, well, then it doesn't matter whether you owe anything or not. The celestial beast Fong Zhao Yuan handed her felt heavy, as if it carried the weight of an impossible dream. Zhao Huihui took it in a daze, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. She couldn't believe everything was happening so easily. Really? She stammered in disbelief. The celestial beast Fong in her hands wasn't worth tens of thousands of gold coins, it was worth hundreds of billions. And now it was hers just like that? Write the IOU. Zhao Yuan reminded her gently. Snapping out of her daze, Zhao Huihui hurriedly responded. Yes, right away. Thank you. I promise I'll repay you. Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Zhao Huihui, still overwhelmed with emotion, pulled out 50 billion gold coins, the entirety of her wealth accumulated over a century in her life profession. She handed the coins to Zhao Yuan and officially wrote an IOU for the remaining 450 billion in the Abyss. Zhao Yuan was momentarily surprised. He hadn't expected a life profession to yield such substantial wealth. Even max-level players couldn't necessarily amass this much. But to achieve this, one would need skills as exceptional as Zhao Huihui's. After glancing at the IOU to confirm its accuracy, Zhao Yuan accepted it and turned to wave at Zhao Huihui. May humanity remain untroubled, and may we both survive the 300-year limit. Farewell. As Zhao Huihui watched Zhao Yuan's departing figure, her emotions were a complex mix of gratitude and introspection. She felt a surge of admiration but chose to remain silent. Zhao Yuan left with a smile, his face radiating a genuine joy. This happiness even surpassed the excitement he felt when obtaining the two heavenly beast teeth. Though he couldn't quite pinpoint the source of this joy, he was undeniably experiencing an unprecedented sense of elation. Zhao Huihui watched Zhao Yuan's carefree figure as he walked away, a soft smile forming at the corners of her lips. She murmured gently, "May the human race be free of worries, and may we, too, live without burden." Lowering her gaze to the beast tooth in her arms, which was larger than herself, her eyes filled with determination, she was resolved to craft this tooth into a true masterpiece as a gesture of gratitude for his trust. After leaving, Zhao Yuan began to take stock of his assets. 69.2 billion angel tears, 18.4 billion from the heavenly beast teeth, plus the 5 billion Zhao Huihui had given him and his remaining 2 billion, totaling 94.6 billion. Without hesitation, he accessed the human treasury and exchanged directly for the Hell Insect Gate. As the treasury vanished, he understood that he would only be able to access it again once he regained eligibility or advanced with the main group to unlock honor points. He immediately used 4 skill expansion stones to learn the Hell Insect Gate, leaving 5 stones remaining. After some thought, he decided to once again choose the Skybust Bear for the frontline summons, a choice that still seemed highly effective at the moment. What followed was a grueling journey of skill purchasing. He first contacted the initial seller, this time wisely opting for a video call to negotiate face-to-face. After a round of verbal sparring, he secured the first skill book for 7.5 billion, saving 5 billion compared to the auction house price. The second negotiation was even more intense. The seller sent multiple representatives to haggle with him. Despite Zhao Yuan's insistence on limiting the discussion to one participant, the seemingly dull but sharp negotiator they sent gave him a tough time. In the end, Zhao Yuan's persistence paid off, and the deal was closed at 7.5 billion. When he reached out to the third seller, they sent a cute girl to negotiate. Although Zhao Yuan's initial offer of 6 billion was met with an eye roll and an abrupt disconnection, the psychological battle between the two was far from over. The girl started a countdown, and just as she reached 4, Zhao Yuan's video request popped up again. After a 20-second pause, she accepted the call and quoted a firm price of 8.5 billion. Exhausted, Zhao Yuan could only sigh in resignation at her demand. Zhao Yuan was truly exhausted. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. At this moment, he really didn't want to haggle with anyone anymore. However, the girl on the other side of the call was being utterly unreasonable, demanding 8.5 billion right off the bat. It was as if she was toying with him, a young and wealthy character. Suppressing the irritation brewing within, Zhao Yuan forced a smile and, taking advantage of her momentary distraction, decisively ended the video call. As the screen went dark, Zhao Yuan let out a breath of relief, though a sense of frustration lingered. Was she really the only option? He scrolled through his chat history while contemplating his next move. Just as he was about to resume his search, the same girl sent another video request. Zhao Yuan answered the call slowly and asked calmly, "How much are you asking now?" 6 billion, she replied coolly. Zhao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He already knew this deal was as good as sealed. After a brief pause, he nodded. "Deal." The girl on the other side nodded in response and swiftly transferred the skill book to Zhao Yuan's account. Without delay, Zhao Yuan sent the gold coins in return. Watching the transaction unfold, he suddenly realized he had already lost in some way, and this peculiar sense of defeat left him feeling oddly detached. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan used 51 skill stones to instantly unlock all the skills. As the system notification chimed, he glanced at his skill bar and felt a strange sense of relief. The earlier frustration seemed to dissipate, carried away like the wind. Time passed quickly. When Zhao Yuan received another message from the Human Alliance, he knew it was time to embark on another journey. Leaping into the air, he headed toward the outskirts of Wan City, where a familiar figure was already waiting. "It's been a while," Zhao Yuan greeted. "Not that long, just 3 months," Zhuofei replied with a hint of exasperation. During those 3 months of waiting, Minister Su, though busy, would often ask Zhuofei, "Has Zhao Yuan set off yet?" After hearing the question enough times, even Zhuofei grew restless. But with no movement from Zhao Yuan, he eventually decided to come see him personally. "It's been a busy time," Zhao Yuan said with an awkward smile. "All right, let's head out now." Zhuofei nodded and motioned for Zhao Yuan to follow. "The Lizhi Canyon, you mentioned, we've narrowed it down to 3 possible locations based on our investigations over the past 3 months. We'll test each one." 3? That many? Zhao Yuan asked in surprise. Zhuofei sighed lightly. "You should understand that when we explore the abyss, we mostly follow the main storyline quests. Any areas not part of those quests remain uncharted territory. Other than the places explicitly named in the main storyline, The rest are names we've assigned ourselves. So it's possible that the names we've given don't match what the game system calls them. These 3 locations are the results of filtering through items we've obtained. If none of them turn out to be Lugy Canyon, it might mean you won't be able to access this quest for now. Zhao Yuan was silent for a moment before finally nodding. All right, if you say so. Zhou Fei chuckled. Don't worry. The items we use aren't random. These 3 locations have a high probability of being correct. Something occurred to Zhao Yuan, and he couldn't help but ask, how do you know the bounty relic can locate the ruins dungeon? Zhou Fei paused, looking slightly surprised. You don't know? In most cases, the location of a ruins dungeon is near where the relic was found. We just need to understand the ritual process, and clues for that can usually be deduced from the remnants of ruins in the area. Even if we can't figure it out, we have tools to assist us. Zhao Yuan nodded in understanding and smiled. All right, you're the experts. Let's go. The first location, Fright Valley, Zhou Fei said, leading Zhao Yuan toward the unknown terrain ahead. Zhou Fei led Zhao Yuan towards the 7th layer of the abyss. As soon as the two stepped out of the teleportation array and barely steadied themselves, a squad of fully armed enforcers rushed over from the nearby town, their sharp gazes fixed on the pair. Remaining calm, Zhou Fei quickly opened the game interface and displayed an official approval document from the Human Alliance. The enforcement team carefully verified the document and cross-checked it through their channels before silently turning away and leaving without saying a word. This was the iron rule of the Abyssal-level players entering lower layers must carry an official approval document from the Human Alliance. Even official personnel were not exempt from this rule, which was designed to protect new players. Of course, the council members were an exception. After all, they were the ones who set the rules, and apart from the first counselor, the others were too busy to visit the lower layers of the abyss. Once the enforcement team disappeared from view, Zhou Fei led Zhao Yuan toward the 9th level map. For Zhao Yuan, this was his first time visiting the 7th layer of the abyss as a 14-star player. Along the way, Zhou Fei demonstrated his familiarity with the terrain, skillfully navigating through the air with Zhao Yuan and quickly changing direction to avoid other players from a distance. As a max-level player from the 17th layer, Zhou Fei could effortlessly suppress his life force field. However, Zhao Yuan had yet to master this skill. If they flew directly over other players, the overwhelming pressure from Zhao Yuan's presence would inevitably cause the lower-level players to drop like stones. Unlike Zhao Yuan, who had advanced rapidly, Zhou Fei had climbed up the abyss layer by layer and knew the layout of the 7th layer inside out. Do you know why this place is called the Valley of Fright? Zhou Fei asked as he pointed below while hovering in midair. Zhao Yuan shook his head. As a newcomer, he hadn't had the chance to study the specifics of the 7th layer. Let's go down and experience it for yourself, Zhou Fei said with a mysterious smile, leading Zhao Yuan to land in a secluded area. The moment they touched the ground, a warm breeze brushed past Zhao Yuan's ear, as if someone were softly exhaling right next to him. Suddenly, a sharp "im" here pierced through the air, sending chills up his spine. Zhao Yuan frowned and scanned the surroundings, but apart from the desolate landscape, there was no sign of any living creatures. Given his current level of divine suppression, the local monsters wouldn't dare to approach. Not scared? Zhou Fei asked with a grin. When Zhao Yuan shook his head, Zhou Fei sighed and said, that's the benefit of advancing your divine level. Each time you rank up, it's a leap in the essence of life itself. Even the instinctive fears buried deep in your bloodline gradually fade away. I still remember the first time I came here, back when I was a 7-star level 9 player. That scream nearly gave me a heart attack. The scream carried a divine intimidation. Zhao Yuan noticed Zhou Fei's serious expression and asked, your divine level is higher now, so you might not feel it as much. But if a 7-star level 9 person were here, they'd probably be breaking out in a cold sweat by now. A high divine level does grant immunity to most divine intimidation. But have you figured out the reason behind this? It's ghosts, Zhou Fei replied succinctly. What? Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Although deities had now manifested in the world, the existence of ghosts was something no one had ever seen for themselves. Zhou Fei didn't immediately explain. Instead, he posed a question. You've probably heard of a theory, haven't you? The one that suggests every type of monster in the abyss was once a civilized species. Zhao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. There were indeed rumors that every monster in the abyss might be the remnants of a species that failed to clear it. Some even speculated that if humanity were to ultimately fail, a new type of human-like monster might appear in the abyss. However, these ideas remained in the realm of conjecture with no solid evidence to support them. Do we have proof now? Zhao Yuan pressed further. Zhou Fei shook his head with a sigh. Even though we've cleared up to the 17th level, that doesn't mean we fully understand the mysteries of these layers. We're more like travelers passing through the abyss. Perhaps only by completely clearing it can we uncover the truth. However, he paused. There is some indirect evidence that supports this theory. Seeing Zhao Yuan's puzzled look, Zhou Fei elaborated. It's intelligence. As the levels of the abyss increase, the monster's intelligence levels also rise. By the 17th level, Their intelligence is nearly on par with ours. This seems to suggest that the higher the evolutionary level of a species, the further they manage to progress in the abyss before failing. Is this the consensus of the human alliance? Zhao Yuan asked. Zhou Fei shook his head again. Not entirely. Many people still reject this notion. They'd rather believe it's all part of land's design than accept that humanity might not be the only intelligent species. Zhao Yuan keenly sensed that Zhou Fei, like most others, seemed unaware of the existence of other species. Since the Grand Counselors had chosen to keep it a secret, he decided not to press further and instead asked, "Then what about the ghosts? What's their story?" Zhou Fei guided him patiently. "Think about it. If every monster is the remnant of a failed species, then what was the abyss like in the very beginning? What were the original monsters?" Zhao Yuan pondered aloud. By that logic, could the original monsters of the abyss have been the so-called ghosts? The first wave of challengers might have eradicated the primordial ghosts, only to fail themselves and turn into monsters. Then came the second wave, the third, all the way to humanity now. Are you suggesting that the original abyss was like the underworld or hell we've imagined, filled with ghosts? And that subsequent challengers reshaped it into what it is today, leaving behind only the monsters they became after their failures? Yes, that's right. There are already some traces on the 17th level. Judging from the current situation, they must have fallen on the 18th level. Once we enter the 18th level, we should encounter the first abyssal ghost, and everything will become clear, won't it? Zhou Fei's voice echoed through the desolate canyon, his gaze sharp and resolute. Exactly. Once we reach the 18th level, we'll know for sure. Zhao Yuan nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. We're almost there. Zhou Fei gave a slight nod. The 300-year limit is drawing closer. Humanity's progress won't stop. The 18th level will inevitably be reached. Let's go. We'll take a look around. If this really is the Valley of Joy, your mission should be triggered. He scanned the surroundings and motioned forward. The two of them immediately set off, cautiously moving around the Valley of Dread, deliberately avoiding the crowds of players farming monsters. Whenever they spotted groups of players, they would take a detour and continue exploring along another path. Zhao Yuan observed the reactions of the veteran players. Every time they encountered the valley's fear-inducing mechanisms, their faces would pale, and some even froze in place, their hair standing on end. This convinced Zhao Yuan that it was, indeed, the effect of divine fear. Ordinary scares might cause an instinctive startle the first time, but once prepared, people wouldn't be frightened again. Only fear that struck directly at the soul could leave someone defenseless, no matter how prepared they were. Only divine evolution could truly resist such an effect. Their unusual behavior soon caught the attention of the nearby players farming monsters. One player, driven by curiosity, strode toward them. Zhao Yuan reluctantly stopped, while Zhou Fei remained silent, observing the situation. The moment the player stepped into Zhao Yuan's life force field, the overwhelming effect of divine power manifested immediately. The player's face turned pale, sweat streaming down his forehead. He tried to retreat, but found his legs unresponsive. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan took a few steps back, allowing the player to leave the range of his life force field. As soon as he was free from Zhao Yuan's influence, the player regained control of his body and leapt back, eyeing the two of them warily. A conspicuous camera symbol appeared above his head, was ready to report them. "Don't worry. We're from the Human Alliance and are on an official mission. There's no need to be alarmed." Zhou Fei quickly pulled out an approval document from his coat and gave the player a brief look at it before continuing to lead Zhao Yuan through the Valley of Dread. After that incident, other players gave them a wide berth whenever they approached. No longer needing to dodge the crowds, the two of them significantly sped up their exploration. However, even after thoroughly searching the entire valley, Zhao Yuan's mission still hadn't been triggered. "It seems this isn't the Valley of Joy after all. Let's move on." Zhou Fei's tone was calm, showing no particular disappointment at the outcome. He gestured for Zhao Yuan to follow him. By now, night had fallen completely, and a pitch-black sky enveloped the land. Yet, many players were still farming monsters, unaffected by the darkness. The two of them arrived at the teleportation array outside the city. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to ask about their next destination, the sound of a bell suddenly rang out from the human main city in the distance. Zhou Fei stopped in his tracks, turning to look at the main city on the 7th level. He said softly to Zhao Yuan, "Happy New Year. It's now the year 274 of the Abyss." Zhao Yuan froze. His thoughts suddenly pulled back to reality. Another year had passed. He had been in the Abyss game for 2 whole years now. His mother's face from the real world surfaced in his mind. He gazed at the brightly lit main city and silently wished, "Happy New Year, Mom." The two of them stood quietly by the teleportation array on the 7th level of the Abyss, lost in thought. One was contemplating the future, while the other reflected on the past. The two paused for a moment of reflection before setting aside their emotions. Time, after all, moves forward, and one cannot dwell in the past forever. Upon reaching the 10th level of the Abyss, they were once again surrounded by a group of guards. Zhuofei skillfully pulled out the necessary approval documents, prompting the guards to let them pass. This is the Dreambreaker Gorge, Zhuofei said as he led the way, sharing bits of his past with Zhao Yuan. It turned out that Zhuofei had once been part of a formidable team. However, during a mission, all his teammates perished on the battlefield. If not for a timely rescue, he would have met the same fate. Following that, he navigated the abyss alone, making it as far as the 17th level before ultimately choosing to transition into a support role. This was a common choice for players who had lost their teams, either opting for a non-combat profession or, like Zhuofei, becoming semi-combat support personnel. Few ever chose to rebuild a team. Dreambreaker Gorge was an enormous canyon, where powerful, howling winds made it nearly impossible for even 10-star experts to maintain stable flight. As a result, the area was rarely visited. Yet, Zhao Yuan and Zhuofei stood firm and unmoved amidst the fierce winds. Give it a try, Zhuofei suggested with a gesture. Zhao Yuan nodded and, without hesitation, dove toward the canyon below, with Zhuofei following closely behind. The moment Zhao Yuan's feet touched the ground, the familiar system notification echoed. You have reached the Valley of Harmony. Seeing the smile bloom across Zhao Yuan's face, Zhuofei immediately understood. Looks like we're in Lucknow, need to search a third location. Zhao Yuan retrieved the lost chapter, which suddenly began to emit a dazzling light. In a flash, the canyon's howling winds ceased entirely, and a massive pillar of light erupted from the valley floor, ascending into the sky and forming a colossal musical note in the air. The lost chapter hovered before Zhao Yuan, tearing open a spatial rift that revealed a mysterious, unknown world. Such a spectacle quickly drew the attention of nearby players. Taking advantage of the rare calm in Dreambreaker Gorge, they flocked to the scene. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to step into the rift, Zhuofei grabbed his arm. Hold on, Minister Su asked me to relay a message, Zhuofei said, scanning the growing crowd of players from the 10th level. He unleashed a life force field, and the approaching players immediately froze in their tracks. Those airborne began to wobble precariously, but managed to stabilize themselves just in time. Zhuofei opened his game interface and magnified his identification credentials for all to see. We are official representatives of the Human Alliance. This is a designated mission area. Unauthorized personnel must leave immediately. Under the combined pressure of the life force field and his official status, most players wisely chose to retreat. Only a few curious onlookers lingered at a distance, eager to see how the situation would unfold. Seeing no one else around, Zhuofei finally turned his head, his expression serious as he said to Zhao Yuan, based on past scenarios, by the time you come out, you should have reached 17 stars at level 9. Achieving this in just over 2 years makes you the first of the human race. However, advancing too quickly isn't always a good thing. Zhao Yuan frowned. What's wrong with leveling up too fast? Zhuofei's voice carried a note of concern. Minister Su is worried that you're still young and haven't yet fully developed your combat experience or survival techniques. He's also afraid that this rapid progress might make you arrogant, causing you to underestimate the dangers of the Abyss game and meet an untimely end. He hopes you can use this dungeon to gain more practical experience and not rush to clear it. He paused briefly before continuing. Additionally, Minister Su specifically urged you not to focus too much on money. Life is the most important thing. Those life-saving treasures should never be casually sold. You can never have too many of them. You never know when danger will strike. Clearly, Zhao Yuan's extensive purchases of skills had already drawn the attention of the Human Alliance. With the astonishing wealth displayed by this newcomer, it wasn't hard for them to deduce that the recently buzzworthy Angel's Tier was Zhao Yuan's doing. Zhao Yuan gave a slight nod. He understood that Zhuofei meant well, worrying that he might become too fixated on skill upgrades and offensive power while neglecting survival. However, if they knew the composition of Zhao Yuan's skill set, their concerns might have been alleviated. As long as he had enough summoned creatures, especially after acquiring the Hell Bug Gate skill, Zhao Yuan's survival capabilities were far stronger than they might imagine. All right, I understand, Zhao Yuan replied succinctly. Zhuofei stepped aside, and Zhao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement before stepping directly into the dungeon. Watching Zhao Yuan's figure disappear, Zhuofei let out a relieved smile. His task was finally complete, and he no longer had to worry about Minister Su periodically asking about Zhao Yuan's status. As for whether Zhao Yuan would heed his advice, Zhuofei didn't care. He knew that everyone had their own fate. When death comes, no amount of survival measures can prevent it. When it's not your time, like himself, you can survive even when all your teammates perish. Everything is predestined. Nothing is truly in our control, Zhuofei murmured to himself. His mindset was clearly different from most people's. Perhaps on that fateful day, his heart had died alongside his teammates. Turning away, he flew off. After all, it would take some time for Zhao Yuan to finish, and there was no need to wait here. Once he reported back, someone else would be assigned to escort Zhao Yuan out of the 10th level when the time came. A blinding white light flashed, and as Zhao Yuan appeared, he instinctively tried to summon his creatures, only to find that nothing happened. Panic immediately set in. For a summoner, not being able to summon was as good as being powerless. Just then, a calm system voice echoed. Combat is prohibited in this area. You are in an absolutely safe zone and cannot summon your creatures. Zhao Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If it was truly an absolute safe zone, then there was nothing to worry about. Looking around, he was greeted by a desolate landscape. The ground was barren, not a single blade of grass in sight. In the distance, dead trees stood lifeless, and scattered at his feet were unidentifiable white bones that crumbled into powder with the slightest touch. The eerie environment left Zhao Yuan puzzled. Was this really what they called an absolute safe zone? He rose into the air and flew toward the horizon. The barren land stretched endlessly, as if this place had long since died. Eventually, a dilapidated village came into view. It was built from rough tree branches, with rooftops covered in dry leaves and straw. The site reminded Zhao Yuan of humanity's primitively underdeveloped era thousands of years ago, filling his heart with confusion. This dungeon was referred to as the Lost Civilization. The last time a dungeon with such a name appeared, it was tied to a civilization capable of traversing the stars. Yet, the desolate village before him, with its crude and dilapidated structures, was worlds apart from any interstellar society. Something about this place was undoubtedly suspicious. Zhao Yuan cautiously chose a concealed spot to settle down. Despite the game system indicating this was an absolute safe zone, he remained on high alert, quietly observing the lifeless village. For an entire day, the village was as still as an abandoned ghost town. It wasn't until dusk that a creaking sound broke the silence. A wooden door slowly opened. From within emerged a hunched figure, shuffling out with visible difficulty. Each step required a pause and labored breaths, as though it might collapse at any moment. The silhouette resembled a human in size and shape, but its exposed skin was an eerie brownish color, riddled with cracks and wrinkles like the bark of a dying tree. The figure hobbled to the well, trembling hands scooping murky water from a nearby bucket. It drank in small, cautious sips, as if every drop was precious. Judging by its careful movements, it was clear the water supply was nearly exhausted. Only when the sky turned completely dark did it set the bucket down and struggle back into the house. Zhao Yuan continued to observe under the cover of darkness. Throughout the night and the entire following day, the village remained eerily quiet, save for the occasional rustling of thatched roofs stirred by the wind. By the second evening, the tree-like figure reappeared. This time, even opening the door seemed to require immense effort. Once the figure had returned indoors after drinking, Zhao Yuan decided to make his move. Instead of approaching the tree person's house directly, he began inspecting the other buildings first. As he pushed open door after door, he was met with the same sparse interiors, a simple wooden table, a bed woven from branches, and nothing else. Not even the most basic necessities of life could be found. Finally, Zhao Yuan arrived at the tree person's door. He didn't barge in, but instead focused on the faint sound of breathing coming from within. Shifting his attention, he examined the well. At the bottom, there was only a trace of moisture left. The walls had turned chalky white. The nearby bucket was bone dry, suggesting that the water the tree person had drunk earlier might have been its last. A faint light appeared in the sky as Zhao Yuan stood at the edge of the village, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. This was his third day here, and he had found nothing so far. As the first rays of dawn broke, he made up his mind and strode toward the solitary house ahead. Pushing open the slightly worn wooden door, he stepped inside. The faint sound of breathing within abruptly halted, only to grow hurried and uneven. Zhao Yuan could sense that whatever was inside had endured a sleepless night of torment. He cautiously entered the room, his eyes scanning the surroundings. The interior was no different from the other houses in the village. A simple wooden bed, rough-hewn furniture, and a pile of indistinct objects in the corner. On the bed lay a frail figure, struggling to turn its neck to see who had entered. Zhao Yuan stood in the center of the room, waiting. After what seemed like an eternity, the creature managed to twist its neck at an awkward angle and finally caught sight of him. Its sluggish movements betrayed its utter lack of strength, even to stand. Its eyes lit up with a flicker of excitement and hope upon seeing Zhao Yuan, but the glimmer quickly faded into deep disappointment, followed by an eerie calm. Zhao Yuan understood the look. It was on the verge of death, having waited too long, and it no longer cared about the manner of its end. Hello, Zhao Yuan broke the silence, worried that the creature might take its last breath at any moment. Hearing his voice, the creature on the bed remained expressionless, its gaze filled with a cold, lifeless indifference. When it didn't respond, Zhao Yuan pressed on. Can you tell me where this place is? You've already invaded, and now you're asking where this is? What's the point? It finally replied, its voice hoarse and tinged with sarcasm. Soon enough, this place will belong to you anyway. Good. At least you're talking. Zhao Yuan exhaled in relief before softening his tone. Listen, I'm just a lost traveler, not an invader. You are the only living being I've found after searching for so long. He fabricated the story, as he couldn't reveal his true purpose of being here as part of a quest. A traveler? Huh. The creature let out a bitter laugh. Aren't you all outsiders? What difference does it make? My Treant clan has been reduced to this because of you. As it spoke, its complexion began to improve, and its expression grew more animated, a stark contrast to its earlier feeble state. Zhao Yuan's heart sank. Damn, is this a final burst of energy before death? No matter what you believe, I'm truly not your enemy. Zhao Yuan maintained a calm exterior, though his urgency grew. I only just arrived here. Can you tell me what happened in this place? It doesn't matter anymore, the trance said, slowly sitting up and adjusting its faded clothing. Its gaze locked onto Zhao Yuan. Enemy or traveler, it makes no difference. I'm a dying creature, I have nothing left to fear. If you want to know, I'll tell you. The Treant's voice grew stronger as it continued. This is the realm of the elven goddess. My Treant clan is one of her people. This land was once peaceful, with the various elven races living in harmony. But one day, the sky was torn apart, and an evil being emerged, engaging the goddess in a battle that shook the heavens. A shadow of pain crossed its eyes as it recounted. The aftermath of their fight devastated countless elven races. My Treant clan suffered heavy losses. At first, we hoped the goddess would vanquish the enemy quickly, but as they fought, their battle led them beyond the skies. Its voice grew somber. She never returned. 1,000 years have passed since, and instead of the goddess, countless outsiders poured through that rift in the sky. War began. They slaughtered the elves mercilessly, desecrating the goddess domain, plundering this world without restraint. The Treant's voice trembled with grief and anger. As one of the elven races, my Treant clan couldn't stand idly by. Countless of us joined the fight. And now, as you can see, I'm the only one left. The rest are all gone dead. As it spoke, sorrow etched itself into its weathered face. Zhao Yuan felt a pang in his chest. Though the Treant story was somewhat disjointed, he pieced together the gist of it. The elven goddess. An enemy? So this quest was centered on a divine war? And the battle wasn't even over? Could it be that the elven goddess domain had already been overrun? Zhao Yuan was still somewhat puzzled. By logic, the Treant race had already joined the battle. So why was this one still here, seemingly waiting to die? As time passed, however, the Treant's mental state began to improve, and its thoughts grew clearer. It became aware of its unusual condition and, realizing that death was imminent, started to speak more openly. The look it gave Zhao Yuan was no longer hostile, but calm and composed. I can sense that you truly are not an enemy. This world holds no hostility toward you. Well, at least I have someone to talk to before I die. The Treant said, its voice hoarse yet gentle. Hostility of the world? Zhao Yuan murmured softly to himself. The Treant heard his question and slowly explained. This is the realm of the gods. We Treants, as well as other spirits, can feel the will of the gods. Even though the gods have not yet returned, the world's hostility toward invaders remains. It is an instinct we are born with. Zhao Yuan looked up toward the doorway. The game system had indicated that this was an absolutely safe zone, making it clear that this place was far from ordinary. The Treant continued. I find it curious though you are an outsider. You were able to enter here. But I suggest you leave quickly. Otherwise, you might not be able to get out later. As it spoke, its energy began to wane, and its life force was fading rapidly. How do I leave? Zhao Yuan asked urgently. This is the tomb of the goddess, a resting place created by the goddess for the spirits, the Treant said, its voice growing fainter. Every spirit that has died or is nearing death comes here to take their final journey. It has been many years since any spirits have entered. I am the guardian tree of this tomb, but with the decline of divine power, I can no longer hold on. The Treant slowly lay down. Zhao Yuan hurriedly pressed. Tell me, how do I get out? Don't just leave without finishing. I don't want to be stuck in this godforsaken place. Traveler, walk forward. You will see a towering tree. That is the way out. If you encounter other spirits, tell them not to return to the tomb of the goddess. I am fading the goddess. The Treant's body began to dissolve into countless specks of starlight. At the same time, the entire house, and even the village, transformed into shimmering light. Within this radiant glow, faint figures could be seen, laughing and holding hands as they moved toward the distance. Zhao Yuan was lifted into the air, following these points of light. Behind him, the world began to fade, swallowed by boundless darkness. With the Treant's death, this world was coming to an end. Gradually, the scenery ahead became blurred, leaving only a vast expanse of starlight in his vision. Finally, with no reference points left, Zhao Yuan stopped and landed on solid ground. As Zhao Yuan landed, the scenery before him underwent a striking transformation. A colossal tree stood towering in front of him, its dense branches and leaves filling every corner of his vision. Each leaf emitted a soft, gentle glow, with tiny specks of starlight scattered across their surfaces, resembling the stars in the night sky. In a moment of realization, Zhao Yuan understood that he had likely been flying through the branches and leaves of this very tree just moments ago. Perhaps the entire world around him was constructed by this tree was unimaginably vast. Turning around, He saw only a void of endless darkness behind him, with nothing else in existence. The truth became clear at that moment: this was the divine tomb that the Trant had spoken of. With the Trent's death, the world it sustained was now gradually vanishing. Zhao Yuan dared not take flight again, fearing he might lose himself in the sea of starlight. Instead, he hurried toward the tree trunk. Upon reaching the base of the tree, he noticed a well nearby, accompanied by a dried-up wooden bucket. Both the well and bucket were identical to the ones he had seen in the Trent's village. Looking up at the tree trunk, a sense of familiarity surged within him. This must be the Trent's true form. So, was everything he had experienced merely an illusion? Zhao Yuan wasn't entirely sure. If that were the case, had he been hiding under the Trent's watchful gaze all along? No, Zhao Yuan pondered. At that time, the Trent's consciousness must have already been muddled. Everything seemed more like unconscious actions. Suddenly, he recalled the story of Zhou dreaming of a butterfly. Had he accidentally entered the Trent's dream? Shaking off his chaotic thoughts, Zhao Yuan focused on the tree trunk before him. The Trant had mentioned that the way out was through a great tree. This must be it. But how could he leave? He placed his palm against the tree trunk and immediately felt a chilling coldness. The tree was on the brink of death, with only a faint trace of consciousness remaining. Traveler, go now. This is our final resting place. You do not belong here. A weak yet familiar voice echoed. At the same time, a force began pulling Zhao Yuan forward. He stopped resisting and allowed himself to be guided. In an instant, Zhao Yuan felt himself breaking through some kind of barrier, and a strange new world unfolded before his eyes. As soon as he arrived, Zhao Yuan's thoughts stirred, and 4 massive skyboost bears emerged, letting out deafening roars. Intense heat and a flurry of feathers filled the air as the flame god and archangel appeared on either side of him. 3 black and white butterflies fluttered gracefully, while 6 giant horned ants roamed slowly at his feet. In the void, a pitch-black portal writhed as though something was struggling to break free. Soon, a blood-red figure burst forth. It was a monstrous creature resembling a mantis, exuding a heavy stench of blood. Its grotesque body bore a pair of narrow, piercing eyes that gleamed with cold malice and bloodlust. Its forelimbs twitched slightly, poised to strike at any moment. 1, 2, 3. In the blink of an eye, 9 of these creatures appeared before Zhao Yuan. The writhing of the portal began to slow, signaling its limit. Zhao Yuan realized that to summon more, he would need to kill relentlessly, but his current kill value was only sufficient to summon these 9 hell insects. The insect creatures remained motionless upon their arrival. Zhao Yuan paid them no further attention and turned to look behind him. With these minions at his side, he felt significantly safer. Behind him stood a towering tree that reached into the clouds. However, its leaves were falling continuously, and the ground was already covered in a layer of withered, yellow foliage. The tree's life force was fading rapidly. The divine tomb of the elves was on the verge of complete dissolution. Unless the elven goddess returned, this tree would likely never reappear again. Zhao Yuan finally looked around and noticed that apart from the areas sheltered by towering trees, the rest of the land was blanketed in pristine white snow. The cold wind howled, and the biting chill permeated the air, enveloping the world in an icy grip. Confronted with the stark contrast between the scene before him and the area behind, a glimmer of determination flickered in Zhao Yuan's eyes as he opened his interface. Since he had ventured out, the game tasks must have updated. The task entrusted by the elf goddess required him to save as many of the elf race as possible. The more elves he rescued, the greater the rewards he would reap. Rescue the elves? Zhao Yuan muttered as he gazed into the endless blizzard ahead, a sigh escaping his lips. There probably aren't many elves left here. This world's elves had just endured the aftermath of a divine war, only to face an invasion by foreign tribes. Their situation must be dire. Yet, the existence of this task suggested that some elves must still survive. In the infinite expanse of space, the elf goddess wielded her staff, locked in an intense battle. The moment Zhao Yuan accepted the task, she felt a strange disturbance. Initially attempting a smile, her expression darkened in an instant. The aura of the stars. Could it be that the stars have set their sights on me too? A wave of panic surged through her heart, her emotions teetering on the brink of collapse. Her momentary lapse was quickly seized upon by her enemy. An overwhelming torrent of celestial laws surged forward like a tidal wave, piercing through her body with radiant, blinding light. Enraged, the elf goddess channeled her divine power, her staff spinning like a tempest as she struck at her opponent with immense force. The enemy hastily dodged but was still grazed by her staff, spilling blood as celestial ichor dripped into the void, creating holes in space like honeycombs. The two sides were once again locked in a seemingly endless and ferocious battle. The clash between gods and immortals caused their surroundings to collapse, tearing apart the infinite dimensions. Overhead, a colossal figure loomed, its shadow engulfing everything. It paid no heed to their fight, for the forces that governed the game remained indifferent to the struggles of minor gods and immortals. Only the most powerful among gods and immortals would be subdued, as their destructive potential was simply too vast. Unaware that his identity as a summoner of the stars had drawn the attention of deities, Zhao Yuan continued forward with his companions. Passing through the Trent's barrier, the icy wind swept past, causing his hair to flutter wildly. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan, now a level 14 star tier 3, was unaffected by such cold. Moreover, by his side was the flame god of magic, a living furnace. Whether it was the freezing wind or swirling snow, they melted away before reaching Zhao Yuan. With his divine level increasing, Zhao Yuan's skyboost bears had now gained the ability to fly. For massive skyboost bears hovered behind him, their towering forms like four celestial guardians, resembling indomitable walls of protection. Amid the blizzard, for figures were searching relentlessly. A man with horns protruding from his head turned to the leader ahead and complained, "Boss, we've searched this area several times already. What are we even looking for? Those little creatures must have all fled by now." The leader ignored him, his gaze sharp and composed as he surveyed the surroundings. "Fourth brother, you don't understand, do you? Every native of this world is a treasure. Have you forgotten those little things we ate before? Each one of them was worth years of cultivation for you. If we found a few more, letting them escape would be a real waste." The second brother chimed in, smacking the fourth on the head as he spoke. "Those great clans have already plundered this world clean, leaving behind only some worthless trinkets," fourth brother said with a sneer, curling his lip in disdain. "Then don't eat anything you catch later." Second brother retorted with a cold smile. "Why not? I contributed too. Why can't I eat?" Fourth brother immediately protested, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. "Shut up. You're so noisy," third brother snapped, glaring at him before turning to look ahead. "Big brother, what's the situation now?" The eldest brother, leading at the front, suddenly halted in his tracks. The other three stopped as well, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily. "Something's not right," big brother murmured, frowning. "Logically, we've been following so closely. Even if they noticed us, there's no way they could have shaken us off this quickly. I told you we should have just caught them and eaten them right away. All this talk about casting a long line to catch a big fish, finding their lair now the fat meat right in our mouths has flown away." Fourth brother grumbled again, unable to contain his frustration. Big brother cast a dark, warning glance at him, and fourth brother immediately fell silent. "So, big brother, you mean they're still nearby, but we just haven't noticed them?" Second brother asked thoughtfully. "Exactly. They're playing tricks on us, hiding in plain sight," big brother said, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Without warning, he struck the air beside him with a powerful punch. A flash of white appeared as the blow forced an elf-like woman with wings out of hiding. She coughed up blood as she was sent sprawling. Almost simultaneously, 6 or 7 similar figures emerged from the swirling snow, as if materializing out of thin air. If they hadn't revealed themselves, who would have guessed that the two sides were practically within arm's reach? "If not for the killing intent you let slip, you might have actually fooled us," big brother said, licking the blood off his hand with a satisfied grin. "The goddess will never forgive you," the injured elf spat, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. She stood up, her expression fierce, and positioned herself beside her kin, ready to fight to the death. "A goddess?" big brother sneered. "You naive natives. Gods aren't your nannies. Your so-called goddess is locked in an endless battle with the demon immortals. Thousands of years could pass before there's even a victor. By the time she returns, she'll probably just create a new race altogether. Why would she bother avenging you? Big brother, stop wasting time. Let's get this over with." Fourth brother could barely contain himself, practically drooling. "I was hoping to follow them to their lair, but I suppose we'll just have to indulge early," second brother said with a grin. "Their lair must be somewhere in this area. We'll find it eventually if we turn this place upside down." "Never. The ice elves will fight to the death," the elf woman declared, her determined gaze sweeping across her kin as they slowly advanced. "Alive tastes better, but dead will do just fine," fourth brother said greedily, licking his lips as he stared at the elf. "These creatures are so cold and crisp, deliciously refreshing." The snowstorm began to subside, unnoticed by anyone. Just as big brother prepared to attack, his expression suddenly shifted. He whipped his head around to look into the distance. A wave of intense heat surged towards them, an anomaly in this frozen wasteland. Everyone's attention was drawn to the horizon, where 4 towering figures loomed in the distance. Their overwhelming heat melted the falling snow instantly, as if this eternally frozen plateau had been thrust into the heart of an unprecedented summer. Both sides' gazes locked onto the same direction as a wave of scorching heat forced them to squint. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, as if thousands of galloping horses were charging forward. Along with the thunderous sound came an overwhelming surge of murderous intent and a suffocating scent of blood, filling the air with an indescribable sense of oppression. As the eerie singing began, the killing intent grew even more intense, as if the entire world was making way for this menacing aura. Four massive sky-boost bears slowly emerged, followed closely by 9 hell insects, their deliberate steps causing the atmospheric pressure to rise with each movement, distorting the space behind them. Their presence radiated an undeniable killing intent, poised to pounce on their prey at any moment. 6 giant horned ants suddenly appeared in front of the two factions, their raised forelegs glinting with a chilling light and exuding an icy aura. Each summoned beast bore a small bell, and the ominous ringing seemed to signal their readiness to attack. The two groups found themselves completely surrounded. The leader of one side shifted his stance slightly, sensing the terrifying threat emanating from these summoned creatures. As members of the shape-shifting demon race, they should theoretically suppress such beasts. Yet, instead of feeling any advantage, he was met with a palpable hostility, as if these creatures were ready to tear them apart at any moment. The ice and snow spirits also heightened their vigilance, their eyes fixed on the approaching summoned beasts. The unfamiliar aura of these creatures betrayed their origins as beings from outside their realm. A heavy sense of foreboding weighed on their hearts, their expressions darkening as they realized that this day might spell the end of the ice and snow spirit clan. Big brother, these don't seem to be summoned beasts from our demon world. Could it be that creatures from another world have infiltrated this one? The third brother asked in a low voice. Stay alert. Don't let your guard down. The leader replied, his voice steady but unable to mask the anxiety in his heart. The leader's thoughts were grim. Their demon race had only been able to enter this world because a powerful figure had paved the way, consuming vast resources to allow smaller players like them access. Yet now, it seemed a third party had invaded without any prior warning. His only hope was that these intruders were not under the command of some supreme being. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the rear, landing steadily atop the head of a skyboost bear. The figure radiated an intense heat, their body seemingly composed of molten magma, distorting the surrounding air with searing temperatures. Beside him floated a holy angel, her radiant light intertwined with the blazing flames, creating a breathtaking but unsettling sight. Meanwhile, 3 black and white butterflies danced gracefully in the air, their wings slicing through the atmosphere to leave behind faint, untraceable rifts. Invisible waves of heat surged outward, cutting off the surrounding snow and wind, leaving the space unbearably dry. The snow on the ground quickly melted, revealing molten lava beneath, as the once frozen earth was gradually consumed. Both groups instinctively took to the skies, avoiding the blistering environment below. None of the 3 sides spoke. The only sound was the rousing music echoing in the air, an unspoken declaration of war. Esteemed guest, may I ask which world you hail from? This realm has already been claimed by the heavenly demon world, the leader said with a slight bow, his tone carrying an air of authority as he invoked the name of the heavenly demon world to intimidate the newcomer. The heavenly demon world? Zhao Yuan turned to look at the 4 horned figures, his expression blank as he replied, what nonsense is that? His indifferent tone left the leader momentarily stunned, clearly unshaken by the mention of the heavenly demon world, showing not even a hint of surprise. Zhao Yuan's reaction caused the leader's expression to falter, his heart sinking. This world's various races had been largely isolated by Lan from external realms, leaving most ignorant of other worlds. The immortal realm, the divine realm before Lan's arrival, these were realms that all extraordinary races aspired to. Yet now, the humans of Blue Planet seemed utterly unaware of their existence. Of course, it doesn't matter even if they know. During Lan's game, this game world becomes an absolute forbidden zone for all gods and celestial beings. Even a powerful deity like the elf goddess can only stay far away, not daring to step even half a foot into it. 4 figures stood before Zhao Yuan. Among them, the 4th, known for his impulsive nature, immediately questioned him. Which world are you from to speak with such arrogance? The other 3 brothers tensed up upon hearing this, knowing full well that the 4th's sharp tongue might bring trouble upon them all. To their surprise, Zhao Yuan didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly replied, I come from Blue Star. Ever heard of it? The 4th was about to retort when his brothers quickly restrained him. The eldest brother stepped forward, clasping his hands in respect. Ah, so you hail from Blue Star. The name of Blue Star resonates like thunder in our ears. If not for the unfortunate timing of our birth, we would have visited Blue Star ourselves to witness its glory. Though we cannot go, our hearts long for it. Zhao Yuan was momentarily stunned, wondering when Blue Star had gained such a reputation. Before he could think further, the eldest brother had already led the others in retreat, bowing as they left. As the 4 passed by the Hell Zerg, one of the creatures fixed its narrow gaze on the eldest brother. In an instant, the eldest felt as though he had plunged into an endless abyss of hell. Cold sweat poured from his body, dripping onto the ground where it evaporated instantly in the molten lava. It wasn't until they retreated into the snowstorm that the 4 brothers managed to calm themselves. Without a word, the eldest turned and began beating the 4th brother mercilessly, leaving his face bruised and swollen. If you can't speak properly, then shut up. If you cause trouble again, I'll swallow you myself. After venting his anger, the eldest finally stopped. The third brother hesitated before cautiously asking, "What exactly is this blue star place? How would I know? I've never even heard of it," the eldest admitted helplessly. Just as the four were about to leave, the space around them began to quake violently. "Something's wrong. Run," the eldest shouted, but before he could finish, a massive rift tore through his body. As he turned his head, he saw the dismembered limbs of his three brothers scattering in all directions. The swollen face of the fourth brother fell before his eyes. In his final moments, the eldest glimpsed three elegant butterflies dancing gracefully in the snowstorm. "So, he never intended to let us go." Before he could finish his thought, his consciousness faded into the endless blizzard. Soon, the four broken corpses were buried beneath the heavy snow, leaving no trace behind. Zhao Yuan watched as the riftwing butterflies returned to him, a faint smile playing on his lips. Standing atop the bear's head, he turned his gaze to the trembling ice elf clan nearby. "Are you elves?" he asked. The snow elf watched as the sky-cleaving butterfly returned, its wings shimmering against the storm. She keenly sensed the thick scent of blood carried by the wind and snow, drifting from the direction where the four outsiders had left. Clearly, those who had once devoured many of her comrades had now perished in the icy wilderness. "I am Han Bing, the leader of the Snow Elf clan." Injured but resolute, Han Bing emerged, her tattered wings trembling as she fixed a cold, unyielding gaze on Zhao Yuan. "Kill me, torture me, do as you please, but don't expect us to surrender." Over the years, the elves had suffered heavy losses. Whether they fought to the death or surrendered, the outcome was the same: becoming prey to the outsiders. Han Bing and her kin had long steeled themselves for a final stand. This was merely a change in their adversary. Zhao Yuan looked down at the few remaining elves before him. "Snow Elf clan? Is this all that's left of you? So few of you. How much reward could this even bring?" His disdainful tone and condescending demeanor caused every snow elf to grip their weapons tightly. Han Bing's body surged with the power of ice and snow, and the winds howled as the storm intensified. The flame god of magic slowly extended its claws, summoning an endless surge of molten lava that instantly evaporated the chill. A sea of fire gathered in the frigid highland skies, sweeping away all traces of snow and wind. But Zhao Yuan suddenly raised his hand to stop the flame god's spell, simultaneously signaling the hell insect swarm and the giant horned ants to retreat. He was wary that any hostile move might result in the elves perishing instantly. "This is a misunderstanding," Zhao Yuan said, pointing in a certain direction. "I am not your enemy. I've just emerged from the divine tomb. Perhaps we can talk." The snow elves' expressions changed dramatically as they followed Zhao Yuan's gesture. As guardians of the divine tomb, the realization that their sacred ground had been invaded by outsiders left Han Bing pale with despair. Yet, mingled with her sorrow was a sense of relief. The crushing burden of responsibility was finally lifted. All that remained was the resolve for one final battle to bring everything to an end. Just as the elves' fighting spirit reached its peak, Zhao Yuan opened his game interface. In that moment, not only the snow elves before him, but every surviving elf across the world turned their gaze toward the highlands. "Has the goddess returned?" Han Bing murmured, only to dismiss the thought. If the goddess had truly returned, the outsiders would have been obliterated in an instant. To the snow elves, the game interface Zhao Yuan displayed appeared as a divine oracle, radiating the presence of their goddess. Han Bing stared at the vision before her, her voice choked with emotion. "Goddess, you haven't abandoned us." As Zhao Yuan observed the mixture of hope and despair among the elves, he neither endorsed nor refuted their choice to place their faith in a deity as their last hope. Putting one's life and death in the hands of the gods, Zhao Yuan indeed found it hard to rest easy. Standing before the icy landscape, Zhao Yuan leapt lightly off the back of the skyboost bear. The surrounding ice and snow elves immediately bowed deeply to him, their eyes filled with awe and anticipation. "Tell me, how many of you are left?" "Your goddess sent me to save you," Zhao Yuan asked bluntly. Han Bing instinctively chose to overlook the disrespect in Zhao Yuan's tone towards the goddess, convincing herself it was merely her imagination. She sighed softly and replied, "God Envoy, our ice and snow elf tribe now has fewer than 20 members. As for the other elf tribes, we haven't seen them in many years." Zhao Yuan rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Seeing this, Han Bing quickly explained, "Please forgive us, God Envoy. Our tribe has lived for generations on the frigid northern plateau, separated from the other elf tribes by great distances. We rarely interact with outsiders except for those who come here to bury their dead in the sacred tombs. But with the constant chaos of war, even those visits have become scarce." Zhao Yuan nodded in understanding and then took out the divine decree. The elves, having already lowered their guard around him, soon led him to their hidden sanctuary. It wasn't far from their current location, which explained why they had chosen to make a stand here against the Minotaurs. Retreating would have exposed their refuge. The ice and snow elves were, as their name suggested, their skin crystal clear like ice, clad in thin garments. Snowflakes that touched their skin melted instantly, and as their wings fluttered, the wind and snow parted to create a path for them. Please, God Envoy. Hanbing gestured invitingly. Zhao Yuan strode into the passage, while the elves carefully erased any traces behind them before following. Soon, the heavy snowfall concealed the entrance perfectly, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Their sanctuary was a bone-chilling ice cavern, where ordinary humans would likely freeze to death in an instant. Even Zhao Yuan, who had reached the 14th star of evolution, couldn't help but frown. The presence of the flame god caused the surrounding ice to continuously melt, leaving behind thick trails of magma in its wake. God Envoy, could you ask it to withdraw its flames? Our sanctuary cannot withstand the heat, Hanbing softly pleaded. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhao Yuan waved his hand to dismiss the flame god. As the heat dissipated, an overwhelming cold swept in. The ice and snow elves visibly relaxed. They thrived in the cold, and the earlier heat had made them extremely uncomfortable, their thin clothing now soaked with sweat. Zhao Yuan, noticing this, tactfully averted his gaze. What about the other elves? Zhao Yuan inquired. As Zhao Yuan finished speaking, his attention was drawn to a group of ice and snow elves slowly emerging from the ice wall. Their eyes shimmered with a mix of curiosity and caution as they observed him warily. If not for the presence of their own people and their chieftain following behind this stranger, they likely would not have revealed themselves at all. Zhao Yuan counted carefully. Including the 7 elves led by Han Bing, there were 18 in total. This was all that remained of the ice and snow elf tribe. He noticed that the 11 newly appeared elves still bore a youthful innocence on their faces, clearly young in age. However, judging purely by their figures rather than their faces, it would be nearly impossible to determine their Ajisa distinct advantage of their race. This is the divine envoy. Do not be afraid. Han Bing stepped forward and introduced solemnly to the younger elves. Greetings, divine envoy. The 11 elves bowed in unison, their voices crisp and harmonious. Zhao Yuan gave a slight nod in response, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings as his brows furrowed. Is this all that's left? He asked bluntly. The question struck like a dagger, piercing the hearts of all the ice and snow elves present and plunging them into deep sorrow. Once, their tribe, though not the largest, had numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Now, only this handful remained. Yes, divine envoy, Han Bing replied, her voice heavy with grief. Without you, it wouldn't be long before the ice and snow elves vanished entirely from this world. She continued, explaining, the divine war back then was devastating. When the invaders attacked, the elites of all elf tribes rushed to protect the goddess. But before they could even reach her, they were caught in the crossfire and wiped out instantly. If not for the goddess shielding us and diverting most of the destructive forces, this world would have been annihilated. However, her intervention left us without our strongest warriors and leaders, leading to our steady defeat and this tragic decline. What? Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. A divine war breaks out, and instead of finding a place to hide, you all charge straight into it? Isn't that just asking to die? He was utterly baffled by the elves' actions, unsure whether to call them foolish or brave. Shaking his head, Zhao Yuan pushed these thoughts aside. Now wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. He felt a wave of frustration. He had initially hoped the elves could offer some assistance, but their situation was even more dire than he'd imagined. How much do you know about the invading race, the ones from the celestial demon world? Zhao Yuan turned to Han Bing, his expression serious. Han Bing lowered her head, her fingers nervously twisting together. I don't know much. Our elven world was always isolated, rarely involving ourselves with other realms. Many of us didn't even know other worlds existed. And after our tribe's foundation was obliterated in an instant, followed by years of invasions, when the chieftain's role fell to me, there was hardly anything left, no records, no resources. Her voice grew quieter as she spoke, clearly burdened by guilt over her perceived inadequacy. By the tribe's traditional standards, she wouldn't have been eligible to become the chieftain. But with no other candidates, being the strongest among them, the title naturally fell to her. Yet all the ice and snow elf tribe had given her was an empty title. How have you survived all these years? Zhao Yuan pressed, hoping to extract some useful information for his future plans. Mostly by hiding whenever we could. If we couldn't hide, we fought to the death, Han Bing replied bluntly. Smart strategy, Zhao Yuan remarked with a nod. Do you have any specific information about the enemies nearby? Seeing the panic in Han Bing's eyes and the evasive glances of the other elves around him, Zhao Yuan slapped his forehead in exasperation. He had to accept the reality this group of elves knew absolutely nothing. It seemed they were of no help. Zhao Yuan fell silent for a moment before continuing to ask, so, what are your plans for the future? As long as we hold on, as long as the goddess returns, we will prevail. The goddess will definitely make these invaders pay the price. Han Bing declared with unwavering confidence. Their goddess was not only the creator of this world, but also their divine mother, worshipped unconditionally by all the elves. Zhao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, by the time your goddess returns, you might all be long gone. He took a deep breath, deciding not to waste any more time with the elves, and said directly, all right, listen. Stay hidden here and don't go out. I'll do my best to clear out the nearby invaders and ensure your safety as much as possible. By the way, is there any way I can contact you? If anything changes, I'll let you know in advance. Han Bing was stunned for a moment before understanding Zhao Yuan's meaning. The divine emissary clearly had no intention of hiding here with them. She quickly nodded and said, Divine emissary, just call my name into the wind and snow. The wind will carry your words to us. No matter where you are, as long as there is wind and you call my name, the wind will bring your message to the highlands. Zhao Yuan was slightly surprised by the elves' unique method of communication. The ability to convey messages simply by calling a name was indeed convenient. He nodded and said in a serious tone, all right, you all must stay safe as well. Don't go out recklessly, or you might get caught. After all, it would be a shame to rescue you only to see you become snacks for the demons. Han Bing and the others nodded obediently. Zhao Yuan glanced around the ice cavern one last time before turning to leave. Stepping back into the wind and snow, he waved to bid farewell to the ice elves. He watched as they carefully erased the traces at the cave entrance, summoning the wind and snow to perfectly conceal it, blending seamlessly with the surrounding landscape. Zhao Yuan leapt into the air, followed closely by the blazing figure of the flame god. The intense heat of the flames pushed back the biting cold. He couldn't help but rub his face, feeling the lingering chill from the ice cavern. The cold had been so intense that he worried if he could have endured it much longer. Flying over the northern highlands, Zhao Yuan began his patrol. Since he had promised the ice elves to clear out the invaders, he was determined to fulfill his word. The northern highlands were located in a remote part of the elven world, a place rarely visited by others. Although the demon race had once flooded the area, they ceased large-scale invasions after slaughtering most of the ice elves, as there was little of value left. Now, only fewer than 20 ice elves remained scattered across the highlands, like needles in a haystack nearly impossible to find. As Zhao Yuan flew over the icy mountains, he suddenly stopped on the other side of a peak. He dismissed the flame god and silently descended onto the mountainside. In the distance, he spotted a wisp of black smoke rising amidst the snowstorm, starkly visible against the pale landscape. His sharp gaze focused on the scene. A group of demons was gathered around a cave entrance, a large bonfire blazing as they celebrated wildly, completely off guard, as if they had claimed the land as their own. It seems these demons already consider the northern highlands their territory. Acting so brazenly, Zhao Yuan thought grimly, realizing that they no longer feared any threats. Pressing himself against the mountain wall, he used the terrain to stealthily approach, carefully observing the strength of the demon group. If they were too powerful, he would retreat, but if they were ordinary foes, he would have no choice but to act and ensure they were eradicated. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.